Bang! Bang!
A sudden, heavy knocking came from outside the door, breaking the quiet of the room. Hwamion woke up with a start. Her mind was still foggy, but her body reacted instantly, springing up from the bed. She lifted the blanket, quickly put on her shoes, and called toward the door, "Mom, please wait a moment. I'll get breakfast ready right away." Before she could finish, the knocking grew faster and louder, mixed with strange, frightening growls. The terrifying sound made Hwamion freeze in place. Her mind cleared completely in an instant. Panicking, she looked around the room. The furniture looked both familiar and strange. Her eyes widened as she realized what had happened. It wasn't a dream last night. She had regained the memories of her past life. She had actually entered a novel. And not just that, she had been reborn into it from birth. The story was called My Childhood Friend Protects Me in the Apocalypse, a sweet romance novel. But she had become a minor supporting character who died as soon as she appeared. At that moment, Hwamion felt as if thunder had struck her. Her entire worldview shattered into pieces. This was the very book her old rival, Yue, had once mentioned several times just to annoy her. If she hadn't regained her past memories, and if the people from the book hadn't appeared before her eyes, she would have thought Yue had made it all up.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Outside, the person at the door kept pounding tirelessly, as if locked in a battle with it. Hwamion stared at the door, her heart racing, her fists clenched tightly. In the novel, the original Hwamion had opened the door without thinking, only to be attacked by her mother, Liningfin, who had turned into a zombie. She was bitten and died soon after. That was how her story ended. Thinking of this, Hwamion's heart tightened. The repeated banging sounded like a countdown to her doom, each hit echoing in her chest. The door shook violently, as if it could collapse at any moment. At this critical moment, Hwamion quickly scanned the room. Her gaze stopped on the desk. It was a desk with a built-in bookshelf, filled with neatly arranged books. Hwamion didn't have time to think. She rushed to the desk, grabbed its edge tightly, and pushed it with all her strength. The desk scraped against the floor, making a sharp, grating sound that set her teeth on edge. Ignoring the noise, Hwamion kept pushing until the desk was firmly against the door. She wasn't sure if it was just her imagination, but the desk seemed easier to move than usual. There was no time to wonder why. Maybe it was just the strength that comes from fear and the will to survive. After a moment of struggle, the desk was finally in place, blocking the door. Breathing heavily, Hwamion stood behind it, waiting nervously. When the door stayed still, she finally relaxed a little. She turned around and walked unsteadily to the bed, sitting down. Sadness welled up inside her, and her eyes filled with tears. It felt as if the whole world was against her. She wanted to ask the heavens why she couldn't have remembered everything sooner. To wake up only to face danger. What a cruel beginning. She wanted to cry out loud, but she was afraid the noise would make Liningfin hit the door even harder. So she could only let her tears fall silently. Thinking about her life made her even sadder. In her previous life, Hwamion had grown up with her grandmother. Under her grandmother's care, she studied hard and was accepted into a top university. But fate is unpredictable. Not long after she started college, her grandmother passed away from illness. From then on, Hwamion was alone. But fate still wasn't done with her. At the age of 20, a sudden car accident took her life. She didn't know how it happened, but somehow she woke up inside a novel without any memory of her past life. This time, things seemed different. She had a mother. But what looked like a blessing soon became a burden. Compared to the warm days she once shared with her grandmother, these 19 years felt like a lifetime of hardship. Thinking of her mother, Liningfin, Hwamion's eyes dimmed. Ever since she could remember, Liningfin had made her do endless chores. Worse still, her mother often lost her temper, sometimes shouting cruel words, sometimes hitting her. Liningfin blamed all the misfortunes in her life on Hwamion, claiming that it was because of Hwamion's existence that Hwamion's father had abandoned her so cruelly. Hwamion had tried to argue back, but that only led to harsher beatings from Linningfin. Later, she learned to stay quiet and obedient, becoming like a puppet that never resisted. Thinking about the years of humiliation she had endured, Hwamion felt both angry and sad. Maybe she was never meant to have real family love in this life. Since childhood, Linningfin's need to control her had been suffocating. Even when it came to college, she was only allowed to apply to local schools and was forbidden to live on campus. Now, Hwamion was a sophomore at F University, living in a neighborhood right next to the campus. The main heroine, Bai Ningrong, was also a student at F University, but 1 year ahead of her. According to her rival Zheng Wanyue, after the world fell into chaos, Hwamion was killed by her mother, who had turned into a zombie. Then, her upstairs neighbor, Su Mingfan, escaped through the window into Hwamion's apartment. After dealing with Linningfin, Su Mingfan discovered Hwamion's badly injured body. Later, he went to F University to find a sister and eventually joined the team of the main characters with special abilities, traveling together to the survivor base. In real life, Hwamion and Su Mingfan knew each other. When they met, they would exchange a few polite words. They weren't close, but they recognized each other. Thinking of this, Hwamion quickly looked down at her clothes. She was wearing cartoon pajamas, too childish. That wouldn't do. She hurried to the wardrobe, took out a gray long-sleeve tracksuit, and changed quickly. It was late April, and the nights were still a bit cool, so long sleeves were safer. When she stood before the dressing table, she noticed her bangs had grown too long, blocking her view. She remembered Linningfin saying she looked too much like her biological father. Hwamion hated seeing that face. It only brought her pain. So, ever since kindergarten, she had kept thick bangs. As she grew older, she even got a pair of old-fashioned glasses, hoping to please Linningfin. Thinking of that, Hwamion pressed her lips together, feeling bitter. She couldn't believe how naive she had been. She picked up a comb, brushed her bangs back, tied her hair into a bun, and clipped the remaining strands in place, revealing her smooth forehead. The girl in the mirror had an oval face, delicate and pretty, with porcelain-like skin. Her misty peach blossom eyes blinked softly, the corners slightly upturned, giving her a charming look. Her small nose and rosy lips made her appear even more graceful. Looking at the reflection, Hwamion felt a wave of emotion rise in her heart. This face looked almost the same as the one she had in her previous life, though now it seemed thinner and more fragile. Just then, a sudden thud came from outside the window. Startled, Hwamion quickly turned her head and saw a tall figure moving on the air conditioner unit outside. Before she could react, the person pushed open the window and jumped inside. Frightened, Hwamion stood up quickly, facing the intruder. As Su Mingfan stepped into the room, he immediately noticed a figure sitting at the dressing table. Instinctively, he took a defensive stance. But when he looked more closely, he froze. The girl before him had a delicate face, her bright eyes gazing at him with surprise. Su Mingfan blinked, feeling a bit uneasy as he looked at Hwamion's beautiful face. He hadn't expected her to look so striking without her mask. If he hadn't known that Hwamion and her mother lived downstairs, he might not have recognized her at all. Hwamion, on the other hand, was shocked to realize that Su Mingfan had climbed down from the room above hers. Seeing his defensive posture, she couldn't help but twitch her lips. Does he think I'm one of those creatures and wants to fight me? Thinking that, she quickly said, Mingfan, what are you doing? Hearing her voice, Su Mingfan relaxed, scratching his head awkwardly. Then, remembering what had happened to his parents, his expression turned sorrowful. Looking at Hwamion, he said seriously, Hwamion, the world has changed. It's like one of those apocalypse movies. There are creatures everywhere. My parents have turned into them. Staying here isn't safe anymore. He paused, determination flashing in his eyes. I'm going to F University to find Xiao Luo. She's alone there, and I'm worried about her. Hwamion immediately said, Mingfan, can I go with you? When Su Mingfan saw the look of expectation on Hwamion's face, he quickly replied, Sure. Is Aunt Lin coming with us? Hwamion lowered her eyes and sighed softly. My mom has turned into a zombie too. Su Mingfan froze, realizing he had asked something painful when he saw her mood drop. Then, as if remembering something, he said excitedly, "Oh right, Xiaomian. I awakened a metal ability. I can control metal freely." "What kind of power did you awaken?" Huamian was slightly stunned. Zheng Wanyue had never mentioned whether she had any powers. Besides, she hadn't read the original story, so she was completely in the dark. Having just regained her memories and already facing a survival crisis, she hadn't even thought about it. She shook her head. "I don't know." Su Mingfan eagerly suggested, "Close your eyes and try to feel if there's a special energy inside your body. Then focus your mind and guide it to your hand. Give it a try." Seeing the encouragement in his eyes, Huamian felt a spark of hope. She closed her eyes and focused on sensing her body. After a moment, she was surprised to find a mysterious energy swirling in her abdomen. She quickly concentrated, trying to control it. The energy was like a playful spirit, hard to manage at first, but after some effort, it became obedient, slowly moving along her arm until it gathered in her palm. Huamian slowly opened her eyes and looked at the small glowing orb in her hand, astonished. This light. It looked just like the healing power Zheng Wanyue had once described. Su Mingfan stared curiously at the glow and asked, "Xiaomian, could this be a light-type ability?" Huamian knew it was most likely a healing ability, but she didn't know how to explain it to him. If she told him directly, he might keep asking questions. Her eyes flickered as she withdrew the light and changed the subject.
"Let's not worry about that now. How do we get downstairs?"
Su Mingfan answered without thinking, "Of course, through the door and down the stairs." By now, Linningfin had stopped banging on the door. Outside was completely silent, so quiet it made their hearts uneasy. Huamian quickly explained, "My mom was just in the living room." Hearing that, Su Mingfan's eyes instinctively moved toward the door. When he saw the desk firmly blocking it, his expression froze. He turned to look at Huamian. Their eyes met in silence, and the air grew heavy. After a moment, Su Mingfan slowly asked, "What's your plan?" Huamian bit her lip, her gaze falling on the window, determination flashing in her eyes. "Let's go down through the window. We can use a rope, climb to the 17th floor first, and then see if we can get out through the main door." Su Mingfan frowned slightly as he looked at Huamian's thin arms and legs. "Mian, are you sure?" Huamian nodded firmly. "I can do it." No matter what, Linningfin was still her mother. Since there was another way to survive, Huamian couldn't bring herself to harm her. Seeing her determination, Su Mingfan thought for a moment, then agreed.
"All right."
Huamian went to the bed, pulled off the sheets, and handed them to Su Mingfan. The two of them began tying the sheets together in perfect coordination. Su Mingfan tied the knots tightly, turning the sheets into a long rope. When the rope seemed long enough to reach 2 floors down, he carried it to the window and connected it to the rope that was already hanging there. He pulled on it several times with both hands. When it didn't budge or show any sign of breaking, he finally relaxed. Turning to Huamian, he reminded her, "Mian, I'll go first. Be careful when it's your turn." Huamian looked a little nervous, her voice trembling slightly. "Okay, I will." Seeing her unease, Su Mingfan added, "If you get scared, tie one end of the rope around yourself first, then climb down slowly. Don't rush." Huamian gave a small smile.
"I know. Don't worry."
Hearing that, Su Mingfan didn't hesitate any longer. He grabbed the rope with his right hand, swung one leg over the window, and stepped onto the air conditioner platform outside. Without stopping, he moved smoothly, his hands alternating as he climbed down the rope quickly and steadily, like an agile monkey. In less than 10 seconds, Su Mingfan landed on the air conditioner platform below. As soon as he did, he noticed that the entire window there was covered with protective bars. However, since Su Mingfan himself had metal-based powers, the protective barrier wasn't much of a problem for him. He carefully scanned the room, staying alert. Seeing no zombies inside, he finally let out a small sigh of relief. Looking up at Huamian on the upper floor, he waved his hand strongly, signaling her to pull the rope back up. When he saw her nod and start doing so, he turned his attention back to the barrier. Placing both hands on it, he activated his power. In the next moment, golden light glowed from his palms, spreading across the barrier as it began to soften and change shape. Soon, the once solid metal melted apart, leaving an opening just big enough for a person to pass through. Su Mingfan withdrew his power, pressed his hands against the windowsill, and used the force to slip smoothly into the room. Huamian wrapped the rope around her waist a few times and tied a secure knot. She tugged on it several times to make sure it wouldn't loosen while climbing, but could still be undone quickly in an emergency. After checking everything, she leaned out the window and saw that Su Mingfan had already entered the room. Taking a deep breath, she closed her eyes for a moment. When she opened them again, determination filled her gaze. Gripping the windowsill with slender fingers, Huamian slowly climbed out, her toes carefully touching the narrow platform of the air conditioner unit. As soon as she stepped onto it, she instinctively glanced down. A wave of dizziness hit her immediately. She quickly looked away, not daring to glance again. Taking another deep breath to steady herself, she held the rope tightly and pressed her feet against the wall, trying to find a firm foothold. But the wall was smooth, and her slippers kept slipping. Frowning slightly, she remembered how Su Mingfan had climbed so quickly earlier, even in flip-flops, and couldn't help but admire his agility. Recalling his movements, she followed his example and slowly climbed down the rope. After a short while, she reached the 17th floor, now level with the air conditioner platform. Glancing at it, she tightened her grip on the rope and was just about to swing over, when suddenly, a loud crash came from inside the room, as if something had fallen. A few seconds later, another heavy bang echoed, sounding like a door being slammed shut. Huamian froze in shock, her heart skipping a beat. The sudden noise startled Huamian so much that her whole body trembled, and her heartbeat faltered for a moment. Realizing what was happening, she grabbed the rope tightly and swung with all her strength, using the momentum to move across in a small arc. She landed steadily on the platform outside the 17th floor air conditioner unit. Holding onto the window ledge, Huamian looked inside nervously. Inside, Su Mingfan was pressing against the door with both hands, his face pale with fear. His feet pushed hard against the floor, his slippers tossed aside. Beside him, a grayish arm was reaching through the door, its stiff fingers clawing wildly in the air. Catching sight of Huamian from the corner of his eye, Su Mingfan looked as if he had just seen hope. "Xiaomian, move that wardrobe over here to block the door. There are 2 zombies outside." His voice trembled, words rushing out quickly. Clearly, the situation was dire. Huamian quickly steadied herself on the window frame and climbed inside. When she jumped down, she stumbled and almost fell, but there was no time to worry. She untied the rope around her waist and ran to the wardrobe. Grabbing one side of it, she used all her strength to try to move it. The veins on the back of her hands stood out, but the wardrobe didn't budge. Panting anxiously, she glanced to the side and noticed several nails fixing the wardrobe firmly to the wall. Without hesitation, she ran to the door and helped Su Mingfan hold it shut. "The wardrobe's nailed to the wall. I can't move it." "Maybe you should try. I'll hold the door." Su Mingfan frowned deeply, his expression tense. The 2 zombies outside were hitting the door with great force. Even for him, it was hard to hold. There was no way Huamian could manage it alone. She wouldn't be able to last. He sighed, his voice low and tired. "Xiaomian, let's think of another way. You can't handle both of them by yourself." Hearing that, Huamian pressed her lips together and fell silent. Lowering her gaze, she saw the zombie's arm just inches away. The air was filled with a foul smell, and harsh growls echoed in her ears. Her scalp tingled, and a chill ran down her spine. Just as she was about to look away, her eyes caught the door lock. An idea flashed through her mind, and her eyes lit up. "Mingfan, what if you use your power? Maybe you can weld the lock and door frame together with metal." Su Mingfan froze for a moment, realizing how foolish he had been not to think of that sooner. He had only thought about melting metal, never about creating it. A spark of hope lit up in his eyes as he said excitedly, "Let me try." As soon as he spoke, Su Mingfan activated his power. A faint metallic glow appeared on his right palm. Carefully avoiding the zombie's arm, he pressed his hand against the doorknob. Soon, a metal bar as thick as an adult's thigh welded the lock and door frame tightly together. Su Mingfan withdrew his power and told Humian to slowly release her hold on the door. Both of them stared at it nervously. Even as the zombie slammed against the door, the metal bar held firm, and they finally felt a bit of relief. They waited a little longer, hearts still pounding, but when the metal bar remained solid, their tense nerves finally relaxed. With the danger temporarily gone, Humian finally had time to ask Su Mingfan what had happened after he entered the house. Su Mingfan's expression stiffened for a moment before he began to explain. When he first stepped inside, he realized the room was a walk-in closet. Knowing the journey ahead would be full of danger, he wanted to find something he could use as a weapon. But after searching the room, he found nothing useful. So he went to the living room, which was large and empty, with no tools in sight. Helpless, he decided to try his luck in another room. He walked to a bedroom door and saw it was closed. Even though he was mentally prepared, the moment he pushed it open, a female zombie lunged at him with a harsh growl. Startled, Su Mingfan stumbled backward. His slippers slipped on the floor, and he fell hard, hitting the back of his head. Stars flashed before his eyes. When he finally got up, dizzy and dazed, the zombie was only a few steps away. Terrified, he caught sight of another door nearby and rushed toward it, pushing it open without thinking. Bad luck struck again. There was a male zombie behind that door. Panicking, he tried to close it, but the female zombie was already attacking from behind. He quickly dodged to the side, barely avoiding her, but didn't have time to shut the door. In a rush, he turned and ran back toward the room he had come from. As he passed through the living room, he caught sight of a space heater out of the corner of his eye. Without thinking, he grabbed it and swung it hard at the zombie behind him. Unfortunately, Mingfan was too panicked and missed his target. The heater brushed past the zombie and flew across the room without hitting it at all. By the time he reached the room, it was already too late. The male zombie's hand was stuck in the doorway, keeping him from closing the door completely. Everything that happened after that was clearly seen by Mian. Mingfan glanced at her secretly and saw that she was staring at the door, deep in thought. There was no sign of blame on her face. He pressed his lips together, feeling ashamed, realizing how reckless he had been. After hesitating for a moment, Mingfan's lips trembled slightly as he spoke carefully. Mian, should we try going down to the 16th floor through the window?" Hearing this, Mian froze for a moment, glanced at him, and asked, "What if there are zombies on the 16th floor too?" She took a deep breath, her eyes dimming. Maybe there are even more of them down there. Mingfan noticed that she seemed to know something about the lower floor and quickly asked, "Mian, who lives on the 16th floor?" Mian frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and said slowly, "I only know that family has 3 children. They often play noisily, and I can hear them from upstairs." She turned to look out the window. "From what I've heard, they live with their grandparents, parents, and an aunt." Mingfan immediately understood what she meant. It was Saturday, no school for the kids, no work for the adults, and the outbreak had started at night. If that whole family had turned into zombies, then the 16th floor would be full of them. Realizing this, Mingfan's face turned pale. He said guiltily, "It's all my fault. I shouldn't have opened that door and let those 2 zombies block the way." Then he suddenly raised his left hand and slapped his right hand hard in frustration. Mian couldn't help twitching the corner of her mouth at Mingfan's childish action. "Mingfan, this isn't the time to argue about mistakes. What matters now is getting rid of those 2 zombies." After hearing that, Su Mingfan let out a heavy sigh and said gloomily, "There are no tools here. How are we supposed to fight the zombies? With our fists?" Seeing how discouraged he looked, Humian said nothing more. She slowly walked to the door and peered through staring intently at the male zombie outside. The zombie's eyes were pale, its skin grayish-blue. Its mouth was wide open, showing sharp teeth as it waved its arms wildly. Its fierce, hungry look made it seem as if it might attack at any moment. Hwamion's heart tightened, and her gaze instinctively fell on a metal bar nearby. Suddenly, as if struck by an idea, she turned quickly and hurried to Su Mingfan. Her voice was urgent. "Mingfan, use your power to make a long sword." Su Mingfan's face showed hesitation. His lips moved slightly, but he said nothing. He activated his ability, and a golden light appeared in his right palm, flickering weakly as if it might fade away at any second. He clenched his teeth and pushed his power harder. A moment later, the golden light vanished completely. In his open hand lay a small dagger, no longer than 15 centimeters. It was far from the long sword Hwamion had imagined.
Hwamion.
When Su Mingfan looked up, he met Hwamion's surprised gaze. His cheeks grew warm, and he said awkwardly, "I've used up all my power. This is the best I can do." Hwamion glanced at the dagger, then looked toward the thick metal bar by the door. After a short silence, she said quietly, "Even if we deal with the zombie outside, how are we going to get out of here?" Su Mingfan looked confused. He frowned slightly and followed her gaze. When he saw the metal bar across the door, his body froze, his eyes widened, and his mouth fell open in shock. Hwamion sighed helplessly. She hadn't expected early-stage powers to be so weak. She turned back to Su Mingfan, curiosity in her eyes. "How long will it take for your power to recover?" Su Mingfan scratched his head. His already messy hair now looked even wilder. "This is the first time I've used up all my power. I'm not sure how long it'll take to recover." After speaking, he suddenly seemed to remember something. Looking at Hwamion with eager eyes, he said, "Xiao Mian, why don't you try using your power?" Hwamion was slightly stunned, her heart stirring with curiosity. She actually wanted to know whether her ability would work on zombies. She licked her dry lips and said eagerly, "All right, I'll give it a try." Then she stepped forward, activated her power, and a small ball of light formed in her palm. She raised her hand and threw it precisely at the zombie's arm. The moment the light touched the zombie's arm, it disappeared without a trace. Seeing this, Hwamion frowned in confusion, unsure whether the light had faded on its own or been absorbed by the zombie. Before she could figure it out, the male zombie outside the door suddenly let out a series of loud, harsh growls. The sound was sharp and piercing, echoing painfully in their ears. Then, as if enraged, the zombie began slamming the door wildly. The door shook violently, as though it might collapse at any moment. The sudden change startled the two people inside, and they quickly stepped back. Su Mingfan's face turned pale. He clutched his chest, trying to calm his racing heart. Still shaken, he looked at Hwamion and said with lingering fear, "Xiao Mian, your power seems to make the zombie even stronger. It's like you're helping it instead." His eyes showed a trace of sympathy as he added, "You'd better not use your power on zombies again. Luckily, this metal bar is thick enough." Before he could finish, he suddenly remembered that he couldn't do much with the metal bar either, so he stopped awkwardly. Hwamion's bright eyes dimmed at his words. Ever since she realized she had entered a world overrun by zombies, she had longed for a strong power that could fight them. She hadn't expected that her ability not only failed to harm the zombie, but even seemed to make it more aggressive. Hwamion stood quietly, feeling disheartened. Her power was only supportive, far from the strong ability she had dreamed of. For a while, neither of them spoke. The air around them grew heavy and tense. Su Mingfan glanced at Hwamion and saw that her eyes were empty, as if she were trapped in her own sadness. He couldn't help feeling a bit regretful. Hwamion had already been hit hard by reality, and his earlier words had only made her feel worse. No wonder she was so down. Trying to ease the mood, he quickly said, "Xiao Mian, don't lose heart. Your ability just hasn't found its purpose yet. Once you find the right way to use it, it'll be very helpful." Hwamion's expression grew complicated. There was a trace of gratitude, but mostly frustration. She wanted to tell him, "I'm not sad because I don't know how to use my ability. I'm sad because I've realized that my healing power has no effect on zombies. Worse, it makes them more violent." A power meant to save people only made things worse when used on zombies. Who could understand that kind of disappointment? Hwamian lifted her head and forced a small smile. I understand, Mingfan. Seeing her calm down, Su Mingfan let out a long sigh of relief. Hwamian turned around and began to look around the room. On one side stood a rack full of colorful clothes, most of them dresses, with handbags scattered in the corner. Men's clothes took up only a third of the space, but each piece looked stylish and modern. Her gaze slowly moved down to the shoe rack. She looked at her own feet, then walked over and picked out a pair of women's sneakers. They were only one size too big, so she quickly put them on. Su Mingfan noticed her changing shoes and suddenly realized he was still wearing flip-flops. Remembering how he had fallen earlier, his head still aching a little, he felt a wave of regret. If he had changed shoes when they first entered the room, he wouldn't have been chased so badly by those two zombies. At least that male zombie's arm wouldn't have reached him. He walked over and put on a pair of black sneakers. After changing shoes, Hwamian stood up. Her eyes suddenly lit up as she looked at the clothing rack. Mingfan, take down that rod and see if we can use it as a weapon, she said, pointing at it. Hearing this, Su Mingfan stepped forward, grabbed the hanging rod with both hands, and easily removed it from the wardrobe after a few quick moves. He handed the rod to Hwamian with a small smile. Using a hanging rod to fight zombies might be hard, but it's better than having nothing. Hwamian took the rod. It felt heavy and solid in her hands. She looked at it carefully and noticed it was made of oak, about 5 centimeters thick. Then she turned to Su Mingfan and handed the rod back to him. We can attach the dagger from earlier to make a spear. Su Mingfan's eyes widened in surprise. When Su Mingfan heard Hwamian's idea, his eyes lit up. Mian, you're really smart. Excited, he took the rod and quickly picked up the dagger from the floor. He carved a small hole at one end of the rod and inserted the dagger's handle into it. Using a bit of his newly recovered power, he fixed the dagger firmly in place. Still not satisfied, he pulled out a shoelace from the shoe rack and tightly wrapped it around the joint, making sure the two parts were secure. Soon, a simple but useful spear was ready. It looked old-fashioned, but the sharp tip seemed strong enough to pierce through things easily. Su Mingfan swung it a few times in the air and found it surprisingly well-balanced. Seeing the finished spear, Hwamian asked Mingfan, can you make a wooden one for me too? Without a weapon, she felt uneasy. Su Mingfan agreed right away. Of course, leave it to me. He went to the wardrobe, removed another rod, and began sharpening one end with the spear's blade. After gaining his new ability, his strength had increased, so it didn't take long before the wooden spear was done. He handed it to Hwamian, his expression serious. Mian, when we fight, use your spear to hold down the zombie's arms so it can't move. I'll handle the attack. Hwamian nodded and reminded him softly, okay, but be careful. Su Mingfan patted his chest confidently. Don't worry, I value my life. He had seen zombie movies before. In those films, when a person was scratched by a zombie, they would be infected and eventually die. In real life, he didn't know if being scratched by a zombie would turn someone into one, but it was better to be careful. Hwamian gripped her wooden spear tightly and stepped forward first, with Su Mingfan following behind. The male zombie seemed to sense their presence and became agitated, wildly waving its arms. Hwamian pressed her lips together, held the spear with both hands, placed it across the door, and pushed down hard to stop the zombie's arm from moving upward. Seeing this, Su Mingfan quickly his long spear through the gap in the door, aiming straight for the zombie's head. The male zombie seemed to sense danger and tried to retreat, but the female zombie behind it blocked the way. The sharp spearhead pierced the male zombie's head, and dark blood splattered out. The zombie's body froze, its arms falling still. Su Mingfan pulled the spear out without hesitation. The next moment, the male zombie's body slowly fell backward, hitting the ground with a heavy thud. The female zombie seemed enraged by its companion's fall. It opened its mouth wide and let out a sharp, ear-piercing scream. Its clawed hands reached quickly through the door gap, trying to grab Su Mingfan. Su Mingfan reacted fast, and his spear toward the female zombie's head. But before he could strike, The zombie grabbed the spear shaft and pulled it hard toward the door. The female zombie was strong, and Su Mingfan couldn't overpower it for the moment. Seeing this, Huamian shouted, "Duck down. I'll attack it with my spear." Hearing her, Su Mingfan quickly crouched and moved aside to make space. Huamian gripped her wooden spear tightly and struck hard toward the female zombie's head. The zombie sensed the danger and tilted its head slightly, dodging the attack. Missing her first strike, Huamian didn't pause. She quickly changed her aim and the spear into the zombie's shoulder. The wooden spear pierced its shoulder, and dark blood flowed out, dripping onto its white dress and forming strange, uneven spots. The female zombie let out a sharp cry of pain, then forcefully pushed Su Mingfan's spear backward. Su Mingfan was caught off guard and was pushed backward, his head hitting the ground with a heavy thud. He let out a quick ouch, ignored the pain, and hurriedly got up from the floor. At the same time, the female zombie grabbed Huamian's wooden spear. It pulled the spear out of its body and yanked it hard. Huamian, caught off balance by the force, hit her forehead hard against the doorframe. The spear was pulled out of her hands and dragged outside. Enduring the pain, Huamian quickly stepped back to make room for Su Mingfan. Just as Su Mingfan stood up and saw what was happening, he instinctively his spear forward. The sharp tip pierced the female zombie's chest, and dark blood splattered, staining her white dress even more. Su Mingfan pulled the spear out, ready to strike again, when Huamian's urgent voice came from behind. "Go for the head." She had noticed the zombie trying to retreat and quickly warned him. Su Mingfan remembered that when he had stabbed the male zombie in the head earlier, it had stopped moving. The zombie's weakness was the head. His eyes sharpened, and he quickly the spear toward the female zombie's head. Perhaps because it was already injured, the zombie moved slower this time. The spear struck true, piercing its head. With a dull sound, the zombie froze and then fell backward, motionless. Seeing both zombies defeated, Su Mingfan pulled back his spear, turned around, and sat heavily on the ground. He let out a long breath and looked up at Huamian. Just as he was about to speak, he caught sight of her and suddenly burst out laughing.
Ha ha ha.
Pointing at her forehead, he shook with laughter. "Xiao Mian, what happened to your forehead? It looks like you've got an egg growing on it." Huamian, hearing his teasing, quickly covered her forehead with her hand. She glared at him, then hurried toward the mirror, her steps quick and heavy. In the reflection, the girl's forehead had a large, swollen bump. It was badly bruised, the dark color standing out sharply against her pale skin. Huamian's anger flared up instantly, and she wished she could tear that female zombie apart. She raised her hand and gently rubbed the swollen bump on her forehead. A sharp pain shot through her, making her frown. Remembering her healing ability, Huamian quickly took action. In an instant, a soft white light appeared at her fingertips, covering the red and swollen area. As soon as the light touched her skin, she felt a gentle warmth spread through it. The pain slowly began to fade away. She looked into the mirror and saw the egg-sized bump shrinking, disappearing as quickly as snow melting under the sun. In less than 30 seconds, the redness and bruising were completely gone, leaving no trace of injury. Huamian pressed the spot with her finger. It no longer hurt. She couldn't help but smile, her earlier frustration about her healing power being useless against zombies vanishing completely. Then, as if remembering something, she walked briskly towards Su Mingfan. She still remembered his mocking tone from earlier. No girl could stay calm after being laughed at for looking bad. Even if what Su Mingfan said was true, he had laughed so happily right in front of her. Did he think she didn't care about her pride? Su Mingfan looked up in confusion when Huamian stopped in front of him. What he saw made his eyes widen. Her face was flawless. He rubbed his eyes, thinking he was seeing things. But no, it wasn't an illusion. The ugly bump on Huamian's forehead was gone, the skin smooth and unmarked. Su Mingfan jumped to his feet, staring at her forehead with curiosity and amazement. "Xiao Mian, what happened to the bump on your forehead?" "Wait, how did you make it disappear?" Huamian lifted her chin slightly, raised her fair hand, and activated her power again. A soft white glow appeared at her fingertips. She waved her hand casually and said, "Oh, I healed it with my ability." Su Mingfan blinked in surprise, his face full of wonder. "You used your ability to heal? Then, could it be a healing power?" Huan Mian nodded calmly and withdrew the light. "I think so." Su Mingfan's face instantly filled with a flattering smile. "Xiao Mian, please be kind. The back of my head is hurt too. Can you heal it for me?" Before he even finished speaking, he quickly crouched down, turning the back of his head toward Humian, and said in a pitiful tone, "You wouldn't want to see me in pain, right?" Humian lowered her eyes to look at the back of his head. There were still traces of dried blood there. Maybe he had bumped it again just now because a little fresh blood was seeping out. Her eyebrows lifted slightly. She hadn't expected his two falls to be that serious. "All right, I'll heal it for you," she said. She raised her hand toward his wound and activated her power again. A soft white light covered the injury, and within seconds, it was completely healed. Huan Mian stopped channeling her power and slowly withdrew her hand. Su Mingfan instinctively touched the back of his head. It didn't hurt at all. A look of surprise and joy spread across his face, and he gazed at Huan Mian as if she were a rare treasure. "This is amazing, Xiao Mian. Your power is incredible. If anyone gets hurt in the future, with you around, there's nothing to worry about." Huan Mian felt a little pleased by his exaggerated praise, but replied modestly, "You're overestimating me. My power can only heal small wounds for now. If it's something serious, I can't do much." Su Mingfan's smile faded, and disappointment showed clearly in his eyes. Seeing this, Huan Mian suddenly remembered how he had mocked her earlier, and the irritation she had pushed down began to rise again. She asked casually, "By the way, how's your power recovery going? Can you break that metal bar yet?" At her words, Su Mingfan froze, and his smile vanished completely. He rubbed his nose awkwardly.
Not yet.
"My power will probably take another hour to fully recover." His voice was soft, carrying a hint of guilt and regret. 2 hours later, his power had mostly returned. After a lot of effort, he finally managed to melt through the metal bar as thick as a thigh. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he couldn't help but wish he could go back in time and knock some sense into himself. Making the metal bar that thick had been like digging his own hole. He had nearly exhausted himself because of it. Su Mingfan grabbed the doorknob with his right hand and gently pulled it back. The door slowly opened. The scene before him made his stomach churn. 2 zombies were lying across the doorway. Their faces were twisted, eyes completely white, mouths wide open with drool hanging from the corners. Their skin had turned a grayish-blue color. The male zombie had a chunk of flesh missing from his neck, and through the wound on his forehead, the white of his skull could be seen. Dark, foul-smelling blood had stained the floor beneath them. Standing beside Su Mingfan, Huan Mian was hit by the strong, nauseating stench the moment the door opened. She instinctively covered her mouth and nose, gagging as her stomach turned, though nothing came out. Fighting their discomfort, the two carefully stepped over the bodies and entered the living room. Su Mingfan noticed that Huan Mian's face was pale and she looked exhausted. He said gently, "Mian, I'll check the other rooms for weapons. You should rest for a bit." Huan Mian nodded. "Okay, be careful." He gave a short reply and turned toward the room where the female zombie had been earlier. Since the outbreak that morning, Huan Mian hadn't eaten anything, and after the intense fight, her stomach began to growl loudly. Driven by hunger, she walked toward the kitchen. With the power out, the kitchen was dim, lit only by a few rays of sunlight coming through the window. Dragging her tired feet, she entered and spotted a double-door refrigerator in the corner. She walked over and pulled it open. A fresh, fruity scent filled the air. Taking a deep breath, she felt as if the air itself had become cleaner. Her fatigue faded, and she felt more awake. The top shelf of the fridge was packed with bread, cakes, and snacks. The middle shelf was full of fruit, and the bottom held a few vegetables. Bottles of drinks and beer lined the door compartments. Huan Mian picked out a few bags of bread, grabbed an apple, and took 2 bottles of water before heading back to the living room. She placed the food on the coffee table, sank lazily onto the sofa, tore open a bag of bread, and began to eat slowly, one small bite at a time. Since childhood, Hwamian had suffered from low blood sugar, so even when she had no appetite, she forced herself to eat something. Meanwhile, Su Mingfan was rummaging through the room, checking every corner, even crawling under the bed to make sure no weapon was hidden there. After searching both rooms, he only found 2 golf clubs. Disappointed, Su Mingfan carried the clubs back to the living room. As soon as he entered, he saw Hwamian lounging on the sofa, comfortably eating an apple. Her face, which had been pale before, now looked rosy and healthy again. Su Mingfan walked over and casually set the golf clubs aside. "This is all I found. These are worse than the spears I made myself." Hwamian glanced at the clubs and nodded in agreement. She pointed to the food on the coffee table. "Eat something first. We'll leave later." Su Mingfan was indeed hungry, so he didn't hesitate. He sat down beside her, grabbed a piece of bread, tore open the wrapper, and took a big bite. The bread was overly sweet, and the nausea from fighting zombies still lingered, making it hard for him to eat. He turned to Hwamian. "Do you have more apples?" The bread was too sugary, and he wanted some fruit to balance it out. Hwamian tossed the apple core into the trash and said casually, "There are plenty. I'll get some." Hwamian skillfully took a few apples from the fridge. As she turned to leave, a glint of light caught her eye. She stopped and looked up, realizing it was a reflection from metal. Curious, she walked over and found a kitchen knife. On the rack beside it was also a large fruit knife. Delighted, she picked up the fruit knife and examined it. It was about 35 centimeters long, with a blade of over 20 centimeters. Unfortunately, it had no sharp tip, making it better for chopping than stabbing. Still, Hwamian didn't mind. In a world like this, finding such a weapon was already of luck. Carrying the knife, she left the kitchen in good spirits. Meanwhile, Su Mingfan was still chewing the overly sweet bread, looking tired and unmotivated. Hearing Hwamian's footsteps, he looked up, his eyes drawn to the watermelon knife in her hand. Su Mingfan quickly put the bread on the coffee table, stood up, and walked toward her. "Xiao Mian, are there any other long knives in the kitchen?" Hwamian shook her head. "No, but there are plenty of kitchen knives. Do you want one?" Su Mingfan looked disappointed and pouted. "Kitchen knives aren't as good as the spear I made." Seeing his low spirits, Hwamian reminded him, "Once your power recovers, you can make your own big knife." Hearing that, Su Mingfan instantly brightened up, his confidence returning. "Xiao Mian, you're right. When the time comes, I'll make a shining big knife." He paused, then said proudly, "What kind do you want?" "I'll make one for you too." Hwamian's beautiful eyes lit up slightly. "I like Tang-style swords." Su Mingfan patted his chest. "Don't worry, Xiao Mian. I promise you'll have one. When my power returns, I'll make you a one-of-a-kind Tang sword, so fighting zombies will be as easy as cutting vegetables." Hwamian smiled. "Then I'll be waiting." She handed him an apple. Su Mingfan took it happily and started eating. After eating and drinking, Hwamian went to the dressing room and came back with 2 backpacks. She packed some high-calorie food and 2 bottles of water. Su Mingfan wasn't fond of sweet things, but thinking about future survival, he followed her lead and filled his bag with chocolate, biscuits, and bread. He also used 2 golf clubs and several kitchen knives to improve his spear. The spearhead was longer, and the shaft was wrapped in metal, making it much stronger. Although he really wanted a big knife, his power hadn't recovered yet. Since he was in a hurry to go to F University to find his sister, Su Wanluo, the plan to make the knife had to wait. After packing, Su Mingfan took out his phone and saw it was already 11 in the morning. He frowned slightly, worry flashing in his eyes, and turned to Hwamian. "Xiao Mian, let's go." Hwamian nodded. "Okay." As soon as she finished speaking, she picked up the backpack from the sofa, slung it over her shoulders, then grabbed the fruit knife from the coffee table and followed Su Mingfan toward the door. Su Mingfan carefully opened the door and peeked outside. There were no zombies in the hallway, so he stepped out of the apartment. Seeing how cautious he looked, Hwamion also grew tense and quietly followed behind him. Once they entered the emergency stairwell, the light dimmed. Only a few weak rays came through the small windows, barely outlining the narrow passage. Hwamion's heart tightened, and she gripped the knife firmly with both hands. Fortunately, they didn't run into any zombies on the way and soon reached the underground parking lot. Because of the power outage, the garage was completely dark. Su Mingfan took out his phone and turned on the flashlight, lighting up a small area ahead. Hwamion stayed close beside him as they carefully walked toward the Su family's parking space. When they were about 10 meters away from the car, a tall figure suddenly appeared in their view. It was a large zombie wearing a security guard's uniform, wandering aimlessly. Hwamion tugged on Su Mingfan's sleeve, signaling him to hide and avoid it. But before they could move, the zombies seemed to sense them and charged forward. Su Mingfan quickly dropped his backpack and handed his phone to Hwamion. He spoke urgently, "Mion, hold this and keep the light steady." Hwamion hurriedly took the phone and followed close behind him. After fighting 2 zombies before, Su Mingfan had grown bolder and more confident. Holding his spear tightly, he rushed forward. Hwamion ran after him, holding the phone high in her left hand for light and gripping the knife in her right. Within seconds, Su Mingfan reached the zombie and raised his spear, thrusting it toward its head. The zombie moved with surprising speed, tilting its head to dodge the attack. It swung its claws at Su Mingfan, the sharp nails grazing past his neck. Su Mingfan's face showed panic as he quickly stepped back to keep some distance. Seeing him retreat again and again, Hwamion realized that standing right behind him would only get in his way. Relying on Su Mingfan alone to fight the zombies would take too long, and it might attract even more of them. She gritted her teeth, stepped aside, and planned to sneak around behind the zombie for a surprise attack. Su Mingfan dodged another strike from the zombie, his face dark with frustration. He had already tried stabbing its head 3 times, but each time, it managed to avoid the. Grinding his teeth in anger, he remembered the 2 zombies he had killed before, especially the female one. That one had seemed almost aware, protecting its weak spot carefully. It was much easier to attack other parts of a zombie's body than its head, and once injured, they moved much slower. Thinking of this, Su Mingfan gripped his spear tightly and it hard into the zombie's chest. With a sharp sound, the spear pierced through. Before he could react, the zombie let out a piercing roar and swung its claws violently. Su Mingfan was thrown backward, spear and all, landing heavily on the ground 5 meters away. Hwamion's eyes widened in shock, her face turning pale as she gripped her knife tightly. Seeing the zombie move towards Su Mingfan, she bit her lip and quietly crept up behind it. She raised her knife, ready to strike at the back of its neck. But the zombie suddenly stopped, as if sensing something, and turned around. Startled, Hwamion's hand trembled, and she instinctively swung the knife at its neck. The blade hit bone with a dull sound. The zombie's neck was too hard, and she couldn't cut through it in one strike. It let out an angry roar, baring its sharp teeth. Its cloudy eyes locked onto Hwamion as it lunged toward her. Hwamion quickly stepped back, dodging its sharp claws. The zombie seemed to have chosen her as its target and chased her relentlessly. Meanwhile, Su Mingfan rubbed the back of his head and slowly got up, aching all over. Seeing the zombie attacking Hwamion, he forced himself to move, sneaking up behind it. He didn't know what Hwamion had done to make it so furious, but it ignored him completely. Su Mingfan's eyes hardened, and he drove his spear forward with all his strength. The spear struck the zombie's head, and the body slowly fell forward. Hwamion was running, out of breath, chased by the zombie. When she turned around, she saw it suddenly collapse. She froze for a moment, then stopped and turned to look at Su Mingfan, still shaken. Su Mingfan walked up to her and asked with concern, "Xiao Mian, are you okay?"
"I'm fine.
"What about you?" Su Mingfan frowned and said gloomily, "Not so good. Can you check the back of my head? I think it's bleeding again." He crouched down skillfully, showing her the back of his head. Hwamion shone her phone's light on it, Sure enough, it was bleeding. It was the same spot as before, but this time the wound was a bit larger. Hwamian couldn't help twitching the corner of her mouth. She wondered if Su Mingfan was just unlucky today. Getting hurt 3 times in the same place was really unfortunate. She quickly used her ability, and after about a minute, the wound healed completely. They didn't stay there long, worried that more zombies might appear, so they grabbed their bags and got into the car. Su Mingfan started the car smoothly and drove out of the garage. As soon as the car left the underground garage, bright sunlight flooded in. Hwamian squinted, trying to adjust to the sudden change in light. After a moment, she looked up and was stunned by what she saw. Plastic trash was scattered everywhere. Broken branches and leaves littered the ground. Puddles of muddy water filled the low spots, with bits of debris floating on the surface. Some soaked paper had turned soft and torn. Hwamian even saw pieces of clothing and a few bed sheets lying around. The scene clearly showed signs of a violent storm. She frowned slightly, remembering the strange events of last night. Around 10 o'clock, a wave of drowsiness had hit her. Her eyelids grew heavy, and she finally gave in and went to bed. In her dreams, fragments of memory flashed through her mind like scenes from an old film projector. When she woke up this morning, she thought it had all been a dream, until she realized she had somehow entered the apocalyptic story her rival once mentioned. Looking at the puddles, a sudden thought crossed her mind. Could the end of the world have started with that rain? But after thinking for a moment, Hwamian felt it might just be a coincidence. After all, it wasn't the first time there had been a heavy rain. She turned to look at Su Mingfan with curiosity. Mingfan, did you know it rained last night? Su Mingfan was focused on driving. When he heard her question, he sighed. I didn't know. I went to bed early last night. He recalled how an unusual wave of sleepiness had suddenly come over him. He had tried to stay awake to play games for a while, but in the end, he fell asleep right at his desk. When he woke up this morning, both his arms were sore and stiff. Normally, he was a night owl who could play games until 1 or 2 in the morning and still feel energetic. The difference was strange, and he couldn't help but feel that something unusual had happened last night. Thinking about the dangers everywhere now, Su Mingfan forced himself to focus on driving. Hwamian sighed quietly. The sun outside was bright, but her heart felt cold. The thought of surviving in a world where logic and science no longer made sense, facing smelly zombies and constant danger every day, made her uneasy. As the car passed the security booth, Hwamian glanced inside and noticed a row of protective gear hanging on the wall. The door of the booth was wide open and there were no zombies inside. The equipment seemed to be calling out to her. In this world, such gear could mean the difference between life and death. Her urgent voice broke the silence in the car. Su Mingfan immediately stepped on the brake and looked at her in confusion. What's wrong? Hwamian pointed toward the booth. There's useful gear inside. I'll go get it. Wait for me in the car. Su Mingfan looked and saw the equipment hanging on the wall. He nodded and said, Be careful. Hwamian agreed softly, scanned the area through the window to make sure no zombies were nearby, then opened the door and ran toward the booth. As soon as she stepped inside, her eyes lit up. There was a full set of protective gear, shields, batons, and other tools. Hwamian quickly grabbed what she could and hurried out of the booth. After going back and forth twice, Hwamian managed to move all the equipment into the car in less than a minute. Only when she got in and the car door closed with a loud bang did her tense heart finally calm down a little. Su Mingfan restarted the car. The engine gave a low rumble before speeding toward the exit of the neighborhood. As soon as they left the area, Su Mingfan pressed harder on the gas. The car moved faster and faster, and the scenery outside the window blurred into streaks of color. Hwamian looked around carefully. Cars were parked all over the road, some with doors tightly shut, others wide open and empty. In a few cars, zombies were trapped inside. The windows had been smashed, and the creatures were trying to crawl out, but their seatbelts kept pulling them back. They struggled again and again, only to be dragged back each time. Seeing this, Hwamian couldn't help twitching the corner of her mouth. Her fear faded a little, replaced by a strange sense of dark humor. As the car sped on, her thoughts drifted. She recalled what her rival, Zheng Huanyue, had once mentioned. The story of this post-apocalyptic world mainly followed the heroine, Bai Ningrong, and her childhood friend, Hua Xiaochen, as they fought to survive. After countless hardships, they finally destroyed the zombie king and discovered a way to eliminate the virus, ending the zombie threat once and for all. In the story, the male lead, Hua Xiaochen, came from the powerful Hua family in the capital, known for their influence in the military, government, and business circles. When the apocalypse began, Hua Xiaochen's grandfather, Hua Qingshan, used his military reputation and the family's strong abilities to secure a position at the central base. Bai Ningrong and Hua Xiaochen had grown up together, and her family was also wealthy and well-connected. After the world changed, Bai Ningrong joined Hua Xiaochen's team, which possessed a rare and valuable storage space ability. In this world, such a space meant safety and survival, the main reason Hua Mian wanted to join the heroines group. Although missions with Bai Ningrong were often dangerous, at least she wouldn't have to worry about food or shelter. Staying with the heroine meant a better chance to live well. Besides, both the hero and heroine were kind and loyal to their people, another reason she wanted to be part of their team. Hua Mian was still lost in her thoughts when the car suddenly sped up without warning. Her body was thrown backward, and her head from the force. At the same time, Su Mingfan's slightly tense voice sounded beside her. "Xiao Mian, hold on tight, I'm speeding up." Hua Mian snapped back to her senses and instinctively looked ahead. The moment she did, her pupils shrank and her heart skipped a beat. About 20 meters ahead, a group of zombies was staggering toward their car. As the distance closed, their terrifying appearance became clearer. Their bodies were stiff, their clothes stained with dried blood, and their skin had turned a dull grayish blue. Their white eyes glowed eerily, and dark red marks stained the corners of their mouths. Hua Mian gripped the seat tightly, her knuckles turning white. She stared straight ahead as Su Mingfan stepped on the gas and drove straight toward the zombies. The car hit the first one head-on and it slammed to the hood. A dark, sticky mess splattered across the hood and windshield. The body slid down the front of the car and was crushed under the wheels with a heavy crunch. Within seconds, a series of loud thuds echoed as more zombies were struck down. The windshield was soon covered in grime, making it hard to see. The sight made Hua Mian's stomach churn, and she pressed a hand over her mouth, forcing herself not to be sick. Su Mingfan's face was pale as well. As soon as they broke through the group, he pressed the washer button and turned on the wipers. The thick stains only smeared across the glass, making it look even worse. He pressed the button again and again until the view finally cleared a little. The car sped down the road, and in less than 10 minutes, they reached the east gate of Eth University. Su Mingfan stayed alert as he drove the battered car slowly toward the east gate of Eth University. Hua Mian looked up and saw that the gate was blocked by a barrier. She frowned slightly and instinctively turned her head toward the security booth. What she saw made her heart tighten. A zombie was struggling to crawl out of the booth window, with half its body already outside. "Mingfan, there's a zombie trying to crawl out of the security booth." Hearing this, Su Mingfan quickly turned his head and saw that the zombie had almost climbed out completely. His expression turned serious. "Mian, hold on tight." As soon as he spoke, Su Mingfan stepped the gas. The car shot forward like an arrow, crashing straight into the barrier. The barrier broke with a loud, the broken piece rolling aside with a harsh scraping sound. Without slowing down, the car sped into the campus. The loud crash shattered the silence, startling the zombie at the window. It became agitated, trembling violently as it tried to push itself out. But it leaned too far forward and fell headfirst to the ground, tumbling as it landed. Realizing that the car had already gone far, the zombie let out an angry, piercing roar that echoed through the quiet campus, sending chills down their spines. Through the rearview mirror, Hua Mian saw the zombie's twisted face. She pressed her lips together, feeling a wave of unease. 2 minutes later, the sound of gentle braking broke the silence as the car stopped steadily behind a girls' dormitory building. Mian quickly looked around and noticed several zombie bodies lying on the ground nearby. Her eyes flickered slightly. Mingfan, which floor does Luo live on? Su Mingfan was silent for a moment before replying softly, the 7th floor. Mian hesitated. Zheng Huanyue had once mentioned that after the world changed, the heroine Bai Ningrong led the girls from her dorm to the cafeteria for safety. The male lead, Hua Xiaochen, worried about her, took on a mission to Professor Yang from the biology department to the central base. Later, the heroine naturally joined his team on their journey to the central base. Both Bai Ningrong and Su Wanluo were well known at F University, and Mian had heard that the two campus goddesses lived in the same dormitory building. She wasn't sure whether Bai Ningrong had already left or was still inside the dormitory. Judging from the zombie bodies on the ground, it seemed likely that they had escaped to the cafeteria. But Su Mingfan didn't know the details, so if she suddenly told him, "Your sister is at the cafeteria," anyone would find that suspicious. As she was thinking, she saw Su Mingfan get out of the car quickly, holding a spear. Mian immediately gripped her machete and followed him. They walked to the zombie corpses. Mian couldn't help asking Mingfan, "Do you think Luo might have already left the dorm?" Su Mingfan stared at the bodies, thinking about what she said. He knew his sister Su Wanluo's personality well. She was not the kind to sit and wait for help. She was strong-willed and brave. If something happened, she would definitely try to save herself. Seeing him silent, Mian worried he might think she didn't want to go upstairs to help, so she suggested, "How about we first check the 1st floor to see if there are any survivors and ask them what happened?" Her words brought Su Mingfan back to his senses. "All right, that's a good idea." With that, he walked toward the dormitory building. Mian tightened her grip on the machete and followed beside him. They carefully checked each room behind the dorm building but didn't find a single person. Instead, they saw many zombies locked inside. Sensing their presence, the zombies became restless, growling and slamming against the metal bars. The stainless steel railings clanged loudly, as if they might collapse at any moment. The sight made both Mian and Su Mingfan break out in cold sweat, their faces pale. They quickened their pace, but even after checking the last room, they still found no sign of any survivors. Noticing Su Mingfan's dark expression, Mian tried to comfort him. "Mingfan, don't worry. Luo is smart and capable. She'll be fine." Su Mingfan sighed, his voice filled with worry. "I hope so." Looking at the zombies still ramming the railings, Mian couldn't tell how long the doors and bars would hold. Fear crept into her heart. She didn't have the courage to go upstairs. Her peach blossom eyes blinked as she urged, "Mingfan, why don't you call out and see if anyone upstairs answers?" Su Mingfan looked at the zombies still pounding on the railing and thought of the body they had just seen. He swallowed hard. That might be a good idea. Then he tilted his head back slightly, cupped his hands around his mouth like a megaphone, and shouted toward the upper floor, "Is anyone up there? Su Wanluo, are you inside?" But as soon as his voice faded, a louder chorus of growls came from the dormitory, followed by more pounding against the railings. Other than that, there was no response. Mian shivered at the sound of the zombies' cries and instinctively looked around. On one of the second-floor balconies, a dozen zombies suddenly appeared. They were climbing over the railing, clearly ready to jump down. Mian's pupils shrank. She quickly nudged Su Mingfan with her elbow, pointed upward, and said anxiously, "The zombies on the 2nd floor are coming down." Hearing this, Su Mingfan looked up just in time to see one zombie leap over the railing and crash heavily onto the ground. It struggled to its feet and staggered toward them. Within seconds, more zombies followed, jumping down one after another. Su Mingfan's heart sank. Without thinking, he shouted, "Run." Mian was already sprinting away before he finished speaking. They ran breathlessly to the car, jumped in, and Su Mingfan started the engine, speeding away. Watching the zombies grow smaller and blur in the distance, Mian finally let out a sigh of relief. She turned to Su Mingfan and suggested, "Let's go to the 2nd cafeteria. Luo must be there." Seeing his confused expression, she explained, "The cafeteria has plenty of supplies and lots of space." There's even a convenience store nearby. If we block the entrance, we can hold out for a few days. Luo's dorm is closest to the second cafeteria. It's the best place to take shelter right now. Su Mingfan's eyes lit up. You're right, Mian. Luo must be there. As if to reassure himself, he nodded firmly after speaking. The car sped through the campus and reached the second cafeteria in less than 2 minutes. Mian looked up and saw that the clear glass door had been replaced by a heavy wooden door, which had been reinforced. Not far from there, several zombie bodies lay on the ground. Su Mingfan had just parked the car when he eagerly opened the door and hurriedly got out, walking quickly toward the cafeteria entrance. Mian jogged behind him. When they arrived at the door, they noticed a small, unremarkable side door slightly ajar, with a narrow gap just big enough for one person to pass through. Without hesitation, Su Mingfan stepped inside first, and Mian followed closely behind. 2 boys were standing behind the main door, whispering to each other. When they heard the noise at the entrance, they looked up. They saw a tall, handsome boy walk in. He had a messy hairstyle and looked somewhat funny. Just as they were about to ask him questions, they noticed a girl following behind him. The girl was stunningly beautiful, with porcelain white, smooth skin and captivating peach blossom eyes. She seemed to be in a hurry and was breathing heavily. The 2 boys' eyes fixed on her face and couldn't look away. Mian noticed their gaze and lowered her head, instinctively hiding behind Su Mingfan. Su Mingfan was eager to find out about his sister and didn't notice anything unusual. Seeing someone, he immediately asked, "Hello, classmates. Is Su Wanluo inside?" The boy with glasses suddenly came to his senses when he heard Su Mingfan's words. His ears turned slightly red, and a hint of curiosity appeared in his eyes. "Where are you guys coming from?" Since the boy didn't answer, Su Mingfan patiently replied, "We just came from outside the school. I am Su Wanluo's brother. Is she inside?" At this moment, a slightly chubby boy nearby suddenly spoke up. "Are you talking about art student Su Wanluo?" "She's inside." Su Mingfan immediately showed a happy smile, thanked the 2 boys, and then strode into the cafeteria. Mian was about to follow him, but the boy with glasses stepped forward and blocked her. "Classmate, are you also a student at F University? Can you tell me what's happening outside now?" When Mian saw the boy blocking the way, she felt a bit annoyed but tried to stay polite. She said calmly, "It's about the same outside, and there are many zombies on the road too." Then she pretended to look anxious and quicken her speech, saying, I need to find someone urgently, so I'll go ahead." Without waiting for his response, Mian avoided him and chased after Su Mingfan. The boy with glasses saw this and instinctively stepped forward to follow, but was stopped by a slightly chubby boy pulling his arm. "Songwei, why are you pulling me?" The boy stopped and irritably shook off Songwei's hand. Songwei didn't mind his friend's complaint and teased, "Xia Yan, do you like that girl?" Xia Yan pressed his lips together and a faint blush appeared on his face. He looked away and said seriously, "I don't talk nonsense. I stopped her just to ask about the outside situation." Seeing his friend blushing, Songwei teased, "We grew up together. Don't I know you? If you really wanted to know about outside, why didn't you ask that boy just now?" He added, patting Xia Yan's shoulder. Looking at Mian's back as she left, he said, "Hey, aren't you afraid they're a couple?" They came together, after all. Xia Yan saw what he was talking about and immediately looked at Su Mingfan and Mian. Without hesitation, he replied, "Impossible. If they were a couple, wouldn't she have stayed with her boyfriend?" As soon as he finished speaking, Xia Yan realized he had been too impulsive. He turned to see Songwei's half-smile, and he understood that he had revealed his feelings. Feeling a bit awkward, Xia Yan said, "You stay here. I'll go to the bathroom." Before Songwei could reply, he turned and strode away. Songwei watched Xia Yan walk off and muttered softly, "Really, a guy who forgets friends for a pretty face." But he thought the girl was very beautiful. Seeing her shyly hide behind someone, he felt a protective urge. However, he knew his limits. Such a girl, being a small chubby boy himself, wasn't a match for her. Su Mingfan spotted his sister in the corner. At that moment, Su Wanlu sat at a table, chatting happily with a few boys. She was smiling brightly and seemed very pleased, laughing at what they said. Next to her, a boy carefully tore open a snack package and handed it to her. Su Wanlu naturally took the snacks and then smiled even more brightly at the boy. Seeing this, Su Mingfan's forehead veins throbbed. He quickly walked over, snatched the snacks from her hand, and glared at her with angry, round eyes. Su Wanlu was happily chatting with some friends when suddenly a tall shadow covered her, and her snacks were taken away. She raised her eyebrows in anger, about to speak, but looked up to see Su Mingfan with a furious expression. In that moment, Su Wanlu's anger disappeared instantly. She stood up happily, hugged Su Mingfan's arm, and asked, "Brother, why are you here? Did Mom and Dad send you to pick me up? How is everything at home?" She blurted out a series of questions. Su Mingfan pursed his lips without answering. His angry face was replaced with sadness, and his eyes started to turn red. Seeing her brother silent, Su Wanlu's heart sank with a bad feeling. "Brother, are Mom and Dad waiting for me at home? Let's go back now." Her voice trembled as she pulled on Su Mingfan's arm, ready to leave. Su Mingfan stopped her, holding her back. He gently rubbed her head and choked out, "Xiao Luo, you still have me. I will protect you." Hearing this, tears streamed down Su Wanlu's face. She grabbed his shirt collar and asked loudly, "What do you mean? I want to know, where are Mom and Dad? Why aren't you protecting them?" Su Mingfan let her vent and said in a heavy voice, "The end of the world is coming. Mom and Dad couldn't survive. They turned into zombies." Looking at his sister's blank face, he comforted her. "I crawled out through the window. Mom and Dad are still at home. Maybe someday they will develop medicine to cure zombies. Perhaps they can become normal again." He knew this was unlikely, but he was trying to comfort himself with these words. Hua Mian ran after Su Mingfan from a distance of 5 or 6 meters. When she saw Su Wanlu crying uncontrollably in his arms, she suddenly stopped, her mood sinking. The few boys who had been around Su Wanlu, upon realizing the person was her brother, wisely stepped back. Summer walked up to a boy and asked him to stand guard at the school gate. Then she approached Hua Mian with a gentle smile on her face. Hua Mian looked at the boy in front of her, confused about why he was following her. "Do you have something to ask?" she asked. Summer explained seriously, "You left so quickly just now. Let me introduce myself. My name is Xia Yan. I am a third-year computer science student, and I am in charge of registering information here. Here, we need to record personal details for management purposes. I hope you can cooperate." Hua Mian nodded in understanding. Summer took out a small notebook from his pocket, which listed the names and types of abilities of the superpowered people. He looked at Hua Mian and asked calmly, "What is your name?" "Hua Mian," she replied softly, as if she was being a little playful. Summer smiled slightly and asked, "Is it the soft Mian?" Hua Mian nodded silently, feeling a bit upset inside, but she didn't show it outwardly. For many years, Liningfin had carefully taught her to be weak and timid. If Hua Mian hadn't unexpectedly awakened memories from her past life, she might have continued down this shy and timid path. Even now that she had awakened, her personality, shaped over 19 years, was hard to change completely. She still seemed gentle and obedient. Although in her past life she was also a soft girl, she was strong inside, and not truly weak. After writing her name in the notebook, Summer asked her age and her major at school. Finally, he asked, "Do you have any special abilities?" Hua Mian nodded lightly, looking calm. "Yes." Hearing this, Summer's eyes lit up with surprise, and he raised his voice slightly. "What kind of ability did you awaken?" Seeing Hua Mian pause, Summer thought she might not know about abilities, so he quickly explained, "Everyone here has different abilities. Some are elemental powers, like metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Some have enhanced physical strength. The person you met at the gate earlier, Songwei, is a strength-type ability user." That was also why Songwei had stopped him earlier. Xia Yan paused briefly before continuing. "There are also phenomena related to nature. Bai Ningrong, a third-year student in the business department, awakened ice powers. I awakened wind powers." He gently raised his hand, and a small whirlwind instantly formed in his palm. The tiny tornado spun in the air, like a playful sprite darting around randomly. Hwamian stared at the wind vortex with obvious envy on his face. If this small whirlwind turned into a tornado, there would be nothing to fear from zombies. One gust could away one zombie, or a pair could send two flying, preventing zombies from getting close at all. Seeing Hwamian's envious look, Xia Yan felt proud. He slightly smiled, showing confidence. Then he guessed that Hwamian's awakened power might be quite ordinary, and showing off like this might not be appropriate. He retracted his powers and softly said, "Actually, there's no good or bad in powers. It's all about how well you use them." Hwamian nodded thoughtfully when she heard this. She used to think healing powers couldn't kill zombies, but after healing a big bump on her forehead, she changed her mind. Her power could heal injuries and save her life in critical moments, so it was useful. Hwamian looked at Xia Yan with a gentle tone. "I awakened healing powers." Xia Yan was slightly surprised, a flash of astonishment crossing his eyes behind his glasses. He didn't expect her powers to be so special. There were over 120 people in the cafeteria, but only 8 had awakened powers. Some powers were similar, but none were healing abilities. Xia Yan looked at Hwamian with admiration, his eyes shining. Hwamian, a junior, not only had a gentle and soft-sounding name but also a kind and obedient personality. Her powers leaned toward support, making her seem harmless and gentle. Thinking of this, Xia Yan's smile grew wider. He took notes about her powers in a small notebook. After finishing, he put the notebook back into his pocket. "Hwamian, I'll take you to meet the other power users. They're in the kitchen." Hwamian nodded slightly and smiled softly. "Thank you, Senior Xia." Xia Yan chuckled softly. "No trouble at all. It's my duty. Let's go." Hwamian agreed and followed Xia Yan as they headed toward the kitchen of the cafeteria. The two people moved through the crowd, and the people around them occasionally looked over with curiosity. They spoke quietly to each other, but no one dared to step forward and say anything. Only after the two figures disappeared from sight did the crowd relax a little and start whispering among themselves. A boy asked, "Hey, who is the girl walking with Xia Yan? Does anyone know? Maybe she's a special ability user." They all gather in the kitchen. Someone sighed. "If that's true, then she's just as impressive as the White Goddess. If I had to choose between them as a girlfriend, I'd pick her. The White Goddess is too cold. A girlfriend should be gentle and caring." Someone scoffed. "It's broad daylight. Stop daydreaming and look in the mirror. With your pathetic look, you dare to think about her." A long-haired girl overheard the boy's words and said coldly, "Humph, relying on a bit of looks. Just because you see a man, you jump on him. That's not respectful to yourself." Next to her, a round-faced girl rolled her eyes and said, "Chen, don't say sour things just because you can't get what you want. You've chased Xia Yan for so long, but he doesn't like you at all." Hearing her words, Chen was annoyed and lowly snapped, "Lu Yuyuan, mind your own business." Lu Yuyuan was furious and retorted, "Do you think I want to care about your mess? If my mom hadn't told me to look after you, I wouldn't bother." Someone nearby advised, "Forget it, Yuyuan. Don't argue with her. Just let her be." Seeing Chen still stubborn, Lu Yuyuan snorted softly and turned to walk away with her friends. As soon as Hwamian stepped into the kitchen, she saw 2 girls and 4 boys sitting on small stools, apparently discussing something. They seemed to notice the movement at the door and all looked over, focusing on Hwamian. Everyone's expressions were different: confused, surprised, curious, calm. Hwamian couldn't help but look at Binding Rome. Binding Rome was dressed in a simple white dress, her hair tied neatly into a ponytail. Her delicate, oval face looked like a painting, and her calm, almond-shaped eyes gazed at her. She exuded a cool, distant aura. Xia Yan cleared his throat, smiling kindly. Seeing everyone turn to look at him, he spoke. "This is Hwamian, a second-year student in the Chinese department. She has awakened healing abilities. I brought her here to introduce her to everyone." Hwamian looked at everyone and gave a friendly smile, greeting, "Hello everyone, my name is Hwamian." Her soft and sweet voice gently entered everyone's ears, making people naturally let down their guard. As soon as Hwamian finished speaking, Everyone around formed an initial impression of her. This girl has a gentle personality and is very kind. Bai Ningrong's eyes flickered. After thinking for a moment, she stood up and walked over to Humian, wearing a light smile. Hello, junior sister Hua. I am Bai Ningrong, a third-year student in the business management department. Seeing Bai Ningrong take the initiative to greet her, Humian's eyes lit up instantly, and her tone became a little cheerful. Hello, senior sister Bai. Nice to meet you. Please take care of me in the future. Bai Ningrong looked into Humian's sparkling eyes and suddenly had the feeling that Humian wanted to flatter her. She shook off her messy thoughts and continued, Junior sister Hua, you're too polite. We should look out for each other. By the way, do you live off campus? This junior sister Hua is so pretty, but she had never heard any news about her before. Humian nodded softly and replied, Yes, I just came from home with my friends. Thinking that Su Mingfan would join the main group later, she added, By the way, my friend has awakened a metal-type ability. She wanted to make a good impression first, to get closer, and then find a good time to ask to join their team. For the sake of face, they probably wouldn't refuse, right? Huamian thought uncertainly. When Bai Ningrong heard this, she tilted her head to look at Xia Yan. Seeing him slightly stunned, as if surprised that Huamian's friend had an ability. Xia Yan noticed Bai Ningrong's gaze, raised his hand to adjust his glasses, and said seriously, that Mr. Su is actually Su Wanlua's brother. They just met, so they need some time to handle family matters. After speaking, seeing Bai Ningrong still staring at him with curiosity, he looked a bit uncomfortable and quickly avoided her gaze. I think they've probably finished their family business now. I'll go call them over. With that, he hurriedly turned and left, giving an impression of rushing away in a hurry. Bai Ningrong and Xia Yan are both members of the Student Union's organization department and are somewhat familiar with each other. Seeing Xia Yan's awkward appearance, Bai Ningrong's gaze unconsciously shifted to Huamian's beautiful face, and she suddenly realized what was happening. Spring is a restless season. After Xia Yan left, Bai Ningrong carefully introduced the other superpowered people present to Huamian. Among the 6 superpowered individuals, besides Bai Ningrong, there was a pretty girl named Su Yan, who had water-based powers. Of the 4 boys, Zhao Weiguang and Yi Shernan had earth powers, Luo Lisan had fire powers, and Zhong Jinya, like Su Mingfan, had metal powers. They greeted each other, and Bai Ningrong pulled Huamian to sit on a stool, asking about the outside world. Huamian looked serious and told everything he saw and heard on the way. Everyone learned that outside the school, zombies were everywhere, and order had broken down. Their faces looked worried and unhappy. After a while, Ziayan and Su Mingfan went into the kitchen. They introduced themselves again, then sat down to discuss plans. The mood suddenly became serious. Bai Ningrong's dark, almond-shaped eyes showed her usual calmness. The food here will only last one day. I suggested moving supplies from the convenience store. What do you all think? Everyone reacted differently. They looked at each other, trying to read each other's expressions, and fell silent for a moment. Ziayan adjusted his glasses and said calmly, I agree with Ningrong's plan. Zhao Weiguang scratched the back of his head, looking honest. That's a good idea. Moving supplies early will make us feel safer. Yi Shernan frowned. How should we organize the workers? If everyone moves, it might be noisy and attract zombies. But if only some go, there could be conflicts inside. Su Mingfan quickly said, if we're worried about fighting, why not send everyone? More people mean faster moving and less risk. Ziayan frowned, looking troubled. That makes sense, but I'm worried something might go wrong. He then looked at Huamian, who seemed calm, and asked, Hu Jr., what do you think? Huamian was surprised by Ziayan's question. Why was he asking her? She didn't know what everyone in the story had decided. Huamian blinked her eyes. Seeing everyone staring at her, she thought for a moment and quickly said, Let's just go all together. The boys will handle the safety around us, and the girls will pass the supplies in a line. After hearing her suggestion, everyone started to think. Soon they agreed that this plan was good. It would reduce noise from walking, save effort, keep the team organized, and allow for an orderly retreat if zombies came. Bai Ningrong showed a little admiration in her eyes. This plan is really good. Su Yan frowned slightly, looking worried. What if the people in the cafeteria don't agree? Xia Yan smiled confidently. That's easy. We just need a few of us with special abilities to lead, and the others will follow because they see us leading. Everyone discussed the plan and how to assign roles. In the end, they decided to start after lunch. In the cafeteria, everyone ate quietly. The atmosphere was a bit heavy and tense. At this time, Xia Yan explained his plan to move the supplies from the convenience store to the cafeteria. People had different reactions. Some nodded in agreement, some shook their heads in opposition, and some didn't want to join. Most thought the cafeteria was only about 50 meters from the convenience store, so it wasn't very dangerous. After a vote, they decided to move the supplies based on the majority rule. This result was expected, since survival is a human instinct. They quickly split into two teams. Xia Yan led some boys to guard the surroundings. Su Mingfan took the opportunity to take out the explosive equipment from the car and lent it to the boys. The boys, holding their weapons, gathered nervously around Xia Yan. Bai Ningrong was in charge of directing the girls and the remaining 20 or so boys to carry the supplies. Though the girls looked scared, they felt a little safer with the boys protecting them. They obediently stood behind Bai Ningrong. Bai Ningrong assigned some strong boys to carry heavy items. The girls formed an efficient relay line to pass the supplies. A few boys stayed in the cafeteria to move the supplies brought by the girls inside. Everyone lined up in the cafeteria hall. Xia Yan led the team out first. About 50 or 60 people marched along the road, spaced 1 or 2 meters apart on both sides. They moved slowly, alertly watching everything around them, ready for any sudden appearance of zombies. Bai Ningrong led the girls, closely following behind the boys. Huamian followed behind Bai Ningrong, glancing around from side to side now and then. Behind her was Su Yan, with others following in turn, each about a meter apart. After escaping earlier in the day, everyone knew that zombies could locate sounds, so they kept quiet and moved carefully. This convenience store was open 24 hours, and the door was wide open. Xia Yan, along with a few others with special abilities, cautiously entered the store and quickly spotted a female zombie employee. She was turned away from everyone, dragging her chubby body slowly and lazily swaying. Xia Yan thought for a moment, then turned around and made a gesture to the others to signal them to back off. The narrow aisle inside the store was flanked by shelves full of goods. Fighting zombies inside could easily damage the supplies if they weren't careful. Following the instructions, everyone immediately retreated from the store. Xia Yan casually grabbed a bottle of chewing gum from the cash register shelf and threw it at the zombie. The gum hit the zombie's back and then fell to the ground, rolling under the shelves. The zombie, hit, turned around quickly, seeming to notice Xia Yan's challenge. It let out a growl, bared its teeth, and lunged at him with a fierce look. Xia Yan remained calm and unhurried, leading the zombie outside. Su Mingfan held a spear and was hiding on one side outside the door. Seeing Xia Yan successfully lure the zombie out, he quietly moved behind it, gripping his spear tightly, and suddenly stabbed forward. The spear pierced through the zombie's head instantly, black blood splattering everywhere. The chubby body fell forward with a thud, hitting the ground face down. Xia Yan raised an eyebrow and looked at Song Wei, speaking gently. "Ai, carry the body away." Song Wei pouted and looked at Su Mingfan with a resentful expression, complaining, "Can't you wait until Xia Yan gets it far enough away before killing it? The body's blocking the door, and it's a hassle to move." Hearing Song Wei's complaint, Su Mingfan nervously touched his nose. This was a reflex he had developed from fighting zombies with Huamian earlier. Seeing zombies and wanting to stab them. Well, that's just him. Song Wei sighed and accepted his fate. He stepped forward, stretched out his strong arm, and with one hand, grabbed the back of the zombie's clothes, lifting it up. He then walked quickly to the green area and threw it into the flower bed. After finishing this, Song Wei brushed his hands with a look of disgust and then turned around to stand near the convenience store entrance, watching for danger. Bai Ningrong saw the zombie was taken care of and quickly led people inside the store. The boys carried boxes of water, milk, and other supplies to the cafeteria. The girls quickly packed food from the shelves into plastic bags and passed them outside. Sometimes, boys outside spotted small groups of zombies and quickly gathered to deal with them. Everyone used various weapons to fight the zombies, and soon, the zombies were beaten to death. Seeing this, the girls felt a little less scared and relaxed a bit. They kept passing supplies with more speed. In less than 15 minutes, all the bread, snacks, and instant foods in the store were gone, leaving only some treats and daily necessities on the shelves. Hwamian went to the snack area, looked at the shelves, and quickly packed spicy strips into a bag. Suddenly, a loud, piercing scream came from outside the store. Hwamian was so frightened that her hand trembled, and the spicy strips slipped from her fingers. She looked around and saw everyone was panicked, stopping what they were doing, showing they wanted to leave the cafeteria immediately. Xia Yan's anxious voice came from the door. Zombies are approaching outside. Everyone, hurry and get out. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone looked scared and hurriedly ran outside the convenience store. Hwamian stepped out, kept running, and looked ahead. The whole group looked like frightened lambs, panicking and retreating toward the cafeteria. Suddenly, sharp screams came from behind. Without thinking, Hwamian turned her head and saw, in an instant, her pupils shrink sharply. About 20 or more boys were being chased by a large group of dense zombies, heading straight for the convenience store. Seeing this terrifying scene, Hwamian quickly looked away and ran as fast as she could to catch up with everyone. She wished she had wheels on her feet to get back to the cafeteria faster and seek safety. Students in front, please help. Help, please. A rough, gurgling voice sounded. Everyone running for their lives heard the loud voice behind them, and they were so angry they wanted to turn around and kick him. In a life-and-death situation, no one could help themselves. Behind them there were about 400 or 500 zombies. Even if they fought the zombies, they would only be risking their lives. So no one paid attention to his cries for help. Instead, they hurried toward the cafeteria. When the man saw that everyone was running faster after hearing his call, he couldn't help but shout loudly, "Hey, don't run. Come help us." Help! His voice was sharp and urgent, and because he was shouting so hard, it split into different pitches. Someone cursed, "Is that idiot trying to get himself killed? Doesn't he know zombies can find people by sound?" Someone else asked, "Are all those zombies coming because of him? You're stupid." Of course they are. He's shouting so loud, he's probably brought all the zombies nearby. The man behind them kept shouting loudly, "Help! Someone help me up front. I'll give 5 million. Song Wei, who had a quick temper, turned around and yelled at him, "Shut up, idiot." The man was scolded and looked embarrassed and angry, but he finally shut up. Still, he ran even faster. In less than 2 minutes, everyone managed to get inside the cafeteria. They quickly closed the door and locked it, blocking the zombies outside. Some strong boys stepped forward to hold the door, preventing the zombies from breaking in. Outside the cafeteria, the zombies roared and slammed against the door wildly. The wooden door shook violently, as if it would break at any moment. Su Mingfan saw this and looked serious. Without hesitation, he stepped forward. He placed his hand on the metal door frame and quickly used his special power. Metal strips appeared in his hand, stretching and wrapping around the door. Soon, he created a strong, unbreakable latch that kept the door firmly shut. Zhong Zhenye saw what was happening and quickly copied Su Mingfan's actions. His movements were a bit awkward, but he also managed to attach the metal strips to the door and intertwine them with Su Mingfan's. Everyone saw that the previously unstable door finally steadied, and their hearts, which had been clenched in fear, relaxed a little. The panic on their faces slightly eased. However, the zombies seemed attracted by the smell of blood and flesh inside the cafeteria and did not leave because of the door blocking their way. As time passed, the situation worsened. More and more zombies arrived after hearing the noise. They surrounded the cafeteria in layers, forming walls of zombies. A disgusting, rotten smell drifted toward everyone's noses, and the growling sounds resembled evil spirits howling. The sound of zombies hitting the walls could also be heard. The faces that had been slightly calm because they thought they were safe suddenly turned pale. Their faces lost all color. Some girls were extremely frightened, huddling together in small groups and crying softly. Despair spread among the crowd. Someone's emotions broke down, and they suddenly directed their anger at the more than 20 boys who had attracted the zombies. Xiao Yuquan, you bunch of bad luck charms. Not only do you mess up your own lives, but you also drag everyone into this terrible situation. How can you be so cruel?
Someone nearby echoed, exactly.
He usually just relies on his family's money, acting so carefree all the time. He's not a good person. These people are selfish and lack a sense of public morality. When death is near, they still want to drag others down with them, regardless of whether others are innocent or not. Xiao Yuquan was scolded until his face turned red, and veins bulged on his forehead. He shouted loudly, "Stop pretending to be noble. Just now, you watched us lose over 20 lives without doing anything. Now you're blaming me? Is that what a moral person does?" Someone immediately jumped out to retort loudly, "Those zombies were all attracted by you. With your terrible voice, like a broken gong, how could you not attract them? Don't you know zombies can locate sounds?" This questioning made Xiao Yuquan's face stiffen for a moment. He held his head high and confidently replied, "I'm not a prophet. When I see someone in trouble, of course I ask for help. Why are you so harsh on us? It's just cold-blooded." Xia Yan looked at the ongoing argument and raised his voice to shout, "Enough. What's the point of arguing now? The most urgent thing is to find a way to deal with the zombies, or we will all die here." When everyone heard this, they instantly became quiet, with faces full of despair, looking as if they had lost all hope. Huamian watched the tense situation, her heart pounding uncontrollably. She didn't know if there were zombie attacks in the book. At this moment, Huamian missed Zheng Huanyue very much. She forced herself to stay calm, scanning her surroundings, finally fixing her gaze on the kitchen area.
It seemed she thought of something.
She turned her head to Bai Ningrong and asked urgently, "Senior Bai, does the kitchen have a generator?" Bai Ningrong was caught off guard by the question but quickly recovered. "There are 2 small generators." Huamian's eyes lit up suddenly and she asked again, "If there are generators, there should be gasoline too, right? After all, most generators on the market run on fuel." Bai Ningrong immediately understood Huamian's plan. "You want to use fire? But the door is made of wood. If we burn it, the zombies might rush in, and we could all be in danger." Huamian calmly replied, "We can first drive the zombies away." As soon as she finished speaking, Qin Yiqian suddenly stepped forward with a mocking tone. "How easy you make it sound, driving the zombies away. If it were that simple, we wouldn't need to use fire. You're just talking nonsense without any real ability." Huamian looked at the girl, seeing her disdainful expression. Just as she was about to explain, Xia Yan's voice suddenly sounded behind her. "Qin Yiqian, stop acting like a mad dog, barking wildly at everyone. Huamian is trying to find a way out for everyone. What have you done besides sarcastic remarks?" Qin Yiqian looked at Xia Yan with a look of disbelief on her face. Then she lowered her head, hiding the resentment in her eyes, and walked toward the corner. Huamian saw this, and simply glanced at Qin Yiqian without caring about her feelings. This girl clearly disliked her, probably jealous of her looks. Such people, she had seen plenty of in her past life. Thinking of this, she withdrew her gaze and stopped paying attention to Qin Yiqian. She turned to Bai Ningrong and continued, "I remember there are people in the electrical engineering department. Maybe they can modify the generator a bit, using electric shocks to deal with the zombies at the door." Earth-type abilities person was responsible for building a dirt wall at the entrance. The strength-type abilities person took the opportunity to pour gasoline on the zombies, the fire-type abilities person ignited it, and the wind-type abilities person fanned the flames, causing the fire to spread among the zombie group. The ice-type and water-type abilities persons kept an eye on the fire to prevent it from spreading further. Bai Ningrong listened to Huamian's plan, looking surprised. When she first saw Huamian, Bai Ningrong instinctively thought she was the kind of person who meddled in others' affairs, because she looked very charming. But after talking with Huamian, she realized that she was actually gentle and kind, not someone who caused trouble. Binding Rome originally thought that this soft girl would panic when faced with danger, but her performance was beyond expectations. She had already come up with a good idea to move supplies, and now, in danger, she remained calm and thought of ways to solve the current problem, much better than many boys. Her impression of Huamian changed. She looked at her with admiration. Xia Yan heard Huamian's plan and looked at her deeply, feeling a strong flutter in his heart. He raised his voice. "A few electrical engineering students, go to the kitchen and bring over the generator for modification." 7 or 8 people stepped out from the crowd, 4 of whom were loyal fans of Su Wanluo. Before Su Mingfan arrived, they were happily chatting and eating snacks with her. After a moment, they struggled to move 2 generators into the cafeteria hall. One boy looked worried. "There are no screwdrivers here. We can't take it apart." Before Xia Yan could speak, Su Mingfan silently stepped forward, expression cold. "Which type do you need?" The boy saw Su Mingfan asking and looked a bit uncomfortable, awkwardly replying, "Just a regular Phillips." Su Mingfan's face turned pale. He used his remaining abilities. A golden glow appeared in his palm and finally condensed into a Phillips screwdriver. The boy took the screwdriver handed to him by Su Mingfan and immediately focused on modifying the generator with his friends. They worked skillfully, the screwdriver making faint, clicking sounds as they turned it. After some work, the modified generator emitted a dull humming sound. Inside the cafeteria, everyone smiled, looking at the 2 generators with hope, filled with the desire for survival. Summer Yen issued a serious order. "Su Yen, you are responsible for wetting the ground outside the door. Be careful not to let water flow into the cafeteria." Su Yan's delicate face showed her nervousness. She looked at the door and replied with a trembling voice, "Okay. Okay." After speaking, she went to the door and used her special ability to make water spread along the gap under the door to the outside. Summer Yen turned to a few boys. "Bring the generator over and set it up." The boys immediately lifted the modified generator and placed it behind the door. After a moment, Su Yen stopped using her ability, and the boys quickly moved into action. Electrodes extended from the door gap outside. When they touched the wet ground, they made a sizzling sound. The zombie group near the door was shocked by the electricity and let out loud, harsh screams. They twitched violently and fell down, but soon they stopped moving. Su Mingfan and Zhong Zhinya immediately went forward to remove the metal strips from the small wooden door and opened it. Summer Yen ordered someone to turn off the generator. Zhao Weiguang, Yi Shinan, and Lu Huyuan, 3 earth elemental abilities, had already been waiting nearby. It's worth mentioning that Lu Huyuan and Xiao Yuquan escaped together. Xiao Yuquan was also a speed-type ability user, so it was no wonder he could shout loudly, like a pig, and still run at the front of the team. When the door opened, the 3 of them quickly moved forward, using their abilities to build a 1.5-meter-high earth wall near the door to block the zombie attack. Song Wei stood behind the earth wall and quickly poured gasoline onto the zombie group. The strong smell of gasoline quickly spread in the air. Luo Lisin gathered a fireball in his palm and threw it at the zombies. In an instant, crackling sounds filled the air and flames raged through the zombie group. The zombies let out painful, shrill screams, which were very frightening. Seeing the fire was spreading, Summer Yen hurried forward, using her ability to create a gust of wind. The chaotic flames suddenly seemed to be directed, spreading outward from the zombie group and burning more fiercely. Soon, the zombie group was engulfed in a blazing fire. Suddenly, a loud explosion came from the fire, startling everyone. It turned out that Su Mingfan's car at the door was on fire. The powerful blast from the explosion blew all the zombies within 10 meters into the air. These zombies were instantly killed by the explosion's power, with limbs scattered everywhere. Huamian looked at the terrible scene and felt a little guilty towards Su Mingfan. She hadn't really thought about this before, but even if she had, the result probably would have been the same. Although Su Mingfan was prepared for his own car to be sacrificed, he still felt a twinge of sadness deep inside. But then he thought, in this end-of-the-world situation, cars are the least valuable things. On his way to F University, he saw abandoned vehicles all along the road, including luxury cars. If he wanted, he could pick any one of them. Even without keys, with his special abilities, he could easily make a key. Thinking this way, his sadness quickly disappeared. Right now, staying alive was the most important thing. If he lost his life, everything else would be meaningless, and there would be no hope. The fire burned for nearly an hour before gradually dying down. By then, the zombie howls had become less frequent, but everyone's mood was still tense. If they didn't completely deal with the zombies outside the door, their howls would attract more zombies, and they might end up in the same dangerous situation again. Xia Yan looked serious and said loudly, "Everyone, we must deal with the zombies outside. Check your weapons now, and once you're ready, we move immediately." His voice echoed through the empty cafeteria, causing a stir among the people. Some girls, overwhelmed by the pressure, suddenly broke down emotionally. One girl, with tears in her voice, complained, "We girls are not as physically strong as the boys. Going out to fight zombies is like sending ourselves to death." Her words resonated with many other girls who agreed, "Yeah, we're the weaker group. The boys should step up and use their strength to protect us." For a moment, feelings of resentment and fear filled the girls. The boys saw this. Their expressions varied. Some were unhappy with the girls' comments, but others felt sympathy. The atmosphere in the cafeteria became tense. One boy suggested, "Let Xiao Yuquan and the others go out to deal with the zombies. They were the ones who brought them here. If they don't handle it, they should be kicked out of the cafeteria." When he said this, everyone's eyes turned to Xiao Yuquan and the others. Seeing the fire heading toward him, Xiao Yuquan's face suddenly changed. He loudly cursed, "A bunch of cowards, so many of you here. Even without us, you'll be surrounded by zombies sooner or later. We're just bringing out the hidden danger early. If we wait until tonight, when a big wave comes, do you think you'll be safe?" The situation might be worse than now, several times over. However, his seemingly reasonable explanation only drew louder scolding from the crowd. They called him shameless and accused him of trying to shift blame. Among the crowd, someone with bad intentions said, "People with special abilities should take on the task of killing zombies. They have strong powers, so killing zombies is much easier for them than for ordinary people." Song Wei, who was naturally straightforward and fiery, was immediately furious when he heard this. His face turned red, and he grew angry. Before the person finished speaking, Song Wei shouted at him, "Are you saying the special abilities eat your rice? Were they born to serve you? You're so shameless. We, the ability users, are not your parents. We have no obligation to protect you." The person was scolded until his face turned red. He stuck out his neck and continued, "If the heavens gave you abilities, you should be grateful and take care of us weaker ones." Everyone argued back and forth, refusing to give in, and the entire cafeteria fell into a heated quarrel. Bai Ningrong frowned tightly and impatiently shouted, "Stop it all. If you don't go kill zombies, you won't get dinner." This short sentence caused a big chain reaction. As soon as she finished speaking, a wave of sharp accusations from the girls erupted.
Why?
"We also helped move supplies before. Why are you withholding food from us?" A girl angrily shouted, and others echoed her. The cafeteria was suddenly filled with discontent and questioning voices. "Exactly. We earned the supplies through our own labor. You have no right to distribute them." Bai Ningrong's expression was cold, her eyes icy. She coldly replied, "Killing zombies is dangerous and exhausting. If you don't want to work, then pay with food. Others risk their lives to deal with the zombies outside. Since you're protected, you should pay for it." "That's fair." Bai Ningrong's words made everyone think. Although some still looked angry, others began to realize the harsh reality. Everyone's faces showed different reactions. Most people decided to pick up weapons and face the zombies directly. Only about a dozen girls stayed in the corner of the cafeteria, some looking scared, others feeling upset and shrinking back. Su Mingfan took back the watermelon knife and baton from the boys while everyone was arguing. He returned the watermelon knife to Huamian and gave the baton to his sister. Su Wanlu held the heavy baton and suddenly moved close to Huamian, patting her shoulder. "Xiao Mian, you finally decided to take off those really outdated glasses. I'm not criticizing you, but you don't need glasses if you're not nearsighted. They look so ugly. Last year, Su Wanlu accidentally knocked over Huamian and broke her glasses. She wanted to buy a new pair quickly, so she asked for the prescription. To her surprise, Huamian was actually wearing plain glasses. You look much better now than Chenyi Qian from our department. She relies on makeup to look good, but you're naturally beautiful and more charming. Huamian felt a bit uncomfortable with Su Wanlu's enthusiastic praise. They had known each other since middle school, but they weren't very close. Su Wanlu was very competitive, and her mother often compared her to Huamian. Over time, Su Wanlu started to feel a bit distant from her and didn't talk much when they met. Suddenly, she was so friendly that Huamian found it a bit strange. She smiled politely and replied, "Thank you for your compliment. You're also very pretty." Su Wanlu had shoulder-length hair styled in lazy curls. She looked sweet and charming, wearing a beautiful white lace dress with intricate patterns, very fashionable. Seeing her holding the baton, Huamian asked casually, "Xiao Luo, are you going out to fight zombies too?" Su Wanlu looked confident and proud.
Of course I am.
"I even killed a zombie this morning." She paused, and her smile faded a little. Her brother told her that they came together. She asked, "Are there many zombies on the way? And how do you know I'm here?" Huamian explained briefly what happened on their journey. Su Wanlu blinked her big round eyes, similar to Su Mingfan's, showing a conflicted expression, hesitant to speak. Finally, she couldn't hold back and asked, "Xiao Mian, I heard from my brother that you also awakened a special power. How did your power come to be?" Huamian shook his head, looking confused. "I don't know. I just slept, and when I woke up, it happened." There didn't seem to be any special sign or trigger. Su Wanlua's hopeful eyes immediately dimmed, and her face showed disappointment. She sighed and looked a bit lonely, muttering softly, "Why is this happening? I thought there might be a way." Huamian noticed her muttering, and a strange look flashed in his eyes as his thoughts drifted away. Zheng Wanyue once mentioned that if a person is bitten by a zombie, there is a small chance to gain special powers, but most likely they will turn into a zombie. The risk is very high. However, those with special powers do not turn into zombies after being bitten because they are immune to the zombie virus. Huamian was lost in thought when suddenly, a serious voice from Xia Yan called him back. "Everyone, hold your weapons. The weak spot of zombies is the head. Remember to attack their heads or cut off their necks directly. Be very careful, being bitten by a zombie might cause you to become one. Boys, go first. Girls, follow behind." Everyone listened and tightly gripped their weapons, their eyes filled with tension and determination. The dirt wall outside the door served as a natural barrier, so there was no need to knock it down. Xia Yan asked the earth elemental powers to create a passage in the wall wide enough for two people to walk side by side, then led everyone out of the cafeteria. Outside, the cafeteria was in chaos. The smell of burnt flesh filled the air, and countless zombie bodies lay on the ground. Among the piles of corpses, some zombies still struggled and let out faint growls. In the distance, a few zombies not caught in the fire seemed to sense the group's presence. They excitedly stepped over their fallen comrades and moved toward them. These zombies didn't seem very smart. They kept tripping over the bodies under their feet, but quickly got up and continued toward the group. Xia Yan led the boys forward first, cutting off zombie heads. Huamian followed behind, glancing around. Most of the people were using mop handles or chair legs to smash the zombies' heads. In an instant, zombie brains splattered everywhere. Some boys held kitchen knives and chopped through the zombie heads as if cutting bones, separating the heads from the bodies. Others, wielding spatulas and rolling pins, swung fiercely at the zombies' heads, quickly splattering brain matter. Huamian even saw a boy holding a flat pan used by the cafeteria lady for making eggs, suddenly smashing it onto a zombie's head. In the next moment, the zombie's head burst open, with brain matter and broken bones spraying out. The sound of ping ping pong pong continued, making the scene look quite brutal. Huamian looked away, catching sight of a struggling zombie trying to stand up. She clenched her watermelon knife and walked over to the zombie. The zombie reached out with a burnt hand, trying to grab her leg. Hwamian quickly lifted her leg to dodge and then sharply swung her watermelon knife at the zombie's neck. Because the zombie's bones were quite hard, her strike didn't go very deep. The zombie's neck was hit, and it let out a painful scream, flailing its arms wildly to protect its neck. Hwamian raised an eyebrow and swung her knife at its arms. After about 7 or 8 strikes, the zombie's arm movement slowed, and its neck was left exposed. Seeing this, Hwamian immediately attacked the zombie's neck again, delivering 4 or 5 more strikes until the head finally rolled off with a thud. After dealing with this zombie, she caught sight of another nearby, weakly breathing zombie. It was collapsed on the ground, mouth moving as if trying to bite, with a fierce look on its face. So weak it couldn't even lift its hand, yet it still wanted to bite. Hwamian stepped forward quickly, swinging her arm fiercely, delivering 5 strikes. Meanwhile, Bai Ningrong rushed swiftly toward the standing zombie. She was 1.72 meters tall, and even in front of the tall male zombie, her presence was equally strong. Bai Ningrong tightly gripped a baseball bat, her eyes cold and sharp, and she fiercely swung it at the zombie's head. Bang! Bang! The zombie staggered backward, then fell straight to the ground. Bai Ningrong didn't pause at all, continuing to hit the zombie's head with her bat. Bang bang! In just a moment, the zombie's head was smashed into a bloody mess, brain matter splattering everywhere. Hwamian, having just finished off the biting zombie, looked up and saw Bai Ningrong's very aggressive fighting style. She couldn't help but click her tongue. Bai Ningrong truly lives up to her role as the heroine in a post-apocalyptic story, with a strong ability to adapt. Looking at Bai Ningrong's tall figure and then at her own height of 1.65 meters, a trace of envy arose in her heart. She is not considered short among girls, but when standing next to Bai Ningrong, she always seems inexplicably shorter. Hwamian shifted her gaze away from the female lead and looked around. Most people in the crowd were busy fighting zombies, while a few were secretly relaxing. They kept their distance from zombies that hadn't died completely. Some even hid among the piles of corpses that others had already cleared, moving around casually. Hwamian frowned slightly and didn't comment on these people's actions. It's normal to want to save oneself, but if they only hide all the time, how can they survive in this harsh end of the world? She shook her head and stopped paying attention to others, focusing instead on searching for living zombies. As soon as she spotted one, she would immediately raise her knife and cut. After killing 7 or 8 zombies, Xiaoyan looked around behind him and saw many people wasting time. He pressed his lips slightly and strode over to those people, instructing them to move the zombie bodies to the distant grass. Those people didn't dare to kill zombies, but when Xiaoyan suddenly told them to move the bodies, they cooperated well. After arranging everything, Xiaoyan's gaze casually caught sight of Hwamian. The girl was holding a watermelon knife, her face tense, fiercely chopping at a zombie's neck on the ground. Not a single hesitation. Maybe her knife was dull. She had to strike 5 or 6 times before the zombie's head finally fell off. Xiaoyan's eyes held a smile, feeling like he didn't really understand this girl at all. He had thought she was delicate, but she was fearless when fighting zombies. Seeing that Hwamian could handle the zombies, Xiaoyan looked away and turned toward the zombies on the outskirts. They hadn't been affected by the fire and were stronger than the others. As a supernatural, those zombies were his real opponents. Hwamian chopped off a zombie's head and just straightened up when she saw, about 7 or 8 meters away, a zombie slowly rising from the pile of corpses. Her eyes narrowed sharply. Hwamian lifted her leg, stepping over the bodies, and gripped her watermelon knife, ready to attack. When she got closer, she finally saw that it was a male zombie. The male zombie was tall, with his back to her. His hair was burned off completely, most of his clothes were burned away, and his exposed skin looked charred, giving a frightening appearance. The zombie seemed to sense something, stiffly turning around and slowly walking toward Hwamian. The male zombie extended sharp claws and suddenly lunged at Hwamian. She quickly sidestepped to avoid the attack, then swung her hands, aiming at its neck. Because the zombie was tall, it tilted its head when attacked, causing her strike to hit its collarbone. The zombie seemed to get angry, letting out a hoarse roar, and reached out to grab her again. It moved very slowly. Hwamian swiftly circled behind the zombie, then lifted her right leg and kicked it hard in the backside. The zombie was caught off guard by the kick, lost its balance, and fell forward onto a corpse. Hwamian was quick. Before the zombie could get up, she stepped forward, holding a watermelon knife, and fiercely slashed at its neck. She struck 7 times before the zombies had finally fell to the ground. Suddenly, a sharp sound rang out. Hwamian was startled and instinctively stood up, looking toward the source of the noise. About 6 or 7 meters away, a short-haired girl sat on the ground with blank eyes. She had a long wound from her lower jaw to her brow, bleeding heavily and looking quite frightening. Next to her, a girl with a ponytail, full of anger, pointed at another girl and yelled furiously, "Chen Yiqian, you wicked girl. Why did you push Yuan Yuan? If it weren't for you, Yuan Yuan wouldn't have been hurt by the zombie." Chen Yiqian was accused publicly, her face turning bright red. She confidently replied, "Xiao Yuan is my cousin. How could I hurt her?" The girl sneered and said, "Stop pretending. I saw you push Yuan Yuan. That's why she got hurt by the zombie." Chen Yiqian immediately looked upset and innocent. "Li Shua, I know you, and Xiao Yuan are good friends. You're upset she got hurt, and I understand you're angry, but you can't just accuse me without reason. I'm also worried about Xiao Yuan." She looked around at the others, her face showing pain. Now Xiao Yuan has been bitten by the zombie. She could turn into one at any moment. "We can't keep pretending everything's fine." Li Shua was furious and asked, "What do you mean?" Chen Yiqian stammered, "I just want to warn everyone to stay away from Xiao Yuan to avoid getting hurt." Everyone around them backed away in fear after hearing this, keeping their distance from Lu Yuan. Li Shua also fell silent upon hearing this. She looked at Lu Yuan with a slightly unhappy face, bit her lip, then turned her head and walked away into the distance. The two girls' argument was loud and clear to Hwamian. The girl sitting on the ground, she recognized. Lu Yuan, a second-year student from the Foreign Languages Department and a member of the Student Council, had performed very well during military training and was a role model for the girls. Back then, she looked confident and energetic, with short, neat hair, a capable aura, and a lively spirit. Now, her face was full of despair, her eyes empty and dull, seemingly unaware of the gossip around her, as if she had lost her soul. She looked quite pitiful. Thinking about the intense argument between the two girls, Hwamian narrowed her eyes slightly. She remembered Chen Yiqian had mocked her before, with disdain in her words. Just now, Su Wanluo had also mentioned this girl to her. Hwamian stood still, observing Lu Yuan for a moment. Her eyes and nails showed no change. She looked around with her charming eyes, noticing only a few zombies left in the distance that hadn't been dealt with. Meanwhile, Xia Yan was leading some male mutants toward those zombies. Hwamian thought for a few seconds, then slowly walked over to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan didn't react to her arrival and sat there blankly. Hwamian looked at her wound and softly said, "Let me treat your injury first." Her voice was gentle and soft, like a warm ray of sunshine in this atmosphere filled with death and despair, warming Lu Yuan's heart. Lu Yuan instinctively looked up, her eyes fixed on Hwamian. When she saw who it was, she froze. It was the beautiful girl who had been walking with Xia Yan earlier. Seeing Lu Yuan staring blankly at her, Hwamian thought she didn't believe she could heal her wound. She didn't say more and directly activated her mutant ability. A gentle white light flowed from her palm. Hwamian slightly bent over and placed her hand near Lu Yuan's wound. Lu Yuan immediately felt a warm sensation on her face, and her wound started to itch slightly. She quickly regained her senses, realizing that the girl was healing her. Her heart suddenly raced, and a feeling of hope rose inside her. She secretly looked over and saw the pretty girl focused and serious. She endured the itchy feeling on her face without making a sound to disturb her. Soon, the wound formed a blood scab. Then, the scab started to fall off, revealing smooth, wheat-colored skin just like the surrounding area, as clean as before. When Mian saw this, Anne stopped using her special power. Feeling that only 1/3 of her power remained inside her, she let out a deep breath and said gently, "Your wound has healed." Everyone around watched this happen and looked at her in surprise, their faces full of disbelief. A few people in the crowd started talking. That girl must be a healing ability user. I knew she was an ability user, right? Her power is so effective. Hey, do you think this means we won't turn into zombies? If that's true, then we won't be afraid of getting bitten by zombies anymore. She's pretty, kind-hearted, and so nice. I've decided. She's my goddess from now on. The crowd was like a pot boiling over. In a world full of zombies, no one could guarantee they wouldn't get hurt. If they could make friends with a healing ability user early, maybe they could save themselves when it really mattered. Everyone looked at Huamian with friendly eyes. Only Chun Yiqian stood to the side, glaring at Huamian with resentment. Lu Yuyuan, hearing Huamian's words, instinctively reached up and touched her cheek. Her hand found smooth skin, and the pain disappeared. She was overjoyed, her eyes shining like willow leaves, full of gratitude. Lu Yuyuan suddenly stood up, clutching Huamian's hand tightly. "Classmate, thank you. I really appreciate it. I thought I was going to die." Her voice was excited and a little tearful. Huamian saw her emotional state and casually said, "No need to thank me. It's not a big deal for me." She helped Lu Yuyuan because she felt sorry for her and didn't like Chun Yiqian. Hearing this, Lu Yuyuan felt even more grateful. They had just met, but she was saved. This was a great kindness. She would remember this kindness for her whole life. Lu Yuyuan wiped her tears and said seriously, "What you did might be just a small gesture for you, but for me, it's like a new life. My name is Lu Yuyuan. From now on, whenever you need me, I will never refuse to help." After saying that, I suddenly realized I didn't know the name of my savior. I quickly asked, "By the way, what's your name?" Huamian wore a gentle smile and replied, "My name is Huamian. Is it the same as the cotton and cotton-padded clothes?" To Lu Yuyuan, girls are like carrying little cotton-padded jackets. Huamian shook her head. "It's the continuous thread of silk." Just as Lu Yuyuan was about to speak again, a voice suddenly came from not far ahead. "Xiao Yuan, don't be careless. Who knows if she only treated the surface wounds? Maybe the zombie virus is still inside her. If so, you would have helped her in vain." Hearing Chun Yiqian's sarcastic words, Lu Yuyuan's smiling face instantly turned cold. She tilted her head to look at Chun Yiqian, her eyes growing icy. Lu Yuyuan released Huamian's hand, stepped over the corpses, and slowly approached Chun Yiqian. Without hesitation, she swung her right arm.
Slap.
Slap. 2 sharp slaps landed on Chun Yiqian's face. Startled by the sudden slaps, Chun Yiqian's face showed shock. She covered her face with one hand and angrily said, "Lu Yuyuan, how dare you hit me?" After saying that, she suddenly raised her hand, intending to slap back. However, just as her hand was halfway up, Lu Yuyuan grabbed it firmly. Her eyes, full of anger, said, "You pushed me toward the zombie, causing me to get hurt. 2 slaps are nothing." Hearing this, Chun Yiqian's eyes flickered with a barely noticeable panic, then she put on a look of grievance. "Xiao Yuan, you must have misunderstood. I didn't push you. At that time, Li Shua was behind you. Why do you only think it was me?" Hearing this, Chun Yiqian looked as if she suddenly understood something. "I see. You must be jealous because Auntie usually treats me well, and you're upset about that." Lu Yuyuan sneered at her words, pinched her hand, and held it up in front of her. "Isn't this sleeve torn because I pulled it when I pushed you? You better take care of yourself in the future." After saying this, her gaze toward Chun Yiqian was no longer filled with emotion. She quickly turned and left. Everyone around clearly heard the argument between the 2 cousins and instinctively kept their distance from them. They were afraid that Lu Yuanyuan might turn into a zombie and also worried that Chun Yiqian might drag them into trouble, becoming a scapegoat. Huamian heard their quarrel and couldn't tell if Lu Yuanyuan would turn into a zombie. Noticing the cautious looks from others, Lu Yuanyuan bit her lip, raised her head, and looked around. She saw Xia Yan sweep with a wind blade, causing the last zombie's head to fall to the ground. Thinking for a moment, she stepped forward and asked Xia Yan to tie her up, so she could wait quietly for the night. Earlier in the day, several people had been bitten by zombies. Those bitten turned into zombies within a few hours. If Lu Yuanyuan could survive the night, it might prove she wouldn't turn into a zombie. Xia Yan agreed to her plan without much thought. This way, everyone's safety could be protected, and they could test whether humans still turn into zombies after being bitten and then treated. Moreover, Xia Yan and Lu Yuanyuan knew each other, though they didn't interact much. He didn't want to see her being bullied. Being might be uncomfortable, but it was better than being forced out of the cafeteria. After dinner, the sky darkened gradually. Everyone took out their phones and turned on flashlight functions for light. At this moment, Lu Yuanyuan's body showed signs of change. Her temperature was rising. She closed her eyes, her face flushed red, and she lay quietly on the table, her hands and feet bound with nylon ropes. Everyone was alert and dared not approach her, instead watching her every move from a distance. A tense, oppressive atmosphere spread through the cafeteria. By midnight, the temperature dropped sharply. Huamian sat in a chair, half closed her eyes. She felt sleepy but was too cold to sleep. She looked up and glanced around, noticing most people were too cold to sleep well. Her gaze unintentionally fell on Bai Ningrong. She saw her wearing a long dress, sleeping soundly on the table, seemingly unaffected by the cold. A hint of envy flashed in Huamian's eyes as she silently marveled at how strong ice-type powers are against the cold. She sighed and looked away, her gaze falling on Su Mingfan, who was sleeping peacefully across from her. She wondered what he had done to easily join the main character's team. If Lu Yuanyuan could survive this, it would prove her healing powers are useful. Maybe the main character would agree to let her join the team because her powers are helpful? After all, that would greatly increase everyone's chances of survival. Thinking of this, Huamian couldn't sit still anymore. She stood up and slowly walked toward Lu Yuanyuan in the corner. Xia Yan sat on a chair with his arms crossed, thinking about their future plan to survive. Suddenly, someone passed by him, stirring a gentle breeze. Xia Yan looked up and saw it was Huamian, heading toward Lu Yuanyuan. He paused for a moment, surprised by her back, then, after regaining his composure, a faint smile appeared behind his glasses. After thinking for a moment, Xia Yan instinctively stood up and followed her at a steady pace. Huamian was carrying her own thoughts and didn't notice Xia Yan behind her. She reached Lu Yuanyuan and looked at her face. Lu Yuanyuan's eyebrows were slightly furrowed, her face was flushed red, and her lips were a bit dry. Huamian sighed softly, unsure if Lu Yuanyuan could get through this. Junior sister Hua, don't worry. Your treatment was timely, she will be fine, someone suddenly said behind her. Huamian was startled for a moment, then turned around and looked at the speaker, her eyes full of surprise. Senior Xia, why aren't you asleep yet? Xia Yan smiled bitterly. It's too cold. I can't sleep. He paused for a moment before continuing. What are your plans next? Junior sister Hua. Huamian hesitated when she heard this. She wanted to go to the central base with Bai Ningrong, but the news about the base hadn't spread yet. Seeing her conflicted expression, Xia Yan chuckled softly. Why, can't you say? Huamian waved her hand, forcing a stiff smile on her face. Of course not. I haven't decided yet. Xia Yan raised an eyebrow, about to speak, when Qin Yiqian hurried over and cut in. Xia Yan, how is my cousin doing? She stared intently at Xia Yan, not even glancing toward Lu Yuanyuan. Huamian saw this scene and felt speechless inside. This person's visit to her cousin was fake. In fact, she came for Xia Yan. Xia Yan's eyebrows suddenly furrowed, and a hint of impatience flashed in his eyes. Lu Yuanyuan's condition is quite stable. She will definitely get through this safely. When Qin Yiqian heard this, her face stiffened. She was about to say something more. Xia Yan suddenly spoke, it's getting late. I'll go rest now. After saying that, he nodded slightly to Huamian, and then turned to leave. Qin Yiqian's face immediately turned very grim. She glared at Huamian harshly, and then also turned to leave.
Huamian.
Unfairly involved, Huamian felt confused and disliked Qin Yiqian deeply. She looked down at Lu Yuanyuan, who was in a bundle, and a look of sympathy crossed her eyes. Having a cousin who wanted to harm her was more pitiful than herself. Huamian, with dark circles under her eyes, sat beside Lu Yuyuan, yawning now and then. At this moment, Lu Yuyuan's body temperature had dropped, and her once bright red cheeks had returned to normal skin color. She was lying calmly on the dining table. There were no signs of her turning into a zombie. Huamian guessed that the previous treatment might have helped against the zombie virus. But she didn't know if Lu Yuyuan would awaken special abilities because of this. Suddenly, Lu Yuyuan's eyelashes fluttered slightly. The next moment, she slowly opened her eyes. Huamian's eyes brightened. She quickly moved closer and asked, "You're awake. How do you feel?" Lu Yuyuan was stunned when she heard Huamian's caring words. She looked at Huamian's obvious dark circles, and a warm feeling filled her heart. Last night, when her consciousness was blurry, she sensed someone moving nearby and thought it was a hallucination. Her own cousin had tried to harm her, yet Huamian, whom she met by chance, could do so much. Thinking of this, Lu Yuyuan secretly vowed in her heart that from now on, Huamian would be her best sister. With a bright smile, she said, "I feel really good now." Huamian, curious, asked, "Do you feel any different in your body compared to usual? For example, do you have any special abilities?" When Lu Yuyuan heard this, her heart started pounding rapidly. What was this sister talking about? Seeing her look dazed, Huamian gently reminded her, "Close your eyes and feel if there is extra energy in your body." Lu Yuyuan saw Huamian's serious expression, as if she wasn't joking. A flicker of hope appeared in her mind. She quickly closed her eyes and carefully sensed every change in her body. Surprisingly, she really discovered a ball of extra energy inside her. Lu Yuyuan tried to use her mind to guide the energy, and then she saw the scene outside the door. She couldn't believe it. She kept opening and closing her eyes, trying to confirm what she felt. Huamian noticed her keep blinking and asked with some confusion, "Are your eyes twitching? Could it be that her injury from yesterday wasn't fully healed?" The wound was quite close to her eye, so maybe she had overlooked something. Hearing this, Lu Yuyuan opened her eyes and instinctively wanted to retort, "Your eyes are twitching." But seeing the concern in Huamian's eyes and remembering that she was her lifesaver, she quickly swallowed her words. Thinking about her recent actions, she looked like her eyes were having trouble. When she remembered her newly awakened special ability, a happy smile appeared on her face. "Xiaomian, I've awakened my special power. I can see outside through the wall." Huamian was slightly stunned and asked in surprise, "You've awakened a clairvoyance ability?" The smile on Lu Yuyuan's face froze instantly. Why did her sister only think of that? She quickly realized her answer might cause misunderstandings. She hurriedly explained, "It's not clairvoyance. Honestly, I don't really understand what kind of ability this is. In my mind, there's a specific range. As long as I'm within this range, I can sense the signals transmitted by objects. I don't really see them. I just feel their presence." While speaking, Lu Yuyuan moved her body and suddenly realized she was still tightly bound and couldn't move. "Xiaomian, please untie me first." Her body was almost stiff. She never wanted to experience being and unable to move again. Huamian heard her and quickly responded, "Wait a moment. I'll get some tools." Soon after, Huamian brought a watermelon knife and cut the ropes binding Lu Yu. People around saw that Lu Yuan had woken up, and some gathered around, carefully observing her. When they learned that Lu Yuan had awakened her special power, everyone's eyes turned green with envy. They wished they could immediately go outside and get bitten by zombies so they could ask Huamian for treatment. Of course, this was just a wish. No one dared to risk their life for such a small chance. Seeing the wolf-like looks from the crowd, Huamian quickly found an excuse, pulled Lu Yuan away from the group, and went to register with Xia Yan. The other special ability users congratulated Lu Yuan on awakening her power and also praised Huamian. Sometimes, people approached Huamian to chat casually, trying to get closer. Huamian was tired of dealing with them. After breakfast, she hid in the kitchen to rest. Lu Yuan hurried to the kitchen and woke her up. "Xiaomian, someone is outside." Huamian opened her sleepy eyes. When she heard Lu Yuanyuan, she immediately became alert. She didn't ask questions and followed Lu Yuanyuan to the dining hall. Seeing the group of people, Huan Mian's hopeful expression disappeared. It turned out these people had escaped from the fifth dining hall, a group of more than 60. Because the fifth dining hall was near the dormitory buildings which had many rooms, there were naturally more zombies when people gathered. These people were attacked by zombies at the fifth dining hall. Unable to hold out, they escaped through a window at the back of the second floor and ran here. After hearing their story, everyone looked grim. The F cafeteria, to keep food fresh and supplies steady, places orders with suppliers every day, and the food arrives before 6 a.m. yesterday. When the zombie crisis broke out, no supplies arrived, so everyone ate leftovers from the day before. Now, with over 200 people in the cafeteria, the food wouldn't last long. They would be hungry by tomorrow. Xia Yan looked serious and asked, "How did you end up here? Isn't the fourth dining hall closer?" A boy stepped forward to explain, "Exactly because it's closer. We didn't dare to go there. The fourth dining hall doesn't have a second floor. If zombies attack, we'd be trapped with no way out." Hearing this, the people from the second dining hall couldn't help but recall yesterday's dangerous situation, which was just as he described. Yesterday, they were trapped in the cafeteria, surrounded by zombies with no way out. The feeling of hopelessness still lingers in their hearts. The person continued, "Yesterday afternoon, we faintly heard sounds coming from this direction. Thinking that more people mean more strength, we came here to join everyone." When the people in the second cafeteria heard this, their faces showed expressions that words couldn't fully describe. Someone in the crowd angrily said, "All you do is talk. Why didn't you bring any food supplies? We have over 100 people here, and the food isn't enough for everyone." Someone who came from the fifth cafeteria couldn't help but speak up, "But we still have rice. We can cook it into porridge, which might last a few days." As soon as he finished, someone else responded, "Even if we cook porridge, we need enough water. There's only one water-type ability user here. How can we get so much water?" The people from the fifth cafeteria looked embarrassed instantly. "Our group has only 2 people with special abilities, Zhao Yong, who has speed powers, and Su Qinghuan, who controls wood." Faced with the shortage of water and food, they felt helpless. In that moment, the tense atmosphere grew even heavier and more oppressive. Bai Ningrong suddenly said, "Near Building West 6, there's a shop that sells bottled water. We can go there to get some water for emergencies." However, when the people from the second cafeteria heard this, their faces showed resistance. Someone directly argued, "What if we carry the water and attract more zombies? We don't have extra gasoline to deal with them right now." While everyone was arguing fiercely, Lu Yuanyuan suddenly shouted, "Someone is outside." As soon as she spoke, the people from the fifth cafeteria looked confused and unsure what was happening, while everyone from the second cafeteria looked tense. Xia Yan quickly decided to lead a group of ability users outside to check the situation. Outside the cafeteria, just 5 meters away, a long military off-road vehicle sped toward the building and stopped steadily at the entrance. Then, the door opened and a tall young man stepped out. He wore combat clothes, with smooth features, a high-nose bridge, and thin lips pressed tightly together. His neat, short haircut made him look even more strikingly handsome, adding to his cold and commanding presence. Behind him, 5 team members dressed in the same combat uniforms got out of the vehicle one after another. The man with sharp, phoenix-like eyes scanned everyone. When his gaze locked on Bai Ningrong, his stern face softened instantly, revealing a gentle smile. He took big steps toward everyone. Seeing Xiao Chen, Bai Ningrong's face lit up with surprise. She quickly ran to him. Xiao Chen opened his arms and hugged Bai Ningrong tightly. He spoke softly, shouting, "I'm so glad you're safe." Bai Ningrong noticed the looks people were giving her. She blushed and struggled to break free from his embrace. Xiao Chen asked, "How did you come here?" Behind Xiao Chen, a big man suddenly spoke. "Of course, the captain was eager to find you. He also took on the task of escorting Professor Yang." Xiao Chen turned around, expressionless, and scolded, "Chao Kong, train harder when you get back to the base." Chao Kang's face stiffened. "Got it, Captain. If I had known, I wouldn't have talked so much." Hearing Chao Kong, Bai Ningrong's face, which was already a little red, turned even brighter. Hua Mian saw Bai Ningrong looking shy and her eyes widened in surprise. When the heroine meets the hero, she instantly becomes shy and sweet. The hero, with his cold face, melts when he sees her. These two are a perfect match. So adorable. Hua Mian's eyes sparkled. Next to her, Lu Yuyuan suddenly leaned in and whispered, "Xiao Mian, so you like soldiers? My cousin is a soldier too. He's 25 and still single. His personality is, I'm still young and don't want to find a boyfriend so quickly," Hua Mian interrupted, looking at Lu Yuyuan with a serious face. Seeing that Xiao Chen and his team were all in military uniforms and recognizing the man leading them as Bai Ningrong's acquaintance, the other ability users were both surprised and excited. They were eager to go forward and find out more. Xiao Chen seemed to notice everyone's reactions. His sharp gaze swept over them. He said firmly, "It's dangerous outside. Let's go inside first. Can you send us home? How does the government plan to arrange us?" How Xiao Chen heard the noisy voices around him, frowned, and raised his voice. "Everyone be quiet. Do you want to attract zombies?" His words immediately silenced the crowd, like a heavy hammer hitting their hearts. How Xiao Chen spoke seriously. The government has set up 5 major bases as safe shelters. You can organize your own teams to go there or stay put and wait for rescue. Our Rapid Shadow team has a special task this time. Professor Yang Jinghuai, who specializes in biology, to the central base, where his expertise is urgently needed to fight the zombie virus. As soon as he finished speaking, someone from the crowd expressed dissatisfaction. "Why hasn't the government sent help yet? Have they abandoned us?" How Xiao Chen's face grew very serious when he heard the question. The zombie virus is spreading across Blue Star. Not only ordinary people, but even the military can't avoid it. The government is working hard to build the 5 bases. Only when the bases are fully prepared and resources are well managed can they send help. Thinking of this, how Xiao Chen remembered his old comrades, with whom he had trained before. But when the apocalypse arrived, many turned into zombies. They had to suppress their sadness and personally deal with their zombie-turned friends. Hearing this, the crowd became restless. Someone anxiously asked, "When will the government send help?" How Xiao Chen ignored the question and continued, "The closest survivor base to F-City is in N-City, the eastern survivor base. Our Rapid Shadow team will pass through there. You can follow behind our vehicle, but you must take responsibility for your own safety during the journey." At first, everyone was happy to hear they could follow the convoy, their faces showing joy. But when Hao Xiaochen said they had to take responsibility for their own safety, their expressions changed to dissatisfaction. Someone tried to speak up in protest, but before they could, a companion beside them grabbed their arm, signaling them not to say more. Most of those gathered here are college students who got into F University. They are smart. They quickly understood what was happening. After all, the Rapid Shadow team only has 6 members and is busy with other tasks. The world has ended, and zombies roam outside. It is unrealistic to expect them to guarantee everyone's safety. After some discussion, everyone agreed to follow the Swift Shadow team to the survivor base in the east. Hua Xiaochen gathered the psychics together and introduced them to each other. The Swift Shadow team originally had 12 members, but only 6 survived the apocalypse, and all of them awakened special abilities. Before the end of the world, Hua Xiaochen was the captain of the Swift Shadow Special Forces. After the disaster, he awakened a dual-element ability involving lightning and metal. When Qi looks gentle and kind, his ability, like Lu Yuan's, is a mental power. Chao Kong is big and strong, with an ability related to strength. Xie Liqing has puppy-like eyes and looks like a friendly neighborhood boy. He has a fire-based ability. Wang Rui has a square face and a calm presence. He awakened a wind-based ability. Su Kaiyong has a round face, and when he smiles, he shows 2 dimples. He has a water-based ability. At this moment, Hua Xiaochen sat in a chair, carefully scanning everyone, then spoke slowly. Professor Yang has been focused on studying viruses and microbes for a long time. With his expertise, he is very likely to make a big breakthrough in researching the zombie virus. We received news that Professor Yang is trapped in the biology lab. We hope everyone here can join the Swift Shadow team to rescue him. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other, and the atmosphere became tense. Bai Ningrong glanced around and spoke first. Xiaochen, I'll go with you. Even though I'm a girl, I want to do my part. Huan Mian wanted to join the Swift Shadow team, but thought it would be safer to build some goodwill first. So she said, I'll go too. Her voice was soft but firm. Hua Xiaochen turned to look at her, feeling strangely that the girl looked familiar but couldn't remember why, and he was momentarily stunned. Lu Yuyuan, hearing Huan Mian's words, tilted her head and looked at her with a hint of understanding in her eyes. Huan Mian truly has a kind heart. Lu Yuyuan slightly raised her chin. Count me in. Su Mingfan clenched his teeth, a determined look in his eyes. I'm going too. Summer Yen looked at Hua Xiaochen, then glanced at Huan Mian. After thinking for a moment, he spoke gently. Professor Yang is a teacher at our school. Of course, I am willing to go and help. In the end, everyone agreed to go to the laboratory to rescue Professor Yang. Hua Xiaochen considered the safety of the ordinary people in the cafeteria and decided to leave some special ability users to guard it. Summer Yen had always been the team leader and was respected among the students. His presence would help keep everyone calm. Finally, it was decided that Summer Yen, Lu Yuyuan, Su Yen, Yi Shinan, and Zhao Yong would stay to defend the cafeteria, while the others would go with the Swift Shadow team to rescue Professor Yang at the Biology Institute. The Biology Institute building is located in the southeast corner of F University. To rescue Professor Yang, they first had to pass through 2 dormitory buildings. Then they would turn left and go through 4 teaching buildings and a campus hospital before reaching their destination. Everyone was holding various weapons, all made by metal element ability users provided by the Swift Shadow team. Huan Mian did not get the Tang sword from Su Mingfan, but unexpectedly received a Tang sword sent by the main character's team. Her sword was 1 meter long, with a blade over 60 centimeters, shining brightly and reflecting a captivating glow. Huan Mian held the sword handle and felt that its size was just right, with a good weight. Hua Xiaochen saw the tense expressions on everyone's faces and said seriously, let's go. After speaking, he turned and led the way, with Huan Mian and 9 others closely following behind. As they passed the dormitory buildings, everyone looked like they were facing a great enemy. Each person tightly gripped their weapons, eyes constantly scanning the surroundings, alert for danger. Suddenly, a few loud roars sounded. Everyone looked up and saw 2 tall zombies rushing out from near the dormitory, charging toward them. Before Huan Mian and the others could act, Xie Liqing and Chao Kong suddenly rushed forward. Xie Liqing's sharp blade flashed through the air, accurately cutting off one zombie's head. Chao Kong sidestepped quickly and swung a large iron hammer, smashing it hard into the zombie's head. With a loud bang, the zombie's head was smashed to pieces, and brain matter splattered everywhere. Their way of killing zombies was quick and clean, with no wasted movements. Huan Mian and the others watched in shock, secretly amazed. No wonder they were trained soldiers. The displayed combat power of the 2 people reassured everyone present, instantly easing their fears. The group cautiously moved through 2 dormitory buildings, carefully heading toward the teaching building. Since the zombie virus outbreak happened at night, only a few zombies wandered slowly near the teaching building. The Swift Shadow team was well-trained, working smoothly together, easily dealing with the zombies. As they approached the 4th teaching building, Wen Qi suddenly said, Xiaocheng, there's a small group of zombies ahead. His brief words immediately broke everyone's composure. Everyone's hearts tightened, and their faces showed tension. Hua Xiaocheng frowned slightly and asked, Can you tell how many there are? Wen Qi stared ahead for a moment, then replied, About 30 or 40. They're wandering between the hospital and the biology building, and some are coming toward us. Hua Xiaocheng quickly gave the order. Everyone prepare to fight, no guns. He turned to Huan Mian and 9 others, suggesting, pair up and take down 1 zombie each. If you're overwhelmed, retreat immediately. His calm and strong voice helped settle the panic among the group a little. Everyone responded softly, got it. As they got closer, Huan Mian saw the zombies either shuffling or spinning in place, making eerie, chilling growls. Most of the zombies wore white coats, nurse uniforms, or patient gowns. F University Hospital operated 24 hours, leaving the gates unlocked, so zombies could freely roam the campus. The Swift Shadow team was the first to attack the zombie horde. Seeing this, everyone quickly gripped their weapons and moved forward. Hua Mian and Su Mingfan, working together, immediately targeted a female zombie dressed as a nurse. Su Mingfan held his shiny, large sword and rushed toward the zombie. The nurse zombie seemed to notice them, let out a shriek, and sharply clawed at Su Mingfan's neck. Su Mingfan quickly sidestepped and swung his sword at the zombie's arm. With a crisp sound, a small arm was severed, falling to the ground, and the floor was instantly stained with zombie blood. The nurse zombie let out a loud, piercing scream, showing sharp teeth and snarling as it lunged again at Su Mingfan. At the same time, Hua Mian crouched low and quietly slipped behind the nurse zombie. She tightly gripped her sword, ready to stab the zombie in the back of the head when suddenly, a figure swept past her with a gust of wind. Hua Mian was startled and instinctively looked toward the figure, recognizing it as Xiao Yuquan. Meanwhile, Su Mingfan on the opposite side suddenly changed his expression and hurriedly warned, "Xiao Mian, watch out behind you." Hua Mian reflexively turned her head and saw a tall male zombie rushing toward her. They were only 3 or 4 steps apart. Her pupils shrank sharply as she quickly moved to the right, narrowly avoiding the zombie's attack. She kept moving her feet, trying to put more distance between herself and the zombie. Xiao Yuquan, seeing that he had shaken off the zombie, relaxed slightly. He watched the zombie rush toward Hua Mian. His eyes flickered with hesitation, and he turned his head away nervously. When the zombie lunged at him, Xiao Yuquan suddenly remembered his previous escape experience. Fear overwhelmed him again, and he dared not fight the zombie, only thinking about running away. Earlier, outside the cafeteria, while clearing zombies, Xiao Yuquan had been careless and not contributed much. Moreover, the zombies outside the cafeteria had been weakened by fire and were much less dangerous than the ones here. He felt guilty for unknowingly leading the zombies toward Hua Mian and could only silently apologize in his heart. The zombie persisted, fixating on Hua Mian. Seeming to sense that its prey might escape, it let out a roar, quickening its pace, arms outstretched, and lunged fiercely at Hua Mian. Hua Mian swiftly dodged to the left, her body moving quickly, while she wielded her sword to slash sideways. A flash of cold light streaked across, cutting into the zombie's neck, but the force was too weak to cause serious harm. The zombie, however, seemed to ignite with fury from Hua Mian's attack. It opened its mouth wide and lunged again at her. In a moment of crisis, Hua Mian's eyes sharpened. She raised her sword high and mustered all her strength to stab at the zombie's face. The sword plunged straight into the zombie's hollow eye socket, piercing through its head. The zombie's body stiffened suddenly and then collapsed toward Hua Mian. Hua Mian felt a strong force hit her, causing her hand to go numb and her legs to wobble. She lost control and started to fall backward. Hua Xiaochen noticed her situation. He quickly ran over, grabbed her arm, and moved aside to avoid the collapsing zombie, which fell loudly to the ground. Hua Mian's delicate hand covered her chest, still trembling with fear. She looked up at Hua Xiaochen and smiled softly, sincerely saying, "Captain Hua, thank you." Hua Xiaochen looked calm and casually replied, "Be careful." Before she could respond, he turned quickly and ran toward the other zombies. Hua Mian took a moment to breathe and watched him leave. She saw him approach a zombie, wave his hand, and cut off its head with a single strike. Soon, he moved to another zombie and repeated the same action. In less than 10 seconds, he had killed 4 or 5 zombies. Hua Xiaochen was so skilled at killing zombies that it looked effortless, like chopping vegetables. Hua Mian was stunned and swallowed nervously. No wonder he's the hero. So strong. The group quickly finished off all the zombies and headed toward the science building. The science building at F University has 4 floors. The first and second floors have regular classrooms and lecture halls for basic courses, major lectures, and academic presentations. The third and fourth floors are labs for scientific research and experiments. Professor Yang is trapped on the fourth floor and is still missing. Right now, the entire science building was silent. Since the zombie virus outbreak happened at night, avoiding the evening classes, there were few zombies on the first and second floors. Hua Xiaochen calmly directed everyone in the rescue. Wang Rui, Zhao Weiguang, and Song Wei handled the zombies on the first floor. Su Kaiyang, Luo Lisan, and Xiao Yuquan took care of the second floor. Xie Licheng, Su Qinghuan, Lu Huyuan, and Zhong Zhenye cleared the zombies on the third floor. Hua Xiaochen led the rest of the team toward the fourth floor. Hua Mian felt a faint sense of unease inside her. She tightly followed by Ningrong as they stepped onto the staircase, leading to the unknown. Everyone stayed alert. At each floor, Hua Xiaochen made a hand signal. The team members understood immediately and went to clear the zombies on their assigned floors. The atmosphere suddenly became tense, with faint footsteps and heavy breathing echoing in the stairwell. In less than 2 minutes, Mian and the others reached the fourth floor smoothly. As soon as they stepped out of the stairwell, Mian saw 2 zombies walking down each corridor. These zombies wore white coats, had cloudy eyes, rotting skin, and emitted a disgusting stench. When they saw the group, they rushed toward them like predators, their fierce faces seeming ready to tear everyone apart. Xiaocheng held a long sword and swiftly charged at the zombie on the left. Within seconds, he reached the zombie and swung his sword. With a sharp sound, the blade cut precisely across the zombie's neck, and its head fell to the ground. Another zombie lunged at him from behind. Xiaocheng quickly lowered his body and swept sideways. With a loud bang, the zombie fell heavily to the ground. Before it could move, Xiaocheng stabbed it from behind. With a puff, the sword pierced deep into the zombie's head. Meanwhile, Chao Kong was also determined to fight. He faced the zombie on the right. He swung his heavy iron hammer, lifting it high with his strong arms, and brought it down forcefully on the zombie's head. With a loud thud, the zombie's head was smashed to pieces, with brains and blood splattering on the walls. Chao Kong, holding his hammer, was about to go forward and finish off the other zombie. Suddenly, Wen Qi's voice rang out sharply. "Everyone, be careful. There's a first-level zombie approaching from the right bathroom." His voice was urgent, and his face looked serious. Hao Mian's heart pounded like thunder. He immediately turned to face the direction of the approaching zombie. About 20 or 30 meters away, a zombie dressed in a black security uniform was rushing toward them at high speed. Bai Ningrong quickly formed an ice spear in her palm and shot it toward the zombie. However, the zombie seemed to have some extraordinary agility. It slightly turned its body and easily dodged the attack. Hao Xiaocheng heard the commotion and quickly turned around, just in time to see the zombie dodge the ice spear. His face was serious. He quickly walked over to the others and activated his supernatural power. A bright ball of lightning gathered in his palm, crackling with a zzzz sound. Then he suddenly swung his arm and the lightning ball shot toward the zombie. However, the zombie's agility is no different from that of a human, and it is even more agile than an ordinary person. Just before the lightning ball hit it, the zombie simply tilted its head slightly and easily dodged the lightning ball. Seeing this, Xiaochen furrowed his brow and ordered, "Use guns to attack." As soon as he finished speaking, Wen Qi quickly drew the gun from his waist without hesitation and fired several shots at the zombie.
Bang bang.
He fired several rounds, and the bullets whistled toward the zombie. However, the zombie, moving like a ghost, swayed left and right, avoiding the deadly bullets with a very strange posture. Only 2 shots hit its chest, splashing a small amount of dark blood. But this didn't seem to cause much damage to the zombie, which continued to run toward everyone at full speed. Xiao Chen's face was serious. "Everyone, hold your weapons tightly. Don't let the zombie get close." As he spoke, he grabbed his long sword and moved forward. Hua Mian, hearing this, quickly held his sword in front of him for defense, eyes fixed on the battle ahead. The zombie, with a pair of bright red eyes, clawed fiercely at Xiao Chen with sharp nails. Xiao Chen quickly dodged to the side of the wall, avoiding the zombie's claws, then swung his sword to cut at the zombie's neck. The zombie seemed to sense the deadly threat and twisted its body with incredible agility, avoiding the strike. Then, it suddenly kicked off the ground with its feet, jumped onto the corridor railing, and charged toward Huamian and the others. Xiao Chun was about to turn around and attack the first-level zombie, but the ordinary zombies behind had already reached him, forcing him to stop and deal with them instead. Chao Kong, holding a large iron hammer, raised an eyebrow. "You're fast enough. Watch me smash you to death." After saying that, he quickly moved a few meters forward, swinging the large hammer with both hands, and struck the zombie's abdomen hard. He aimed to knock the zombie off the railing and down 4 floors. The zombie reacted with astonishing speed. It leapt up, quickly jumped over the railing, bypassed Chao Kong, and headed straight for Wen Qi. "Everyone, be careful," Wen Qi finished speaking, gripping his red tassel spear and stabbing it forcefully at the zombie's head. The zombie, as if able to predict Wen Qi's move, slightly tilted its head just before the spear pierced it, dodging the attack. Next, it changed its attack target and suddenly charged toward Bai Ningrong beside Wen Qi. Wen Qi frowned and stabbed out with his red tassel spear again. However, the zombie suddenly reached out with its claws, accurately grabbing the spear shaft. It then pulled forcefully forward, following Wen Qi's attack. Due to inertia and not being prepared, Wen Qi's body lost balance under the zombie's strong pull, causing him to stumble forward. The zombie opened its big mouth and lunged at Wen Qi's neck. Wen Qi furrowed his brow and quickly shifted sideways, using the red tassel spear for support. Seeing this, Bai Ningrong swung her big sword fiercely at the zombie's face. With a loud clack, the zombie bit onto the sword. It seemed angered by Bai Ningrong's interference, and suddenly, the zombie forcefully swung the spear away. Wen Qi and the spear were thrown 2 meters away. The zombie then aimed its attack at Bai Ningrong, slapping her with its arm toward her big sword. The sword was instantly knocked out of Bai Ningrong's hand, spinning through the air and hitting the wall with a loud bang before falling to the ground. The zombie snarled fiercely, extending its sharp claws toward Bai Ningrong's face. Bai Ningrong quickly crouched down to dodge the zombie's claws. Huamian was standing right behind Bai Ningrong. Seeing her crouch, he raised his tang sword and swung it toward the zombie's head. The zombie, unable to reach Bai Ningrong, quickly tilted its head to the side. The sword cut off one of its ears. The zombie, in pain, let out a sharp, screeching, "haha," sound that echoed through the corridor, sending chills down everyone's spine. Seeing the zombie go berserk, Huamian quickly retreated. At this moment, the zombie was completely frantic. It abandoned its attack on Bai Ningrong, who was closer, and instead charged toward Huamian. Wen Qi seized the opportunity, rushing behind the zombie. Seeing it ignore Bai Ningrong and attack Huamian, he hurriedly stabbed his spear forward. Meanwhile, Su Mingfan, behind Huamian, was also fearless. He took a few quick steps forward, raised his big sword, and fiercely slashed at the zombie's neck. In an instant, a sound was heard. Wen Qi's spear accurately pierced through the zombie's head, and its brains and black blood splattered instantly. At the same time, Su Mingfan's blade sliced across the zombie's neck, causing its head and body to separate immediately. A foul-smelling black blood sprayed out, splattering onto Su Mingfan. The zombie's hands were still frozen in the motion of reaching for Huamian, stiffly stretching into the air. Its sharp nails glinted coldly under the bright light. Because Su Mingfan was too close and everything happened so suddenly, he didn't have time to dodge. The falling zombie hit him squarely. He quickly pushed it away, and with a heavy thud, the zombie fell to the ground. Feeling the sticky mess on his face and smelling the awful stench, Su Mingfan's expression twisted in disgust. He couldn't help but shout, "Ugh. Even after dying, this zombie still manages to gross me out. So disgusting." He hurriedly wiped his face with his sleeve, and out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Wen Qi's red-tasseled spear still stuck in the zombie's head. Dark blood dripped from the wound in the zombie's neck, hitting the ground with a steady drip, drip. Su Mingfan's eyes widened. "Hey, man, why are you still poking that zombie's head? Get rid of it already," It's nasty. Wen Qi glanced at him calmly, then flicked the zombie's head off the spear. The head rolled across the ground and stopped right at Su Mingfan's feet.
Su Mingfan. What?
After finishing off the remaining zombies, Hua Xiaochen walked over to the group. Is anyone hurt? He asked with concern. Everyone shook their heads and answered together, no. Hua Xiaochen's serious expression softened slightly. He then walked over to the zombie's head, crouched down, and with a twist of his wrist, a dagger appeared in his hand. Hua Mian's eyes flickered with curiosity. She had seen the Shadow Squad take weapons out of thin air before. It seemed that each of them had their own storage space, something that made her a little envious. Hua Xiaochen used the dagger to carefully probe the zombie's head. After a moment, he picked out a transparent crystal about the size of a pigeon egg. The crystal gave off a faint glow, though it was smeared with dark blood and bits of flesh, making it look dirty. Hua Xiaochen took out a glass bottle filled with water, gently placed the crystal inside, and then stood up. Bai Ningrong stepped forward, her face full of curiosity. Xiaochen, what is that? Hua Xiaochen explained patiently. It's an energy crystal from a first-level zombie. This transparent one means it has no element, but crystals can come in other colors too. Different colors represent the attribute categories of zombies. The more intense the color of the crystal core, the stronger the zombie's abilities. Su Mingfan suddenly interrupted. Are there different levels of zombies? Even first-level zombies are so strong. How will humans deal with higher-level zombies in the future? Hua Xiaochen glanced at him and said slowly, not only can zombies level up, but humans can also improve their special abilities by fighting and absorbing the energy from zombie crystal cores. Through battles, we constantly strengthen our skills and unlock our potential. Absorbing crystal cores is another quick way to improve, but this process must be done carefully. If not, the energy inside the core might backfire. He looked serious as he continued. It's best to purify the crystal cores before absorbing them. Our base is currently developing a device to purify cores. I will keep this energy core for now, and once we have enough, I will distribute it to everyone. Everyone agreed without objection and nodded in support of Hua Xiaochen's plan. Hua Xiaochen turned to Wen Qi and asked, can Professor Yang's location be confirmed? Wen Qi frowned and shook his head. My ability can only ignore obstacles within 30 meters. The nearby labs are full of zombies, and I haven't seen any humans. To see further, I need to be within this range. Hua Xiaochen's brow furrowed as he thought about the gunfire from earlier, which might attract more zombies. Finally, he ordered everyone to split up and find Professor Yang as quickly as possible. To enter the labs, an access card is essential. The lab's access system was designed to ensure safety and confidentiality. Normally, the card works with electronic recognition devices to accurately verify permissions and control access. However, a power outage disrupted the lab's operation. The power cut caused the access system to stop working instantly, and it no longer responded to the cards. The cold metal doors became obstacles to entering or leaving the lab. Hua Xiaochen, who has lightning and water abilities, and Su Mingfan, who has metal abilities, could break the locks and open the doors. In the end, Hua Xiaochen arranged for Wen Qi, Su Mingfan, and Hu Mian to check the right side lab, while Hua Xiaochen, Bai Ningrong, and Chao Kong checked the left side lab. Wen Qi led the way, walking slowly down the corridor, with Hu Mian and Su Mingfan walking side by side behind him. The three of them passed by 4 laboratories. Suddenly, Wen Qi stopped. He turned around and said, there are survivors in the laboratory ahead. Hu Mian instinctively looked back and saw that the 3 men, Xiao Qian and the others, were no longer in the corridor. She blinked and looked at Wen Qi. Should we go and notify Captain Hua and the others? Wen Qi shook his head gently and said softly, not yet. We're not sure if Professor Yang is inside. Let's rescue the people first. We might need some equipment later, so it's better to clear out the zombies in the lab now. That way, it'll be easier later. Wen Qi stood in front of the door to the laboratory at the end of the corridor. He raised his hand to signal Su Mingfan to open the lock. Su Mingfan looked nervous. He stepped forward a few steps, peering through the window to see inside, but saw no one. He looked at Wen Qi with confusion. Wen Qi nodded at him. Su Mingfan took a deep breath, grasped the metal door handle with his right hand, and a faint golden glow seeped from his fingertips into the lock. After a moment, a crisp click sounded inside the lock, and the lock was successfully broken. He pushed the door open slowly. The 4 people inside the laboratory were startled by the sudden opening of the door, their faces showing panic. When they saw Huamian and the others, their fear turned into surprise. One of them hurriedly asked, "Did you guys take care of the monsters outside?" Wenqi nodded calmly. "Yes, it's been handled." The man's face lit up with joy, but he quickly complained, "Why did it take you so long to rescue us? It's been 2 days. If it goes on, we'll be the ones collecting the bodies." Hearing this, Su Mingfan couldn't help but roll his eyes and raised his voice. "I'm not part of the rescue team. This is the end of the world. The monsters you're talking about are zombies. Have you seen zombie movies? Now, zombies are everywhere in the world. Society is in chaos. If a zombie bites you, you'll be turned into one." The 4 of them looked pale at once, their faces turning white. They couldn't help but think of the terrifying scene from yesterday. It was still early morning when Wang Tao, that fool, heard screams outside the corridor. Without thinking, he opened the door and went out. Outside the door, a zombie eating noticed the noise, immediately abandoned the corpse, and rushed to attack Wang Tao, biting his neck. Zhong Hongba and Mo Hai saw this and bravely went out to rescue him, but Wang Tao, now a zombie, bit them too. The others realized something was wrong and quickly shut the door in panic. Later, through the glass observation window, they saw Zhong Hongba and Mo Hai also turn into zombies. Thinking of this, all 4 looked grim, their eyes fixed on the 3 people, especially the girl in front. The man's face was not as striking, but the girl looked even more beautiful than the glamorous stars on TV. She definitely couldn't be involved in such physically demanding and tough rescue work. It seemed true what the others said. When she broke the silence and asked, "Is Professor Yang inside?" Another young man hurriedly replied, "Yes, but he's old and has been through a lot. He got sick and is resting in the lounge." When Chi's eyes showed concern, he quickly moved past the others and headed toward the lounge. Huamian saw this and followed. Su Mingfan stayed where he was, not moving. "Bro, since we found Professor Yang, I'll go tell Captain Hua." When she stopped and turned back to warn him, "Be careful. There are zombies in the nearby labs. Don't open any doors randomly."
Got it.
"I'm not a kid." Su Mingfan waved and turned to leave. The 4 men looked at each other, then followed him out. At this moment, Professor Yang was lying on a foldable bed, face flushed red, lips cracked and peeling, completely unconscious. When she looked serious, he quickly took out fever medicine and a bottle of water from his space. He pinched Professor Yang's chin and forced his mouth open, then fed him the medicine and poured some water in. Professor Yang had a high fever for a long time, and his body was severely dehydrated. Even in unconsciousness, his survival instinct made his body react. He involuntarily swallowed, and the medicine and water flowed down his throat into his body. Huamian stood nearby, her beautiful eyes fixed on Wenqi's black wristband, showing envy. She had noticed before that each member of the Shadow team wore a space wristband. Previously, I wondered why the female lead didn't use a space to store supplies. It was only later that I realized the space was brought by the male lead's team. When she finished giving water to Professor Yang and caught a glimpse of Huamian staring intently at his space bracelet, the envy in her eyes was almost overflowing, and he paused for a moment. Thinking about how they had just learned about storage spaces, she looked just as eager to have one. When she thought for a moment and then explained, "This is a space bracelet made by a space ability user," Huamian was surprised. She didn't expect Wenqi to notice her thoughts, and she felt a little embarrassed. She asked, "Is it difficult for space ability users to make space bracelets? If it's not too hard, there should be many of them. Maybe she could have one someday." Wenqi sighed softly and said, "It's quite difficult. Space ability users first need to compress and fold the space, then use a physical object as a carrier. They slowly merge the compressed space into the carrier, and finally, an independent space forms inside it." Mion's eyes darkened a bit, and she continued to ask, "How can I get a storage space?" When she spoke gently, "You just need to complete various tasks assigned by the base. When your contribution points reach a certain amount, you can exchange them for a space." Mion's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "What kinds of tasks does the base have?" When she thought for a moment and replied, "There are many types. Base construction, killing zombies, collecting supplies, rescue missions, and more." Mion suddenly understood, and then fell into thought, wondering what tasks she could take on once she arrived at the base. Seeing her silence, when she slowly said, "My space bracelet is just a basic model. Its space is relatively small, only 200 square meters, with a height of 4 meters. Xiao Chen's space ring is 500 square meters, with a height of 5 meters. It's the largest among this batch of storage devices." Mion thought when she was showing off a bit. If it were her, she wouldn't mind having 200 square meters of space, or even just 20 square meters. No, even 2 square meters. She would be happy. Mion couldn't help but ask, "Are there many space ability users in the base? Don't they need to go out and gather supplies?" Logically, space ability users staying in the base to create more space would be better for collecting supplies. When she sighed softly and shook his head. Not all space ability users are that powerful. Currently, most space-based abilities have not yet reached the level where they can create storage spaces. As he thought about this, a figure suddenly appeared in his mind. That person was proud and cold, making it hard to get close, yet their strength was deep and unfathomable, so powerful that people feared them. The storage space they created was not only large, but also very stable. Mion was about to ask Wen Qi how many contribution points were needed to exchange for a storage space. At that moment, Professor Yang, who had been in a coma, suddenly had a high fever and convulsed. His face turned pale, his eyes rolled back, foam appeared at his mouth, and his limbs twitched violently out of control, causing the folding bed to creak. Seeing this, Wen Qi quickly unbuttoned Professor Yang's collar to help him breathe more easily. Then, he turned Professor Yang's head to the side to prevent choking if he vomited. After doing all this, Wen Qi took water and a towel from his space bracelet, wiping Yang's face and neck to try to cool him down. Mion saw this and immediately looked upset. Suddenly, a scene from Zheng Huanyue's story popped into her mind. In the story, the main character did not complete the task of escorting Professor Yang. Professor Yang, the old man, died from illness before rescue arrived. At this moment, Mion felt very anxious inside. Wen Qi had already given Professor Yang medicine to reduce his fever, but it seemed to have no effect. Could it be that the story really couldn't be changed? Was her ending doomed to die no matter what? Thinking of this, Mion quickly shook her head, forcing herself to dismiss these thoughts. She was alive and well now, and she had awakened healing abilities. Right, healing abilities could cure illnesses. Mion's eyes lit up suddenly, and she hurriedly said, "Wen Qi, let me try. I will use my healing ability to treat Professor Yang." Wen Qi paused his action of wiping Yang's face, looked at Mion in surprise, and after a moment of silence, said, "Just do your best. Don't feel burdened." In his impression, healing abilities in the base were very difficult to use for superficial cuts. Their healing powers were really too weak. To avoid embarrassing Mion, he added a few words. Mion nodded, and then walked over to Professor Yang, placing her hand near his head. In an instant, a gentle white light flowed from her palm, instantly covering Professor Yang's head. Wen Qi's slender eyes showed a hint of surprise, but quickly returned to calm. After half a minute of continuous energy transfer by Mion, Professor Yang's trembling body gradually calmed down, no longer shaking wildly as before. After a while, his originally flushed face slowly returned to normal color. His breathing became steady, as if he had been pulled back from the brink of death. Seeing his stable condition, Mion felt relieved. Noticing that her energy was almost gone, she stopped the transfer. At this moment, when she was filled with shock, his slender eyes fixed on Mion. At first, he thought Mion wouldn't last long, but unexpectedly, her healing ability far exceeded others in the base. Wen-Chi had learned first aid knowledge and knew that a situation like Professor Yang's was extremely dangerous, with a very slim chance of survival. However, Mian managed to make Professor Yang recover miraculously within a minute, which was beyond imagination.
It seemed he needed to find a chance to talk to Xiao Chen.
Such an outstanding talent should join their team. Mian finished transferring her energy, then looked up and met Wen-Chi's intense gaze. She suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable. Wen-Chi's look was like he was observing a rare animal. Mian quickly broke the awkward atmosphere. Wen-Chi, Professor Yang's condition seems stable now. Please check him. Wen-Chi looked at her deeply, then turned his gaze to Professor Yang. He reached out to check Professor Yang's forehead, but noticed his eyelashes fluttering slightly. In the next moment, Professor Yang opened his eyes. Seeing them, his face was full of confusion. Are you? As he spoke, he propped himself up with his hands, trying to sit up. Wen-Chi stepped forward, supporting Professor Yang's back and helping him sit up, then introduced himself seriously. Professor Yang, hello. I am Wen-Chi from the Rapid Shadow Special Forces of the Central Base. Hearing the words, Special Forces, Professor Yang's body trembled slightly. His gaze fell on Wen-Chi, noticing he was wearing a combat uniform. Professor Wen-Chi continued, Professor, Earth is now under attack by a zombie virus. Our special team, the Shadow Squad, has been ordered to the Central Base. When Professor Yang heard this, his face suddenly became serious. His lips trembled slightly, and a hint of worry and sadness appeared in his eyes. Seeing his silence, Wen-Chi pleaded, Professor, Earth urgently needs your expertise. Please consider joining the team, researching the virus. This decision affects the survival and future of our people. Professor Yang sighed, his voice a little hoarse. I understand, but I want to know more about the outside situation. Wen-Chi nodded, showing he understood. Of course, we will give you a detailed update soon. The situation is urgent, so please evacuate with me now. If you need any equipment for your research, we can arrange to pack it up. Hearing about the research equipment, Professor Yang immediately became eager. Basic lab tools must be taken, like the microscope, which is essential for observing tiny structures. Also, a balance for precise weighing of medicines and reagents. The centrifuge is very important too, as it separates different parts of samples at high speed. And Professor Yang listed many pieces of equipment, each vital to his research work. Mian listened, feeling overwhelmed. Seeing Wen-Chi nod occasionally, he wondered if Wen-Chi truly remembered everything or was just pretending. Suddenly, a cheerful male voice came from the door of the lounge. Professor, you're finally awake. That's wonderful. The man quickly approached Professor Yang. Professor Yang looked at him with a somewhat cold expression. After a moment of silence, he spoke slowly. Wei Yi, I'm fine. How are the others? Wei Yi's eyes were red, and he looked sad. Only I, Fu Xiangrong, He Hao Zhu Xingping, and you survived on this floor. Everyone else turned into zombies. His voice was choked with emotion, as if overwhelmed by grief. When she interrupted, Professor Yang, I will go collect the equipment first. Please wait here. Hearing this, Professor Yang couldn't sit still. I'll go with you. That way, you won't accidentally damage the equipment. When Chi-Si didn't mind his attitude at all, and wore a gentle smile. Having you nearby to guide us is definitely better. Mian followed behind them as they left the lounge. Professor Yang saw Wen-Chi raise his hand to touch the equipment. In the next moment, the devices seemed to be enchanted and disappeared instantly. He was so shocked that his eyes widened, and he hurriedly asked about the origin of the space. Wen-Chi explained, the storage space we use was all created by Mr. Shen. He is the most powerful space ability user at the central base. Then, Wen-Chi also told Professor Yang about how the storage space works and its origin. Mian listened carefully nearby. He didn't expect that the space used by the main team was all made by one person. Mr. Shen is indeed impressive. Unfortunately, Zhang Wanyue didn't mention anything about Mr. Shen. If she had, they might have tried to get some storage space from him. Soon, Xiao Chunhua brought others to meet at the laboratory. When she introduced, Professor, this is our team leader, Xiao Chunhua. Professor Yang looked at Xiao Chunhua and became more polite. Thank you for your help. Xiao Chunhua nodded slightly and said simply, Professor Yang, the zombies in the 13 labs on this floor have been cleared and the equipment has been collected. Time is urgent. Please evacuate with us now. We will you to a safe area. Professor Yang responded and then followed everyone out of the biological science building. As they passed the school hospital building, Xiao Chunhua suddenly stopped and said seriously, Wang Rui, Chao Kong, Kai Yang, you three are responsible for escorting Professor Yang back to the cafeteria, Wenqi, Li Cheng, and I will go to the hospital to gather medical supplies. In the apocalypse, medicines and medical equipment are also very precious. Since they found some, they naturally couldn't miss the chance. Bai Ningrong reached out and held Xiao Chunhua's arm, her tone firm. Xiao Chun, I want to go with you. Xiao Chunhua refused her suggestion. Xiao Ning, more people might attract zombies and slow us down. You and Chao Kong should go back to the cafeteria and wait for me. Seeing that Xiao Chunhua insisted, Bai Ningrong let go and looked worried. Be careful. Xiao Chunhua nodded, rubbed her head, then led Wenqi and Xie Liqing toward the hospital building. When Mian saw how close the male and female leads were, their eyes almost sticking together. She couldn't help but smile like a caring aunt. Chao Kong comforted her, saying, Ningrong, don't worry. With Wenqi here, they should be able to avoid many dangers. Let's go back to the cafeteria and wait. Bai Ningrong felt reassured after hearing this. She nodded and followed everyone back along the same path. The group returned to the cafeteria safely, without any trouble. Everyone still looked a bit tense, but they were glad no one was hurt during the rescue. As soon as Hu Mian stepped into the cafeteria, Su Wanluo rushed towards Su Mingfan like a rocket. Big brother, are you okay? She looked him over from head to toe. Su Mingfan slightly raised his chin, looking proud. How could I be hurt? I just fought off zombies. You underestimate me. Su Wanluo let out a small breath and quickly noticed her brother was covered in dirt. She covered her nose and took a few steps back. Seeing her dislike, Su Mingfan was a bit annoyed.
I'm just proving I fought zombies heroically.
Why do you look so disgusted? Su Wanluo replied casually. Yeah, you fought zombies and got all bloody. You should find some water to wash up. Isn't that gross? Hearing this, Su Mingfan grabbed her sleeve. Xiao Luo, be nice and help me wipe this off. I can't see the stains myself. Su Wanluo crossed her arms, sighing. You really win. Fine, there are 2 bottles of water in my backpack. Next time, try to avoid getting so messy. If you keep doing this, there won't be enough water for you to splash around. When Mian watched their interaction with a hint of envy in her eyes. In this apocalyptic world, having family and love is such a blessing. But she couldn't enjoy it, feeling more and more down. Just then, Lu Yuan came out from the kitchen, jogging over to Hu Mian and taking her arm. Xiao Mian, are you okay? Any injuries? Hu Mian heard her concern and smiled slightly, feeling her worries fade. She shook her head, smiling gently.
I'm fine.
No one is hurt. Lu Yuan looked relieved and let out a breath. Then she pouted and complained. I really wanted to help, but I heard he's like me, a mental type ability user. With him here, I feel like an extra person with no real place to belong. After saying that, Lu Yuan let out a long sigh. Hu Mian gently patted her shoulder and smiled to comfort her. Don't think like that. Assigning you to the cafeteria is for everyone's safety. If you're not here and a group of zombies comes outside the cafeteria, everyone might be caught off guard. Plus, there will be more tasks in the future. There's no need to rush. Hu Mian's words made Lu Yuan think carefully. She realized it made sense, so she relaxed and showed a look of hope. She linked her arm with Hu Mian's, and they walked to a table where their backpacks were placed, then sat down. Xiao Mian, tell me about your journey. Did you face many dangers? Seeing her excited expression, Hu Mian took a bottle of water from her backpack, took a few sips, and then quietly shared her experiences. In the evening, everyone sat together and listened to Chao Kong talk about the central base. Chao Kong was tall and broad-shouldered, nearly 2 meters tall, like a tall mountain. He spoke loudly and clearly. You don't need to pay protection fees to enter the base, but everyone has to work together to build it. The base will assign jobs, and as long as you're hardworking, you'll have food. No one will starve. While everyone was listening to Chao Kong, suddenly, hurried footsteps sounded. They looked up and saw Xiao Chun and Xia Liqing rushing inside. Xia Liqing was carrying Wen Qi, while Xiao Chun supported Wen Qi with his left hand and pressed his right hand on Wen Qi's neck. Wen Qi's head was softly resting on Xia Liqing's shoulder, and his arms hung limply, as if he was unconscious. All three of them were covered in black zombie blood, even their faces, which looked especially frightening under the dim light. Everyone's hearts tightened with worry as they looked at them. The other members of the shadow team quickly went to help. Bai Ningrong noticed some fresh blood on Xiao Chun and hurried over, asking anxiously, "Xiao Chun, are you hurt?" "What's wrong with Wen Qi?" Xiao Chun looked serious and worried. "I'm fine." "What about Huamian?" They had just entered when Huamian saw Xia Liqing carrying Wen Qi from afar. She also noticed their anxious expressions, which made her feel something bad was about to happen. When she and Lu Yuyuan approached, she heard Xiao Chun calling her. She quickly responded loudly, "I'm here." Everyone heard her and hurriedly made way. At this moment, Xia Liqing looked extremely nervous, as if he was about to break down. When he heard Huamian's voice, he seemed to clutch his last hope. He rushed to her while carrying Wen Qi, and with a hurried, tearful voice, he shouted, "Please save Wen Qi. He was hurt by the zombie trying to save me. If you save him, I owe you my life." Huamian's heart tightened. She immediately understood that Wen Qi was in serious danger. Seeing Xia Liqing look so hopeless, she comforted him. "I will do my best." As soon as she finished speaking, Chao Kong and Su Kaiyong carefully helped Wen Qi down from Xia Liqing's back. Wang Rui had already taken out a folding bed from the space and laid it flat. They gently moved Wen Qi onto the bed and laid him down. Huamian went to the bedside and saw Wen Qi's neck covered in blood. Xiao Chun was pressing a bandage on his neck. She quickly bent down, reached out near Wen Qi's neck, and her palm emitted a gentle white light. Xiao Chun immediately removed the bandage. A terrifying, jagged wound appeared before Huamian's eyes, bleeding heavily. Her pupils shrank suddenly. Had the wound hit the carotid artery? Her heart raced. Without hesitation, she intensified her energy transfer, making sure the white light fully covered Wen Qi's wound. As time passed, Huamian's face grew pale, and cold sweat started to appear on her forehead. Because she had previously treated Professor Yang, her energy was not fully recovered. The intense effort now was a huge drain on her, but she gritted her teeth and persisted. Although she had only known Wen Qi for a short time, and they weren't very close, seeing his military uniform made her unwilling to give up easily. Gradually, the white light on her hand dimmed and flickered, as if it could stop at any moment. Everyone dared not make a sound, afraid of interrupting her treatment. At this moment, time seemed to pass very slowly. Everyone was nervously watching Wen Qi's wound. Chao Kong suddenly exclaimed, "The bleeding has stopped." His shout eased everyone's tense nerves. Huamian, who had been holding on tightly, suddenly lost her strength. She felt her body go weak, and her vision darkened. She collapsed to the side like a soft cloth, losing consciousness instantly. Su Kaiyong was standing next to Huamian. When he saw her fall, he instinctively reached out to catch her. Lu Yuyuan, standing behind Huamian, saw her faint and asked anxiously, "What happened to Xiaomian?" Xiao Chun quickly looked at Wen Qi's wound. The bleeding had stopped. Although the wound was still ugly and not healed, his breathing was steady and no longer rapid or weak. From these signs, Wen Qi was not in immediate danger of losing her life. He turned to look at Huamian, placing his hand on her wrist to check her pulse carefully. After a moment, Xiao Chun released her wrist and said with a hint of relief, "It's probably just overusing her powers. Luckily, the situation isn't too bad. Let her rest for a couple of days, and she should recover." The members of the Swift Shadow team all breathed a sigh of relief when they heard Xiao Chun. Healers with special abilities are very rare. If Huamian had an accident while saving Wen Qi, they would feel very guilty. There was an incident at the base before where a healer overused her powers while treating a patient, causing her core to break. Not only was her ability ruined, but she also developed serious health problems. Before they left, she was still in the ICU, fighting for her life. Now, Huamian was safe and had even saved Wenqi. Everyone looked at her with gratitude. Xiaochen quickly took a foldable bed from a space ring and placed it about a meter from Wenqi. Su Kaiyong supported Huamian and gently laid her on the bed. Then he took a blanket from his space and carefully covered her. Lu Yuyuan brought a chair and sat beside Huamian, watching her closely without blinking. Bai Ningrong saw this and comforted. "Don't worry, Huamian will be fine." Lu Yuyuan nodded. "Yes, Xiaomian is so good. I believe in karma." Kaiyong, get some water to help Wenqi wipe himself down. Wang Rui, you'll be responsible for bandaging the wounds later. Hao Xiaochen calmly arranged everything, taking saline solution, anti-inflammatory powder, and bandages from his space, and handing them to Wang Rui. "Okay, Captain." Su Kaiyong turned to face Wenqi, then took a clean basin and towel from his space. He activated his powers, and clear water slowly filled the basin. He carefully cleaned the blood and dirt from Wenqi's face and neck wounds, even wiping his hands. Wang Rui stepped forward, rinsing Wenqi's wounds with saline, sprinkling anti-inflammatory powder evenly, and then skillfully bandaging them. Su Kaiyong saw that Wenqi's clothes were stained with zombie blood, making him look very messy and dirty. He instinctively looked around and noticed everyone in the cafeteria was watching curiously. He withdrew his gaze, looked at Hao Xiaochen with a troubled expression, and asked, "Captain, does he need to change his clothes?" Xie Liqing, before Hao Xiaochen could answer, quickly took out a set of clean clothes from his space and said loudly, "I'll help him change." Before he finished speaking, Xie Liqing stepped forward and reached out to unfasten Wenqi's jacket. Seeing this, Su Kaiyong hurriedly held Xie Liqing's hand and quickly glanced around, signaling him to be mindful of the situation. Chao Kong saw this and couldn't help but laugh. "It's just taking off your shirt in front of everyone. When we were in the army, who didn't train shirtless? What's the big deal?" Hao Xiaochen looked at Chao Kong calmly and said evenly, "It seems you really want to experience what it's like to be pressed down by Wenqi again." Chao Kang's smile instantly disappeared, and painful memories of fighting Wenqi flashed through his mind. Wenqi looked gentle and refined, standing at 1.87 meters tall, and Chao Kong was 7 centimeters taller than him. But Wenqi was really strong. His punches were much faster. Every time they fought close, Chao Kong often got hit. Thinking of this, Chao Kang's heart tightened, and he closed his mouth, saying nothing more. Hao Xiaochen, seeing Chao Kang's timid look, shook his head helplessly. Then he took out a tent from his space and quickly set it up, providing Wenqi with a private space to change clothes. Huamian woke up with a headache, feeling a bit like the aftereffects of low blood sugar. She instinctively reached up to rub her aching head. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw the blanket covering her, and she suddenly felt confused, her mind struggling to process what was happening. Chao Kong was sitting bored on a chair beside Wenqi's bed, staring blankly. When he heard a slight movement from Huamian, he looked up instinctively and saw her slowly sit up, supporting herself with her hands. A look of surprise appeared on Chao Kang's face. He quickly stood up from his chair with a whoosh and strode over to her bed. "Miss Huamian, you're awake. How do you feel? Is there anything uncomfortable?" His voice was full of excitement he couldn't hide. When he saw Huamian holding her head and looking uncomfortable, his smile disappeared instantly. He looked worried. Before she could respond, he hurriedly said, "Miss Huamian, wait a moment. I'll go find the captain to check on you." As soon as he finished speaking, Chao Kong turned and hurried away, his steps quick and hurried, kicking up a gust of wind. On the way, Bai Ningrong saw Chao Kong rush past her, her almond-shaped eyes showing a hint of doubt. She looked up and saw Huamian awake, and a clear understanding appeared on her face. Bai Ningrong carried a steaming bowl of meat porridge and slowly approached Huamian's bed, her face gentle and kind. "Xiaomian, you must be hungry. You fainted last night and missed dinner. Eat something first." Her tone was caring and affectionate. Hua Mian looked at her in surprise, then remembered what had happened yesterday. Senior Bai, how is Wen Qi? Bai Ningrong was slightly surprised. She didn't expect that right after waking up, Hua Mian's first concern was Wen Qi's condition. She chuckled softly, turned to the side, and signaled Hua Mian to look over. See for yourself. He's right there.
He's out of danger now.
He even woke up once last night. Last night, when she woke up and told them about Hua Mian saving Professor Yang. Everyone then realized that Hua Mian had been holding on to treat Wen Qi, and luckily, she wasn't seriously hurt. Hua Mian looked to the side and saw Wen Qi lying quietly in bed, his face slightly pale. She withdrew her gaze, feeling a huge weight lift from her heart, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Hua Mian reached out to take the porridge from Bai Ningrong and softly said, Senior Bai, thank you. Bai Ningrong showed a sincere smile. Xiao Mian, no need to be polite. From now on, just call me Ningrong. It's because you changed so much to save Wen Qi. We should thank you. He Xiaochen and Wen Qi grew up together, so their close bond goes without saying. Hua Mian saved Wen Qi's life, and their entire team is very grateful to her. Hua Mian, hearing this, shyly smiled. Ningrong, Wen Qi also saved me. Let's not be so formal. Earlier, in the laboratory corridor, Wen Qi stabbed and killed a first-level zombie, which was also a kind of rescue for her. Bai Ningrong nodded. You should eat while it's hot. The meat porridge was specially made by Xiaochen. I've already tasted it. It's very delicious. Hua Mian responded with an then scooped up some porridge and took a bite. The meat was tender and fresh. After a few bites, she felt a warm flow rise from her stomach, spreading throughout her body. It seemed as if her strength returned instantly, and her head, which had been pounding before, no longer hurt as much. Her spirit was noticeably better. Xiaochen was in the back kitchen talking with Professor Yang about the upcoming plans when he heard Chao Kong say Hua Mian woke up. He immediately put aside those matters and headed toward the dining hall. From afar, he saw Hua Mian holding the specially cooked meat porridge, eating happily. His gaze lingered on her bowl for a moment, then shifted to her face. Compared to when she was unconscious, her face was much rosier. Thinking of Chao Kang's report just now, his eyes flickered with a hint of curiosity. He strode forward calmly and asked, How do you feel? Hua Mian was drinking her porridge. When she heard Xiaochen's voice, she looked up and immediately met his and Chao Kang's caring eyes. A warm feeling rose in her heart, and she felt a little surprised and touched. I feel much better now. It's nothing serious. You don't need to worry. Xiaochen nodded gently. Then, seeming to remember something, his expression became serious. We're leaving soon. You and Professor Yang will take one car, he said firmly. Hua Mian was surprised but quickly composed herself and obediently replied, Okay, I'll follow the arrangements. Xiaochen was pleased with her response, a faint smile appearing in his eyes. Bai Ningrong suddenly interrupted, Xiaochen, why so serious? You're really acting like a boss talking to a subordinate. Ha Xiaochen's face instantly stiffened when he saw Bai Ningrong's accusatory gaze. He turned his head to look at Hao Mian. Sorry, I'm used to it this way. Hao Mian wore a polite smile. It's okay, I don't mind. It seems only the female lead can truly control the male lead. Hao Xiaochen nodded, said a few words to Bai Ningrong, then turned to leave. He needed to inform others and give some important instructions without delay. Everyone prepared their supplies and weapons, standing ready. The food collected from the convenience store had already been distributed to everyone. Suddenly, the sound of a car approaching from afar came from outside the dining hall. Within seconds, Wang Rui entered and reported to Hao Xiaochen. It turned out that before Hao Mian woke up, Hao Xiaochen had already made quick, thorough plans. He sent Wang Rui, Xie Liqing, and Su Kaiyang with some ability users to find suitable vehicles for everyone to go to the base. After hearing Wang Rui's report, Hao Xiaochen walked to the group with a serious expression. Everyone, take your things and line up in 2 rows. Don't push, though nervous. Everyone obediently lined up as instructed. Wang Rui helped the sleeping Wen Qi, placing him on Chao Kang's back, then stored the folding bed in his space. Wenqi looked pale from blood loss yesterday and was sleeping heavily. But time was tight, and the journey couldn't be delayed. Reluctantly, Chao Kong carried him on the move. Seeing everyone lined up, Hao Xiaochen shouted loudly, "Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, he and Bai Ningrong walked side by side at the front of the line. Chao Kong carried Wenqi, with Wang Rui beside him, following behind Hao Xiaochen. Hao Mian and Professor Yang walked side by side behind them. As they stepped out of the dining hall, Hao Mian was drawn to a distant convoy. She saw 2 military off-road vehicles parked at the front, with 5 buses neatly lined up behind. Looking at the extra off-road vehicle, she was sure it was one Hao Xiaochen and his team had stored in their space earlier as a backup. Hao Mian kept walking, following Professor Yang toward the second off-road vehicle. From afar, she saw Lu Yuyuan get out of the first off-road vehicle and head straight toward her. Her round cheeks flushed with excitement, and a small lock of her short hair stood up playfully. "Little Mian, you finally woke up." Before she finished speaking, she hurriedly rushed over to Humian. Lu Yuyuan grabbed Humian's arm gently, shook her lightly, and pulled her aside. "If you don't wake up soon, I might have to carry you on the road." Seeing her energetic appearance, Humian felt happy too. A slight smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, and a glint of amusement flashed in her eyes. "There's no time now, save it for next time." Suddenly thinking of something, Humian continued, "This morning when you went out, were you finally able to show your skills?" Hu Yuyuan was caught off guard by Humian's teasing, froze for a moment, then her smile grew even brighter. She couldn't help but remember how distant Humian used to seem, always giving off a vibe of keeping people at arm's length. When interacting with others, she was overly polite, almost to the point of formality, and her words and actions seemed to be behind an invisible barrier. But now, Humian was joking with her so naturally. This small change made Lu Yuyuan feel a wave of joy. It meant that Humian had started to see her as a friend deep down, and this realization made Lu Yuyuan very happy. "Exactly," she responded excitedly, sounding proud. "Yesterday afternoon in the cafeteria, I felt so frustrated. I just went out for a walk and found that my special ability actually helped quite a bit." After saying that, she playfully chuckled, her expression confident and proud. Seeing more and more people coming out of the cafeteria, and everyone rushing to get on the bus, Lu Yuyuan quickly said, "Little Mian, you and I should sit in the same car. There's still space in that 9-seat vehicle, and we can chat on the way." Humian shook her head. "I'll sit with Professor Yang." Before leaving, Hua Xiaochen had told her and Professor Yang to sit in the second vehicle. Lu Yuyuan immediately looked disappointed, her mouth slightly pouted, and she muttered softly, "So we're splitting up." Humian nodded gently and patted her arm. "Let's follow Captain Hua's arrangements." Seeing others hurriedly boarding their vehicles, the two didn't dare delay any longer and headed toward their respective cars. As Humian approached the second off-road vehicle, she suddenly heard a heated argument. She looked closely and recognized the boy who had complained last time in the laboratory about their rescue being too late. At this moment, he was arguing with Xie Liqing. The boy shouted loudly, "I am a student of the professor, so I should stay close and take care of him. Also, how could you let the patient and the professor ride in the same car? If he turns into a zombie, the professor could be in danger. If something happens, can you really take responsibility?" While speaking, the boy pushed hard against Xie Liqing, trying to get into the car. Xie Liqing was firm and stopped him steadily, speaking coldly, "The patient you mentioned is our comrade. Here, we treat everyone equally, regardless of status. Also, mutants who are bitten by zombies do not turn into zombies. Your worries are unnecessary." Hearing this, the boy's eyes flickered and he was speechless, unable to insist on getting into the car. Seeing the situation calm down, Humian slowly walked to the car. Just as she reached for the door handle, she suddenly heard the boy loudly criticizing behind her. "Don't let me get in, but you let a girl and the professor ride together. Can she protect the professor? Does she have that ability? When danger comes, isn't she just a burden?" The boy seemed to have found a new outlet for his frustration, speaking with disdain and doubt, completely ignoring respect. Hwamian felt offended by his baseless insults. She turned around angrily, about to speak and defend herself, when suddenly she heard the car door open behind her. She instinctively looked back and saw Professor Yang helping you from the middle seat. Professor Yang looked angry and shouted loudly, "Fu Xiangrong, I understand that as an ordinary person, you might feel scared when facing zombies, but it's very immoral and mean-spirited to falsely accuse others just because of your selfish desires. Hwamian saved me, and her abilities are well known. The injured on the car also urgently need her treatment. I don't need someone like you to take care of them." Professor Yang's voice echoed in the air, each word firm and clear. Fu Xiangrong's face turned pale instantly after hearing Professor Yang's harsh words, feeling extremely embarrassed. Although Professor Yang only said a few short sentences, he exposed Fu Xiangrong's hidden selfish thoughts completely. He felt like a clown who had been exposed and stripped in front of everyone, feeling ashamed and embarrassed. Fu Xiangrong glared fiercely at Hwamian, then quickly turned and hurried toward the bus. Hwamian's beautiful eyes showed anger and a hint of barely visible sadness. This person only knows how to pick on the weak, getting innocent people involved and feeling unhappy about it. Professor Yang turned to face Hwamian with a kind smile on his face and gratitude in his eyes. "Student Hwamian, I just found out that it was you who used your special ability to save me. Old man here wants to sincerely thank you. Thank you for saving my life. If it weren't for Xia Yan mentioning it, he wouldn't have known." Yesterday, he was puzzled because he had been unconscious from the fire, but when he woke up, he felt no discomfort and was much more relaxed. Hwamian quickly waved her hand, smiling humbly. "Professor, you don't have to say that. It's what I should do. Your achievements and experience in virus research are very valuable. We all hope you can discover the secret of the zombie virus soon and end this disaster." Hearing this, Professor Yang's expression became serious, and he said firmly, "There will be a day when that happens." Inside 8 off-road vehicles, Professor Yang sat in the middle of the second row, with Hwamian and Xia Yan sitting beside him. Chao Kong sat in the passenger seat, alertly observing the surroundings. Wen Qi lay quietly in the back seat, covered with a blanket. Xia Liqing focused on driving, closely following Hua Xiaochen's car. The cars slowly drove out of F University, speeding along the road. Hwamian looked out the window. Compared to the day before, the road was even more chaotic, with many zombie bodies scattered along the street. They had been run over by cars, broken and incomplete, and the ground was stained with dark zombie blood. Many abandoned cars were parked on the roadside, and some were even stopped in the middle of the street. Some of these cars were covered in dirt, some were emitting black smoke, and others had been burned down to just the frames. Occasionally, Hwamian saw some survivors, alertly searching for supplies, while a short distance away, scattered zombies wandered around. Hwamian felt worried. In this apocalyptic world, everyone fought to survive. Even facing terrifying zombies, they did not retreat. Everyone was working hard to stay alive. The sound of the car immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding zombies. The zombies seemed to wake up and instinctively start hunting, quickly locking onto the vehicle. They let out loud, unpleasant roars and rushed toward the car without hesitation. The 9 military off-road vehicles led the way, knocking most of the zombies to the ground as their wheels rolled over them. Only a few zombies darted out from the roadside and collided with the car that Hwamian was riding in. After being hit, the zombies' upper bodies heavily slammed onto the hood, their heads instantly smashed, brains splattering everywhere. The windshield was also splattered with blood. Strangely, the glass seemed to be made of a special material. When blood splashed onto it, it quickly slid down without leaving any stains. Hwamian quietly marveled at this. Compared to the previous car she and Su Mingfan rode in, this situation was much better. It didn't look too disgusting. The military vehicle was truly extraordinary, amazing. Early in the morning, Xia Yan went out to find a vehicle and experienced a similar scene. He remained quite calm. Professor Yang, being older, couldn't handle the bloody scene very well. He looked exhausted, his face pale, and he weakly leaned against the seat, eyes full of fatigue. Mion noticed his unwell appearance and paused for a moment. Then she unzipped her backpack, took out a beautifully wrapped chocolate, and handed it to him. "Professor, please eat something to regain your strength. It might make you feel better." Professor Yang shook his head gently, a bitter smile on his face. "I have high blood sugar, so I can't eat anything too sweet." Mion silently withdrew her hand, took out a bottle of mineral water from her backpack, and offered it to him again. "Then have some water and relax. Maybe it will help you feel better." This time, Professor Yang didn't refuse. He reached out, unscrewed the cap, and took a few sips. The cool water slid down his throat, making him feel a bit more comfortable. Chao Kong, hearing their conversation, looked at Professor Yang's exhausted state through the rearview mirror. After thinking for a moment, he took out an eye mask and a U-shaped pillow from the space, turned around, and handed them to Professor Yang. "Professor, you might try wearing these. They could help you rest more comfortably." Professor Yang saw these two items, and a hint of happiness appeared in his eyes. He half-jokingly said, "Your preparations are quite thorough. Do you have any extra blankets?" "I'd like one too." Professor Yang noticed that when she was covered with a blanket, since he had nothing to cover himself with while sleeping, he felt cold all over and asked casually. Chao Kong cheerfully replied, "Actually, I do." He then took out 2 blankets from his space, handed one to Professor Yang, and the other to Mion. Mion happily accepted the blanket, thanked him, and gently spread it over herself. Since rescuing Wenqi, everyone in the Swift Shadow team had become more friendly toward her. This made her feel a little relieved. A good attitude meant they liked her more. When the right moment came, she planned to ask to join them, hoping she wouldn't be rejected. After covering herself with the small blanket, sleepiness hit her. Mion yawned, closed her eyes, and rested. Chao Kong believed that Mion would join their team sooner or later. Being kind to their own was natural. As for Xia Yan, who was beside them, Chao Kong thought that as a grown man in this end-of-the-world situation, he should be stronger and more independent. He didn't need to be taken care of. Noticing Professor Yang taking the blanket, Chao Kang's expression softened, and he no longer looked cold or distant. He enthusiastically continued, "Professor, rest assured and sleep well. This vehicle uses the latest bulletproof materials. The windows not only have privacy features, but are also extremely strong. Even a rocket launcher couldn't break through." His explanation was also to reassure Professor Yang. Earlier, a guy named Fu Xiangrong had maliciously slandered them, saying they didn't care about Professor Yang. Chao Kong wanted to clear up the misunderstanding and avoid unnecessary conflicts, so everyone could get along better. He also wasn't lying, there are only a few of these cars. If it weren't for Mr. Shin, Blue Star wouldn't have this advanced technology yet. At the base, he had once suggested using this car to leave, but the team leader firmly refused. After hearing this, Professor Yang's small dissatisfaction disappeared instantly, and he felt much more comfortable. He had misunderstood the Swift Shadow team before, thinking they didn't value him, which was why he let Fu Xiangrong cause trouble for them. It wasn't until he saw Mion being targeted by Fu Xiangrong that he stepped in to stop it. After all, Yang Jinghuai is not a person who forgets kindness. Earlier in the laboratory, when he was less confused, Wei Yi suggested giving him some distilled water. Fu Xiangrong and the others disagreed, saying they didn't know when help would arrive and that it would waste water. They even sentenced him to death directly. From the moment they decided to give up on him, Professor Yang lost all good feelings toward these people. If it weren't for Mion, he wouldn't let Fu Xiangrong use his name to seek profit. The convoy moved slowly and steadily. When passing a commercial street, the number of zombies suddenly increased. Although 2 off-road vehicles led the way, many zombies still surrounded the bus. Because the bus was large, it was occasionally bumped by zombies. They let out harsh screeches, driven by their bloodthirsty instincts to crash into the vehicle. The continuous banging made the windows tremble slightly. But in the next second, the zombies were crushed under the wheels, making a disgusting squeak sound. Limb and arm fragments splattered everywhere. Blood and brains stained the bus and windows, creating a mess. Most of the girls on the bus were delicate and inexperienced, never having faced such bloody scenes. Earlier at the school cafeteria, some girls preferred to go hungry rather than face zombies directly. Now, seeing zombies rushing toward the bus outside the windows, their defenses collapsed instantly. They screamed in fear, their sharp cries echoing inside the bus, and even reaching outside. Soon, more zombies were attracted by the noise, gathering from all directions. They moved stiffly, snarling terrifyingly, charging toward the convoy aggressively. Inside the bus, some rational people saw this and immediately stood up to maintain order, shouting loudly to keep everyone calm. However, the zombies attracted by the noise seemed to have a locator, still frantically rushing toward the bus. At the back of the convoy, everyone on the last bus exploded with anger, shouting and cursing loudly. Are those people up front crazy? Shouting so loudly. Are they afraid the zombies won't know we're here? A girl whispered in tears. What do we do now? The zombies are all coming straight at us, boo-hoo. The hot-tempered boy angrily cursed. The people in front attracted the zombies, and now it's up to us behind to deal with the danger. That's so irresponsible, someone agreed. Exactly, they're so afraid of dying but keep rushing to get themselves killed. Driver, hurry up and accelerate to pass the car in front. If we keep going like this, our bus will definitely get hit by zombies sooner or later. The driver was already furious and frustrated by the chaos around him. Hearing this, he didn't hesitate and stomped the gas pedal, causing the bus to shake violently as it sped forward. He quickly overtook the fourth bus and lined up alongside the third, with a chance to pass it. People inside the second bus saw the car behind trying to overtake and panicked instantly. Someone shouted anxiously, "Driver, go faster." We can't let them get ahead. The driver clenched his teeth and pressed the gas pedal even harder. The bus swerved sharply. Several buses were caught in a wild race to be in the front, everyone eager to claim the first position. The street was a 4-lane road with a median barrier. Normally wide and open, it now looked like a racing track. Abandoned vehicles lined the road like silent obstacles. The 3 leading buses moved forward side by side. Each driver was desperate, trying everything to push their bus to the front, seeking that symbol of safety at the top. In the chase, the bus in the middle suddenly saw a water truck stopped in the middle of the road. It immediately sped up to try to overtake the 2 buses. But the drivers on both sides noticed his move and also accelerated, trying to force him to back off. The bus was squeezed tightly from both sides, leaving no room to change lanes. Its rear was still closely pressed by the 2 buses beside it, creating a dangerous meat grinder situation. The driver looked panicked and terrified, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. He frantically pressed the brake pedal, but it was too late. With a loud crash, the bus slammed directly into the water truck stopped in the middle of the road. The huge impact shattered the windshield instantly, and the front of the bus was badly deformed. The water truck's rear was directly embedded into the front of the bus, with various parts scattered all over the ground. The entire bus was immediately declared a total loss. Inside the vehicle, everyone was shaken by the sudden crash, swaying unsteadily. Some people slammed into the front seats, while others were thrown into the aisle. Screams of fear and cries of pain echoed throughout the cabin. Chow Kong saw the chaos behind him through the rearview mirror, his eyes widening in shock, and instinctively cursed loudly. Wow, what were those people doing back there? Xia Liqing, who was driving, also sensed something was wrong. He quickly honked the horn to warn others and alerted Hao Xiaochen and the others. Then, Xia Liqing turned the steering wheel and slowly pulled the vehicle over to the side of the road. As soon as the car stopped, Xia Liqing unfastened his seatbelt smoothly and said casually, "Xia Yan, come with me to check." "Chow Kong, stay here and watch." Chow Kong waved his hand at him, sounding a bit annoyed and helpless. "All right, go ahead." These people really know how to cause trouble. Hao Mian was still lost in sleep when he vaguely heard Chow Kong complaining, and then the car stopped. He slowly opened his eyes and saw Xia Liqing opening the door. Hao Mian was full of questions and couldn't help but ask, "What's going on?" Xia Liqing was unfastening his seatbelt. Hearing Hao Mian's question, he replied helplessly, "There's been an accident with a bus behind us. We need to go check it out." After speaking, he got out of the car and walked toward the scene of the accident with Xia Liqing. Hao Mian paused for a moment, then turned his head to look behind. He saw two buses driving side by side behind their vehicle, blocking his view. No matter how hard he tried to look, he couldn't see what was happening behind. Chao Kong noticed Hao Mian's curiosity and explained, "Those buses were all trying to follow us. During the chase, one of them couldn't avoid the crash and had the accident." Hao Mian felt a bit sad inside, pursed his lips, and didn't ask further. Meanwhile, Hao Xiaochen heard the honking from behind and saw Xia Liqing stopping the car on the side of the road through the rear-view mirror. He quickly called out to Su Kaiyang beside him, "Stop the car." Su Kaiyang received the order, pressed the brake lightly, and smoothly brought the car to a stop on the roadside. Everyone inside looked at each other with confusion, unsure of what had happened behind them. Hao Xiaochen turned his gaze to Lu Yuanyu and asked, "What happened back there?" Lu Yuan's face showed a hint of embarrassment as she reached up and scratched her hair. "I don't know either. My special ability can only sense movements within 20 meters. Anything behind that is beyond my perception." Hao Xiaochen was surprised when he heard this. His eyes showed a hint of shock. As far as he knew, Wen Qi's sensing range was 30 meters. In the same level, could there really be differences in ability strength among the same type of powers? He then remembered the treatment differences between Huamian and the other 3 healing ability users in the base. Those 3 struggled even to treat small wounds, and one of them was in the ICU. Hao Xiaochen shook his head, temporarily setting aside this doubt. The situation was unclear, and there was no time to worry about it now. He looked at Bai Ningrong and said seriously, "Xiao Ning, you and Lu Yiyuan wait in the car." Without waiting for her response, he quickly ordered, "Everyone else, prepare your weapons and come with me to check the situation." Bai Ningrong reached out and grabbed Hao Xiaochen's arm from the back seat. "I'll go with you." As soon as she finished speaking, Hao Xiaochen turned his gaze to her with a firm attitude. "You and Lu Yiyuan stay in the car. If we encounter danger, you'll support us." Seeing his unyielding look, Bai Ningrong said worriedly, "Be careful." Hao Xiaochen nodded, then turned and led the other ability users out of the car, heading toward the back. The bus driver saw 2 SUVs stop one after the other. Thinking about the accident behind them, he quickly pressed the brakes and stopped the vehicle. Xia Liqing and Xia Yan got out of the car. Not far from there, a zombie suddenly lunged at them. Xia Liqing reacted quickly, wielding a large sword to cut at the zombie's neck. With a loud, the zombie's head and body separated instantly. The head flew 2 meters away and rolled a few times on the ground. Just after dealing with that zombie, Hao Xiaochen and several other ability users arrived quickly. Xia Liqing briefly explained what had happened to Hao Xiaochen, then everyone hurriedly headed toward the accident scene. As they approached the crash site, a terrible scene came into view. The bus was surrounded tightly by more than 10 zombies. They roared loudly, wildly pounding on the vehicle with their hands, and some even rammed their heads against the windows. At the front of the bus, a zombie was desperately trying to crawl inside through the broken windshield. Inside the vehicle, the sounds of people's screams and cries mixed together, hurting the ears. Seeing the dangerous situation, Xiaochen quickly led the ability users forward, holding a large sword to fight the zombies. In less than 3 minutes, everyone outside the bus had been dealt with. Xiaochen strode into the bus, a strong smell of blood filling the air, and the people inside kept crying out in distress. He couldn't help but scold, "Be quiet. Stop crying. If you call more zombies, you'll have to deal with them yourselves." His voice carried a mix of anger and authority. The people immediately fell silent, enduring their pain and not making any noise. The bus became very quiet. Xiaochen's sharp eyes swept around the bus and soon noticed that 2 windows had been broken by zombies. Glass shards were scattered everywhere, and there were scratches from zombie claws on the window frames. Seeing everyone quiet, Xiaochen asked seriously, "Did anyone get hurt by the zombies? Please step forward." His voice was steady and strong, echoing in the silent bus. No one responded. Everyone stayed still and silent. Xiaochen frowned, thinking for a few seconds, then continued, "We have healing ability users. If you're hurt by zombies, it's best to get treated quickly to avoid infection. Anyone who's been hurt, step forward now. Early treatment can save your life. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 girls and 1 boy slowly stepped out of the crowd. They looked worried, with fear and concern in their eyes. Xiao Chen nodded to Wang Rui behind him, giving a signal. Wang Rui understood immediately. He stepped off the bus, took a vehicle from the space, and parked it nearby. This bus was prepared before departure, originally for emergencies if the vehicle broke down. Now it was just right for use. Under Xiao Chen's command, everyone quickly and orderly moved onto the new bus. They kept quiet and sat down properly. The driver was replaced. The bus started and sped toward the direction of the main group. In less than a minute, the bus caught up with the others. Xiao Chen took out medical supplies and placed them in the aisle. Wang Rui, you're in charge of bandaging the injured. Wang Rui straightened up and replied, Yes, Captain. After everything was arranged, Xiao Chen led the 3 injured people to get off the bus decisively. Other ability users saw what happened and silently followed behind him. Xie Liqing kept his lips pressed tightly and walked heavily behind Xiao Chen, hesitating to speak. When Xiao Chen headed straight for the off-road vehicle, he quickly stepped forward and said, Captain, Mian hasn't recovered yet you. Xiao Chen raised his hand to stop him and calmly said, Chao Kong has a 7-seat off-road vehicle in his space. Xie Liqing was momentarily surprised, then relaxed and felt relieved. His steps became lighter. He walked quickly to the vehicle, called Chao Kong down, and explained the situation. Chao Kang's eyes showed a hint of hesitation. He looked at the 3 people and then took the vehicle out of his space. Xiao Chen looked at the 3 people injured by zombies and said calmly, The healing ability user hasn't recovered yet. Once she does, she will treat you. The 3 people's faces instantly turned very unhappy. The girl in the pink dress was especially emotional and shouted loudly, I don't agree. Let her treat us first, and then she can rest. Another girl's eyes flickered and agreed. Xiaoing is right, Captain Xiao. We are risking 3 lives here. She's a healing ability user, so even if she's tired, she won't die. We're in a life and death situation. Seeing Xiao Chen remain silent, Xiaoing increased her pressure and said proudly, My dad is the mayor of N City. I command you. Hurry up and let her treat us. Xiao Chen's face instantly turned cold. Your dad isn't qualified to order me. The boy next to them saw Xiao Chen still unmoved, and his expression darkened. He sneered and said sarcastically, Humph, that healing ability user must be your lover, right? You're protecting her so much. Do you think Senior Bai doesn't know? Hearing the malicious suspicion from the boy, Xiao Chen's eyes turned icy and sharp, piercing directly at him. His voice was cold and emotionless. You don't need to provoke me. The healing ability user isn't my soldier. I have no right to force her to treat you. Now you have 2 choices. 1. Accept physical restraints, get into the vehicle, and follow the team. If you unfortunately turn into zombies, we will deal with you immediately. When he reached this point, he paused and spoke calmly. Step 2. Leave the team and find your own way to survive. The 3 people heard this and immediately looked very pale. Lu Xiaoying was furious, pointing at Xiao Chen and shouting loudly, You liar! You said such nice things before, but now you don't care about our lives at all. Is this how a soldier should behave? Her voice was sharp and harsh, echoing in the air. Opposite her, Xie Liqing heard the accusation and couldn't help but sneer. Or maybe this is why you stepped forward. If you happen to turn into zombies, you'll be putting everyone in the car in danger. Hearing this, the 3 of them looked slightly embarrassed. Lu Xiaoying seemed very upset and became more emotional, shouting loudly and arguing. Even so, you can't just deceive us. First give us hope, then push us into despair. Is it fun to play with people's feelings like this? I don't care. If you promised, you have to keep your word. Mian was resting inside the car with her eyes closed. When she heard the angry voices outside, she slowly opened her eyes and looked curiously toward the window. She saw a girl with a twisted face shouting at Xiao Chen. Mian's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Someone was insulting the main character? Her curiosity got the better of her, and she rolled down the window to see what was happening. The girl seemed to hear the window lowering and turned her head to look over, directly making eye contact with Huamian. Lu Xiaoying immediately misunderstood Huamian's intention, thinking she heard the argument and was coming out to help. She quickly put on a superior attitude, with a look of disdain, and shouted loudly, "What are you looking at? Hurry up and get out to treat us. You're not busy enough flirting with Senior Xia Yan, and now you're eyeing Sister Bai's boyfriend? Shameless." Seeing Huamian frozen in place, her face suddenly changed to a more condescending expression, and she arrogantly said, "If you treat us all successfully, I might be kind enough not to tell Sister Bai about your little affair with Captain Hua." After saying this, she slightly raised her chin and looked as if she was giving herself a reward. Huamian originally just rolled down the window out of curiosity, but she didn't expect this girl to suddenly direct her anger at herself. After listening to the girl, Huamian immediately understood that she needed help to be treated. However, Xiao Chen did not agree because he was worried about her health, which led to her angry scolding. Huamian felt a warm feeling inside and looked happy. The effort to save Wen Qi was not wasted. This was her reward. Shan Yan, who had been standing behind Xiao Chen, heard the girl's baseless accusations. He stepped forward and sternly scolded her. To get help, you need to ask politely. Making up false facts to slander others won't make them given to you. Lu Xiaoying was furious after hearing Shan Yan's harsh words. Her emotions grew more intense. Her face turned red as she pointed at Huamian and shouted angrily, "If it weren't for this woman seducing you, why did you break up with Senior Sister Chen? You're a complete." Shan Yan frowned and looked at her as if she were crazy. His tone was innocent. "When did I ever have a girlfriend? I don't know what you're talking about." Chao Kong, who was standing by the 7-seater car, couldn't help but chuckle loudly when he heard Shan Yan. His laugh sounded very out of place in the tense atmosphere. Xiao Chen glanced at him, and Chao Kong quickly stopped laughing and urged, "Enough, stop arguing. There are only two choices now. Either leave quickly or stay quietly. If you stay, you must accept being. This is for everyone's safety, and there's no room for discussion." Lu Xiaoying glared fiercely at Chao Kong, as if she wanted to stab 2 holes in him. Chao Kong shrugged indifferently. "Staring at me won't help. Make your decision quickly." Lu Xiaoying ignored him and fixed her angry gaze on Huamian, speaking irritably. "Are you going to treat us or not?" Seeing her look like she was about to eat someone, Huamian's anger rose. She kept a serious face and replied, "My powers are not fully restored, so I can't treat you." With her attitude, not only was she not going to treat them now, but even if she were fully recovered, she wouldn't help her. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoying's face twisted in a fierce expression. She clenched her folding knife tightly and roared, "Go to!" Before she finished, she suddenly ran forward like she was crazy, and the folding knife in her hand aimed straight at Huamian. Lu Xiaoying's sudden action surprised everyone. No one expected her to attack Huamian. Huamian looked panicked. Just as she reached for the car window button, Xie Liqing quickly kicked her down with his right leg. Then, he swiftly grabbed a small knife from the girl's hand, firmly twisted her hands behind her back, and pressed her to the ground. Huamian let out a shaky breath, her heart pounding wildly in her chest, and her body trembled slightly. Professor Yang had already been awakened by the noise. Seeing the girl being restrained, he clutched his chest and gasped, warning sincerely, "Xiaoying, don't run off alone in the future. It's too dangerous." Huamian sighed and forced a bitter smile. "Professor, I understand." Lu Xiaoying's eyes were red, her face showing wild madness. She kept struggling, trying to break free. She shouted hoarsely, "Let me go, you scammers. I will expose your lies and make my dad punish you. I curse you to be hit by." Before she could finish her curse, Chao Kong roughly covered her mouth with a torn cloth. Chao Kong looked angry. "What are you yelling about? With your behavior, you could have been sentenced for intentional harm before the apocalypse. You're selfish and self-centered. If you turn into a zombie, it's your own fault. Even zombies see through you and attack you." He sneered. How Xiaoqing saw him going too far and quickly interrupted, "Chao Kong, mind your words." Chao Kong pouted and glanced at the 2 people nearby who had been bitten by zombies. Seeing their pale faces, he rolled his eyes and said nothing more. The two, frightened after Lu Xiaoying was restrained, said nothing and cowered like quails. Hao Xiaocheng looked at them coldly, his voice icy. You all understand the situation. Decide quickly, stay or go. The two exchanged glances, fear reflected in their eyes, but more than that was a strong desire to survive. After a brief moment of eye contact, they both chose to stay. Hao Xiaoqing took out some ropes from his space and handed them to Cao Kong. Cao Kong understood and took the ropes. He stepped forward quickly and tied the two tightly. Then, he walked over to Xie Liqing, ignoring Lu Xiaoying's full of resentment and murderous glare. He took the rope and roughly tied her up. Cao Kong grabbed the rope, easily lifted it with one hand as if lifting a thing, and threw her onto the back seat of the 7-seater off-road vehicle. Then he turned and got out of the car. The two people injured by zombies behind him, Cao Kong felt no sympathy for them either. He did the same, placing them in the middle row of the off-road vehicle. Hu Xiaoqing turned around and told Song Wei and Luo Lisan, "You two are responsible for driving this car. If anyone turns into a zombie, handle it quickly." Song Wei patted his chest and replied happily, "Captain Hua, don't worry. Xiao Luo and I promise to complete the task." Hu Xiaoqing nodded and walked toward the bus. Hu Mian looked out the window with a gloomy expression, lost in thought. Xia Yan seemed to notice her low mood. He adjusted his glasses, walked over to her, and tried to comfort her. "Hu Junior sister, don't pay attention to her nonsense. She's just trying to force you to treat her, which is very obvious." He paused slightly, as if deliberately teasing her, with a mysterious look on his face. He leaned in close to Hu Mian, stared into her beautiful eyes, and whispered, "Let me tell you a secret. I'm still single by choice." His voice carried a faint shyness and anticipation. Hu Mian was slightly stunned at first, then she chuckled softly. Her laugh was clear and sweet, her eyes curved like peach blossoms, sparkling with lively playfulness, and the corners of her eyes slightly raised. Her fair skin glowed faintly in the sunlight, stunningly beautiful. Xia Yan's gaze was intense, as if everything around him was fading away, leaving only him and Hu Mian. His heartbeat unconsciously quickened, a subtle ripple in his heart, and his ears felt warm. Hu Mian remembered the girl earlier criticizing Xia Yan for abandoning senior sister Chen. She suddenly understood that Xia Yan was trying to comfort her in his own special way. Hu Mian nodded seriously. "Senior Xia, I won't take the thoughts of irrelevant people seriously. You don't need to specially comfort me." She was simply frightened by that girl's extreme behavior, threatening to take lives if she didn't get treatment. It was truly repulsive. Hu Mian sighed quietly, feeling a bit annoyed. Being a healing ability user in the end of the world is really tough. Being relied on as a lifesaver and risking danger if refusing made Hu Mian even more determined to join the male lead's team. In this dangerous world full of threats, only by following a trustworthy team can one avoid being threatened or used by others. Xiao Chun boarded various buses, giving orders to the ability users on board. Be sure to manage the passengers well and avoid loud noises. Also, overtaking is forbidden. To be fair, he came up with a method of drawing lots to decide the driving order. He took out 5 prepared slips of paper, clearly marked with the numbers 1 to 5. The 5 drivers took turns drawing lots. The number they drew determined their departure order, and everyone had to follow this sequence. Recalling the chaotic driving scenes before, everyone still felt scared and naturally dared not show any dissatisfaction. The reckless driving back then was truly dangerous. Any mistake could lead to disaster. After the order was decided by drawing lots, the convoy set out again. The journey was smoother this time, with each driver strictly following their assigned order. The vehicles kept a proper distance from each other, neither rushing to overtake nor lagging behind. The convoy moved forward, and some private car owners noticed them from afar, especially seeing 2 imposing military vehicles leading the way. They immediately decided this was a rescue team. One by one, private cars cleverly adjusted their directions and closely followed behind. Initially, only a few cars joined, but gradually more and more vehicles gathered, making the convoy longer. Xiao Chen quickly noticed the increasing number of cars behind him. A thoughtful look flashed in his eyes, but he didn't stop them. Instead, he allowed these private cars to follow. In this harsh world, people are the most valuable resource. After the apocalypse, most people didn't turn directly into zombies. They first fell into a deep sleep. However, because some of their loved ones turned into zombies, they were attacked while sleeping and eventually became zombies themselves. In this vicious cycle, human numbers rapidly decreased. Now, zombies outnumber humans by dozens of times. How Xiaochen understood clearly that humans are now facing unprecedented survival challenges. In this situation, only by working together can humanity find a chance to survive. At noon, the sun was very hot. The convoy had already left the city of F and arrived at the Dongshan service area. As soon as the car stopped, Hao Xiaochen led the ability users to clear out the nearby zombies. Hao Mian was still weak and tired, so she and Professor Yang stayed in the car. There weren't many zombies in the square, and they were quickly cleared. Then they moved toward the shopping mall. Seeing this, some ordinary people weighed the risks and decided to follow. In the end of the world, gathering more supplies means a better chance to survive. There are always smart people who understand the situation well. Hao Mian watched them leave, feeling a bit envious. She also wanted to go, but she had no space of her own. Facing the mountain of supplies, she felt helpless. Even if she went, she could only watch helplessly. Thinking about the space bracelet when she mentioned, Hao Mian's mind started to drift. If she had a space of her own, even just 10 square meters, it would be a treasure. With a space, she could store many important supplies, greatly increasing her chances of survival. She also wondered if helping others in the base could earn her points. Suddenly, there was a knocking sound outside the car window, pulling Hao Mian's thoughts back. Hao Mian instinctively looked toward the window. To her surprise, it was Su Wanlu, followed by 4 loyal fans. She quickly rolled down the window, looking a bit confused. Xiao Luo, is there something you need? Su Wanlu tilted her head slightly and glanced inside the car. She saw Professor Yang sitting beside Hao Mian, staring directly at her with a scrutinizing look. Feeling a little uncomfortable, Su Wanlu awkwardly smiled, with a hint of nervousness in her eyes. I'm worried you might be bored here, so I came to ask if you want to go to the mall to gather supplies. After speaking, she pointed toward the distant shopping mall and continued, Look, many people are heading there. My brother told me not to go, but I want to secretly follow behind them. Hao Mian tilted her head slightly and looked in the direction Su Wanlu pointed. Sure enough, most people were heading toward the mall, with only a few staying in the square. Perhaps because they had been sitting in the car for a long time, the remaining people couldn't wait to get out, stretch their stiff muscles, and move around in the square. Hua Mian looked away and glanced at Su Wanlu with a hint of apology on her face. Xiao Luo, I don't feel well today, so I won't go. Su Wanlu's face showed clear regret, and she said disappointedly, All right, since you're not going, I'll go ahead. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and quickly left with her 4 followers. Hua Mian watched her back as she left and warned, Xiao Luo, stay safe and don't run around randomly. Su Wanlu waved her hand without looking back, her figure full of carefree spirit, walking farther and farther away. Professor Yang looked at the people walking freely nearby and shook his head disapprovingly. Young people are naturally active and can't sit still. Even in these difficult times, they have no sense of safety and run around everywhere. If zombies come, it won't be a joke. The whole convoy could be in danger. He paused, thoughtfully, then turned to look at Hua Mian with kind eyes. Xiao Mian, girls should learn to protect themselves. You must not learn bad habits from her. He pointed at Su Wanlu and said, Look at her, always followed by a few guys. What kind of impression does that give? Even now, during these special times, girls should know how to be modest and respectful and not lose their sense of boundaries. Ever since Professor Yang learned that Hua Mian had saved his life, he felt deeply grateful to her. During this journey, Hua Mian had taken good care of him, and he had come to see her as a younger family member. He had dedicated his life to academic research and had never experienced the joys of family life. Now, at 62 years old, he was still single. The older he got, the softer his heart became. Mian looked at Professor Yang and gave a shy smile, speaking politely. I will take good care of myself, don't worry. Hearing this, Professor Yang nodded with satisfaction. He liked young people who listened to advice. Nowadays, most young people found elders' words boring and didn't listen. Little did they know, elders' experience is much richer and more comprehensive, and their advice is usually practical. Gurgle, gurgle. Mian's stomach suddenly growled, upset. She had only drunk a bowl of meat porridge that morning. After 4 or 5 hours, her stomach started to protest. She reached into her backpack and took out a piece of bread, pinching the wrapper in her fingers, just about to tear it open. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing scream came from the nearby car, startling Mian so much that her hand trembled. The bread dropped with a plop onto the seat. Mian and Professor Yang instinctively turned their heads at the same time, their eyes fixed on the direction of the sound. In an instant, both of their faces turned pale, filled with shock and fear. Just 3 meters away, on a 7-seater SUV, a stranger's face showed terror as he pushed open the door. He was clutching his neck tightly, blood faintly seeping through his fingers. His other hand desperately grabbed the car door, trying to escape and get out, but someone behind him was pulling on his clothes. The young man looked up in panic, his eyes catching sight of Mian and Professor Yang. His eyes lit up as if he saw a savior. Help! Please help me! There's a monster! He cried out. Before he finished, a zombie viciously bit into his face. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere, and a piece of flesh was torn off by the zombie's sharp teeth. His face was covered in blood and torn flesh, looking terrible. Then he was dragged back into the car. Ah! Ah! He screamed painfully. His screams echoed loudly around, each one higher than the last, filling the air with a chilling sound. People nearby, hearing the screams, panicked and scrambled in all directions. They looked terrified, their hands and feet trembling with fear. Some shouted their friends' names, others hurriedly packed their belongings and rushed into their cars. The more timid ones drove away quickly, fleeing the scene. Mian instinctively rolled up the car window, ignoring what was happening with the SUV. The screams kept ringing in her ears. Her lips trembled slightly, her stomach churned, and a strong wave of nausea rose up, almost making her. Professor Yang's face was equally pale, filled with fear and sadness. The two sat quietly, silent, the atmosphere heavy and gloomy. Mian knew very well that, in front of a zombie, they were just 3 weak chickens. When Qi is still in a coma. This morning, Xiao Chunhua gave him an injection of glucose to provide energy and hydration. It has been a whole morning, but he shows no signs of waking up. Professor Yang, an old man, has weaker body functions than young people and no special abilities. Facing zombies, he probably finds it very hard to escape. Mian, because she overused her special powers yesterday, feels weak and exhausted now. Her physical strength is even worse than Professor Yang's. In this situation, if she faces a zombie directly, it would be a dead end. Her heart beats wildly and uncontrollably, and she finds it hard to calm down. The screams nearby gradually fade away, replaced by the growls of zombies. This is the first time Mian has seen a zombie bite someone up close. A living person lost their life right in front of her. All kinds of emotions rush through her mind: fear, shock, helplessness, and deep worry about the future. Her thoughts become very chaotic. Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, a loud cough breaks the silence inside the train carriage, startling Mian out of her confused thoughts. Professor Yang, sitting beside her, is also frightened and stands up quickly. Realizing what happened, they both turn to look at the back seat. They see Qi, who was unconscious earlier, has woken up. He is holding his neck with his left hand and supporting himself with his right hand on the seat, slowly sitting up. His throat makes intense coughing sounds. Professor Yang, seeing Qi wake up, is no longer anxious. Instead, his face is filled with surprise, and his eyes shine with relief. Xiaowen, you're finally awake. You slept so deeply. Something terrible happened outside, but you slept peacefully. We were so worried. However, Wen-Chi's response to Professor Yang's warm words is only a series of increasingly severe coughs. Cough, cough, cough. The coughing echoes through the small carriage, one after another, unstoppable. Seeing Wen-Chi cough so badly, Huamian quickly takes a bottle of water from her bag and hands it to him. Wen-Chi, drink some water and relax. Hearing her gentle voice, Wen-Chi looks up at her, takes the water, and unscrews the cap with his long fingers. He eagerly brings the bottle to his mouth and tilts his head back to drink. Bang, bang, bang. A few dull sounds suddenly came from outside the car, and the entire vehicle shook slightly. The surprise in Huamian and Professor Yang's eyes disappeared instantly, replaced by panic and fear once again. Huamian quickly turned around, pressed his face close to the glass, and looked outside. He saw that the 3 people in the nearby off-road vehicle, no, actually, they were 3 zombies, had broken free from their ropes. The boy who had screamed earlier was also completely turned into a zombie. At this moment, these 4 zombies were like mad beasts, wildly crashing into their car. The sounds of banging and the zombies' growls filled the air, each hit feeling like it was stabbing right into their hearts. Professor Yang pressed his face against the window and, seeing this scene, turned pale with fear. The zombies' relentless pounding on the car completely broke Professor Yang's mental defenses. He turned to Wen-Chi and angrily said, "Wen-Chi, you might as well keep sleeping. Waking up just brought these zombies here." "I've really had the worst luck ever." Huamian heard Professor Yang's complaints and agreed inwardly. Wen-Chi's waking timing was indeed very unlucky. After drinking some water, Wen-Chi struggled to suppress a bothersome cough. When he heard Professor Yang scolding, he didn't respond immediately. Instead, he quickly looked around the inside of the car. Seeing that it was an 8-seat off-road vehicle, a flash of understanding crossed Wen-Chi's eyes. He then turned to look at the nearby window. A female zombie in a pink dress was pressed against the window, with her mouth wide open, revealing sharp teeth. She kept biting at the glass, thick saliva making it wet, and let out a harsh growl from her throat. Wen-Chi remained calm, shifting his gaze away. After observing for a moment, he saw that outside there were 4 zombies in total. He looked at Professor Yang and Huamian, noticing their tense expressions, and tried to reassure them. "Don't worry, the zombies can't break through this car." Huamian and Professor Yang heard this, and their tense nerves relaxed a little, but they still kept a close watch on the zombies outside, afraid the car windows might shatter at any moment. After a while, the car remained sturdy and unscathed, with not even a scratch. Only then did they breathe a sigh of relief and slowly relax their tense hearts. Bang, bang, bang. 5 minutes passed, and the 4 zombies still didn't leave. They kept smashing the car nonstop. The constant noise made Professor Yang frown again. He looked annoyed and complained, "These zombies can't break the car, but they keep smashing it endlessly. My ears are almost deaf." As he spoke, he covered his ears with his hands and stared intently at Wen-Chi. "Little Wen, let's drive the car away." Wen-Chi shook his head firmly. "No, if we leave, these zombies will attack others." Huamian turned to look at Professor Yang, noticing sweat beads on his forehead. His face, already full of wrinkles, was now tightly furrowed, looking very distressed. She then looked at Wen-Chi and tentatively asked, "Maybe we should get rid of the zombies." Her voice was soft and a little nervous inside the cramped car. Wen-Chi met their eyes, paused for a moment, then nodded gently under their gaze. His voice was calm but firm. "Okay." After saying that, Wen-Chi took out a shiny metal pistol from his space and handed it to Huamian smoothly and naturally. Huamian's eyes widened in surprise. She stared for a moment, then her voice rose unconsciously. "You're giving this to me?" Her eyes were wide with shock, her lips slightly parted, looking incredulous and a bit adorable. Wen-Chi nodded, a faint smile hidden in his eyes. His voice was a little hoarse because of his neck injury. "Can you shoot?" Huamian shook her head nervously. She had only ever played with balloon guns before. Seeing her nervousness, Wen-Chi spoke gently. "I'll teach you." Huamian's eyes lit up instantly, full of hope. Really? Wen-chi nodded slightly. Yes. Hwamian immediately stood up, just about to walk from the narrow corridor to the back seat, but Wen-chi stopped her. The back seat is too small. Sit in the front passenger seat. Professor Yang suddenly spoke. Xiao Mian, you don't need to go to the front. Just sit here. Give me a seat. I want to lie down in the back. Sigh, as I get older, I feel useless. I sat in the car for over 5 hours, and my old bones just can't take it anymore. He slowly stood up, turned sideways, and moved from the aisle to the back row. Hwamian heard Professor Yang's words and sat down again. Wen-chi quickly got up from the back seat, bent over, and sat next to Hwamian in the middle row. He handed her a pistol, looking serious. This is a modified gun that can hold 15 rounds. Remember, don't point the gun at yourself. Yes, I understand. Hwamian reached out and took the gun. The cold, heavy feeling made her hand tremble slightly. Seeing this, Wen-chi reassured her. Don't be nervous. The gun is simple to operate and it's easy to learn. Hwamian nodded gently. Seeing Wen-chi's warm smile, she gradually calmed down. Wen-chi took the gun from her hands, skillfully disassembled it, and patiently explained each part while demonstrating how to put it back together. The whole process was precise and smooth. After showing her a few times, he let Hwamian try, guiding her from the side. Hwamian had a good memory. After just 3 tries, she could quickly disassemble and reassemble the gun. Wen-chi looked at her with approval and encouragement. You're doing well. Hwamian smiled shyly at the compliment. Wen-chi opened the sunroof, stood up, and stuck his head out to check on the zombies. Hwamian looked up at the tall ceiling, estimated the distance, then scanned the inside of the car, quickly focusing on the storage compartment by the door. She reached in and took out a towel, spread it flat on the seat, and stepped on it. When she caught a glimpse of Hwamian suddenly appearing taller than him and was momentarily surprised. He looked down and saw her feet on the seat, with a towel underneath. He thought for a second, took a piece of clothing from the space, and spread it on the seat as well. Then he stepped onto the seat, leaning his upper body out of the sunroof. The 4 zombies sensed their presence and became more frantic. They stretched out their arms desperately, claws swinging wildly in the air, trying to pull the 2 down and tear them apart. This SUV was quite tall, about 2 meters high, made of a special material that was not only very strong but also smooth and shiny. After dirt and grime splash on it, it will quickly slide off without leaving any marks. Because of this, the few zombies have been unable to climb onto the roof. When she stood next to Hwamian and guided him, keep your arms straight but not stiff. Slightly bend your elbows. This helps buffer the force and makes shooting steadier. As he spoke, he patiently adjusted Hwamian's shooting stance. Look at the sights, align the front and rear sights with the target, forming a straight line. Hwamian took a deep breath, aimed the dark barrel of the gun at a zombie's head. Gently pull the trigger. Don't use too much force. Control is very important. Hwamian followed the instructions and gently pressed the trigger. With a loud bang, her body jolted suddenly, and the strong recoil made her shoulder shake slightly. The bullet hit the zombie's head precisely, and the zombie instantly lost its life, falling straight to the ground. When she looked down at Hwamian, his voice full of encouragement, "You did very well." Hwamian felt her face heat up at his words, feeling a bit anxious. Wen-chi's praise seemed a bit insincere. From such a close distance, unless someone was blind, anyone could do it. She turned to look at Wen-chi, her face full of eagerness. Wen-chi, I want to try myself. Wen-chi didn't hesitate and agreed. Sure, go ahead. After saying that, he sat back in the car and used his abilities to observe the surroundings. Hwamian took a deep breath, slowly raised her arm, and aimed at a zombie's head following Wen-chi's instructions. Then she pulled the trigger. As everyone entered the mall, they found only a few zombies wandering aimlessly on the first floor. Team Xiao Chen moved quickly. With their strong skills, they soon cleared the zombies on the first floor and collected the urgently needed supplies into their space. Although everyone was envious and jealous, no one said anything. They didn't have space to carry much, so it was better not to waste supplies here. Instead, it was smarter to sell their good impression to the mutants. Following behind them, everyone could scavenge a bit more supplies. With these supplies, they could exchange for other resources at the base, increasing their chances of survival. After gathering the essential supplies on the first floor, Team Xiao Chun headed toward the second-floor supermarket. As soon as they entered the supermarket, everyone noticed that the number of zombies on the second floor was more than 10 times higher than on the first floor. Because the supermarket operates 24 hours a day, customers come and go day and night. Most shops on the first floor are closed at night, so most of the zombies in the service area are concentrated inside the store. The zombies, sensing the crowd, crazily rush toward them. Team leader Xiao Chun and his team, who are well-trained, immediately raise their weapons as the zombies swarm in. Other mutants, gritting their teeth, follow bravely. Among the ordinary people, some pick up weapons to fight the zombies, but most just stand and watch. Some people with bad intentions see the zombies being held back by the mutants. They hunched over and hurriedly run toward the food area, grabbing supplies from shelves and greedily stuffing them into their backpacks. Suddenly, a male zombie dressed in supermarket uniform rushes out from the fresh food area. He quickly runs toward the food section and, within seconds, knocks over a middle-aged man, biting his neck with sharp teeth. The man lets out a short scream and quickly dies. Seeing this bloody scene, the people in the food area are instantly terrified and run in all directions. Some items are knocked to the ground, shelves are knocked over, and the whole mall is in chaos. How Xiao Chen hears the screams, his eyes sharp, and with a flash of his blade, quickly cuts off a zombie's head. Then he turns and rushes toward the food area. The team members, seeing this, quickly deal with the nearby zombies and follow after him. The zombie soon abandons its prey, revealing the half-eaten neck of the man, exposing cold white bones. Another zombie lunges at a woman who is alone. She's wearing single shoes and is quickly caught and knocked down. It bites a piece of flesh from her neck. The woman doesn't even have time to scream before she dies. The zombie seems to sense the unusual noise, stops eating, and quickly stands up, facing the newcomers. Its red eyes look fierce, and it lets out a low growl. How Xiao Chen's gaze meets the zombie's red eyes. He immediately shouts, "Everyone be careful. This is a level 1 zombie." Hearing this, everyone's already tense nerves tighten even more, and their expressions become more serious. The last level 1 zombie was only killed when it went berserk and charged at Hao Mian. Hu Xiaochen's eyes were cold as he quickly swung his sharp sword at the zombie's neck. A first-level zombie is more alert than an ordinary person. It twisted its body swiftly, and the blade just brushed its neck, leaving only a shallow cut. The zombie seemed to realize that the person in front of it was dangerous. It dodged this deadly attack and quickly moved past Hu Xiaochen, rushing toward Bai Ningrong behind him. Chao Kong stood behind Bai Ningrong on her left side. When he saw the zombie lunging at her, he hurriedly shouted, "Ningrong, be careful." Bai Ningrong's expression was cold. Instantly, she formed an ice spear in her palm and shot it straight at the zombie's head. The zombie sensed the danger and quickly dodged to the side, avoiding the ice spear. It seemed annoyed by Chao Kang's warning. It let out a low growl, hoo-hoo, and charged at him. Seeing the zombie rushing toward him, Chao Kang quickly raised his heavy iron hammer to meet it. "Perfect timing, take this, you scoundrel." As he finished speaking, he swung the heavy hammer down hard at the zombie's head. The zombie seemed to sense the attack and tilted its head just in time. The hammer struck its left shoulder with a loud. There was a sharp, crisp sound as the zombie's left shoulder bone broke. Its broken arm hung limply and black, foul-smelling blood flowed from the wound. The zombie let out a piercing, shrill cry, hoo-hoo, and quickly distanced itself from Chao Kong. It looked as if Chao Kong had angered it. The zombie trembled all over, its face twisted in fury, and lunged at him again. Chao Kong stepped forward, raising his hammer to strike the zombie. But the zombie suddenly fainted, darting past him quickly and rushing toward the staircase. Chao Kong froze for a moment, then cursed. "That is so fast." Seeing this, Su Kaiyong couldn't help but complain, "It's because you're too slow." The intense fight between them had already attracted the attention of nearby zombies, who began to swarm toward everyone. Everyone was busy fighting the zombies in front of them and had no time to escape from the first-level zombie. Hwamion held her pistol steadily with both hands, aiming the dark barrel at the last zombie's head. This zombie's face was badly bitten, with flesh torn and blood flowing from its mouth. It struggled to climb onto the engine hood, but because of the car's height and special material, it couldn't reach the top. Hwamion slowly pressed her finger on the trigger. Bang! The bullet was fired, hitting the zombie's head instantly, and black brain matter splattered everywhere. The male zombie lost balance and fell heavily onto the car hood with a loud thud. Then, his body slowly slid down and lay on the ground. Hwamion exhaled a deep breath, her eyes complex as she stared at the zombie's body on the ground. Wen-chi kept a close watch on the surroundings. Suddenly, his face changed, and he quickly grabbed Hwamion's arm and gently pulled her back into the car. He pressed the button to close the sunroof. With a clang, the sunroof shut. Hwamion was caught off guard. Wen-chi's sudden pull made her jump, and she accidentally hit her forehead on the seat. Pain shot through her, and she couldn't help but cry out. Her small face scrunched up, tears uncontrollably spilling over her eyes, which looked misty and full of sorrow. Wen-chi heard Hwamion's sobs and froze instantly, straightening his back unconsciously. He didn't mean to hurt her. He just gave a gentle tug and didn't expect her to be so fragile. She fell when pulled. Her delicate fingers rubbed her aching nose. She looked at Wen-chi with a face full of sadness and confusion. Professor Yang in the back seat saw Wen-chi's actions and was so frightened he sat up quickly. Xiaowen, what happened? Is there another zombie? Wen-chi's face immediately lost its awkwardness, becoming serious. Professor, there's a level 1 zombie outside. You and Hwamion stay inside the car. Remember, no matter what happens, don't get out. His words were heavy, and his hoarse voice carried authority. Hwamion's heart tightened at his words. She immediately looked toward the mall entrance. Suddenly, a group of survivors rushed out of the mall. They ran desperately, shouting and screaming, creating a noisy, chaotic scene. Behind the crowd, a male zombie dressed in a supermarket uniform burst out of the mall. It hung one arm limply and lunged at the nearest thin boy, sharp teeth biting into the boy's neck instantly. Seeing Wen-chi open the car door, Hwamion worriedly said, Wen-chi, your injury isn't healed yet. Wait a bit longer. Captain Hua and the others. It's too late. If we don't deal with the level 1 zombie now, more people will die. Wen-chi interrupted her, his eyes showing determination. As soon as he finished speaking, he took out a long knife from his space and casually closed the car door. He quickly rushed toward the zombie. Since the last time in the laboratory corridor, when Wen-chi was thrown off by the zombie along with his red tassel spear, he decisively abandoned the spear and chose the long knife as his weapon again. Wen-chi bypassed the survivor coming toward him and strode straight to the zombie. He swung his right hand forcefully, slashing the zombie with the knife. The zombie was busy eating and only noticed the danger when Wen-chi attacked. It quickly tilted to the side, and the blade scraped past its collarbone, leaving a deep wound that was almost to the bone. The zombie seemed angered by Wen-chi's attack. It let out a low growl and snarled ferociously, reaching out to grab him. Wen-chi dodged sideways and swung his knife at its hand. The zombie sensed the danger and quickly retracted its claws, changing its attack angles constantly. After several rounds of fighting, the zombie had many cuts on its body. It seemed to realize Wen-chi was tough to deal with. The zombie quickly dodged away and ran toward the bus. Seeing this, Wen-chi narrowed his eyes slightly and rushed forward to block him. The survivor saw this and hurriedly urged the driver to start the car. Soon, the car made a buzzing sound and various vehicles drove out of the service area. The zombie, seeing its prey escape, was furious at Wen-chi, the troublemaker. It growled low and charged at him recklessly. Wen-chi's eyes sharpened. He swung his knife sharply at the zombie's claws. The zombie reacted quickly, turning to the right and using its left arm to block Wen-chi's long knife. At the same time, it reached for his neck with its right hand. The zombie's left arm was cut off at the root, and the severed limb fell to the ground. At the same time, The bandage on Wen-Chi's neck was violently torn off by the zombie, and blood immediately gushed out. Wen-Chi quickly retreated, gripping the knife handle tightly with both hands. His knuckles turned white, and the discomfort from blood loss hit him. The zombie, smelling the blood, went into a frenzy, attacking more fiercely. Sweat beads the size of beans rolled down Wen-Chi's forehead. His wound cracked open from the intense movement, and blood flowed out rapidly, staining his clothes red. Professor Yang instinctively shouted, "What should we do? Little one might not be able to fight that zombie. If this continues, he'll be in danger. Why don't those people help him? They only know how to run away. They're so ungrateful." His voice was full of anger. Mian looked up and saw the small and large vehicles nearby rushing out, then quickly disappearing at the end of the road. She bit her lip and looked worriedly at Wen-Chi. Her hands unconsciously clenched the gun, and her knuckles turned white from the grip. After a fierce fight, Wen-Chi and the zombie grew weaker. His movements slowed down more and more. He staggered, and the zombie seemed to notice the opening. It dodged the big knife like a ghost and slashed its sharp nails toward Wen-Chi's neck. Wen-Chi hurried to dodge, but was a step too late. The zombie's nails cut a new wound on his neck, and blood sprayed out instantly. Losing too much blood made him dizzy. His vision blurred, and only his body's instinct kept him moving. He mechanically dodged left and right, barely avoiding the zombie's deadly attacks again and again. In a daze, he caught a glimpse of a familiar car rushing toward him from afar. Then 2 clear gunshots rang out. Wen-Chi bit his tongue and looked carefully. Only then did he realize that what he saw was not a dream. It turned out that Mian and Professor Yang noticed Wen-Chi was in danger and made a plan. Professor Yang drove an off-road vehicle closer to Wen-Chi, while Mian tried to attract the zombie's attention with gunfire. However, the zombie seemed only interested in Wen-Chi and ignored the loud gunshots. As the car slowly approached, Wen-Chi's hoarse voice came from nearby, "Mian, shoot now." Mian bit her lip and instinctively aimed her gun at the zombie. Her finger lightly rested on the trigger, but hesitated to pull it. Seeing Wen-Chi and the zombie constantly changing positions, she couldn't be sure she wouldn't accidentally hurt Wen-Chi if she shot. The zombie lunged fiercely. Wen-Chi barely managed to block with his knife, holding the zombie's face back. Losing blood made his body sway.
Mian, shoot now.
"I trust you." Just then, the zombie opened its big mouth to bite Wen-Chi's neck. Mian's eyes sharpened, and she shouted loudly, "Wen-Chi, get down." Wen-Chi, hearing her, used his last strength to crouch down. The zombie thought its prey was helpless and drooled greedily. It leaned forward, opened its big mouth, and was about to bite Wen-Chi's neck. Mian suddenly pulled the trigger. A bullet precisely shot through the zombie's forehead and into its brain. The impact caused the zombie to slowly fall backward. Professor Yang carefully parked the car beside Wen-Chi. Mian immediately opened the door and walked a few steps to his side. At this moment, Wen-Chi's neck was soaked in blood, turning bright red. He was lying on the ground with his eyes tightly closed. At first glance, it looked like a crime scene from a TV show. Mian felt nervous and urged, "Professor, come quickly. We need to get Wen-Chi into the car." Professor Yang unbuckled his seatbelt and got out of the car. When he saw Wen-Chi's terrible condition, his small eyes widened in shock. "Oh no, how is Wen-Chi bleeding so much? Is there any hope for him?" His voice was uncertain. Mian looked serious. "First, let's move him into the car. I'll try to treat his wounds." Professor Yang nodded, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said nothing more. Wen-Chi is 1.87 meters tall, with a muscular build. He doesn't look fat, but he weighs over 150 pounds. Mian was half unwell now, and Professor Yang was old and weak. They couldn't carry him alone, so each of them supported one arm and dragged Wen-Chi onto the car. After a night and most of the day of rest, Mian's special ability had fully recovered. She focused her mind, quickly activated her power, and a faint glow appeared on her palm, trembling as she covered Wen-Chi's wounds. At first, the healing went smoothly, but soon Ho Mion's head suddenly throbbed with pain. She endured the stabbing sensation and kept going for about 10 more seconds until Wenqi's wounds started to heal. Then she stopped. Licking her dry lips, Ho Mion leaned on the seat and slowly stood up, planning to find something to eat. Suddenly, a strong dizziness hit her. Her vision blurred, and she uncontrollably collapsed onto Wenqi. Her consciousness faded instantly. Wenqi was awakened by a strange heaviness in his chest. It felt like something was pressing down on him. It didn't hurt, just stuffy. He opened his eyes and saw the familiar car ceiling. The wound on his neck no longer hurt, but his chest still felt heavy. Confused, Wenqi lowered his gaze and saw Ho Mion's dark head resting on his chest. He froze instantly, his mind going blank. It seemed he remembered something. He reached up and touched his neck, which was smooth now. A flicker of urgency appeared in his eyes. He used his right hand to support Ho Mion's neck and slowly sat up with his left hand on the seat. He slightly turned his body, slipping his left hand through Ho Mion's bent leg to gently lay her on the seat. Seeing that Ho Mion looked very pale, Wenqi looked up at the driver's cabin and shouted urgently, "Professor, please stop the car. Why did you drive away?" At this moment, Professor Yang was already driving near the gas station at the service area. Hearing Wenqi's voice, he was a bit surprised. After listening to Wenqi's question, his body suddenly stiffened. Since Xiao Chun and his group hadn't arrived to help, Professor Yang guessed they might be held up by even stronger zombies. Staying there was too risky. He instinctively glanced in the rearview mirror and saw that Ho Mion was lying quietly on the seat, not moving. Professor Yang quickly stepped on the brake, raising his voice unconsciously. "What's wrong with Mion?" Wenqi looked serious. "She's showing signs of dehydration. Please turn the car around quickly." Xiao Chun has medicine in his space. Professor Yang clenched his teeth and quickly turned the car around. A moment later, the car stopped again at the mall entrance. Wenqi hurriedly opened the door, got out, and made sure to close it behind him. As he passed by the corpse of a first-level zombie, he bent down to pick up the dirty long knife and hurried toward the mall. Inside the supermarket on the second floor of the mall. As Professor Yang predicted, Xiao Chun and his group were indeed delayed by more dangerous zombies. Initially, after fighting fiercely, they quickly took down most of the surrounding ordinary zombies. Xiao Chun was about to chase the fleeing first-level zombie. Just then, another first-level zombie suddenly appeared from the warehouse. It was faster than the previous one, with darker eyes, meaning it was stronger. Xiao Chun had no choice but to stop chasing and work together with others to fight it. Wenqi strode up the stairs to the second floor and saw Xiao Chun decisively stabbing the zombie's head with his knife. Xiao caught a glimpse of a figure at the top of the stairs and looked up, seeing Wenqi. He excitedly rushed over. "Wenqi, you finally woke up." Yesterday, Wenqi had risked his life to save him, and Xiao had been feeling guilty ever since. Now that Wenqi was awake, he couldn't hide his excitement. He opened his arms, wanting to give Wenqi a big hug to show his happiness. Everyone turned to look at Wenqi when they heard Xiao surprised shout. Their eyes all focused on Wenqi. At this moment, Wenqi looked serious, with no sign of relief or happiness in his eyes. He raised his hand to stop Xiao from hugging him and spoke quickly and seriously, "I have something to do with Xiao Chun." After saying that, he hurried over to Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun's attention was caught by the bloodstain on Wenqi's neck, which was still wet. His eyes showed concern. "Wenqi, what happened to your neck?" "Xiao Chun, Ho Mion fainted to save me. Her body is dehydrated and needs medicine quickly," Wenqi said with worry. Xiao Chun frowned and looked upset and reproachful. "This is so reckless. Doesn't she know she can't use her powers these days? Xiao Chun, Ho Mion did all this to save me. Without her, I would have died long ago," Wenqi said with guilt. Ho Mion had saved him again, and he was very grateful. But he also felt guilty toward her. He felt uncomfortable inside. Xiao Chun was speechless after hearing this. He turned to Wang Rue and gave some instructions, then hurried with Wenqi to the first floor. As soon as they left the mall, Xiao Chun saw the body of the zombie that had escaped earlier. Looking at its wounds and the blood on Wenqi's neck, he quickly guessed what had happened. At this moment, Professor Yang was anxiously sitting in the car, glancing inside the mall from time to time. When he saw Wenqi and his group returning, he hurriedly opened the door and let them in.
Xiao Hua, quickly check Xiao Mian.
Her face is so pale, it's scary. Hua Xiaochen heard Professor Yang and reached out to feel Hua Mian's carotid artery, focusing on her pulse. When he saw her pulse was weak, he was about to withdraw his hand, but then noticed a small red mole on her right earlobe. He froze instantly, and his pupils involuntarily dilated. When Qi saw him freeze and his heart suddenly tightened, thinking Hua Mian's condition was critical. Xiao Chen, how is Hua Mian? When Qi's voice immediately brought Xiao Chen back to reality. Hao Xiaochen took a deep breath, withdrew his hand, and tried to calm his complicated feelings. He spoke firmly. Her special ability has been overused twice in a short time. Ordinary medicine can only help her recover physically. It doesn't do much for her ability deficiency. As he spoke, he took out a delicate glass vial from his space, containing a black pill. He poured out the pill, just about to put it into Hao Mian's mouth when Qi's voice suddenly rang out. Xiao Chen, what is this pill? Hao Xiaochen's face was cold. It was given by Mr. Shen. I only have this one. This pill was something the old master had boldly begged for from that cold man. Although the medicine was precious, using it on Hao Mian was worth it, both publicly and privately. When she heard Hao Xiaochen's words and felt relieved. Since Mr. Shen gave it, it must be a very valuable medicine, and its effects are certainly extraordinary. So he said no more. After Hao Xiaochen finished speaking, he gently held Hao Mian's chin, applying slight pressure to make her mouth open a little, then inserted the pill. He then took out a bottle of water, unscrewed it, and held it close to Hao Mian's lips, giving her a little to drink. Seeing Hao Mian swallow the pill, Hao Xiaochen took out medicine water and a syringe from his space. However, Hao Mian's veins were too thin, and Hao Xiaochen failed to insert the needles several times. When Qi frowned slightly, Xiaochen switched to a catheter. Let me do it. Hao Xiaochen looked up at Wen Qi, then took out a catheter from his space and handed it to him. Wen Qi took the needle, focused, and with a gentle touch, the needle precisely pierced the vein, then adjusted the flow rate of the medicine. Hao Xiaochen stood nearby, watching the medicine drip slowly through the tube, a faint look of worry and complexity flashing in his eyes. Wen Qi kept an eye on Hao Mian's condition but didn't notice Hao Xiaochen's unusual behavior. Professor Yang's face was full of worry and curiosity. Xiaohao, what medicine did you give Xiao Mian? What's its effect? It's a special ability soothing pill, which can relieve the discomfort caused by ability overuse, Hao Xiaochen explained. Professor Yang was shocked. Has the base developed this medicine so quickly? Hao Xiaochen shook his head. Our blue star is still researching it. Hao Xiaochen looked mysterious and teased. You'll understand once you arrive at the base. Professor Yang saw he didn't want to say more and frowned in annoyance. Does that mean the medicine is some family secret? He seemed so secretive. That dark pill was probably just a health supplement with little real effect. Thinking this, Professor Yang decided to let it go and turned his attention back to Hao Mian. When will Xiao Mian wake up? We've been so busy that we haven't even had lunch. She's already weak, and if this continues, how will she hold on? Hao Xiaochen saw his worried face and said, Don't worry. We'll give her some glucose soon to boost her energy. Professor Yang nodded slightly, then turned to Wen Qi with a look of blame. You're too stubborn. Do you think you're a superhero? Going forward alone like that, not only did you risk your life, but you also caused Xiao Mian to suffer. If something serious happened to her, could you really take responsibility? When she looked guilty and said self-blame, I'm sorry. I just didn't want the danger to spread further. It's my fault Xiao Mian is like this. Seeing his guilty face, Professor Yang's expression softened. He remembered when Qi had saved his life before and said earnestly, Don't take such risks again. Always prioritize your safety first. Only then can we think about rescue. As the saying goes, as long as the Green Mountains remain, firewood will be plentiful. This is valuable advice from those who came before. Hao Xiaochen stood quietly nearby, surprisingly not arguing with Professor Yang. He looked at Wen-chi and said coldly, "When you stay here to watch Xiao Mian, I'll handle the supplies." After speaking, he handed the medicine to Wen-chi, who took it with a nod. Seeing the response, Hao Xiaochen didn't delay and quickly turned to leave the vehicle, walking briskly toward the shopping mall. There were still many supplies on the second floor of the mall that needed collecting. He had to make sure the stock was enough. Bai Ningrong was packing snacks into a shopping bag when she casually glanced at the returning figure of Xiao Chen. She quickly put down her items and walked over. Seeing Xiao Chen looking distracted, she asked, "Xiao Chen, is Mian okay?" Hearing her voice, Xiao Chen seemed to be pulled back from his thoughts. He slightly smiled and forced out a small smile. "She's fine. Everything's okay now." Bai Ningrong studied his face, feeling more confused. "Then why do you look so worried? Is there something else? Did that zombie that ran away attack anyone?" When she mentioned this, her expression became tense. Xiao Chen shook his head and gently touched her hair. "Don't worry. That zombie has been taken care of by Wen-chi." Hearing this, Bai Ningrong sighed in relief, but her curiosity was fully piqued.
What are you worried about then?
"Is it something you can't tell me?" Her words sounded a bit threatening, and her almond-shaped eyes stared directly at Xiao Chen with insistence. Hearing this, Xiao Chen's desire to hide his feelings suddenly surged. His usually stern face softened quickly, and his eyes showed a hint of tenderness and affection. "Xiaoning, whatever you want to know, I will tell you." Bai Ningrong slightly raised her chin and looked at him. Just tell me what you were worried about earlier." Seeing her stubbornness, Xiao Chen sighed helplessly, knowing he couldn't avoid it anymore. He organized his thoughts and slowly said, "I want to invite Mian to join our team. What do you think?" Bai Ningrong raised an eyebrow, a playful look in her eyes. "Invite her?"
Sure.
"Are you worried I might get jealous?" Xiao Chen saw she misunderstood his words and didn't explain. Instead, he casually asked, "Do you know about Mian's family situation?" Bai Ningrong's brow immediately furrowed in frustration. "With everything going on now, you're still checking household info? That's so rigid. Xiao Mian is a good girl, kind, gentle, and her abilities can even save lives. Why are you checking all that stuff?" Xiao Chen's eyes flickered briefly, and he said firmly, "Team missions require close cooperation. Only by understanding our members can we plan tasks properly. This is also to help everyone get along and build team spirit. A person's family environment can affect their personality and how they handle things, and this information is very important for teamwork." After hearing Hui Xiaochen's explanation and thinking about his professional background, Bai Ningrong finally understood. She tilted her head, thought for a moment, and replied, "I don't know much about Hui Mian's family, but Su Mingfan came to school with him. From how they get along, they must know each other's family situations well." Hui Xiaochen thought for a moment, made a decision in his heart, and then took her hand. "Let's not talk about this now. Let's go collect supplies." Bai Ningrong smiled softly. "I've already packed more than 10 bags of snacks." As she spoke, she pulled him toward the snack shelves. Hui Xiaochen looked down at the snacks stacked on the floor, reached out to touch one of the bags, and in an instant, the item disappeared from his hand. Bai Ningrong stared at the platinum ring on his left and couldn't help asking, "Xiaochen, does everyone at the base have their own storage space?" Hui Xiaochen paused for a moment, then shook his head. "Right now, there's only one person at the base who can create storage spaces. His health isn't good, and he's not very friendly, so he hasn't made many. Only a few people have one." Bai Ningrong wanted to say more, but Hui Xiaochen said directly, "Xiaoning, when we get back to the base, I'll help you apply for one." Their eyes met, and seeing the warmth in his gaze, Bai Ningrong's cheeks turned slightly red. She softly replied, "Okay." With everyone working together, they quickly moved all the supplies out of the mall. When they stepped outside, they were stunned by what they saw. The square that had been full of cars was now completely empty. Many vehicles of all sizes had disappeared. Su Wanluo, walking beside Su Mingfan, couldn't help exclaiming, "Ah, how did they take all the cars?" Su Mingfan reached out and tapped her on the head, scolding, "I told you to wait in the car, but you still snuck out. When the first-level zombie appeared, you didn't even run. If you don't listen next time, don't call me your brother." Hearing that, Su Wanluo immediately fell silent. When the first-level zombie appeared, The 4 followers had called for her to run, but she couldn't leave her brother behind, so she stayed. It proved that her decision to stay was a mistake. When facing the second first-level zombie, she struggled to run away. If Lu Yuyuan hadn't pulled her at a critical moment, she would have been bitten and died. She couldn't help much and only ended up slowing others down while trying to protect herself. Su Wanluo lowered her head, looking sad. Lu Yuyuan just stepped out of the mall and headed straight for the car where Humian was. She had heard when Qi mentioned that Humian was in trouble, and she was worried. But Commander Hu ordered them to clear zombies and gather supplies, so she had to follow everyone. Lu Yuyuan jogged to the car where Humian was and opened the door. She saw Humian lying pale on the middle seat. She didn't have time to breathe and looked anxiously at Wen Qi in the front passenger seat. She asked, "What happened to Mian?" Wen Qi looked at Humian and said slowly, "She's a bit dehydrated. She has drunk water now, so her condition is stable." Lu Yuyuan let out a breath of relief and looked back at Humian. She saw her forehead was slightly damp, and a flicker of displeasure crossed her eyes. Wen Qi, since you're awake, sit in a car with Captain Hua and the others. I will stay here to take care of Mian. Thinking about how Mian fainted twice to save Wen Qi, and that his special ability was the same as hers, Lu Yuyuan felt uncomfortable with him. Before Wen Qi could reply, Lu Yuyuan continued, "You can't take good care of Mian. Her clothes are soaked with sweat and you still let her wear wet clothes. Come on, get out of the car quickly and find some clean clothes. I will help Mian change." Wen Qi's face immediately showed guilt and embarrassment, and his ears turned slightly red. He responded softly, "Okay," and quickly got out of the car. Xia Yan was worried about Mian's safety. As soon as he left the mall, he stayed close behind Lu Yuyuan. When he reached the car, he heard her scolding Wen Qi. This sudden scene made him feel a bit confused. He hesitated for a moment, but didn't step forward. Professor Yang, the driver, heard Lu Yuyuan's words and silently got out of the car with a serious face. Su Mingfan and his sister went over to check on Humian. After confirming she was fine, they relaxed. Lu Yuyuan waited inside the car for less than a minute before Bai Ningrong hurriedly brought a set of clean women's clothes. "How is Humian doing?" Lu Yuyuan reached out to take the clothes and explained, "She's doing okay. I'll change her into a new outfit first. You stay outside the car and keep others away." Bai Ningrong hesitated for a moment and said, "This car has a privacy protection feature." After speaking, she got out of the car and thoughtfully closed the door. Chao Kang's eyes widened suddenly when he saw his beloved off-road vehicle, filled with shock and anger. The once shiny, brand-new off-road vehicle was now with its doors wide open, inside a mess with disgusting dirt and bright red blood splattered everywhere. He shouted loudly, "Who did this? What happened to my car? This car was an accidental find during their trip to City F." He had immediately liked it and even made space to park it, hoping to use it for future travel. Professor Yang heard Chao Kang shouting and couldn't help but complain, "You still care about this broken car? Why didn't you find someone to watch over those 3 people carefully?" They took advantage of the situation and loosened the controls, which led to me being surrounded in the car. If my heart weren't strong, I might have been scared to death. Thinking back to when he was attacked, Professor Yang still felt scared and angry, his face showing signs of age and frustration. Chao Kang fell silent after hearing Professor Yang's complaints. Song Wei quickly explained, "Professor Yang, it's not really our fault. That boy volunteered to watch over them and promised he would keep them safe. Who knew he would do something like this?" He then glanced at the body lying on the ground, its face bloodied and unrecognizable, and continued, "But he was also punished. He paid with his life. It's a way of atonement for what he did." After hearing this, Professor Yang's dissatisfaction eased a little, and he stopped dwelling on the matter. Because there were 7 more people, Chao Kang's car was extremely dirty and emitted a foul smell, making it unsuitable for riding. Hao Xiaochen frowned slightly, his sharp eyes quickly scanning the parking area. Seeing a suitable vehicle, he stepped forward decisively and chose a 7-seat business van. He also stored a tourist bus and several other business vehicles in his space, just in case. Lu Yuyuan finished changing Humian's clothes and opened the car door, only to see Wen Qi standing beside the vehicle. She pursed her lips and said seriously, "Wen-chi, move Xiaomi on to the back seat. It's more comfortable for her to lie down and rest." Wen-chi didn't say anything. He lifted his leg and got into the car, picked up Humian, and then crossed the narrow aisle to gently place her on the back seat. He covered her with a blanket. Seeing her hair was a bit messy, he thought for a moment and helped straighten it, then carefully put her hairpin back in place. After finishing, he turned and got out of the car. Hao Xiaochen's voice sounded at the right moment. "Everyone, hurry and get in the car. We need to go to the gas station to get some fuel." In this end-of-the-world situation, gasoline is as precious as blood and essential for everyone's travel. Everyone agreed without hesitation and quickly got into their vehicles. Lu Yuyuan looked at Bai Ningrong beside her and asked curiously, "Ningrong, why aren't you with Captain Hua and the others?" Bai Ningrong brushed her bangs behind her ear and said casually, "All men in one car. As a girl, I feel a bit uncomfortable staying with them. Sitting together gives us a chance to chat and pass the time." Lu Yuyuan raised an eyebrow, a sly smile flashing in her eyes. "Oh, so your Captain Hua is willing to be separated from you?" Bai Ningrong's lips moved slightly, pretending to be serious as she replied, "There's nothing to be reluctant about. It's not like we won't see each other again." Of course, Hao Xiaochen didn't want to part, but since he had already offered to take care of Xiao Mian, he didn't insist anymore. Suddenly, Professor Yang, sitting beside Bai Ningrong, spoke up. "Bai classmate did very well. Girls should be like that, knowing how to avoid suspicion and always protect themselves." He looked at Bai Ningrong with a hint of approval and satisfaction. Lu Yuyuan secretly rolled her eyes and thought dismissively, "Professor Yang is so old-fashioned. In this day and age, he's still so conservative." Hearing Yang's words, Bai Ningrong's face twitched uncomfortably, and she forced a faint smile. That smile carried a mix of shy pride from being praised and awkwardness about Yang's traditional views. She didn't know how to respond, so she could only force a stiff smile. The car stopped near the gas pump, and the team members opened their doors and got out. Hao Xiaochen looked serious and ordered, "Wen-chi, Wang Rui, Kai Yang, you three take Su Mingfan to the fuel storage area to collect bottled oil." "Understood," the three replied in unison. Su Kaiyang walked to the SUV, called Su Mingfan down, and then the four of them headed toward the fuel storage area. Hao Xiaochen stood in front of the fuel pump, took out several oil drums and a siphon pipe from his space. Then he used his metal-based ability to cut a large hole in the outside of the fuel pump. He turned to Chao Kong, with a clear meaning in his eyes. "Chao Kong, siphon the fuel." Chao Kong looked a bit stiff but still stepped forward, reached inside the pump to pull out the fuel pipe, then grabbed a nearby siphon pipe and connected the two. He sighed deeply, then quickly on the siphon pipe with his mouth, causing gasoline to flow out immediately. Chao Kong hurriedly placed the siphon pipe into a barrel. Hao Xiaochen walked over to another pump and repeated the same process. Chao Kong silently followed Hao Xiaochen, and without being asked, he proactively started siphoning fuel. After half an hour, the group finished collecting the gasoline and began their journey. The vehicle sped along the road, and in less than 10 minutes, they saw the traces of the survivors in the distance. The vehicles were lined up side by side, parked along the roadside. Meanwhile, the survivors saw two imposing military trucks approaching, their camouflage bodies like shields protecting their new lives. Everyone's tense expressions relaxed instantly, but a hint of worry and guilt still lingered on their faces. Hao Xiaochen's face was cold and stern. He quietly gave an order to Su Kaiyang beside him. Su Kaiyang immediately understood, raised his hand, and pressed the horn several times. The crisp, loud horn sounded throughout the area. At the same time, the vehicle slowed down and stopped in the middle of the road. Hao Xiaochen got out of the car, raised his voice, and ordered, "Everyone, get on quickly. We're leaving now. Time is tight, and we can't delay." His steady and powerful voice brought a strong sense of safety to everyone in this apocalyptic setting. Initially, some worried Hao Xiaochen and his team might blame them, especially since they had left the others with special abilities behind. But after hearing his words, they all relaxed, greeted their companions, and orderly boarded their vehicles. The members of the Shadow Fast team looked calm, but many other ability users showed signs of dissatisfaction. Earlier, during the zombie attack, these people only cared about escaping and never thought about fighting the zombies together. Actually, ordinary people do not have no chance against regular zombies. As long as they work closely together, they can definitely deal with the zombies. However, they only want to follow the ability users for protection. This behavior is very selfish. Fortunately, the team will arrive at the eastern base tomorrow. Then everyone can go their own way without bothering each other, and they won't have to endure these frustrating things anymore. In the evening, the convoy passed by a quiet small village. After weighing the pros and cons, Xiaochen decided to stay there for the night. The car slowly stopped at the east entrance of a village. Wen Qi and Wang Rui went into the village to check things out. 15 minutes later, they returned. Xiaochen stood beside the off-road vehicle and looked at Wen Qi. "How is it?" Wen Qi frowned slightly, looking a bit confused. "Xiaochen, most of the zombies in the village are locked inside houses. We didn't find any survivors." Xiaochen thought for a moment and guessed, maybe they have already left. Wen Qi shook his head. "It doesn't seem like it. If they had left, they would have taken some supplies, but the supplies inside the houses are still plenty." Xiaochen couldn't figure it out, so he changed the subject. "Is there a suitable place to stay nearby?" Wen Qi nodded slightly. "About a kilometer ahead, there's a primary school. It's relatively spacious, surrounded by walls, so it should be safer." Xiaochen paused for a moment, then looked at the village and said, "In that case, let's choose there." After saying that, he opened the passenger door and sat inside. Wen Qi and Wang Rui saw this and got into the car as well. 3 minutes later, the car stopped steadily at the school gate. Xiaochen was the first to get out, walking to the large iron gate. He looked through the bars into the yard. Inside, it was empty. No one was there. Everything was silent. Xiaochen focused on the lock, reached out to touch it, and activated his metal ability. In an instant, he broke the lock and pushed the gate open. Su Kaiyong saw this and drove the car into the school. The wheels made a soft crunch as they rolled over the ground, and the other cars followed one after another. Once all the vehicles were inside the school and parked on the large playground, Xiaochen used his metal ability again to lock the gate. He walked over to the off-road vehicle, noticing everyone looked tired. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Kaiyong Suyen, take some people to the school cafeteria to cook some porridge. The temperature drops at night, so it's good for everyone to have something warm and relax." Lu Yuan had just stepped out of the car and happened to overhear Xiaochen's instructions. She quickly interrupted, saying, "I'll go with you. I've been sitting in the car all day, and my whole body is stiff. It's a good chance to relax." Xiaochen looked at Lu Yuan and said to Su Kaiyong, "That's fine. She can go with you for safety." Su Kaiyong smiled and said to the two girls, "Let's go." After speaking, he led the two girls toward the bus to find some people. The long journey had made everyone exhausted. From the private car, there were sounds of children crying and fussing. Xiaochen frowned and turned to give orders. "Wang Rui, Wen Qi, take the others and clean up the classroom." As he finished speaking, the two led some people toward the classroom. Xiaochen was about to head to the private car when he caught sight of Bai Ningrong walking toward him. He stopped in his tracks, his expression softening. "Xiao Ning, come with me to comfort the children." He then took out a big bag of colorful candies from his space and handed it to Bai Ningrong. She glanced at him, took the candies, and said with a hint of helplessness, "I'm really no good at comforting children." Xiaochen smiled gently. "You're better than me." A faint smile appeared at the corner of Bai Ningrong's mouth. His words were true. With Xiaochen's serious face, the children might cry even more if they saw him. Originally, he probably intended to make the parents take better care of their children and wanted to pressure them with a firm attitude. But now that she was coming over, he changed his mind and decided to use a softer approach. Seeing her agree, Xiaochen took her hand and headed toward the private car convoy. Meanwhile, Professor Yang was slumped in the car seat, looking tired and sluggish. He looked up at the driver. "Xiao Chao, find me a bed to lie down on. I've been in the car all day, and I feel like my old bones are about to fall apart." Chao Kong had a cheerful smile on his face.
Sure, sir.
"Get out of the car. and I'll set up a bed for you in the classroom." He spoke as he unfastened his seatbelt and then opened the door to get out. Professor Yang unfastened his seatbelt, suddenly seeming to remember something, and advised, "Don't forget Xiao Mian. She changed so she could save Wenqi. We must not forget her kindness." Xia Liqing in the front seat quickly responded, "Professor, don't worry. I still owe her a life. I'll carry her to rest soon." Professor Yang was satisfied and slowly moved to get out of the car, following Chao Kong to the first-floor classroom. Everyone on the bus also gradually got off, walking in an orderly way into the classroom and finding seats to sit quietly. At the private car, the crying of the children gradually stopped. Some people entered the classroom with the crowd, while others chose to stay in the car. Xia Liqing walked to the back of the car, slightly bent down, and with a little effort, picked up Huamian along with a blanket. Inside the classroom, Wenqi and others were stacking desks and chairs into a corner to clear a small space. Professor Yang was lying on a foldable bed, a stranger boy giving him a massage, pointing out the right spots and pressure. Chao Kong saw him come in and quickly set up a foldable bed nearby in the space. "Liqing, quickly settle Xiao Mian here," Chao Kong said. Wenqi and others moved the furniture to the corner. Hearing Chao Kong, they turned to see Xia Liqing carrying Xiao Mian inside. After thinking for a moment, Wenqi stopped what he was doing and walked over. Xia Liqing followed the instructions, gently placing Xiao Mian on the bed and covering her with a blanket. Just as he straightened up, Wenqi's voice called out, "Liqing, go help." "I'll give her in 4. Xia Liqing glanced at everyone, didn't argue, and nodded before going to help. Wenqi took out the medicine from the space, connected it to the 4 catheter on Xiao Mian's hand, and carefully adjusted the flow rate. After finishing, he stared at the medicine in the 4 tube, lost in thought. Just then, Xia Yan entered the classroom and saw Wenqi staring at the 4. His eyes behind the glasses looked faintly dark. Xia Yan walked over to his side. "Wenqi, I'll watch over Sister Hua. You go eat something and rest for a while." Wenqi looked up at him calmly and said, "No need. I still need to change her medicine later. I'll eat here." After speaking, he took out a bread from the space, tore open the package, and started eating. Xia Yan was slightly stunned, standing still with a stiff expression. Wenqi noticed something was wrong, swallowed his bread, and asked, "Do you have anything else to say?" Xia Yan shook his head. Just as he was about to speak, Song Wei came over. "Xia Yan, Captain who asked you to go calm down the alumni. Some girls are feeling quite upset." Hearing this, Xia Yan hesitated, looked at Huamian, then turned and left with Song Wei. On the hill behind the small village, a strong middle-aged man hurried into a cave. His face showed excitement. He approached an old man and said quickly, "Uncle, people from the school are here. I just saw outside the cave. The leader is driving 2 military jeeps, and there are more cars behind them." Hearing this, the village chief's dull eyes suddenly lit up with joy. "Jingzi, is what you said true?" His voice trembled slightly with excitement, filled with disbelief, eager to confirm. "Uncle, could they be rescue workers? Are we finally saved?" The village chief's happiness only lasted a moment before he frowned, showing concern. "Those monsters are still guarding the cave entrance. How can we ask for help?" He looked disappointed, as the hope he just felt was quickly dashed. Lu Gang regained his composure from the initial excitement, with a look of determination. "Uncle, time is running out. I can't wait any longer. I'll go down the mountain now to seek help. If something happens to me, I ask you to take care of Xiaoqiang and Fong Fong. Resources on the mountain are limited. Being surrounded, staying any longer means death." The village chief hurriedly advised, "Zhengzi, don't rush. It's getting late. Let's think of other ways. I'm old, and Xiaoqiang and Fong Fong still need you. If something happens to you, what will the children do?" Lu Gang's eyes reddened. He lowered his head slowly and whispered, "I understand, Uncle. I'll guard the cave entrance first, to prevent those things from coming in." The village chief watched his nephew walk away and sighed. Lu Gang was his cousin's son. His cousin died early, leaving only this one child. He was raised by relatives since he was young. Finally, he married a wife, but unexpectedly, when Fong Fong was born, his wife had a difficult labor and heavy bleeding, and she did not survive. Lu Gang, a grown man who was both father and mother to Fong Fong, looked very tired and worn out at only 35 years old, like someone much older. The next day, just as dawn was breaking, everyone was still asleep. Suddenly, sharp and urgent barking of dogs came from outside the school, breaking the quiet. When Chi quickly stood up, looking serious. Xiaocheng, it's zombie dogs. How Xiaocheng acted immediately, without hesitation. The team follow me outside. Others stay in the classroom. He then strode quickly out of the classroom, with the other team members following. How Xiaocheng reached the gate and looked outside through the bars. He saw a bulky middle-aged man running quickly toward the school, followed by a dozen strange-looking dogs. One of the dogs was hanging on his calf, but he seemed unaware of the pain and kept moving forward. The zombie dogs no longer looked lively or gentle. Their eyes were gray-white, and thick saliva dripped from their mouths. How Xiaocheng didn't hesitate. He summoned his special power, forming a lightning ball in his palm. He threw it forcefully at the dogs. The lightning ball exploded, creating a strong shockwave that temporarily blocked the dogs behind the man, giving him a chance to escape. The man gasped for breath as he ran to the gate. Wang Rui quickly formed a wind blade with his hand and cut the zombie dog hanging on the man's calf in half. How Xiaocheng quickly broke the lock, opened the big iron gate with his right hand, and grabbed the man's arm with his left, pulling him inside. Then he closed and locked the gate. The zombie dogs, hit by the lightning ball, had blackened, curled fur, revealing grayish-blue skin underneath. Some even had black smoke rising from their bodies. They howled wildly and kept crashing into the gate with their bodies. The loud banging made the gate shake, as if it might break. Seeing this, How Xiaocheng immediately said, "Use guns to attack." Understood. The others replied in unison. They drew their pistols and started shooting at the zombie dogs.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The fierce gunfire echoed in the air. Sparks flew from the gun barrels, and the bullets seemed to have eyes, flying straight toward the zombie dogs. Within less than a minute, all the zombie dogs were successfully killed. Their bodies piled outside the gate, black blood staining the ground completely. The noisy environment gradually became quiet again. How Xiaocheng turned to look at the man. The man was wearing thick clothes, with his legs wrapped in many layers of cloth, and his lower leg was soaked in blood. How Xiaocheng looked away and said, "Kaiyang, help him bandage his wound." Su Kaiyang responded and reached out to remove the cloth wrapped around the man's leg. Then he rolled up his pants and quickly treated the wound. How Xiaocheng asked, "Are you a survivor from the village?" The man, with red eyes and trembling slightly, emotionally begged, "Comrade, my name is Lu Gang. I am a villager from Lu village. Please save the people in our village. They are trapped in a cave by those terrible dogs. Please send someone to rescue them." Lu Gang's voice was full of tears and pleading. As he finished speaking, he suddenly bent his knees, about to kneel. How Xiaocheng quickly supported him to stop him from kneeling and asked seriously, "How many survivors are in the cave?" Lu Gang's body was still trembling uncontrollably. He tried to calm himself down and said, "There are 55 people. Most of them are children, women, and the elderly. Our village's young men mostly went to the city for work, so only women, children, and the elderly stayed. Everyone keeps a dog or two to guard the house. A few days ago, for some unknown reason, not only did people turn into monsters, but even the dogs mutated. They bite anyone they see. We had to hide in the back mountain." He wiped tears from his face with his hand, his eyes full of fear and sadness. How Xiaocheng continued to ask, "Where are they hiding? And how many zombie dogs are there?" Lu Gang took a moment to gather himself and replied, "They are in the back mountain at the west end of the village. We set up electric traps near the cave entrance. The zombie dogs don't dare to get close. When I went down the mountain, there were about 20 dogs there." Chao Kong couldn't help but interrupt. "Why did you go up the mountain? Can't you hide at home?" Lu Gang looked a bit embarrassed and gave a bitter smile. Comrade, Lu Village is a family-based village. Everyone is related. When our relatives turned into monsters, we just couldn't bring ourselves to hurt them. Staying at home didn't feel safe either, so we thought of finding a quiet place to wait for rescue. After learning the situation, Xiao Chen considered that there were many zombie dogs and they were fast. Plus, everyone needed to leave early. So he decided to use guns to fight the zombies. 20 minutes later, Xiao Chen's team reached the back mountain. Near the middle of the mountain, they heard occasional barking. Everyone looked alert and moved carefully along the mountain path. They kept walking until near the cave. Xie Liqing stepped on a dry branch, making a faint sound. The zombie dogs seemed to notice the noise and quickly turned their heads, rushing toward the group as if they were starving. Seeing this, Xiao Chen gave the order, "Fight quickly." Everyone moved quickly, holding their guns, spreading out in a fan shape to form a tight battle line.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
A fierce gunfire erupted, sparks flying from the muzzles as bullets shot toward the pack of dogs. Although the zombie dogs were fierce, they couldn't withstand the heavy fire. One by one, they fell, and black blood spread on the ground, forming strange dark patterns. Finally, after all the zombie dogs were taken down, everyone stopped shooting and headed toward the cave. Mian was deep in sleep when suddenly a strong urge to urinate woke her up from her dream. She instinctively raised her hand to rub her eyes, but suddenly felt a strange discomfort in her right hand. Mian slowly opened her eyes and looked at her right hand. She saw a needle inserted into the back of her hand, with several other red-tinged puncture marks nearby. She looked confused, then scanned her surroundings. The walls were old and peeling, with a few posters of famous quotes stuck on them. In the corner, there were some desks and chairs stacked together. This was a classroom. Before she could think more, she heard Xia Yan's slightly excited voice nearby. "Xiao Mian, you're awake?" Mian turned to look at him, nodded, and tried to sit up by supporting herself with her hand. Xia Yan quickly reached out to help her. Mian stiffened slightly, looked at him politely, and said, "Thank you." She caught a glimpse of Professor Yang lying on a foldable bed, sleeping soundly, but Xiao Chen's team was nowhere to be seen. Although she was curious, her strong physical needs at the moment made her unable to think much. She quickly pulled back the blanket and saw that she was wearing a different set of clothes. Who changed her? Mian frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and guessed it was Lu Yuyuan, that girl always sticking close to her. Xia Yan kindly said, "Xiao Mian, what do you need?" "I can help you." Mian looked up at him and said awkwardly, "Senior Xia, I need to go to the bathroom." Xia Yan blurted out, "I'll go with you." As soon as he said it, he realized it was not appropriate. Mian was stunned by his words. Then she shook her head and said, "No need. I feel fine now, no discomfort." She was telling the truth. She felt very energetic now, and her abilities seemed stronger. Although she didn't know what had happened, she didn't have time to figure it out now. Mian looked at Xia Yan with a puzzled expression. She felt like she had just woken up, and he had changed completely, losing all his usual boundaries. Xia Yan noticed her gaze and realized he had been too impulsive. His face showed a hint of embarrassment. He opened his mouth to say something to fix the awkward situation but closed it again, knowing he shouldn't continue this uncomfortable topic. Mian ignored everything else and hurried out of the classroom because her physical needs were urgent. Xia Yan watched her leave and fell into deep thought. Last night, he saw Wenqi staying by Mian's side all evening. Although Wenqi looked calm and composed on the surface, Xia Yan, who liked Mian, could sense a subtle, hard-to-notice feeling in Wenqi's eyes. A sense of urgency filled his heart. He wanted to get closer to Mian quickly. He adjusted his glasses, and a hint of regret flashed in his eyes. He was too impatient. After Mian finished her needs and returned to the classroom, she saw Bai Ningrong and Lu Yuyuan standing at the school gate. She walked over and asked with curiosity, "What are you two doing here?" They were both focused on looking outside the school. Hearing her voice, they turned their heads instinctively. Lu Yuyuan's eyes lit up instantly. She came over and affectionately hooked her arm around Mian. "Xiao Mian, you finally woke up. You slept so long. We were really worried." Bai Ningrong looked at her with concern, carefully observing Humian. When she saw that the 4 needle on her right hand was gone, her eyebrows furrowed. Xiao Mian, why did you pull out the needle? You still need to receive the 4 medication later. Humian slightly smiled, showing a sincere expression. I'm already fine. I really don't need the 4 anymore. Don't worry. Bai Ningrong looked worried and disagreed. Xiao Mian, Xiao Chen said your special ability is overused, and you are dehydrated. You can't be stubborn. Humian blinked her pretty eyes and looked at Bai Ningrong with confusion. She hadn't overused her ability. She was just naturally weak since childhood. Hunger could cause low blood sugar, but eating something would fix it. Just as Humian was about to explain, Lu Yuyuan raised her right hand and saw that the small needle holes had disappeared. She exclaimed, Xiao Mian, how did you heal the needle holes with your ability? When Captain Hu comes back, you'll need new needles, Humian quickly explained. I fainted because of low blood sugar, not because I overused my ability, but both of them thought she was lying to hide the fact that she was avoiding getting new needles. Bai Ningrong saw Humian looking sad, but her face was still rosy and lively, much more energetic than Lu Yuyuan, who had stayed up all night. She relaxed and said, All right, since you're so afraid, I'll talk to Xiao Chen and see if we can skip the needle for you. Humian nodded and casually asked, Where did Captain Hua and the others go? Bai Ningrong showed a worried look. They went up the mountain to rescue trapped villagers. After saying that, she looked outside the door. Lu Yuyuan suddenly spoke up. Xiao Mian, this afternoon we'll go to the eastern base. When we get there, you can stay with me. She looked excited and held Humian's hand tightly. Hui Ningrong felt anxious when she heard this, worried that Humian might really be persuaded by Lu Yuyuan. Xiao Mian, I want to tell you something. Xiao Chen and the others want to invite you to join their team, to Professor Yang to the central base. Are you willing? Bai Ningrong looked serious and a little nervous. Hearing this, Lu Yuyuan immediately jumped in. Bai Ningrong, how can you try to steal her away from me? Xiao Mian, don't listen to her. Following Captain Hua and the others is so dangerous. There are zombies and many unknown dangers along the way. If you come with me to the eastern base, you can stay safe, treat injuries, and live peacefully. Isn't that better? You wouldn't have to worry every day about fighting zombies. While speaking, Lu Yuyuan quickly positioned herself between Humian and Bai Ningrong, like a protective mother hen guarding her chicks, alertly blocking the eagle trying to the young ones. Bai Ningrong became more anxious after hearing Lu Yuyuan's words. Xiao Mian has arrived at the central base. She can receive treatment there and doesn't have to go out to fight zombies. Plus, the central base is located in the capital, so it's very safe. Also, Xiao Mian, you don't know this, but after you fainted yesterday, Professor Yang was very worried about you. He kept asking everyone to look after you. If you leave him halfway, won't he be sad? Lu Yuyuan lowered her eyebrows. Bai Ningrong, can you bear to make me sad? If Xiao Mian isn't with me, I'll be very upset. Bai Ningrong rolled her eyes. You're still young and can handle it. Professor Yang can't compare to you. What if he gets too sad and his health declines? You should think of the old man. Humian watched their argument, feeling warm inside but also a bit amused. She slightly raised her head and looked at Lu Yuyuan seriously. Yuyuan, I want to join their team. This was the result she had been seeking. She wanted to join a safe group. Lu Yuyuan's lips pressed down unconsciously, looking disappointed. Seeing Humian's serious expression, she knew she had made up her mind. She forced herself to be brave and said kindly, Xiao Mian, if you're unhappy staying at the central base or face any difficulties, you must come to the eastern base to find me. I'll protect you then. Bai Ningrong added nearby. Yuyuan, don't worry. Our team members will definitely take good care of Xiao Mian and won't let anyone bully her. Humian looked at Lu Yuyuan's disappointed face and added, Yuyuan, if one day I can't get by at the central base, I'll come find you. Just don't mind me bothering you. Lu Yuyuan nodded heavily and replied lightly, No one would mind having our little fairy Humian around. The 3 of them exchanged words, their laughter fading into the wind, but their friendship grew even stronger. Xiao Chen led the men, women, and children of Lu Jia village in a grand march toward the school. Bai Ningrong saw them from afar. Her almond-shaped eyes lit up with surprise, and she waved her hand at them. Many survivors were anxiously watching, but when they saw that squad leader Hua and his team returned safely through the Iron Gate, they all relaxed and let out a deep breath. The tense atmosphere eased. Hua Xiaochen opened the school gate. Bai Ningrong stepped forward, grabbed his arm, and looked him over carefully. Xiaochen, are you all hurt? Hua Xiaochen shook his head, smiling gently. Don't worry, everyone is fine. Bai Ningrong immediately relaxed. Seeing a group of survivors behind him, she let go of his arm, made space for others, and walked toward Hua Mian hiding in the corner. Hua Xiaochen turned slightly and ordered, Wang Rui Li Cheng, you two take the villagers to eat breakfast. He then looked around at the crowd and said, Kai Yang, Chao Kong, go tell everyone to pack up. After breakfast, we leave. Yes, Captain. The four responded together and then started organizing the survivors. When Qi was at the end of the villagers' line, as soon as he entered, he heard Hua Xiaochen arranging the next steps. He casually glanced and saw Hua Mian in the corner. The girl had a slight smile, her cheeks flushed, and was talking to Liu Yuan. Seeing her wake up, when Qi felt a bit less worried and guilty. A small smile appeared on his face without him realizing. He strode over to Hua Mian, looked down at her, and his slender eyes carried a gentle smile. Xiao Mian, you're awake. Are you feeling any discomfort? His voice was soft and caring. Hua Mian looked up and met his gaze, smiling faintly. I'm fine now.
How about you?
How's your wound? As she spoke, her eyes unconsciously moved to Wen Qi's neck, trying to check his injury. When Qi noticed her look, slightly raised his chin, and showed his neck. The area that was bitten by the zombie now only had a faint pink scar. He lowered his head, a gentle smile on his lips.
See?
It's fine now. Thank you for saving me again. Hua Mian waved her hand and softly said, Wen Qi, you also saved me. No need to be so polite. Wen Qi's gaze fixed on her smooth hand. His smile faded slightly, and his eyebrows furrowed gently. Xiao Mian, your hand. I'm already fine. There's really no need for more injections. Seeing his disapproving expression, Hua Mian quickly hid his hand behind his back and interrupted him. Next to them, Bai Ningrong heard their conversation and said, Wen Qi, just agree with her. After speaking, she turned her head to look at Hua Xiaochen, who was walking over, and said in a slightly spoiled tone, Xiaochen, Xiaomian doesn't need to get an injection anymore, right? Hua Xiaochen looked at Hua Mian, saw she looked healthy, and felt relieved. Then he smiled softly, yes. It seemed the medicine worked well. The person surnamed Shen really has some skill. Liu Yuan pouted unhappily and said, Xiaomian is just afraid of injections. You all spoil her. Hua Mian heard this, grabbed her hand and shook it. Acting cute as she said, I really am fine now. As soon as she finished speaking, her stomach suddenly made a gurgling sound, and her delicate face froze. Everyone's eyes immediately turned to her, full of smiles. Hua Xiaochen spoke, let's go. We'll eat something in the cafeteria before leaving. After breakfast, just as everyone was about to get on the vehicle, a distant girl's loud crying was suddenly heard. Woo-woo. I want Dad.
Dad, where are you?
The cry was full of fear and helplessness. Hua Mian looked toward the sound source and saw a 4 or 5-year-old girl crying loudly. She had 2 crooked little pigtails on her head, and her small face was red from crying, which made people feel sad. Hua Xiaochen turned to Chao Kong and asked, Where's Lu Gong?
How is he?
Chao Kong replied, He's all ready and moved to the van. Song Wei and Luo Lixin are watching over him. Lu Gong is doing well, but he's asleep. The village chief had already seen Lu Gong and knew he was injured, so he looked worried. He gently patted the girl's head and said in a dry voice, Fong Fong, be good. Little Qiang, you're the older brother. You should be sensible and take good care of your sister. Hua Xiaochen released a bus from the space and told the villagers to get on. Those who couldn't fit would be arranged on the bus. Everyone quickly moved and lined up to get on the vehicle. Woo-woo. We want Dad. The girl's crying, which was originally just her own, now also included her brother little Qiang, who was crying because of her. He refused to get on the bus. Hua Xiaochen frowned, his sharp eyes shooting toward the village chief. The latter noticed his gaze and looked embarrassed. Hao Xiaochen turned to look at Bai Ningrong, and their silent understanding made her instantly realize his intention. Bai Ningrong caught a glimpse of Lu Yuyuan beside her, and she blinked her almond-shaped eyes. She walked over, coaxed the two children to follow her into the off-road vehicle. The vehicle slowly left the village, and in less than 5 minutes, it was back on the highway. Hao Mian sat nervously in the back seat, looking at the two children on either side, feeling overwhelmed. Taking care of children was completely new to her. She didn't know how to interact with kids. Big sister Mian, when can I see Dad? Fong Fong asked with big, round eyes, tears shimmering in her eyes, looking at her pitifully. Hao Mian hurriedly searched her bag, took out 2 beautifully wrapped chocolates, quickly unwrapped them, and handed one to each of the siblings. She smiled gently, trying to look friendly. When we get to the safe base, you'll see him. What is the safe base? Fong Fong asked persistently. The safe base is a safe place. We need to go there to live. Where is that? It's the safe base. Hao Mian rubbed her forehead in frustration. Next to her, Xiao Chong, who was older and better at understanding, asked, When will we arrive at the safe base? Hao Mian answered softly, We'll get there this afternoon. To distract the children, she rummaged through her bag. Are you hungry? Do you want some bread? It's very sweet. After Fong Fong finished her chocolate, she touched her slightly protruding belly and looked at the bread in Hao Mian's hand, speaking softly, I can eat more. Hao Mian opened the bag and handed some to Fong Fong, making sure to give her brother a portion too. After doing this, she finally relaxed a little and let out a soft breath. Big sister Mian, I want to drink milk. Fong Fong's voice rang out. Hao Mian felt like she had just relaxed too early. She took out a bottle of mineral water from her bag, paused for a moment, and said, I didn't bring milk. Maybe. We can drink some water first? Her words were cautious. As she spoke, she quietly watched Fong Fong's expression, afraid she might start crying or throwing a tantrum at any moment. Chao Kong looked at the scene through the rearview mirror. He took out 2 boxes of milk from the space and said loudly, Huamian girl, I have some here. He then smoothly turned around and handed the milk to Lu Yuanyuan, asking her to pass it to Huamian. Huamian reached out to take the milk, inserted the straw, and carefully held it up to offer it to Fong Fong. Bai Ningrong and Lu Yuanyuan saw that Huamian looked tense. They exchanged a quick glance and couldn't help but secretly smile. Originally, Bai Ningrong thought these 2 children would stick close to Lu Yuanyuan since she was lively and cheerful and should be more appealing to kids. But unexpectedly, Fong Fong seemed to be a face-conscious child. As soon as she got in the car, she grabbed Huamian's hand and insisted on sitting in the same row. Xiao Chong was also a caring brother, naturally sitting with his sister. So, the responsibility of taking care of the children fell on Huamian. It must be said that these 2 children really had good judgment. Bai Ningrong looked cold on the outside. She was similar in personality and appearance, and was usually not very warm to strangers. Although she was careful in her work, if she had to take care of children for a long time, she would likely show a cold expression. Lu Yuanyuan appeared lively and enthusiastic on the surface, but that was only with peers. She personally had little patience for entertaining children. Professor Yang noticed the small tension between them and looked back with a serious face. When the children saw his gaze, they shrank back nervously. Good, they knew to be afraid of people. No need to worry about being bothered. Professor Yang turned his head back, relaxed his expression, then grabbed a blanket, covered himself, and closed his eyes to pretend to sleep. The car sped along the long road for 6 hours before finally slowly reaching the outskirts of N City's eastern base. On the way, more vehicles appeared, filling the road as they waited to enter the base. Everyone sat inside, their eyes tired yet hopeful, as patients slowly moved forward with the traffic. Occasionally, vehicles from the opposite lane passed by. They were all personnel returning from missions outside the base. The vehicles still bore bloodstains from zombies, adding a tense atmosphere in this post-apocalyptic environment. The eastern base had incorporated the suburbs of N City into its jurisdiction and was still expanding into the city center. The entire base is surrounded by a thick, high wall made of reinforced concrete and steel bars. It looks new, indicating it was built recently. The wall is about 20 meters tall, with an electric fence on top to block outside dangers. Next to the main gate, there are 3 neat buildings, each 3 stories high, located in front of the wall. The buildings are made of the same materials as the wall. The rooms inside are small but well-organized, each serving different functions. At the main entrance, a loudspeaker plays clear electronic messages repeatedly. Hello everyone, welcome to the Eastern Survivor Base. Currently, the zombie virus is spreading, and it is highly contagious. If you're injured by zombies, please go to the 2nd floor on the right to register. There is a professional medical team offering free treatment. Ordinary citizens, please register in the building on the left. Staff will guide you through registration and settlement. For friends with special abilities, please register on the 1st floor on the right. The base has set up a department to manage those with special abilities. Professionals will contact you to assign suitable tasks and positions based on your abilities. Thank you all for your understanding and support. Let's work together to fight the zombie virus. Staff members directed vehicles to park in designated areas. Only after registering and receiving an ID card can you use it to drive into the base. Hua Xiaochen and his group waited in line for an hour before it was finally their turn to register. When their car stopped, everyone hurried to get out, and the scene was chaotic. Hua Xiaochen's stern voice rang out. Wenqi, Kaiyong, go and help maintain order. The 2 nodded and headed toward the crowd. Meanwhile, things weren't calm on Hua Mian's side. Fan Fong and Xiao Chong started arguing, crying loudly and demanding to find their father. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. Most of the people in this vehicle, except Professor Yang, were young and inexperienced in comforting children. Professor Yang was alone and had no children himself, so he didn't know how to soothe them either. Hua Xiaochen heard the noise and came over. Chao Kong, take the 2 kids to see Lu Gang, he said. As soon as the children heard they were going to see their father, their crying stopped abruptly, leaving only muffled sniffling. Fong Fong tightly held onto Hua Mian's hand, afraid she might let go. Hua Mian looked helpless but had no choice but to hold her hand and walk with Chao Kong toward Lu Gang's car. Xiao Chun, who walked to a window on the right side of the 1st floor, took out an ID from his coat pocket and handed it to the staff inside, speaking seriously. I have important matters to handle. Please find someone to call Major Wu Feimu. I need to coordinate with him quickly. The staff took the officer's ID and quickly looked it over. When he saw Hua Mian's identity and authority on the ID, his face immediately lit up with a friendly smile. Please wait a moment, Captain Hua. Then, he turned to a young man nearby and said, Xiao Emo, go handle this quickly. Don't delay Captain Hua's important work. Xiao Emo nodded immediately and said, Okay, I'll go right now. He stood up and hurried out of the room, running toward the base. Hua Mian and Chao Kong had just reached Lu Gang's car when they saw Wang Rue and Su Mingfan carrying Lu Gang on a stretcher. Lu Gang was running a high fever, his face twisted in pain, with bulging veins on his temples as if they might burst through his skin. Compared to Lu Yuyuan's earlier injury, his condition was clearly more serious. The 2 children saw their father and looking pained. They cried loudly, rushing forward to call out Dad, their voices full of sorrow and pride, echoing around. Hua Mian watched this scene and felt a pang of sadness in her heart. Throughout the journey, whenever the children mentioned their father, their eyes shone with admiration, and their words were full of pride and affection, not allowing anyone to speak badly of him. Later, Hua Mian learned from Lu Yuyuan about Lu Gang's situation. He had risked everything to save the children and villagers, ignoring his own safety, and had insisted on coming down the mountain to seek help despite being surrounded by zombie dogs. This deep and pure fatherly love touched Hua Mian's heart, making her feel compassionate. She asked, How is Lu Gang's injury? Wang Rue looked uncomfortable and said, Hua Mian, I know you want to save him, but you just recovered. It's better to let the medical team handle this. Xiao Chong was already 6 years old and more mature in his thinking. At this moment, hearing Wang Rue's words, he felt like he had grabbed the last life-saving straw. He rushed over, hugged He Mian's leg, and cried out loudly, Little Mian sister, please help my dad. I really want him to get better soon so we can go pick wild fruits together. Boo-hoo, his crying was full of deep despair, making people's hearts feel heavy and sad. Wang Rui looked at the tearful child and felt a growing sense of compassion. He knew that taking him to the hospital was only a temporary solution. The so-called treatment was just using common medicine to try to lower the patient's fever, but the actual effect was very small. Mian noticed Wang Rui's hesitation and explained, "I fainted because of low blood sugar, not because I used too much of my powers. Let me try. We're doing our best. When her blood sugar drops, her head hurts. But her powers are stored in her abdomen, and when she uses them, her stomach doesn't hurt." Wang Rui looked surprised, his face showing shock. After thinking for a moment, he nodded. He warned, "Don't push yourself too hard. If you faint again, I won't be able to explain to the team leader." Thinking about the cold attitude the team leader showed towards Wen-chi yesterday, and how it lasted until Mian woke up today, Wang Rui's expression softened a little. He no longer looked so strict with Wen-chi. Mian nodded slightly. "I'll pay attention. Don't worry." Wang Rui and Su Mingfan placed the stretcher on the ground. Wang Rui lifted Lu Gang's pants and removed the bandage, revealing 2 small wounds. Mian looked at the wounds and looked up at Wang Rui. "Is that all?" Wang Rui responded with a sigh, showing a helpless expression. She twitched her lips, thinking it was a big cut, and prepared herself mentally. But then she realized, if Lu Gang's wounds were really serious, he would have already turned into a zombie. There was no way she could help. She squatted down, activated her powers, and a gentle white light flowed from her palm, covering the wounds. After about 10 seconds, the wounds healed completely. The skin looked smooth and flat, as if he had never been hurt. When Mian stopped using her powers, Lu Gang's previously twisted and painful expression gradually calmed down. His breathing became steady and normal, and his overall condition clearly improved. The 2 children had been staring at their father's leg without blinking. When they saw the wounds disappear, they jumped up happily. Little Chong's eyes sparkled as he asked, "Little sister Mian, is Dad already feeling better?" Mian smiled gently and softly said, "As long as you behave well, your dad will get better soon." As she finished speaking, Fong Fong nodded firmly and loudly said, "Little sister Mian, I will definitely be good. I want Dad to get better quickly." Su Mingfan saw Mian successfully treat Lu Gang and casually asked, "Little Mian, you just came from the front. Did you see little Luo?" After asking, he couldn't help but complain, "That girl loves to sneak into her classmates' groups. If you're not careful, she just disappears." Mian was momentarily stunned, then pursed her lips. "I saw a student from F University lining up to register. Little Luo might be there too." Hearing this, Su Mingfan's heart skipped a beat. He had just promised Brother Wang to join the Sunying team. Could little Luo be planning to stay at the eastern base? Thinking of this, Su Mingfan became anxious immediately. His round eyes looked at Wang Rui. "Brother Wang, I have something urgent to find my sister about." Wang Rui looked at his anxious expression and, considering what Mian said, understood what was going on. He waved his hand. "Go ahead." Without delay, Su Mingfan hurriedly ran toward the long registration line. Wang Rui and Chao Kong lifted the stretcher. After walking a few steps, the village chief hurried over. He was panting and asked anxiously, "How is Zhuangzi?" Wang Rui, with a serious face, replied, "He's fine. Take him to register first. We can talk after he wakes up." Hearing this, the village chief's worried expression eased. Seeing the 2 children around Lu Gang, he suggested, "I'll go with you. I can watch over them on the way." Wang Rui agreed, without much thought. "Okay." Chao Kong, walking behind the stretcher, saw that the children had someone to look after them and said, "Mian, you go wait at Professor Yang's place. We'll be back soon." Mian was slightly surprised but quickly understood. Chao Kong was probably worried the kids would keep bothering her. She nodded and watched them leave, then headed toward the off-road vehicle. Hua Xiaochen leaned against the wall, arms crossed, head lowered, lost in thought. A loud roar approached from afar. In the blink of an eye, a military 3-wheeled motorcycle stopped nearby. The person coming was tall and handsome, with bright, lively fox-like eyes. He casually rested his long legs, giving off a rough, daring vibe. Xiao Emo on the seat unbuckled his seatbelt and stepped out of the vehicle. Major Wu, I'll go ahead and get busy. Wu Feimu waved his hand at him, lowered the side stand, lifted his right leg, and walked around the front of the motorcycle to stand in front of Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, why are you so busy that you come all the way here? You're not here to visit me, are you? His voice was teasing and curious. Wu Feimu and Xiao Chen met at military school, both students of the same year. When they first entered the school, Wu Feimu relied on his strong physical skills. He was a bit reckless and young. He disliked Xiao Chen's proud attitude and secretly looked down on him, thinking he was pretending to be impressive to seem more powerful. But reality hit Wu Feimu hard. In several close combat matches, Xiao Chen always managed to defend himself. His proud tactics were beaten down completely, like leaves swept away by the wind. Nothing left. Gradually, Wu Feimu was deeply impressed by Xiao Chen's outstanding skills. His previous contempt and arrogance disappeared. From that moment, they formed a special and close friendship. Xiao Chen ignored Wu Feimu's teasing, his expression serious and focused. This time, I have an important task. I need to Professor Yang Jinghuai to the central base. Also, I have a key handover with the land forces. Wu Feimu raised an eyebrow, his fox-like eyes showing understanding. I knew it. You're always up to something important. Come on, let's go together. After saying that, he rolled his eyes at Xiao Chen and headed toward the motorcycle. Xiao Chen remained calm and said slowly, Feimu, first find someone to arrange a place for my team members. Wu Feimu paused, then turned around and approached a small window, speaking briefly with the staff inside. Then he came back to Xiao Chen, patting his shoulder. Everything's arranged. Let's go. General Liu was still talking about your trip to the central base this morning. If he finds out you're here, he'll be so happy. Wu Feimu walked to the motorcycle, took a long step, and lightly kicked the side stand to fold it up. Xiao Chen nodded without saying much, quickly stepped into the bike's cargo area, and sat upright with a straight back. In the next moment, the motorcycle roared to life and sped toward the base. When Mian approached the off-road vehicle, looked around with curious eyes. She saw Bai Ningrong standing beside the car with her arms crossed, Professor Yang lying on the middle seat, and Xie Liqing squatting on the ground, gazing toward the gate of the base. She did not see Lu Yuanyuan's figure and was about to ask. Bai Ningrong seemed to notice her confusion and explained, Xiao Mian, Yuanyuan met her family at the gate of the base. Before leaving, she asked me to tell you not to worry about her. When Mian nodded slightly, feeling happy for Lu Yuanyuan, but parting still brought a little sadness. After a while, a person in a work uniform approached. He wore a polite smile and said, Hello, I am Xiao Emo. I was sent by Major Wu to pick you up and take you into the base. Are you all ready? Xie Liqing stood up and walked over to Xiao Emo. Sorry, please wait a moment. We still have team members who haven't arrived yet. Xiao Emo smiled slightly. No problem, I'm not in a hurry. It's a good chance to rest. Xie Liqing looked at him with some surprise and casually asked, Is the power inside the eastern base turned on? Xiao Emo immediately straightened his back, his eyes shining with excitement. Some areas are already powered, but to reach the pre-apocalyptic level of electricity, it needs to be done step by step. It's a big project, so we can't rush. Xie Liqing asked more about the base's other conditions and learned some news their team hadn't known before. Currently, the water resources cannot be drunk directly. They must be filtered and heated to 100 degrees Celsius to kill the viruses, which increases energy demand significantly. The currency system has also changed to a point system. According to the rules, each survivor receives 50 points on their ID card when they first enter the base. These points can be exchanged for various foods inside. Teams going out on missions can collect supplies and submit them to the Resource Management Office in exchange for points. Ordinary people participating in the base's various labor activities can also earn points through their efforts. Xie Liqing silently thought that this point system was similar to the management style of their central base, probably because the higher-ups issued instructions via satellite. Huomian and Bai Ningrong stood nearby, listening intently. Suddenly, they heard footsteps. They turned to see Xia Yan walking toward them, with Su Kaiyang and Wenqi a few meters behind him. Xia Yan, panting heavily, stopped in front of Huamian and said cheerfully, "Xiao Mian, let's go register our information together." His eyes behind the glasses showed a hint of hope. "Song Wei and the others are waiting over there. If we go together, we can form a team of ability users." Just after getting off the vehicle, Xia Yan was pulled away by Su Kaiyang to help manage the survivors' order. Only after everyone lined up neatly did he find time to come over and look for Huamian. Wenqi and Su Kaiyang, hearing Xia Yan's words, frowned slightly and quickened their steps. Bai Ningrong didn't wait for Huamian to respond but hurriedly interrupted. "Xia Yan, Xiao Mian has already joined our team. She doesn't need to register again." Hearing this, Xia Yan felt as if a heavy hammer struck his heart, crushing his hope completely. He asked anxiously, "Xiao Mian, are you really sure? Following them means facing many dangers along the way. There might be times when they can't protect you. Stay here. I can find someone to arrange a job for you. You don't have to go out and fight zombies." When Xie Liqing, Su Kaiyang, and when she heard Xia Yan's invitation for Huamian to stay at the eastern base, their faces showed a hint of panic. But soon, Bai Ningrong announced that Huamian had joined their team, and everyone's expression softened. Seeing Xia Yan still loudly trying to poach her, they all became unhappy. Xie Liqing immediately retorted without hesitation, "Our team members are experienced and capable. We can definitely keep Xiao Mian safe." "Your worries are unnecessary." Su Kaiyang, who had previously admired Xia Yan and even invited him to join their team, now disliked him even more after Xia Yan tried to steal Huamian. Always kind-hearted, he couldn't help but speak harshly now. "Xia Yan, stop wasting your words. Be careful, or our team leader will come back and deal with you." Wenqi's slender eyes looked directly at Xia Yan with a cold tone. "Since Xiao Mian has already made her decision, you should respect her." Xia Yan ignored their words and kept his eyes fixed on Huamian. His tone was serious. "Xiao Mian, are you really willing to join them?" Seeing their argument, Huamian quickly spoke up. "Senior Xia, thank you for your kindness. I really want to join their team." Her voice was soft but firm. Hearing this, Xia Yan looked disappointed. His lips trembled slightly, and a hint of loneliness flashed in his eyes behind his glasses.
He was about to say something.
Suddenly, a sweet, charming voice interrupted him. "Xia Yan, so you're here. I just met Aunt Xia, and she's worriedly looking for you everywhere. Let's go together." As she spoke, Qin Yiqian hurried forward and took Xia Yan's arm. Xia Yan was already upset about Huamian's decision, and Qin Yiqian's actions made him feel even more annoyed. He suddenly shook off her hand and moved a few steps to the side, breaking free from her grip. His mind instantly drifted back to the last time at F University's cafeteria, where he was happily talking with Huamian, only to be interrupted by Qin Yiqian. Thinking of this, a wave of regret and anger appeared in Xia Yan's eyes. Qin Yiqian had already seen Xia Yan from afar. Seeing him eagerly approaching Huamian, she felt uncomfortable. She knew Xia Yan liked Huamian and that their feelings were growing. This made her feel threatened, so she stepped in to interrupt their conversation. She had used this trick many times before. Having known Xia Yan for years, she understood his personality well. Xia Yan was usually gentle and reasonable outside. Even if he was angry inside, he wouldn't easily lose his temper. Based on this understanding, she had successfully kept many people who liked Xia Yan at bay without upsetting him. But Huamian was an exception. Qin Yiqian turned her head to look at her. She was stunningly beautiful. Even when standing quietly, she couldn't be ignored. She clenched her fists and lowered her head, a trace of jealousy flashing in her eyes. Bai Ningrong saw Xia Yan standing still and spoke to persuade him. "Xia Yan, you should go quickly. Aunt Xia must be worried about your safety." Long ago, at F University's cafeteria, Bai Ningrong noticed that Xia Yan seemed to have a faint liking for Huamian, but he was very reserved and shy about showing it. She even wondered if Huamian himself had truly noticed these feelings. Xia Yan looked at Huamian, who calmly looked back at him, unaware of his affection. The words he wanted to say suddenly caught in his throat, and a bitter feeling spread inside him. He had just started to like this girl, but before he could confess, love seemed to slip away from him. He quietly lowered his head, feeling overwhelmed with sadness. After a moment of silence, he turned around, dragging his heavy steps toward the gate of the base. Chun Yiqian, standing beside him, saw this and quickly followed, taking small steps. Her mouth kept talking nonstop, trying to break the heavy silence. But her voice only made Xia Yan feel more annoyed. Hua Mian stood still, watching Xia Yan leave. After a while, she looked away and saw several people staring at her intently. Hua Mian was confused and asked, "Why are you all looking at me like that?" Su Kaiyang chuckled awkwardly, trying to hide his embarrassment. "Xiao Mian, welcome to our team." Wen Qi stepped forward with a gentle smile. "Xiao Mian, I'm glad you joined us. From now on, we'll work together." Xie Liqing nodded seriously, his eyes full of excitement. "Yes, Xiao Mian, if you join our team, everyone will be happy." The captain would be really pleased to hear this. Just then, Chao Kong and Wang Rui came back. From a few meters away, Chao Kong raised his voice and asked, "What's so funny?" I could hear the laughter from far away. Su Kaiyang turned to look at him, excited. Xiao Mian agreed to join us. "Isn't that great news?" Chao Kong snapped his fingers loudly and said cheerfully, "Xiao Mian, welcome to our big family. If you ever need help, don't hesitate. Brother Chao's got your back." Wen Qi smiled softly and said, "Xiao Mian, don't listen to him. Just call him Chao Kong. If you need anything, you can come to me." Wang Rui grinned and added, "Xiao Mian, welcome aboard." Hua Mian saw everyone warmly welcoming her, and a warm feeling filled her heart. Her eyes curved like peach blossoms, and her voice was soft and sweet. "It's an honor to join the team. Please take care of me. If I do anything wrong, I hope you'll forgive me." Bai Ningrong looked at Hua Mian's serious face and couldn't help but chuckle softly. She patted Hua Mian's shoulder and said cheerfully, "Xiao Mian, there's no need to be so formal. We all get along equally, and unity is our team spirit." Xiao Mo saw how lively they were talking and couldn't help but ask, "Are all the team members here?" Hearing this, everyone turned to look at Xiao Mo, who was standing behind Xie Liqing. Xie Liqing saw the puzzled looks on the team members' faces, took a step to the side, and revealed Xiao Mo behind him. "This is Xiao Mo, a friend of the team leader, sent to pick us up at the base." The others greeted Xiao Mo with friendly smiles and exchanged a few words. Wang Rui looked around but didn't see Su Mingfan's figure. His face, usually serious, slightly furrowed. He looked toward the distant registration line and said to Xiao Mo, "One person is still missing. I'll go find him." After saying that, Wang Rui turned to leave. Wen Qi sidestepped and grabbed his arm. "Wang Rui, there's no need to go.
Su Mingfan
has decided to stay at the eastern base." Wang Rui frowned but quickly returned to normal. He had prepared himself mentally for this outcome. Although he felt a bit disappointed, he remained calm. Hua Mian, however, was a little unsettled. Her eyes widened as she asked eagerly, "Why didn't he join the team?" Clearly, Zheng Wanhua had mentioned that Su Mingfan had joined the main character's team, but now he had changed his mind.
Why?
When she turned to meet Hua Mian's gaze. Seeing how much she cared about Su Mingfan's decision, his eyes flickered, and he explained, "Su Mingfan's sister doesn't want to go to the central base. She's worried about him, so he decided to stay behind with her." Hua Mian was stunned by this answer. She had never heard Zheng Wanhua mention this. What exactly went wrong? Hua Mian felt her mind was a bit confused. She was happy that the story could be changed, like her and Professor Yang, whose ending was supposed to be death at the start, but they both broke away from the fixed ending. But sometimes she was also afraid that other parts of the story might be changed, worried that things might turn out badly. When she saw her lost in thought and gently said, "Xiao Mian, how about I take you to ask in person?" Even though they are busy registering information now, meeting them won't take much time. Hua Mian heard Wen Qi's voice and immediately snapped out of her thoughts. She turned her head to look at the long line on the left side of the base, her lips pressed together. She sighed and said in a low voice, "No need. Let's just leave it at that. Even if she asked, it wouldn't change anything. Su Mingfan originally went to F University just to find Su Wanluo. And Su Wanluo's close friends all stayed at the eastern base, so it seemed natural that they wouldn't want to go to the central base. Going now would only add to the sadness of separation. Xie Liqing spoke up. Let's go into the base first. Standing here is making my legs sore. After saying that, he shook his legs and stretched his muscles. Su Kaiyong looked around and asked with doubt, "Where's Professor Yang?" Xie Liqing pointed to the car behind him, lying inside. Probably annoyed by the noise, so he closed the car door. Chao Kong strode over to the off-road vehicle, opened the door. They saw Professor Yang lying sideways on the back seat, curled up with his legs drawn in, seemingly unaffected by the surrounding noise. Chao Kang's mouth twitched slightly, his eyebrows raised, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. This old man was quite clever. If he hadn't seen his eyelashes flutter, Chao Kong almost would have believed he was asleep. Everyone gradually got into two military off-road vehicles. With Xiao Mo, who was lively and well-known, the cars smoothly drove into the base gate. 5 minutes later, the cars stopped in front of a 2-story small villa. Xiao Mo handed a bunch of keys to Xie Liqing, explained some precautions, and hurriedly left. Professor Yang woke up just in time, followed everyone inside, then leaned back on the sofa, lying in a relaxed, dead fish pose. Humian and Bai Ningrong explored the whole house together. On the first floor, besides the living room and kitchen, there was a guest room and a gym. The second floor had 4 bedrooms and a study. At this moment, they were standing inside one of the bedrooms on the second floor. Humian looked at the large bed in front of her, covered with soft blankets. Sitting in the car for a long time had left her both physically and mentally exhausted. But she remembered she hadn't taken a shower in days, and yesterday she had sweated a lot, so she felt almost smelly. Bai Ningrong didn't care and directly flopped onto the bed. Lying on the bed is so comfortable. After saying that, she looked at Humian and then rolled to the side, making room for half the bed. Xiao Mian, do you want to come and lie down? Humian refused. No, I want to take a shower first. Do you have any clean clothes? Bai Ningrong waved her hand. You go ahead and shower. I'll go downstairs and get some clothes for you later. Humian nodded and walked into the bathroom, only to find that there was electricity but no water. Bai Ningrong was about to get up from the bed when she saw Humian come out of the bathroom, her eyes full of confusion. Aren't you going to take a shower? Humian looked sad. No water, so I won't. Seeing her unhappy face, Bai Ningrong smiled gently. Kaiyong has such a big water tank. Why don't you go get some water? Humian paused, blinking her eyes, then remembered that Su Kaiyong was a water element ability user. You're right. Humian went to the first floor and explained her plan to Su Kaiyong. After hearing her, Su Kaiyong didn't say a word. He got up and went to the bathroom, took several iron buckets from his space, filled them with water, and then inserted an electric heater. Humian quietly thanked him, and Su Kaiyong waved his hand, saying, You're welcome. While the water was heating, Bai Ningrong brought her a set of clean clothes. In the living room, when she looked at his wristband, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. He asked, What does everyone want for dinner? I'll go prepare. Hearing this, everyone remembered the busy days they had been through and hadn't had a proper meal in days. Their mouths felt almost tasteless. Chao Kong excitedly said, Let's have chicken stew with mushrooms. They hadn't eaten meat in days and were craving it. Chao Kong took out several chicken pieces wrapped in plastic bags and a large bag of dried mushrooms from his space, handing them to Wen-Chi. Put the leftover ingredients in your space first. Xie Liqing saw so much chicken, and his eyes lit up like a puppy's. Wen-Chi, make me a dish of Kung Pao chicken. Remember to add lots of chili. As he spoke, Xie Liqing took out seasonings from his space. Su Kaiyong saw the scene and joined in the fun, saying, Bring me some plain boiled chicken. I like the simple, fresh taste. Wang Rui, with his square face, couldn't help but smile. All right then. Give me some yellow braised chicken. Chao Kong stared in surprise. Why are you all eating chicken? Aren't you tired of it? Xie Liqing said. Maybe you shouldn't eat chicken with mushroom stew. Chao Kang's eyes widened. Why not? I was the one who provided the chicken. Su Kaiyong calmly replied, just leave some space for you. After we get back to the base, we'll share everything. Professor Yang slowly spoke. Old man me. I'm too old for strong flavors. Just give me something light and simple. Bai Ningrong blinked her almond-shaped eyes. When bring me some oil-braised prawns. She loved eating shrimp, and she probably wouldn't have many chances to enjoy seafood in the future. When after hearing their dish requests, supported his forehead with one hand and said helplessly, I can cook all these dishes, but I can't promise the taste. After saying that, he grabbed the ingredients and strode toward the kitchen. Mian finished her shower, towel in hand, drying her wet hair. She slipped on her slippers and walked into the living room. Her beautiful peach blossom eyes looked around. The living room was empty, only when was busy in the kitchen. She stepped softly to the door of the kitchen and asked quietly, When where is everyone else? When heard Mian's voice. He was holding a spatula and instinctively turned around. In that moment, his gaze fixed on Mian. She had a small face with a blush, her peach blossom eyes shining with a gentle light, a mix of innocence and charm. Her long black hair was damp and draped over her shoulders, with slightly curled tips forming playful arcs. She wore a long-sleeved white dress, the top fitting snugly over her full chest. The cinched waist highlighted her slim figure, and the hem of the dress reached her calves, revealing a bit of her white, tender legs. Standing under the soft light, she looked like a fairy from legend, captivating everyone's eyes. Wen Qi's heart started pounding faster. He unconsciously swallowed and felt his ears warm. Seeing Wen Qi staring blankly, Mian thought he hadn't heard her clearly, so she asked again, Wen Qi, where did everyone go? Hearing this, Wen Qi snapped out of his daze, forcing a stiff smile. They went out to get familiar with the surroundings. Mian let out an oh and slightly sniffed, her eyebrows furrowing a little. It smells a bit burnt. Wen Qi, what are you cooking? She leaned forward, tilting her head to try to see. Seeing this, Wen Qi quickly turned around, turned off the stove, and covered the pot. He took out a hairdryer from his space, walked over to Mian, and handed it to her. Xiao Mian, go to the living room and dry your hair first. Wet hair can make you sick. Mian happily took the hairdryer, smiling warmly and said, Thank you, Wen Qi. She didn't expect that Wen Qi, a grown man, would carry a hairdryer with him. The quick-moving team with their crew cuts probably don't need one. Mian took the hairdryer to the living room, plugged it in, and the sound of the dryer filled the air. After 10 minutes of tidying herself up, she was ready. She lifted her leg and went into the kitchen, seeing Wen Qi still busy. Mian spoke. Wen Qi, let me help. Is there anything I can do? Wen Qi turned to look at her. Chao Kong and the others have already reported the dishes. What would you like to eat? Mian glanced at the ingredients on the stove and saw most of them were meat, and Wen Qi had already prepared 2 meat dishes. Do you have any greens in your space? Wen Qi paused slightly, then nodded gently, took out 2 small bok choy, and handed them to her. Only bok choy. Wash them clean and put them in a basket to drain. Mian nodded, took the bok choy, and started washing them. Seeing her skillful and neat movements, Wen Qi asked casually, Xiao Mian, can you cook? Mian modestly replied, I only know how to make some home-cooked dishes. Wen Qi raised an eyebrow. Then make a few light, simple dishes. Professor Yang wants something light. Mian agreed, asked Wen Qi for some ingredients, and began to busy herself. Around 6 o'clock in the evening, warm yellow light filled the dining room. Everyone sat around the table, which was filled with delicate dishes, steam rising gently from the food. Professor Yang held a bowl of pork rib and radish soup, blew on the hot surface, and took a sip. This soup is well cooked. Just right in flavor, not greasy. Then he picked up a rib, took a few bites, and showed a satisfied smile. The meat is so tender and soft that even I, with my poor teeth, can eat several bites. Professor Yang looked at Wen Qi and said, Xiao Wen, your cooking skills are quite good. You're almost as good as a professional chef. Wen Qi heard the compliment and chuckled softly. Professor, this soup was made by Xiao Mian. Hearing this, Professor Yang paused slightly and exclaimed, Oh, I was just wondering, you're a grown man, busy with work all the time. How could you have such good cooking skills? Turns out it's Xiao Mian's doing. Then he looked at Huamian beside him and said kindly, Xiao Mian, you should eat more. Look at how thin you are. You haven't been eating well these days. You need to take care of your health and eat more to stay strong. Huamian nodded obediently and smiled faintly. Yes, I will. You should eat more too. Bai Ningrong was chewing a large shrimp but looked a bit conflicted. Wenqi, your shrimp is too salty. She finished speaking and picked up her water glass, taking a few sips. Xia Liqing picked up a piece of chicken and slowly chewed it, but it tasted bland and waxy. This chicken is tough, and I also taste a burnt flavor. Chao Kong was eating happily, his face full of joy. This dish is quite good. Wang Rui swallowed a piece of meat and agreed. Huangmen chicken is nice. Tender chicken with lots of juice. Su Kaiyong looked unhappy. The plain boiled chicken I ordered tastes like it was cooked in dishwater. Wenqi, did you make this dish? Wenqi replied calmly, I made kung pao chicken, braised prawns, and plain boiled chicken. The rest was prepared by Xiao Mian. Hearing this, Xia Liqing looked dissatisfied and complained, Wenqi, your cooking isn't good. Why didn't you let Xiao Mian be the head chef? It's a waste of ingredients. Wenqi shot him a glance, showing some displeasure. I can't guarantee the taste when I cook. You all agreed to this at the time. Xia Liqing was momentarily speechless and muttered softly, I was just mentioning it casually. Don't take it seriously. Everyone quietly avoided the 3 dishes and all reached for the dishes prepared by Xiao Mian. Bai Ningrong picked up a piece of crispy pork and took a bite. The crunchy exterior made a crisp sound, and the sauce spread in her mouth, with tender meat inside. She looked delighted. This is so delicious. Xiao Mian, your cooking is almost as good as a chef's. Huamian heard the praise and smiled softly.
It's not as exaggerated as you say. I just made it casually.
If you like it, I can make it again for you later. Bai Ningrong nodded. Okay, then I'll have good food to enjoy in the future. Chao Kong swallowed a piece of chicken and took out a dozen cans of beer from the space. Such delicious food deserves some drinks. Not having any is a waste. Wenqi frowned. We need to leave early tomorrow, so drink less. Chao Kong nodded. Got it. Just one can each, a little treat. This amount won't get us drunk, just to satisfy a craving. He then handed out the beers.
Professor yang hesitated.
Old me has high blood sugar. The doctor told me not to drink alcohol, so I can't take the risk. Huamian looked at the beer in front of her and instinctively licked her lips. She reached out her hand, her fingertips about to touch the beer, when a tall, strong hand suddenly reached out from beside her and quickly took the beer away. Xiao Mian, your body just recovered. It's not good for you to drink. Drink some milk to soothe your stomach. After saying that, Wenqi placed a box of milk in front of her. Seeing this, Huamian softly said thank you. Wenqi, thank you. The food on the table visibly decreased. Even the 3 dishes everyone disliked were eventually finished, cleaned up completely. Everyone's stomachs slightly bulged from eating. Su Kaiyong was about to clear the dishes when suddenly, a loud bang sounded. The front door was forcefully kicked open from outside. A middle-aged man in uniform strode in confidently. Behind him followed a dozen heavily armed soldiers, all with serious expressions and cold eyes. The middle-aged man looked unfriendly, his eyes sharply scanning everyone inside, finally locking onto Huamian. He had a fierce expression and impatiently said, I only want to cure the supernatural. Everyone else, get out of the way. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Everyone sensed danger and immediately drew their guns, protecting Huamian behind them. Wenqi's slender eyes darkened slightly, and she said without hesitation, Xiao Mian is our teammate. We won't abandon her. The middle-aged man saw the gun. A hint of fear flickered in his eyes, but he quickly forced himself to stay calm and showed a sneering smile. You're just young and reckless. Since you're young, I won't bother with you this time. Chao Kong snorted softly. Stop acting high and mighty. We're not afraid. The middle-aged man ignored the others and stared fiercely at Huamian, speaking in a sinister tone. Healing abilities. Are you willing to watch these people die for nothing? Xia Liqing shouted loudly. Come at us first if you want to hurt someone. Wang Rui, with a serious face, warned, "You better find out about us first, or you'll regret it." Seeing everyone defend her, Hun Mian felt deeply touched, her eyes slightly red. She looked directly at the man, with a cold little face, and said firmly, "I don't know you at all. What do you want from me?" The middle-aged man sneered, full of hatred on his face. "You killed Lu Zijian's daughter. I'm here to avenge her." Hun Mian heard this and looked confused for a moment, but quickly regained her composure and replied calmly, "I haven't killed anyone." Lu Zijian looked at her with cold eyes. "No need to lie. I have witnesses. Several people saw you shoot and kill my daughter." Hun Mian suddenly understood what was happening. She blinked innocently with her pretty eyes, "But I was killing zombies, not people." Lu Zijian was speechless for a moment, his face turning red with anger, and he shouted, "No matter if you killed zombies or people, it doesn't change the fact that my daughter died at your hands. You must come with me today." After shouting fiercely, he made a gesture to his subordinates behind him. In an instant, a group of well-trained soldiers raised their guns, aiming their dark barrels directly at Hun Mian and the others. The atmosphere instantly became tense, and a fight seemed imminent. Lu Zijian looked proud and said arrogantly, "Are you going to come out quietly, or do I have to send someone to bring you?" When he mentioned this, he sneered at everyone and threatened, "If you really try to fight, I won't be so easy to deal with. Your friend's safety might be at risk." Hearing this blatant threat, Chao Kang's eyes widened in anger. "You're talking nonsense. With us here, try to hurt her and see what happens." As he finished speaking, Chao Kang quickly took out 3 grenades from his space and waved them at the opponent. Under the light, the 3 grenades reflected a cold metallic shine, giving off a chilling aura. Lu Zijian didn't expect the others to have such powerful weapons. His arrogant face showed a hint of surprise, and he froze in place. A pair of dull triangular eyes flickered with resentment and anger. Isn't it just a small team of 6? They don't even know the strength of their enemies, and now he's faced with a tough opponent. Women really can't be trusted. Lu Zijian's expression darkened. These people must have a hidden space. Otherwise, he couldn't explain the sudden appearance of the grenades, and he didn't know how many more they had. In his mind, he cursed the person who had encouraged him to seek revenge countless times. Who carries grenades around anyway? Lu Zijian's face turned extremely grim. Seeing that they wouldn't back down, he continued stubbornly, "I advise you to think carefully. Is it worth risking so many teammates' lives just for a healing ability?" When Chi's expression was cold and his tone was firm, "We can't abandon any team member." Lu Zijian clenched his teeth. "I advise you to act wisely. Don't you want to walk out of the eastern base alive?" He tried to stay calm, attempting to intimidate everyone with his words. Since when does Lu Zijian get to decide what happens at the eastern base? A commanding and questioning voice suddenly broke the tense atmosphere at the door. Hearing this, Lu Zijian's face showed a flicker of panic, but he quickly forced himself to stay calm. He turned around and ordered his men to spread out to both sides, clearing a path. It was then that Mian finally saw who had arrived, a man in his 50s. He was dressed in a neat military uniform, with a stern, round face, deep and sharp eyes, exuding an invisible aura of authority. Lu Yuyuan and Xiaochen stood on either side of him. Seeing the two of them, everyone in the quick response team felt relieved. Lu Yuan, with a round face, had a sly look in her eyes. She winked playfully at Humian, signaling her not to worry. Hao Xiaochen looked expressionless, lips pressed tight, and his sharp eyes scanned Lu Zijian. Behind them, a group of well-trained soldiers stood tall and alert. When they entered, the small room suddenly felt cramped. Lu Zijian quickly approached the man and smiled broadly. "Commander Lu, why are you here?" Lu Hongwa glanced at Lu Zijian, then looked around the room with a slight frown. He snorted and said, "Everyone, go outside and explain things clearly." His tone was firm. After speaking, he turned and headed outside. Everyone silently followed him, moving toward the door. The tense atmosphere inside the room spread outside as well. Outside on the open ground, some survivors gathered. They whispered to each other, talking about what had happened inside. A young man patted his companion's shoulder and asked, Hey, I saw the deputy mayor coming here with a lot of people, looking fierce. Then Commander Liu arrived too. Are they planning something big? His friend replied, I know a little. My sister studies at F University. She just came home and told me about the road. She said a healing ability user accidentally killed the deputy mayor's daughter, who turned into a zombie. Now the deputy mayor is here looking for revenge. A middle-aged man sneered. Even healing abilities can't be used to kill people. Now the real trouble is coming. As soon as he finished, someone from the crowd shouted back loudly, killing is one thing. Do you even know what really happened? The healing ability user didn't kill a person. She killed a zombie that was the deputy mayor's daughter. Really? When did this happen? Are we still talking about zombies? That's crazy. I was there. If I'm lying, I'll let you kick my head like a ball. Wow. This is unbelievable. People are so unreasonable. Yeah, I've never seen anything like this. I guess I'm still too young. So, the deputy mayor is probably trying to use his power to intimidate others and take revenge. Liu Zijian stood a little away from the crowd, listening carefully to what everyone was saying. His face instantly turned bright red, and a feeling of embarrassment flooded his heart. Liu Hongwa heard the gossip around him and asked with a grim face, Liu Zijian, are what they said true? Liu Zijian's face was stiff. When his secret was exposed, his expression darkened. He decided not to pretend anymore. His eyes showed hatred as he loudly said, Why did my little Ing become a zombie? It's all because she stood by and did nothing. My daughter died because of her. I must get revenge. Liu Zijian stared fiercely at Huamian and continued to threaten. Healers should be kept in prison and treated without conditions. Huamian clenched her fists unconsciously, her nails digging into her skin. Chao Kong, standing in front of her, immediately cursed loudly. Why don't you lock yourself up and go work as a laborer? Spouting nonsense, you're shameless. Liu Zijian's face turned even paler, and his triangular eyes flashed with a cruel glint. Thinking of something, Liu Zijian's face became fake and hypocritical as he said, I'm just doing this for everyone's good. Think about it. Outside the base, there are zombies everywhere. Who can guarantee they won't get bitten? Seeing the crowd quiet down, Liu Zijian's eyes flickered with a hidden sense of pride as he continued, If we let healers act freely without control and they refuse to help, others will get hurt and just wait to die. The crowd's reactions varied. Some nodded in agreement, thinking Liu Zijian was right. In this end-of-the-world situation, life is the most important. Sacrificing some personal freedom for the collective good seems understandable. However, others looked distressed, feeling this was inhumane. Healers are also people. Why should they be imprisoned and forced to do things they don't want to? Hua Xiaochen stepped forward and looked at Liu Zijian coldly. Huamian is from our central base. Her stay or departure shouldn't be interfered with by the eastern base. You have no right to control her. Seeing Hua Xiaochen's firm reply, Liu Zijian angrily shouted, What are you? Do you have a say here? Before Hua Xiaochen could speak, Liu Hongwa suddenly shouted loudly, Shut up. He looked angry, as if he was very upset, with his chest heaving and veins bulging on his forehead. Liu Zijian, don't think your little schemes can hide from me. You just want to control the healing abilities, then gather others and expand your power. When Liu Zijian heard this, his face changed quickly and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. He then pretended to be calm and said, Commander Liu, you misunderstand. I'm doing this for the good of the base. Do you think I'm a fool? You've been trying to interfere with military affairs for a while. Are you now so deep in political trouble that you want to take over me? Seeing that both sides had already torn to each other and the situation was beyond saving, Liu Zijian gave up pretending. He showed a provocative smile and said arrogantly, Those who are capable should lead. Why not? Whoever has the ability should be in a higher position and control more resources. I'm just going with the flow. Liu Hongwa was furious but forced a smile, full of disdain, as if he was looking at a clown. Where do you get the nerve to challenge me? Just because you recently recruited 30 or so ability users. Liu Zijian didn't show any fear. Instead, he looked proud. You're wrong. The Fifth Army has already defected to my side. Most of the troops in your other two armies are busy with rescue missions. What do you have left to fight me with, Lu Hongwa? Hearing this, Lu Hongwa's face changed suddenly. He glanced at He Xiaochen beside him and then calmed down. His eyes were cold, and his tone carried a hint of amusement. Let me introduce you. The young man you just cursed is He Xiaochen from a He family in Kyoto. Today, he brought us a batch of valuable weapons to our eastern base, and also some rare treasures like storage space. When Lu Hongwa mentioned storage space, his eyes darkened slightly. Lu Zijian's arrogant face instantly froze. He mechanically turned his head to look at He Xiaochen beside Lu Hongwa, and he was stunned. Lu Hongwa watched Lu Zijian's stunned expression happily and continued, "Do you think old master he would visit you in person if he knew someone was bullying his grandson?" At this, Lu Hongwa's tone turned to one of schadenfreude. Huh? You really are asking for trouble. In Kyoto, Huiqing Shan, everyone knows about his rough and protective nature. He has two sons. The older son is young but already established himself in the western base, and his father-in-law is the head of the southern base. It is likely that young Master Huo will succeed old Master Huo. Offending three base leaders at once is quite bold. Then, thinking about the news young Master Huo brought today, Lu Hongwa couldn't help but sigh. He still couldn't believe it. The world on Blue Star has changed, and the future is uncertain. The path ahead is unclear. The planet's sovereignty is under threat, yet the people of Blue Star are still fighting for power and profit. What a sad situation. But it's not too late now. First, they need to deal with these troublemakers so they can focus on developing Blue Star properly. Preparing for the interstellar age. When Lu Zijian heard Lu Hongwa's sarcastic words, his hand trembled as he pointed at young Master Huo.
Are you
really the grandson of old Master Huo? His voice was trembling with fear and panic. Young Master Huo looked at him coldly, with an invisible pressure, and said, "Absolutely." After that, he looked around at the crowd and then fixed his gaze on Lu Zijian. He spoke loudly. "By the way, the healing ability user you want to capture is my sister. Anyone who tries to harm her must first get approval from her family. Before taking action, think carefully if you can handle the consequences of your revenge." Young Master Huo's voice was calm and strong. In this tense atmosphere, every word hit hard in everyone's hearts. When Lu Zijian heard this, his eyes widened instantly. He clutched his chest as he struggled to breathe, his face turning pale and then blue. In the next moment, he suddenly spat out a large amount of blood, closed his eyes, and fainted straight to the ground. Lu Hongwa saw this and sneered inwardly. This is nothing. Just mentioning the Huo family made him faint. If he knew someone even more powerful than the Huo family appeared, he would probably be scared to death. Huo Mian stood behind her team, watching this scene with grateful and admiring eyes. Young Master Huo truly lives up to being the hero of the end-of-world story, bold and righteous. She could now relax and wait for victory. Huo Mian knew very well that when Lu Zijian said he wanted to imprison her just now, most people around him looked at her with ill intentions. Fortunately, Xiao Chen, who quickly spoke up to defend, which made everyone settle down. Thinking of this, Huo Mian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Her efforts over the past days finally paid off. The male lead's team was truly grateful. After this incident, Huo Mian became more confident that in the end of the world, it's very important to latch onto a strong supporter. A tense conflict ended with Lu Zijian fainting. Lu Yuyuan hurried over to Huo Mian, holding her hand and asking with concern, "Xiao Mian, are you scared?" Huo Mian shook her head, with a hint of confusion in her eyes. "Yuyuan, why are you here?" Lu Yuyuan showed a proud expression. "When I visited my uncle, I happened to meet Captain Hua. I heard Lu Zijian came to trouble you, so I rushed over. We arrived just in time, hee. Bai Ningrong spoke up nearby. "It's okay. If you hadn't come, they wouldn't have been able to do anything to us." Lu Yuyuan raised her eyebrows and turned to look at her. "Hey, Ningrong, you can't say that. If we hadn't come, things might have turned bloody. It's better to resolve problems peacefully." Bai Ningrong didn't argue further. Huo Mian gratefully said, "Thank you, Yuyuan." Lu Yuyuan smiled, blinking her charming eyes, and said playfully, "Xiao Mian, Why not stay here? My uncle can protect you. I told you, my cousin is a soldier, young and capable. Bai Ningrong quickly pulled Huamian back, standing between them. You're still not giving up? Xiao Mian is a trustworthy person, not someone who forgets loyalty for looks. No matter how good your cousin is, she won't be interested. Lu Hongwu looked somewhat embarrassed as he glanced at Xiao Chunhu and said calmly, Xiao Chun, I'll take my people and leave now. If you need anything at the base, you can find Xiao Mu. Xiao Chunhu nodded slightly, his expression calm. Safe travels. Lu Hongwu signaled his men to lift the unconscious Lu Zhijian and, before leaving, called out to Yuan. Then, the group hurried away. The nearby survivors, seeing there was no more excitement, gradually dispersed in small groups. Everyone understood that with Lu Hongwu's methods, Lu Zhijian probably wouldn't have another chance to rise again. Huamian saw that everything was resolved. She stepped forward sincerely and said, Captain, thank you, and thank everyone in the team. I will do my best to keep everyone safe in the future. Hua Xiaochen looked down at her with a hint of sadness and longing in his eyes, but it was fleeting, so quick that it was hard to notice. Just take care of yourself. Don't run around carelessly in the future. Huamian responded with a nod, understanding that she couldn't run around now. If someone with bad intentions kidnapped her, the consequences would be unthinkable. Chao Kong cheerfully said, Little Mian, we are all part of the same team. No more thank yous, okay? Bai Ningrong gently held her arm and said affectionately, Yes, Little Mian, think of the team as your family. When she smiled and said, Little Mian, you're not alone. We all share the burden if something happens. Huamian felt a warm feeling rise in her heart after hearing their words. Her eyes slightly reddened, and she nodded firmly. Everyone slowly returned to the house. Hua Xiaochen's sharp phoenix eyes fixed on the empty dishes on the table. His eyebrows raised slightly as his gaze shifted to the others. Bai Ningrong noticed his look and quickly loosened her grip on Huamian's arm, stepping forward. Xiaochen, there's still warm food in the kitchen. I'll bring it to you. Hua Xiaochen responded with and sat down at the table. Su Kaiyong quietly went to clear the table, stacking bowls, plates, and chopsticks. Huamian wanted to help, but Su Kaiyong quickly said, Little Mian, you rest. There are only a few dishes. I'll wash them with my water ability. It'll be quick. Hearing this, Huamian stopped helping and found a seat to sit down. Professor Yang's small eyes stared intently at Hua Xiaochen, full of curiosity. When she pulled over a chair and sat next to Hua Xiaochen. Xiaochen, did everything go smoothly? Hua Xiaochen loosened his collar slightly, his expression a bit serious. The things my father asked me to do, I've already discussed with Major Lu. He promised to keep an eye on everything. Professor Yang couldn't help but be curious and asked, So, escorting me to the central base wasn't your only task? What other missions do you have? As he spoke, his eyes fixed intently on Xiao Chun. At that moment, Bai Ningrong carried a hot meal and walked straight to Xiao Chun, thoughtfully placing the food in front of him. Xiao Chun, eat first. We can talk after you're done. This is all made by Xiao Mian. You're lucky today. Hearing this, Xiao Chun was slightly surprised. He tilted his head and looked at Xiao Mian. The girl's eyes were clear, and she wore a polite smile, seeming to ignore his earlier comment about her being his sister. Xiao Chen's eyes flickered slightly. He nodded at Xiao Mian in response. He picked up his chopsticks, took a piece of chicken, and gently bit into it. The tender chicken flavor spread on his tongue. A hint of approval appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes. Not bad. Hearing the praise, Xiao Mian felt she could serve as the team's cook in the future. Professor Yang couldn't hold back his curiosity and turned to Wenqi. Little Wen, tell me, what are your other tasks? Wenqi responded calmly, they're not secret missions. Just asking everyone to pay attention to how zombies change during daily activities. If we encounter particularly strong zombies or find areas with lots of zombies gathered, we report it quickly. The base will send people to deal with it. After hearing Wenqi, Professor Yang wrinkled his nose and muttered, I thought it was some secret mission. Turns out, that's all. Then, seeming to remember something, he asked, By the way, has the central base figured out how those zombies evolved? And where did the zombie virus come from? Xie Liqing, hearing his questions, interrupted without hesitation. Professor, isn't it because of that zombie virus causing all this? That's why zombies keep evolving. It's just waiting for you to study it thoroughly and figure out the details. Hearing Xie Liqing's straightforward answer, Professor Yang felt a tightness in his chest and a dull ache. He glared at Xie Liqing irritably. You simpleton, I can't talk to you. I'm going to sleep now. All this bouncing around in the car has made me lose my composure. After saying that, Professor Yang stood up and headed to his room on the first floor. Xiao Chen saw this and exchanged a glance with Wenqi. Wenqi nodded in understanding and stood up, walking to Professor Yang's side. His tone was sincere and firm. Professor, please go to the bedroom on the second floor to rest. Tonight, we will keep watch on the first floor. Professor Yang's calm face suddenly showed a hint of anger. Are you afraid I might run away? Guarding so tightly, like I'm a criminal. Wenqi looked calm and responded confidently. You're overthinking. We just think the first floor isn't very safe. Professor Yang glanced at Wenqi with a displeased look, then turned and headed for the stairs. Xiao Chen swallowed his rice and said casually, I heard that the potion to activate special abilities is being developed. The Academy of Sciences already has some ideas. Soon, ordinary people might have a chance to awaken their abilities. Hearing this, Professor Yang's steps toward the stairs suddenly stopped. He quickly turned around and walked over to Xiao Chen. He looked at Xiao Chen with intense eyes and asked urgently, Is what you just said true? Xiao Chen nodded slightly, looking confident. Of course. The central base has many top scientists working together. We will solve one problem after another. Professor Yang looked thoughtful and then slowly headed upstairs. Suddenly, Wang Rui spoke up. Captain, Su Mingfan has decided to stay at the eastern base. Xiao Chen frowned slightly.
Got it.
What about the others? Wang Rui looked conflicted. Xiao Yuquan volunteered to join our team and go to the central base. Chao Kong sneered. That kid? Forget it. He's just a coward. He's a speed ability user, but he always runs away. He doesn't stand up to challenges. If we take him, he'll only cause trouble for us. Xiao Chen remembered the fight near F University Hospital, where that person had led zombies toward Humian. He shook his head and said firmly, He's not suitable. After a moment, Xiao Chen finished his dinner. He gently wiped his mouth with a napkin, looked at everyone, and serious tone warned. Everyone, rest early tonight. Don't go out unless necessary. I need to step out for a bit. Seeing everyone nod in agreement, he then strode toward the door. His figure gradually disappeared into the night. The next morning, everyone was having breakfast when suddenly, a loud rumbling came from outside. Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows slightly, took a small steamed bun, and bit into it. Before he finished chewing, Wu Feimu's voice came from outside the door.
I'm exhausted.
Xiao Chen, is there anything tasty? I'm starving. Everyone looked up at the sound and saw the visitor yawning, with a sly look in his eyes as he strode confidently toward the dining area. Noticing their gazes, he smiled warmly and waved generously. Hello, I'm Wu Feimu, Xiao Chen's close friend. You're Xiao Chen's team members, so that makes us friends. Chao Kong made space for him and said cheerfully, Buddy, sit here and eat. No need to be polite. Wu Feimu nodded and sat down without hesitation. He picked up a piece of egg pancake, took a light bite, and his fox-like eyes showed curiosity as he occasionally glanced at the two girls opposite, Huan Mian and Bai Ningrong. Huan Mian sensed his gaze and looked up. He didn't seem to expect her direct stare. His chewing paused briefly, then he smiled brightly. Huan Mian's face darkened, and she nodded slightly at him before turning her attention back to her meat bun. Wu Feimu instinctively touched his face, confused. When did this face become so unappealing? His eyes narrowed as he looked back and forth between the two girls, secretly guessing which one was Binghuai's girlfriend. One was focused on her food, not even glancing his way. The other looked at him briefly, but her gaze felt a bit off. Xiao Chen noticed his stare and shot him a sharp look with his beautiful phoenix eyes. Wu Dan, what's up? Wu Feimu immediately turned to Xiao Chen, seeing his serious expression, and quickly understood. Binghuai was definitely jealous. He just looked a little longer, and Binghuai couldn't hold back anymore. He even called him by his least favorite nickname. Fortunately, Wu Feimu was thick-skinned. This small scene didn't make him angry, nor did it dampen his curiosity. Xiao Chen, which girl is your girlfriend? You usually seem so cold. Someone must be able to stir up your icy side. Introduce her. He said this while observing the two girls. The elegant, cold-looking beauty with almond-shaped eyes looked uncomfortable after hearing him and started blushing. Well, no need to answer him. He already knew. How Xiao Chen saw his childhood friend blushing and looking at him with a look of complaint. He quickly shifted his gaze to Wu Feimu, giving a threatening look. You're still talking with your mouth full. If you don't eat, then go away. Wu Feimu looked at Hao Xiaochen helplessly and said pitifully, don't be mad. I stayed up all night dealing with Lu Zijian's follow-up work. Look at my dark circles. I could be a national treasure. Hao Xiaochen glanced at him calmly. You won't die. Wu Feimu choked and said seriously, Xiaochen, Major Lu knows you're collecting rare metals, so he asked me to bring the materials. I put them in the space. I'll take them out after I've eaten enough. He hadn't even used the space bracelet yet. Unfortunately, Hao Xiaochen's storage space was limited, and he had to work hard to get one. Hao Xiaochen nodded, picked up a spoon, and scooped some millet porridge into his mouth. Wu Feimu couldn't help but ask curiously, why are you collecting so many rare metals? Hao Xiaochen shot him a quick look. It's for someone who needs them. Don't ask questions you shouldn't. Just help collect more when you have time. Wu Feimu pouted, picked up a piece of meat pie, chewed it, and a satisfied look flashed in his fox-like eyes. Xiaochen, where did you find such a good chef? It's really delicious. Can you recommend one? My mom has lost her appetite recently. Those zombies made her so disgusted she can't eat. Before Hao Xiaochen could speak, Professor Yang interrupted. Don't bother. We don't have a chef, but we do have a good cook. Little Mian, you can't afford her. After saying that, he rolled his eyes at Wu Feimu with some disdain and suggested, make your mother go hungry for a few days. She'll be fine after a while. Wu Feimu looked at Professor Yang in confusion. He knew this person well. He was Hao Xiaochen's mission target, a top virus expert. He really didn't know how to respond to the old man. Wu Feimu quieted down and focused on eating his meat pie. After the meal, Wu Feimu handed over the materials and hurriedly left. Everyone tidied up and went outside. Wang Rui opened the front door of the 9-seater off-road vehicle and sat in the driver's seat. Chao Kong stepped forward and took the passenger seat. Just as Hao Mian was about to get in the car, Lu Yuyuan suddenly ran over from a distance, carrying a large backpack. Hua Mian nodded. Yes, the sooner we Professor Yang to the base, the sooner we can study the zombie virus. Lu Yuyuan looked reluctant, but knowing time was tight, she quickly said, Xiao Mian, my uncle took Lu Zijian into custody last night and questioned him. He's now working to dismantle his previous influence. Oh, by the way, Qin Yiqian was the one who leaked the news about Lu Xiaoying. I thought she had calmed down because she was quiet on the way here, but it turns out she was secretly waiting to make her move. Lu Yuyuan looked a bit guilty. Xiao Mian, I'm sorry. Hua Mian shook her head gently. It's not your fault. No need to apologize. Lu Yuyuan's face lit up with excitement. I told my family the truth, that she pushed me into the zombie situation. My mom has already sent her back to her father's house. I won't have to tolerate her at home anymore. Her aunt's husband wasn't a good person. Not long after her aunt died, he brought a mistress and a pair of illegitimate children into the house. He often scolded or hit Qin Yiqian. Her mother had initially been soft-hearted and took in 7-year-old Qin Yiqian to raise. Over the years, Qin Yiqian had secretly caused her trouble many times, making her take the blame for many things. Fortunately, her mother understood the situation and still supported her. But this time, Qin Yiqian crossed a line and was finally driven away. Hao Xiaochen, standing nearby, urged, Xiao Mian, it's time to go. Lu Yuyuan quickly handed her backpack to Hua Mian. My mom knows you saved me. She prepared some food for you to take on the road. Hua Mian paused slightly, a gentle smile on her face. After thinking for a moment, she took the backpack. Yuyuan, please thank my aunt for me. Lu Yuyuan nodded, her eyes starting to water. Xiao Mian, stay safe on the road. I'll miss you. She reached out and hugged Huamian briefly before letting go. Huamian's eyes also reddened. With a nasal voice, she said, "You and I will. You take good care of yourself, too." Bai Ningrong stood nearby and added, "Yuan, we will take good care of Xiaomian. Don't worry." Everyone started to get into the car. Hao Xiaochen and Bai Ningrong sat in the second row, while Su Kaiyang and Xie Liqing sat in the third. Huamian sat in the middle of the back seat, with Professor Yang and Wen Qi on either side. At this moment, Professor Yang frowned deeply, with the corners of his mouth turned down, showing he was unhappy. Everyone could clearly see why he was upset. Before leaving, Professor Yang suggested driving 2 off-road vehicles. However, Xiao Chunhua considered the complicated road conditions and the fact that 2 cars might attract attention, so he refused the suggestion. Wang Rui slowly started the car. The engine made a deep rumbling sound as he drove toward the base gate. Lu Yuanyuan stood in place, watching the car disappear into the distance until it was blocked by an obstacle. Then she looked away. Just as she turned around, she saw Xia Yan standing nearby, staring straight at the direction where the car carrying Huamian was leaving, looking very lonely. Lu Yuanyuan instinctively moved her lips, ready to say something, but after thinking for a moment, she swallowed her words. She nodded gently at Xia Yan and then quickly walked away. Wang Rui drove the car along the planned route quickly. If everything went smoothly, they would arrive at the central base around 7 p.m. At noon, the car passed through a winding mountain road, with tall mountains and dense forests on both sides. Inside the car, Huamian and everyone else were enjoying delicious snacks. The smell of dried meat filled the air. Lu Yuanyuan's backpack was filled with beef jerky and pork jerky. Yang Jiao was chewing on some jerky and praised, "This beef jerky tastes good." Just after speaking, he sighed and looked a bit sad, saying, "What a pity. It'll be hard to find this again in the future." Seeing his sad expression, Huamian handed him some more jerky. "If you like it, eat more." Professor Yang waved his hand. "My teeth aren't very good anymore. I can't chew that much. You all keep it." After saying that, he looked at Wen Qi and asked, "Xiaowen, do you have softer food in your space?" Wen Qi thought for a moment, then took out a bag of bread from his space and handed it to him. "Professor, this is sugar-free whole wheat bread. It's suitable for you." Professor Yang took the bread and noticed his space bracelet on Wen Qi's wrist. His small eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Xiaowen, how does your space bracelet work? Can I try it?" During his time in Professor F's laboratory, he was very interested in the space bracelet. However, since he was not yet familiar with the team members, he didn't dare to ask directly and still had to consider his face. After spending these days with them, he found that Wen Qi was the kindest and most caring person in the team. Only then did he muster up the courage to ask. Seeing Professor Yang eager to learn, Wen Qi pursed his lips and explained, "Professor, ordinary people can't use the space bracelet. Before using it, you need to connect your mind with the space, which is called claiming ownership. This way, even if you accidentally lose it and someone else finds it, they can't open it unless their mental strength is stronger than the original owners." Hearing this, Professor Yang's hopeful expression suddenly fell, and he said unhappily, "Is the person who made the space bracelet biased against ordinary people? They make something and then pick who can use it." Xie Liqing, sitting directly in front of Professor Yang, turned his head to explain after hearing the complaint. "Professor, you misunderstood. Mind is just a common way to say it. Professionally, it should be called mental power. Mental power includes many aspects, and mind is only part of it. Ordinary people's mental power is too weak to connect with space, so they can't bind to it and naturally can't use the space." Huamian bit into a piece of dried meat, blinking her pretty peach blossom eyes, listening with wide eyes. She only knew that mental strength could activate special abilities, but she didn't realize that binding to space also required mental effort. Professor Yang, after hearing this, argued unreasonably. The people who made the space are just too weak. Otherwise, they would have already designed a storage space that doesn't need mental power, which ordinary people can use. Hearing this, Xie Liqing immediately retorted, "Professor, your own strength isn't enough, and you can't just blame others. Mr. Shun is very capable." Professor Yang's face turned red from his blunt reply, and he stubbornly said, Xieliqing, if you can get Mr. Shen to create a storage space that ordinary people can use, then I'll admit he's impressive. Everyone couldn't help but twitch their lips at his unreasonable words. Xieliqing was about to speak, but Su Kaiyong patted his shoulder, signaling him not to argue further. Xieliqing turned away and ignored Professor Yang, pulling out a piece of bread from the space and biting into it fiercely to vent his frustration. Wen Qi took out several bags of bread from his space and handed them to Hu Mian, softly asking, Xiao Mian, what flavor do you like? Hu Mian stared at the bags of bread in front of her, casually grabbed one, and looked at Wen Qi. I don't have picky tastes. Thank you. Wen Qi shook his head and put the remaining bread back into his space, smiling gently. Xiao Mian, no need to thank me. Hu Mian smiled at him and then opened the bag to start eating. Before she took more than a few bites, Chao Kang's voice suddenly came from ahead. Xiao Mian, can you give me some beef jerky? It tastes really good. Hu Mian reached for her backpack, but Wen Qi quickly moved ahead of her. You eat yours. I'll give him some. Hu Mian nodded and continued eating her bread slowly. Wen Qi handed the backpack to Su Kaiyong in the front seat, asking him to pass it to Chao Kang. After finishing her bread, Hu Mian was about to take a bottle of water from her backpack when Wen Qi suddenly stood up, looking anxious. Stop the car. Wang Rue, who was driving, was already on high alert. Hearing Wen Qi, he suddenly pressed the brake hard. In the next moment, a sharp screech of brakes sounded, and the car stopped abruptly. Inside the car, everyone was thrown forward by the inertia. Wen Qi quickly caught Hu Mian. Professor Yang, who was on a trip, was so focused on sulking that he forgot to fasten his seatbelt. His forehead hit the front seat's headrest, and he let out a painful, ouch. Just as Xiaochen was about to ask what was wrong, a large rock rolled down from the mountain and crashed onto the road with a loud bang, creating a deep dent less than 5 meters from their car. Everyone gasped. If Wen Qi hadn't warned them in advance, the rock hitting the car could have had terrible consequences. Xiao Chen, there are people hiding 20 meters ahead on both sides, Wen Qi said, making everyone tense up. Xiao Chen's expression turned serious. How many are there? Wen Qi used his supernatural ability to sense carefully. After a brief pause, he replied, 8 on the left, 5 on the right. Before he finished, a group of people appeared on both sides of the road, holding guns and shooting at them. Bang bang. Xiao Chen shouted loudly, Get down. Wang Rue, back up the car. Hearing him, everyone immediately ducked under the seats. Professor Yang accidentally bumped into the front seat again, covering his forehead with a sigh of pain. He couldn't help but complain, I told you to drive 2 cars, but you didn't agree. If we had 2 cars and set up this kind of scene, others seeing it from afar would probably give up on robbing us. Now, as expected, the old saying is true. Ignore elders' advice, suffer the consequences. Look at the mess you've made. How Xiaochen heard this and slightly twitched his mouth, ignoring his complaint. A determined look appeared in his eyes. Everyone get ready to fight. The others responded quickly and decisively. Got it. Wang Rue stepped on the gas pedal hard, and the car reversed in a winding S shape. But the enemy's fire was too fierce. Dense bullets hit the windshield and the car body, making a clattering sound. Because the windshield was made of bulletproof material, the bullets didn't, but the surface of the glass showed several fine cracks like a spider web. Chao Kang sat in the passenger seat, noticing the group of bald and crew-cut men. They held guns and crazily shot at everyone, seeming determined to kill them all. Chao Kang couldn't help but curse. These scoundrels are serious. If they had to stay in prison for proper reform, they wouldn't be so lucky now in this chaos. Everyone rolled down the windows, holding submachine guns and shooting out. The gunfire rang out continuously, making their ears ring painfully. It seemed the enemy was prepared. They raised bulletproof shields high, blocking the bullets from the others. The thick smell of gunpowder filled the air, and both sides fell into a stalemate. How Xiaochen's eyes sharpened. He quickly ordered, Chao Kang, throw a grenade. Chao Kang responded promptly, understood. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly pulled a grenade from his space, pinched the safety ring with his left thumb, and swiftly threw the grenade out of the car window toward the enemy. The grenade flew in a parabolic arc and landed at the enemy's feet. In less than 5 seconds, there was a loud explosion, and the grenade detonated among the bandits. Screams and shouts of pain echoed, and the team took advantage of the chaos to shoot and take down a few enemies. Those on the enemy side who weren't hit by the grenade kept firing coldly. Chao Kong didn't wait for Hao Xiaochun's command and threw another grenade. There was a loud bang, and the team members quickly fired their guns. Seeing that all the enemies had fallen to the ground, everyone stopped shooting. Wang Rui drove the car slowly forward, while Wen Qi used his special ability to sense the surroundings. As they got closer, Wen Qi suddenly said, 12 people have been shot dead. The leader is still breathing. 2 people are hiding on the mountain on the left side. After speaking, he held his submachine gun, turned sideways, and fired a burst into the grass not far from the mountain. Bang, bang. In the next moment, 2 men in the grass screamed loudly. Wen Qi sensed that those 2 had no life signs, so he slowly aimed his gun at the leader. Hao Xiaochun bit his lip and looked at the leader lying in front, pretending to be dead. He said, "Stay alert. Keep him alive. Wang Rui, use your ability to cut off his hands." Wang Rui nodded. "Understood, Captain." As soon as he finished speaking, he pressed the brake, stopped the car, then used his ability to create a wind blade and cut toward the leader's hands. The leader seemed to sense danger, rolled on the ground, quickly got up, and turned to hide behind a large rock in the middle of the road. Wen Qi quickly pulled the trigger. 2 shots rang out, hitting the leader's knee precisely. The leader let out a scream and fell to the ground. Taking the chance while he was covering his knee, Wen Qi decisively shot at his wrists.
Bang, bang.
The leader's wrists were hit, and his pistol fell to the ground. Wang Rui drove the car to stop a few meters away from the leader. Chao Kong quickly opened the door, stepped forward, kicked the pistol next to the leader far away, clenched his fist, and swung it toward the leader's face. Only when the leader was beaten to a swollen face did Chao Kong stop. Seeing the leader lying on the ground, Chao Kong grabbed his arm, twisted it forcefully, and forced his hands behind his back. Su Kaiyong got out a few steps behind Chao Kong, saw the leader was subdued, and quickly took out a pair of handcuffs to lock onto his wrists. Hao Xiaochun stepped forward and asked coldly, "How many accomplices do you have?" The leader sat crooked on the ground, not looking panicked. He sneered and said, "If you want to know the information, come closer and I'll tell you." Chao Kong saw that he was unrepentant and grabbed his collar, straightening him up. "You refused to accept a drink and now want to drink the punishment. Let's see if your mouth is tougher than my fist." As he finished speaking, he clenched his right fist, used his special power, and swung it forcefully toward the leader's face. The leader let out a scream as his head was knocked crooked by Chao Kong. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and upon closer look, 2 of his front teeth were mixed in the blood. He glared at Chao Kong with hatred. "Even if you beat me to death, you won't get any useful information from me." Chao Kong frowned slightly, about to punch again, when Xiaochun suddenly spoke. "Chao Kong, stop." Hearing this, Chao Kong reluctantly loosened his grip and stepped aside. Xiaochun exchanged a quick look with Wen Qi, who understood and stepped forward, activating his power. He calmly asked, "Where is your base? How many people are there?" The leader looked dazed, and his mouth moved involuntarily as he answered, "There's a small village 2 kilometers ahead. We still have 4 people stationed there." After he finished, Wen Qi withdrew his power. The leader immediately snapped out of his daze, eyes wide with panic. "What did you do to me just now?" Chao Kong smiled slightly and walked up to him, looking at him with disdain. "Your mouth was pretty tough, but now we got you talking." Angered by Chao Kang's words, the leader's face twisted, and veins bulged on his forehead. I want you to die." Before he finished, a wave of ultrasonic sound suddenly blasted toward everyone. Chao Kong was hit first, feeling a sharp pain in his ears. Then, everything around him suddenly went silent. He reached up to touch his ears, blood covering his hands, and mechanically looked at the leader. The leader looked arrogant, moving his mouth as if speaking, but Chao Kong couldn't hear anything. Xiaochun reacted quickly. Less than 10 seconds after the ultrasonic wave was emitted, he shot the leader in the forehead. The bullet hit him squarely, and the man fell backward, hitting the ground with a dull thud. With the leader dead, the terrifying ultrasonic wave disappeared quickly. Everyone turned to look at Chao Kong. He stood there blankly, with blood on both ears, looking like he had lost his soul. Su Kaiyong looked nervous as he walked up to Chao Kong and patted his shoulder. "Chao Kong, can you hear me?" Chao Kong still looked dazed. No matter how his teammates called him, he remained unresponsive. Huamian and the others in the car also felt the effects of the ultrasound attack. Professor Yang covered his ears with both hands. "Oh no, what's going on? I feel like my ears are about to give out." Bai Ningrong was worried about Xiao Chen's safety. She turned to Huamian with concern. "Xiao Mian, let's go down and check on him." Huamian and Bai Ningrong were about to get out of the car when they saw Wen Qi walking over with a serious expression. "Xiao Mian, Chao Kang's ears are hurt. You need to treat them." Huamian's heart tightened at these words. She quickly stepped out of the car. "I'll go see him right now." Before she finished speaking, she hurried toward Chao Kong. Su Kaiyong saw Huamian and quickly stepped forward, speaking urgently. "Xiao Mian, please check Chao Kong. We've called to him many times, but he hasn't responded at all. Maybe he hurt his head." Huamian heard this and quickly went to Chao Kang's side, looking at his ear. She saw blood still on the edge of his ear and faintly saw blood seeping inside. Her pupils shrank. Could Chao Kang's eardrum be broken? She steadied her mind, pushed aside her chaotic thoughts, and immediately activated her special ability. White light glowed in her palm as she raised her hand toward Chao Kang's ear. Xiao Chun, standing in front of Chao Kong, noticed her discomfort. He raised both hands and placed them on Chao Kang's shoulders, then pressed down hard. Chao Kong, who was nearly 2 meters tall, immediately crouched down. Huamian no longer needed to hold her hand up to treat him. She gratefully glanced at Xiao Chun, then quickly focused her energy. As Xiao Chun pressed down forcefully, Chao Kong felt a warm flow in his left ear and suddenly regained consciousness. He realized that the ultrasound attack had made him deaf, and now Huamian was treating his ear. Chao Kong cooperated by crouching slightly, filled with hope that Huamian could heal his ear. It seemed as if heaven heard his wish. The previously unresponsive ear gradually started to itch. Chao Kong was immediately very happy, thinking back to when he was injured before and how the itching sensation that appeared during his wound healing was similar to this feeling. His eyes welled up slightly, and his mind was full of mixed feelings, but in the end, his joy took over.
His ears are saved.
After a while, Huamian received feedback from her supernatural ability. Chao Kang's left ear was no longer absorbing the ability, so she withdrew her power. Seeing this, Xiao Chen raised his hand and patted Chao Kang's shoulder, speaking nervously. "Chao Kong, can you hear me?" Chao Kong maintained a half-squatted position, looked up at him, and grinned widely. "Haha, Captain, I can really hear with my left ear now." Everyone heard him, and all breathed a sigh of relief. Huamian said, "I'll treat the other side now." Hearing this, Chao Kong immediately turned his right ear toward Huamian and said excitedly, "Little Mian, you are my lucky star. If it weren't for you, I'd be deaf now. If you need anything, just tell me and I'll help you." After experiencing what it felt like to be deaf, and now being able to return to normal, Chao Kong felt very lucky. He truly believed that luck was on his side. Huamian smiled slightly and teased, "All right, then I'll come to you if I need help in the future." As soon as she finished speaking, she skillfully activated her supernatural ability again, placing her hand close to Chao Kang's right ear. A gentle white light entered his ear. After a minute, Huamian stopped. Chao Kong instinctively reached up and touched his ear. He no longer felt any pain. If it weren't for the blood on his hand, he would have thought it was all just a hallucination. Su Kaiyong handed him a basin of water and said cheerfully, "Chao Kong, wash up quickly. You're covered in blood. It looks pretty creepy." Because the windshields of the 9 off-road vehicles had multiple small holes like spider webs, which greatly affected visibility, Xiao Chen stored them in his space. He then took out Professor Yang's long-awaited 8-seater off-road vehicle and a regular off-road vehicle. Seeing Professor Yang's displeasure, Xiao Chen decided to let him have the back seat all to himself. Chao Kong, Su Kaiyang, and Xie Liqing sat in the regular off-road vehicle, while the others got into the 8-seater. The large stone in the middle of the road had been moved aside by Chao Kong to the roadside. Wang Rui drove the vehicle ahead, with Wen Qi in the passenger seat, activating her ability to observe the surroundings. The vehicle continued forward, and after passing 2 big turns, a small village appeared in the front left. Before setting out, the team decided to go to the small village to break up the bandit group. So, Wang Rui drove the car off the highway toward the village. When they reached near the village entrance, they saw 2 bald men standing guard. The 2 men saw the SUV and smiled excitedly. They ran toward the car. Because the car's windows were made of special glass that blocked the view, the men didn't realize the people inside weren't their allies. They walked casually to the roadside not far from the car. Wang Rui pressed the brake, and when the car stopped, Hao Xiaochen and Wen Qi quickly opened the doors and moved swiftly to stand in front of the 2 men. The 2 men saw that the people getting out weren't their friends. Their smiles disappeared instantly, and they nervously raised their guns to shoot. Hao Xiaochen and Wen Qi immediately kicked them to the ground, grabbed their guns, and then twisted their hands behind their backs, putting handcuffs on them. Hao Xiaochen stood in front of the 2 men and asked sternly, "Where are your 2 accomplices?" Both men looked panicked and scared. One blurted out, "They're in the White House about 100 meters ahead." Hao Xiaochen pressed his gun against the man's head and said coldly, "You better not try anything. My gun isn't playing around." The man shrank back and nervously replied, "I won't dare. I won't dare." Chao Kong and Xie Liqing stepped forward, tying their feet tightly. Then, they took 2 rough cloths, stuffed them into the men's mouths, and carried them onto the back of the car. The 2 cars continued moving forward. Soon, they arrived near a white house. It was a 2-story house with a red-tiled roof, surrounded by a wall over 2 meters high. Su Kaiyang stayed in the car to watch the 2 men, while Chao Kong and Xie Liqing got out to meet Hao Xiaochen. The 5 team members crouched low and approached the front door. Inside, they could faintly hear the growling of zombies. Wen Qi looked pale since getting out of the car. He nodded to Hao Xiaochen. Hao Xiaochen looked at Chao Kong and signaled him to kick the door. Chao Kong understood and quickly went to the door. Using his special power, he forcefully kicked the heavy iron door open. The door was slammed to the ground by Chao Kong. A few people looked up and saw a large iron cage in the middle of the small yard. Several zombies were inside, growling loudly. A few meters away from the zombies, 2 big men with shaved heads were carrying a young man who was unconscious toward the zombies. It was clear they planned to feed the living person to the zombies. Nearby, more than 10 other men lay unconscious on the ground. When the 2 big men saw the gate being broken open and the newcomers dressed in combat gear, they were frightened. They immediately dropped the unconscious man and turned to run away. Chao Kong and Wang Rui quickly stepped forward, kicking the 2 men to the ground. Then they twisted their arms behind their backs and put handcuffs on them. Everyone entered the yard. Wen Qi looked at Hua Xiaochen and said slowly, "There are other survivors in the room." Hua Xiaochen thought for a moment and said, "Wang Rui will stay to check the injured. The others go to rescue the survivors." Wen Qi and the others responded, "Understood." Wang Rui went to the man who had been thrown to the ground by the 2 big men. He took out a bottle of smelling salts, brought it close to the man's nose, and within 5 seconds, the man slowly woke up. Wen Qi and the others headed toward the house, but in less than 10 seconds, they quickly came out again. Hua Xiaochen frowned slightly, looking confused. "What's going on?" Chao Kong looked uncomfortable and replied, "Captain, maybe. Let Xiaomian and Ningrong girls handle it." Hua Xiaochen heard this and saw the 3 of them look awkward. Thinking about how these men had no moral bottom line, he immediately guessed what was happening. He casually said, "Chao Kong, go call them. Also, ask Kaiyang to bring those 2 men over." Chao Kong nodded and strode out of the yard. Humian and Bainingrong were nervously waiting in the car when Chao Kong suddenly came over. 2 ladies, The captain asked you to come over. There's something to discuss. Bai Ningrong looked worried. Seeing Chao Kong hesitating, she quickly asked, "Are you hurt?" Chao Kong shook his head. "Everyone's fine. Let's go quickly, so the captain doesn't wait too long." Professor Yang suddenly spoke with dissatisfaction. "Little Chao, can't you handle this yourselves? Why do the girls have to do it? Are you all that tall?" Chao Kang's face immediately turned unpleasant. He retorted, "Professor, it's the captain's order. If you're upset with me, you should take it up with the captain instead. He really hates when others say he's tall but not capable. In his squad, he's the tallest, even the team leader is 5 centimeters shorter than him. The shortest team member, Su Kaiyong, is only 1.85 meters tall. Other squads often tease him about his height, saying he looks good but is useless." Professor Yang's comment hit him hard. Professor Yang was interrupted by Chao Kang's words. He glared at him with small, sharp eyes, showing he was annoyed. Bai Ningrong noticed the tense atmosphere and quickly said, "Professor, Xiao Mian, and I will go and come back soon. There's no danger there, so don't worry." Professor Yang pursed his lips and went down the stairs. "All right, be careful." Hao Mian and Bai Ningrong nodded. As they got out of the car, Chao Kong suddenly said, "You go ahead. I'll call Kaiyang." They responded and headed toward the main gate. As soon as they entered, Bai Ningrong asked, "Xiaocheng, is there anything we need to do?" Hao Xiaocheng turned to look at her. His lips moved slightly, and he said, "Wenqi, just tell them what needs to be done." Wenqi looked at Hao Xiaocheng deeply and casually said, "Li Qing, you tell them." Xia Li Qing looked embarrassed. He scratched his head and said, "It's nothing much. Inside, there are some female survivors. Since we're all men, it's not convenient for us, so we asked you to communicate with them." After speaking, he blushed and took out some clothes, handing them to Hao Mian and Bai Ningrong. Bai Ningrong looked thoughtful. She exchanged a glance with Hao Mian and said, "Xiao Mian, let's go." Hao Mian nodded and, holding the clothes, followed Bai Ningrong into the house. They just stepped into the hall and saw a door closed in a room near the entrance. They went over and pushed the door open. Inside, about a dozen women were curled up, sitting stiffly in the corner, completely. When they saw the door open, their faces immediately showed panic. But when they saw that the visitors were 2 girls, their panic gradually eased. Bai Ningrong pressed her lips and said gently, "You are now free. The bad people outside have been defeated. You can leave now." Hearing this, the women came back to themselves. Someone exclaimed, "Have those people really been dealt with?" White Ningrong nodded slightly, walked over, and distributed clothes to everyone while explaining, "It's true. The government has set up a survivor base where you can live." When everyone heard this, they remembered the sudden opening of the door earlier. They vaguely saw the figures of 3 men, but before they could see clearly, the door was quickly closed again. It now seems that the 3 men earlier were rescue workers. Everyone's faces showed surprise as they took the clothes from He Mian and White Ningrong and quickly changed into them. Seeing that everyone was getting ready, He Mian and White Ningrong exchanged a glance, then turned and walked outside. As soon as they stepped out of the house, they saw more than 10 men surrounding 4 robbers, fighting and kicking them. 6 men, including Xiao Chun, stood nearby, but did not interfere. After a while, the women gradually came into the small yard. Seeing that the zombies in the yard had been dealt with and the 4 robbers nearby were with cloth in their mouths and their faces swollen from being beaten, they looked angry. A group of women quickly rushed forward and started kicking the 4 robbers fiercely. Suddenly, the men let out sharp, pitiful whimpers. Soon after, the 4 robbers looked exhausted and weak. The men present saw this scene and felt a tightness in their bodies, then looked away. Xiao Chun had already found out who these robbers were. As for their fate, he could only say they brought it on themselves. It turned out that these 19 people had escaped from prison after the end of the world and had stolen guns from the prison. When they passed through this small village, they found that the villagers had already fled, leaving only a few zombies behind. The food in the village was still enough, so they decided to hide there and lay low. To grow their power, they used the stolen guns to keep robbing travelers. The leader, Yan Shan, awakened a sonic wave ability after the apocalypse. He could use his power to stun ordinary people within a short distance. The last time, Chao Kong was deafened because Yen Shan directed most of the sonic waves at him. As for using living people to feed zombies, it was a suggestion from one of the robbers. That person thought zombies might, as in some stories, develop energy cores after evolving, so he proposed feeding zombies to Yen Shan for experiments. They kidnapped men to feed the zombies, while women were kept to reproduce. The 4 bandits were quickly dealt with, and a group of women sat nearby, crying loudly. Some men saw this, and hurried to comfort their friends. Hao Xiaochen cleared his throat and said seriously, "Our destination is the central base. You can choose to go with us or leave on your own. The country has set up an eastern base in N City. You decide what to do." As soon as he finished speaking, people started whispering and talking among themselves. A pretty girl walked straight up to Hao Xiaochen and stopped in front of him. She nervously said, "My name is Song Huan. I want to go to the central base with you." Hao Xiaochen looked calm and said quietly, "Okay." Gradually, others also expressed their willingness, and in the end, everyone decided to follow them to the central base. They left the small yard. Hao Xiaochen released a bus from his space and told Chao Kong, Wang Rui, and Su Kaiyong to ride with the survivors. The rest took an 8-seat off-road vehicle. Song Huan went to Hao Xiaochen and shyly asked, "Captain, I'm very scared. Can I sit in the same car as you?" Bai Ningrong stood by the off-road vehicle, staring intently at Hao Xiaochen with a hint of something unclear in her eyes. Hao Xiaochen seemed to notice her gaze. He turned to look at her, a small smile appearing on his face and a gentle flicker in his eyes, but he said, "No." Song Huan thought he looked gentle and might agree, but it turned out differently. She looked in the direction of Hao Xiaochen's gaze and saw him tenderly watching the girl beside the apricot tree. Gritting her teeth, Song Huan turned to Wen Qi, hope flickering in her eyes. This person seemed gentle and considerate, so she thought she might be more caring. She gently tousled her wavy hair and walked toward Wen Qi. Bai Ningrong's gaze fell on Song Huan. She curled her lips and muttered, "Xiao Mian, that woman is copying you. She speaks in a high-pitched voice, and compared to your naturally soft voice, it's really unpleasant." Hao Mian heard this and looked a bit annoyed. "Do I sound like her?" Bai Ningrong stared at her, pretending to think, then said seriously, "She's not as good as you." Bai Ningrong chuckled softly. "Xiao Mian, your look of complete despair could make a funny meme." When Mian heard Bai Ningrong's teasing and blinked her charming eyes, then showed a playful expression. "Ningrong, were you just jealous? When that woman was talking to the team leader, you kept a cold face. After the team leader refused her, you looked happy." Seeing the teasing look on Hua Mian's face, Bai Ningrong's face turned red. She shot a sharp glance and argued, You simpleton, don't understand. I'm defending my love." After saying that, she turned to look at the woman, who was now talking to Wen Qi again. Bai Ningrong raised her eyebrows and looked away. She then stared at Hua Mian again. The latter looked completely unbothered. Bai Ningrong's lips twitched slightly, and she silently wished Wen Qi good luck. Song Huan stood in front of Wen Qi, pretending to be delicate, and softly said, "Big brother, my name is Song Huan. Could you please tell the team leader that I want to ride in the same car as you?" Her voice was sweet, and after speaking, she tried to reach out and hold Wen Qi's arm. Wen Qi quickly moved away, calmly saying, "Miss Song, I follow the team leader's arrangements. Please don't make things difficult for me." Song Huan weakly begged again, but the man remained unmoved. Annoyed, she clenched her teeth, shot him a glare, and turned to walk toward the bus. Hua Mian and Bai Ningrong got on the bus and sat in the middle row. Hua Xiaochen quickly opened the door on the other side and sat next to Bai Ningrong. He wore a gentle smile and reached out to hold her hand. Bai Ningrong pretended to be unhappy and pulled her hand away. Hua Xiaochen was not upset and reached out again to hold her hand. After several repetitions, Bai Ningrong finally gave in and let him hold her hand. Hua Mian, sitting nearby, watched the scene and felt like she was the bright, glaring light bulb, secretly regretting sitting there. She turned her head to look at the back row and saw Professor Yang lying on the seat, sleeping peacefully. Wen Qi sat in the co-pilot seat. Through the rear-view mirror, He saw Huamian looking uncomfortable. He smiled gently, a warm glow in his eyes. Wang Rui looked around, saw everyone was seated, and slowly started the car. After more than an hour of delay, the car finally slowly left the village. Su Kaiyong drove the bus steadily behind the others. A few minutes later, the vehicle re-entered the highway and the speed gradually increased. The scenery outside the window quickly sped past. At 8 p.m., 2 cars slowly arrived at the outskirts of the central base in the night. Huamian looked out the window with curiosity. On one side of the road, 4 lines of convoy vehicles were lined up, about 40 to 50 meters long. Wang Rui drove past in a nearby lane, not joining the line of survivors. Suddenly, Bai Ningrong's voice sounded. "Xiao Chen, why aren't those cars using this lane?" Xiao Chen explained. "This lane is for teams completing their missions to pass quickly and save time for rest. When you first enter the base, you need to register and get an ID card. After that, you can swipe your card to enter without waiting in long lines again." At this moment, the base gate in the distance shone as brightly as daylight. Wang Rui reached the gate, slowly stopped the car, then took out his ID card and swiped it at the scanner. A beep sounded, and the barrier slowly lifted. The car passed through 2 automatic gates and finally arrived near the base. From afar, a sweet female electronic voice welcomed everyone. "Welcome to the Central Survivor Base. Please queue orderly and cooperate with staff for ID registration." The buildings on both sides of the main gate were wide open, and staff could be seen moving inside. Wang Rui drove to the manual gate. When the car stopped, a head appeared from the security booth. He rolled down the window and handed his ID card to the staff. The person saw Wang Rui and looked pleasantly surprised. "Your shadow team is finally back. Is Captain Hua in the car?" As he spoke, he took the ID card. Xiao Chen rolled down his window, stuck his head out, and asked, "Xiao Wu, what's the matter?" Xiao Wu looked at Xiao Chen excitedly and said, "Captain Hua, the base leader sent people several times today to ask about your whereabouts. They're worried because you haven't returned yet. I'll send someone to tell the base leader." Xiao Chen nodded. "Xiao Wu, send someone to the survivor convoy to replace Chao Kong and the others." "Thanks." Xiao Wu smiled slightly. "Got it, Captain Hua. Don't worry." After that, he raised the barrier to let the vehicle pass. Xiao Chen nodded at him and rolled up his window. As the car entered the base gate, the electronic scanners on both sides beeped, followed by a sweet electronic voice saying, "Vehicle is normal. Please do not linger." The barrier slowly lifted, and Wang Rui drove quickly into the base. As soon as the car entered the base, Bai Ningrong suddenly grabbed Huamian's hand and said affectionately, "Xiao Mian, you should come stay at my house. I have plenty of rooms." Huamian was about to reply when Hua Xiaochen suddenly interrupted. "Xiao Mian is staying with everyone. Our villa has 9 bedrooms, enough for everyone." Bai Ningrong wanted to argue, but Hua Xiaochen held her hand gently and said softly, "Xiao Ning, you should move there too. It will make it easier for the team to work efficiently in the future." Bai Ningrong's face turned red instantly. She moved her lips but finally agreed to Hua Xiaochen's suggestion. Huamian watched the two almost pulling at each other and couldn't help but smile slightly, showing a maternal smile. She didn't have high demands for where she stayed. As long as she could live there, it was fine. Since Hua Xiaochen was the grandson of the base leader, his living conditions were probably good. Professor Yang suddenly asked, "Xiao Hua, where should I stay?" "You can stay with us tonight. Tomorrow morning, I'll have Kaiyong take you to register your ID," Hua Xiaochen explained. Professor Yang continued to ask, "And after that? You won't arrange for me to stay in the laboratory, right?" Hua Xiaochen's lips twitched slightly. He turned to look at him seriously and said, "Professor, don't worry. The research experts each have their own homes. Everyone is satisfied with their current living arrangements, and security is absolutely guaranteed." After saying that, his eyes flickered briefly. While security was very tight, it wasn't easy to come and go freely in the base. You had to accept constant monitoring, but there's no need to mention that for now. 10 minutes later, the car stopped in front of a 2-story villa. Huamian opened the car door and got out, looking toward the villa's door. She saw the wall lamps on both sides of the door lit up, and through the glass windows, She could see the lights inside the villa. She looked around. The villa was not surrounded by a wall. Only a row of bushes around the yard marked the boundary. At this moment, Bai Ningrong didn't get out of the car. She held Hua Xiaochen's arm, her face showing a hint of urgency. Xiaochen, I want to go home. After the end of the world, although Xiaochen told her about her family situation, she couldn't let go of her worries and still wanted to go back and check on them soon. Seeing her anxious expression, Xiaochen gently comforted her. Xiaoning, I will take you back soon. Bai Ningrong nodded with a smile on her face. Xiaochen patted her head, then opened the car door and got out. At that moment, the villa's front door opened from inside, and a middle-aged woman in her 40s or 50s came out. She saw everyone and smiled happily. Xiaochen, you're back. As she spoke, she walked toward them. Xiaochen looked at her in surprise. Aunt Zhang, what are you doing here? Aunt Zhang smiled softly. The lady guessed the timing right and thought you might come back tonight, so I waited here. Have you eaten? Xiaochen shook his head and casually said, Aunt Zhang, go prepare some food. He paused and asked, are there still ingredients in the villa? Aunt Zhang explained with a smile, there are plenty of ingredients. Today, the lady and Xiaoyu came early and stocked the fridge. I'll go prepare dinner now. After saying that, she nodded to everyone and turned back toward the villa. Xiaochen looked at Wenqi and said calmly, Wenqi, I will take Xiaoning home first. You take Professor Yang and Xiao Mian to settle in. Wenqi nodded, Xiaochun, don't worry. I will arrange everything. Seeing him agree, Xiaochen opened the driver's side door and got in. Bai Ningrong rolled down the window and waved to Mian. Xiao Mian, see you tomorrow. Mian smiled slightly. Ningrong, see you tomorrow. Suddenly, the engine roared, and in the next moment, the car slowly drove out of the yard. Wenqi looked at Mian with a gentle smile. Xiao Mian, let's go. I'll help you pick a room. Mian slightly smiled. As they took a few steps, Chao Kong drove into the yard and parked his car nearby. He opened the door and asked from a few meters away, where did the captain go? Wang Rui turned to look at him and said, the captain took Ningrong home. Chao Kong looked surprised and quickly caught up, patting Wenqi on the shoulder from behind. Wenqi, aren't you staying at home tonight? Wenqi's lips moved slightly, and he calmly replied, I'll take Xiao Mian to choose a room first. You can take Professor Yang to settle on the first floor. Okay, Chao Kong responded cheerfully. Hua Mian stepped into the villa, and her eyes were drawn to a set of light gray leather sofas. On the other side of the living room, there was a round solid wood dining table. The open kitchen was next to the living room. At this moment, Mama Zhang was preparing dinner there. Professor Yang had just entered the villa and headed straight for the sofa, lying down on the light gray seat before anyone else. When she noticed Hua Mian stopping her steps, he turned around with a smile in his eyes. Xiao Mian, let's go. We'll pick a room upstairs. Hua Mian looked away from her inspection and replied, oh, okay. After saying that, she lifted her leg and followed Wenqi toward the stairs. As soon as they reached the second floor, Wenqi softly asked, Xiao Mian, do you have any special requests for your room? Hua Mian thought for a moment and softly said, good lighting is enough. Wenqi considered for a moment and then said, come with me. He led Hua Mian to a door and stopped. He pushed the door open gently and explained kindly, this room has good lighting. In the morning, sunlight can shine on the bed. It also has a private bathroom. You can take a look first, and if you're not satisfied, we can change it. Hua Mian's beautiful eyes swept around the room and saw that all the daily necessities were complete. She walked to the window, pulled back the curtain, and outside was dark and empty, but the view was very open. She turned to look at Wenqi and smiled softly. Wenqi, I trust your judgment. Let's take this one. Wenqi nodded and reminded her, Xiao Mian, the base controls the water supply. There will be a water cut later. Remember to collect some water for tomorrow. After speaking, he took out some toiletries from his space bracelet, placed a few sets of clothes on the bed, and put the hairdryer Hua Mian used last time on the bedside table. Hua Mian nodded. Yes, I understand. Thank you. Wenqi smiled warmly. Xiao Mian, there's no need to be polite between us. If you need anything, just ask me. I'll be living next door. Hua Mian nodded softly. Wenqi smiled and then headed toward the door. As he stepped out, he suddenly turned back. Xiao Mian, remember to come downstairs for dinner later. Mian smiled brightly. I know. Seeing the situation, Wenqi looked away from Mian and casually closed the door. Mian looked at the big bed, let out a gentle sigh, then flopped onto the bed, burying her face in the blanket, feeling so comfortable she wished she could stay like that forever. Thinking of Wenqi's reminder, she sighed again, slowly got up, and took her clothes toward the bathroom. Wenqi went downstairs and saw Xie Liqing lying on the sofa, legs casually crossed, looking very relaxed. Professor Yang and Xiao Kong were not in the living room. He walked over and said casually, Liqing, I'll go home first and come back later. Xie Liqing instinctively responded with an, oh, watching Wenqi leave. He lay on the sofa for a while, then thought about the water outage, quickly got up, and prepared to take a shower. Just then, there was a knock at the door, followed by a slightly hurried male voice. Is Captain Hu at home? Xie Liqing turned to look and saw a guard standing at the door. He stepped forward and said, Our captain isn't here. What do you need? The guard looked anxious and said, The base leader is looking for him. When will Captain Hu be back? Seeing the guard so worried, Xie Liqing reassured him, The captain should be back soon. If you have something to tell him, I'll pass on the message when he returns. The guard sighed and said, Please tell Captain Hua that the base leader is waiting for him at Mr. Shin's place. I have other things to do, so I'll go now. Okay, I'll pass on the message. Watching the guard hurriedly leave, a hint of curiosity flashed in Xie Liqing's eyes. Mr. Shen is so powerful, he probably wouldn't get into trouble, and he didn't understand why the captain was called over. Unable to figure it out, Xie Liqing shook his head and pushed the matter aside. 10 minutes later, Hua Xiaochen returned to the villa, and Xie Liqing quickly relayed the guard's words. Hua Xiaochen thought for a moment and said, I won't be back tonight. You all can do as you please. As soon as he finished speaking, the tall man headed toward the door. Hua Mian finished tidying up and went to the first-floor living room. Her beautiful peach blossom eyes swept around but didn't see any other team members, only seeing Aunt Zhang busy in the kitchen. She paused for a moment, then walked over and asked, Aunt Zhang, I want to help. Is there anything I can do? Mother Zhang heard the girl's gentle voice and instinctively turned her head. Seeing it was Hua Mian, she smiled warmly. Young lady, are you Xiao Chen's teammate? I haven't seen you before. Hua Mian smiled and explained, I just joined the team recently. You can call me Xiao Mian. Mother Zhang saw her modest attitude and a kind smile appeared in her eyes. Don't call me you and your. No need to be so formal. I'm still getting used to it. Seeing that Mother Zhang didn't mind, Hua Mian softly replied, Okay, I understand. Mother Zhang's face was full of kindness as she said, Xiao Mian, I just need to finish making the soup. You can bring the dishes to the table first. She pointed to the prepared dishes on the stove. Hua Mian nodded, picked up the tempting dishes, and placed them on the dining table. After a while, the others came out of their rooms one by one and sat down at the table. Professor Yang looked at the big table of food, his small eyes glancing at Xie Liqing with a slight frown. Little Wen and Xiao who still aren't back? I'm almost starving, Xie Liqing honestly said. If you're hungry, just start eating. No need to wait for them. Our team leader went out for something and won't be back tonight. Wenqi will be back soon. Before he finished, the sound of a car engine suddenly came from outside. A moment later, Wenqi, dressed casually, entered. Professor Yang's brow relaxed a little, and he said, Little Wen, you're the only one missing. Come on, let's eat. Wenqi heard this, walked quickly to an empty seat, and looked a bit apologetic. Sorry, I took a bit longer to wash up. Everyone don't wait for me next time. If you're hungry, just start eating. Hao Xiaochen parked his car outside a luxurious villa, pressed the horn. The security guard heard the sound and quickly pressed the magnetic switch. The heavy iron gate slowly opened to both sides. In the next moment, Hao Xiaochen gently pressed the accelerator, and the car slowly moved forward into the yard, finally stopping in the parking space in front of the villa. Hao Xiaochen opened the car door, calmly stepped out, and casually shut the door. The security guard jogged over and said hurriedly, Major Hao, the director is waiting for you inside. Hao Xiaochen nodded and said calmly, "Yes, I understand." After that, he strode toward the villa. As soon as I pushed open the villa door, I saw my grandfather, Hu Qingshan, walking back and forth in the living room, looking very worried. He seemed to notice the noise at the door and quickly turned to look. When he saw me, he hurried over and asked, "Xiaochen, what happened to the medicine Xiaochen gave you last time?" I was stunned for a moment, moved my lips, and slowly said, "It has already been used." Hu Qingshan's face showed a flash of surprise, and his eyes widened. He scolded loudly, "That medicine is life-saving. How could you be so careless? The R&D team, those lazy people, haven't even figured out how to make the finished product." Seeing his angry and anxious look, I quickly asked, "Grandpa, what's going on?" He sighed heavily, looking very downhearted. "Shun Hanzheng is in trouble. You know his mental strength has always been unstable, and he's been resting to recover." Today, Lao Li Zhentang brought his grandson, Li Qingfeng, over and forced him to give Li Qingfeng a large space. Shun Hanzheng's temper is well known. He ignored them completely. Li Qingfeng took the chance to attack him with ice powers, but he ended up losing his energy core. Lao Li Zhentang saw his grandson's energy core was destroyed and ordered his men to attack Shun Hanzheng. Over 10 of them were disabled. Now Shun Hanzheng has been using his powers continuously and has fallen into a coma. Whether he will wake up again is still unknown. Our understanding of mental strength is limited, and normal medical methods can't treat mental power diseases. Zhong Ming said his condition is worsening, and I was hoping the medicine you have could save him. He sighed again after saying that. If Shun Hanzheng dies, it's not just that Blue Star will lose a great support. If his family comes and blames the people of Blue Star, we won't be able to fight back. My expression darkened, and I asked urgently, "Has the healing ability been used on him?" There are only 3 healing abilities in the base, and 1 is in the hospital. The other 2 have very limited healing power and are useless for Shun Hanzheng. I frowned deeply, suddenly recalling that Humian's healing ability was much stronger than other healers. He looked a bit dark in his eyes and said firmly, "I need to go out for a while. I'll come back later." After saying that, he quickly turned and left. Hu Qingshan saw this and thought he had other things to do. Since there was no point in staying, he let him go. Hao Xiaochen drove quickly and parked the car in the yard. He didn't lock the car and hurried toward the villa. Inside the villa, everyone had only taken a few bites of their meal when Hao Xiaochen suddenly pushed open the door and entered. Xie Liqing looked at him with surprise and asked, "Captain, why are you back so soon?" Hao Xiaochen ignored his question and directly looked at Hu Mian with a serious expression, saying, "Xiao Mian, someone needs your help. How is your special ability recovery going?" Hu Mian heard this and quickly swallowed her food, then casually wiped her mouth with a tissue. "Captain, my ability is fully recovered. I can perform the treatment now." After saying that, she stood up and walked quickly to Hao Xiaochen's side. Hao Xiaochen let out a sigh of relief. "Good, then come with me." When she was a bit surprised and asked quickly, "Xiaochen, did something happen?" Hao Xiaochen was about to answer but thought that telling everyone might cause worry, so he casually replied, "Nothing serious." When she, later, have everyone bring the supplies to the warehouse to organize and make some space. When Chi's eyes flickered and he responded, "Got it." Professor Yang looked at the food in Huamian's bowl with dissatisfaction and said, "Xiao Hu, you should have finished eating before leaving. Is it really necessary to leave now?" Chao Kong glanced at him and said softly, "Professor, why didn't you say that in front of the captain? You keep talking behind his back and he can't hear you." Chao Kong didn't think much of Professor Yang. He was the typical type who was afraid of the strong and liked to bully the weak. His heart was kind, but his personality was a bit unlikable. Hearing this, Professor Yang's face immediately darkened. "Chao Kong, are you trying to argue with me?" Chao Kong pouted. "No, I just think if you have opinions, you should say them directly. Our captain is quite patient." Hu Mian sat in the passenger seat, watching how Xiaochen slowed down the car as it headed toward a luxurious villa. Before the car stopped, the large iron gate in the yard slowly opened to both sides. Hu Mian glanced outside the window and saw 2 young guards standing in the security booth. The car had just entered the yard, and the gate was slowly closing. Hua Xiaochen carefully parked the car in an open space inside the yard, then opened the door and got out. Seeing this, Hua Mian quickly unfastened her seatbelt, pushed open the door, and stepped out of the car. She followed calmly behind Hua Xiaochen, her peach blossom eyes wandering around. The entire villa was surrounded by a high-quality stone wall. Several wall lamps were installed on top, casting soft light into the corners. A few outdoor tables and chairs were set up on the lawn nearby, with tea sets faintly visible on the tables. The 2 lanterns on the villa's door pillars were lit, but their brightness was gentle, not harsh. The surrounding area was quiet, giving a strange sense of loneliness. Hua Xiaochen pushed open the door and led into the villa first. Hua Qingshan heard the door opening and instinctively turned his head to look. Seeing Hua Xiaochen, he frowned and asked suspiciously, "Xiaochen, why are you back again?" Just as he spoke, he suddenly noticed someone else behind Hua Xiaochen. His gaze shifted to the person approaching. When he recognized her face, his expression immediately became excited. He tremblingly pointed at Hua Mian with his finger, his wise eyes wide with surprise, and stammered, "Why you?"
Who are you?
Hua Xiaochen quickly stepped forward, pressing down the hand that was pointing at Hua Mian, and said, "Grandpa, this is Hua Mian. She's a healing ability user from my team. Her healing power is much stronger than others in the base. Let her try to treat Mr. Shen first. We can talk about everything later." Hua Qingshan, hearing this, slowly regained his composure. However, his eyes still fixed tightly on Hua Mian. Hua Mian nervously pressed her lips together, full of confusion, not understanding what she had done to cause such a strong reaction from him. Hua Qingshan took a deep breath and gradually calmed himself. He forced a stiff smile and said kindly, "Xiao Mian, I'm Xiao Chen's grandfather. From now on, just call me Grandpa, like Xiao Chen does." Hua Mian's expression stiffened slightly. Her lips moved, and she gave a gentle smile, obediently saying, "Hello, Grandpa Hua." Hua Qingshan nodded and said in a deep voice, "Let's go. I'll take you to see Xiao Shen." After speaking, he turned around and took a step forward, with Hao Xiaochen and Hao Mian following behind him. Hao Qingshan walked through the hall and down a long corridor, stopping in front of a door before pushing it open. Hao Mian followed them into the room, her peach blossom eyes scanning the surroundings. The room was decorated in black and white tones, with an entire wall covered by a black wardrobe. In the center of the room was a large black leather bed, with a simple wall lamp on one side of the headboard casting a warm yellow glow softly over the bed. She walked quietly to the bedside, casually looking at the bed, and immediately saw a man. The man's face was very pale, with his eyes closed. His long eyelashes made Hao Mian feel a bit envious. His features were sharp and strong, with thick, slightly arched eyebrows. Below his high nose was a pair of attractive, thin lips. His hair was shaved very short on both sides, giving him a cold and serious look. His face was incredibly handsome, even more so than Hao Xiaochen, but at this moment, his face was pale, and he was lying on black bedding. Hao Mian thought he looked like a dead person, which made her feel a little uneasy. She couldn't help but shiver as she felt goosebumps on her arms, shook her head, and tried to clear her scattered thoughts. Hao Xiaochen gently said, "Xiao Mian, just input your special ability into his mind. If you can't hold on, remember to stop immediately. Don't push yourself too hard." Hao Mian nodded, "Yes, I understand." She was very cautious about her safety, and since the male lead said so, she definitely wouldn't give everything for a stranger. Hao Mian took a few steps forward, approaching the bed's edge. Hao Xiaochen moved a chair from the corner and placed it behind her. Seeing this, Hao Mian sat down naturally, extending her left hand toward the man's head. A gentle light emanated from her palm, slowly entering the man's mind. The ability was continuously transferred for 2 minutes. Hao Mian felt that most of her energy was used up, so she tried to stop the transfer. However, at this moment, Hao Mian was shocked to find that her ability was completely out of control. It was as if a monster had grabbed her ability, constantly absorbing it. Frightened, Hao Mian wanted to withdraw her hand, but it was as if her hand was magnetized and couldn't be pulled back. At this moment, the man on the bed was like a giant magnet, and her hand was like an iron needle, unable to break free no matter how hard she struggled. She anxiously turned to look at Xiao Chen, her voice trembling with worry. "Captain, I can't cut off my powers. What should I do?" How Xiao Chen's heart suddenly tightened. He quickly stepped forward, intending to pull her hand away. But he was surprised to find he couldn't touch her. It was as if an invisible shield surrounded her, blocking him from reaching her. Hao Xiaochen looked at Hao Qingshan and asked urgently, "Grandpa, how did the healer with special powers stop healing earlier?" Hao Qingshan saw this scene and also became anxious. His wrinkled face showed panic and worry. They didn't treat Xiaoshen, but when healing other patients, they just didn't want to continue and stop their powers on their own. Hao Qingshan had never encountered this situation before. Hao Mian heard their conversation, and her face lost all color, turning ghostly pale from fear. She suddenly stood up, leaning forward slightly, her eyes full of anger and fear as she looked at the man. A dark shadow flickered in Hao Xiaochen's eyes. Without hesitation, he activated his powers, forming a small lightning ball in his hand and throwing it at the man. But in the next moment, he was shocked to see the lightning ball explode above his head. His body was instantly jolted with a tingling sensation, and even his combat suit was burned through in spots. Hao Mian caught a glimpse of Hao Xiaochen's miserable state and felt a wave of despair. The man in front of her was like a greedy monster. His handsome face had transformed into a devil in her mind. A flash of hatred crossed Hao Mian's eyes. She then raised her right hand and slapped him hard across the face. When her palm was less than 5 centimeters from his face, a large hand suddenly grabbed her wrist. In the next moment, the man opened his cold eyes and directly startled Hao Mian. With his awakening, the mysterious force that had been crazily absorbing her powers suddenly disappeared. She finally regained control of her abilities. The two looked at each other, both with flames in their eyes. Shun Hanjing's sharp gaze shifted to Hao Mian's hand, his eyes cold and piercing. The next second, he slowly sat up and tightened his grip on her wrist, applying more force. Hao Mian only felt her wrist being squeezed painfully. The pain intensified, as if her bones might break. She couldn't help crying out in pain. "It hurts. Please let go." Her voice was soft and tearful. As she spoke, she tried to pull away from the man with her right hand, but couldn't break free. Hua Qingshan saw this and hurried forward, speaking nervously. "Xiaoshen, Xiaomian was just trying to help you. She lost control of her powers in a moment of panic and accidentally hurt you. Please don't blame her." Shun Hanjing looked at her face with a blank expression. The girl's delicate face was twisted with pain, tears in her beautiful eyes, and her misty gaze showed clear anger. Shun Hanjing's lips pressed into a straight line, and he shook off her hand. Unexpectedly, she was pushed back and nearly fell sideways. Hua Xiaochen quickly stepped in and caught her, preventing her from falling. Shun Hanjing looked at Hua Mian coldly, noticing she looked about to faint.
"Ah, just pretending."
He hadn't used much strength at all. His voice was icy as he said, "Get out." Hua Xiaochen's eyes flashed with a cold light, and his tone was stern. "Mr. Shun, Xiaomian was only trying to save you. She became weak because of it. Instead of thanking her, you hurt her. That's not what a gentleman would do." Shun Hanjing looked up at Hua Xiaochen with no emotion in his eyes. "Are you telling me how to do my job?" Seeing the situation might escalate, Hua Qingshan quickly said, "Xiaoshen, don't take it to heart." Xiaochen was just worried about Xiaomian and got a little too anxious. "Please don't be angry with him. If Blue Star weren't in danger, would he really be willing to support this brat?" Hua Qingshan went over to Hua Xiaochen and pushed him gently. "Xiaochen, take Xiaomian to rest." Hua Mian bit her lip, feeling unsteady. She glared angrily at the man. He seemed to notice her gaze. His cold eyes met hers, as if filled with a terrifying, killing intent. Hua Mian's face turned pale with fear. She quickly looked away and hid behind Hua Xiaochen. Seeing this, Hua Xiaochen kept a serious face and said nothing, silently helping Hu Mian out of the room. Hua Qingshan forced a smile and said cheerfully, Xiaoshen, I'm so glad you're awake. Today's events were my mistake. I underestimated people's greed. I didn't expect them to attack you directly. I promise, such things will never happen again. After speaking, he looked at Shen Hanjing's expression and tentatively asked, should I arrange more people to stay here and watch? Do you think that's okay? Shen Hanjing glanced at him with indifferent eyes and lightly said, do you think they will protect me or will I protect them? Hua Qingshan's face twitched, and he didn't insist further. Just as he was about to say something, there was a sudden cry from the door. Xiao Mian, what's wrong? Hua Qingshan's heart tightened. He quickly went to the door. Seeing Hu Mian fainted, he hurriedly said, Xiao Chun, go call Zoming to check on Xiao Mian. Hua Xiaochen nodded, carried Hu Mian to the guest room across the hall, laid her on the bed, then left quickly. Hua Qingshan approached Shen Hanjing, his face hesitant and silent. Shen Hanjing noticed his gaze and nonchalantly said, it's not a big deal. Hua Qingshan was momentarily stunned, then realized he was talking about the energy core being okay. After all, he had drained many people's energy cores before, so he was experienced. Hua Qingshan exhaled a breath, feeling the tension in his heart slowly ease, and his brow relaxed. In the guest room, Zhen Zongming finished checking Hu Mian and asked Hua Xiaochen a few questions. Then he calmly said, she's fine, just a bit low on blood sugar. Hua Xiaochen was stunned instantly, with a look of doubt in his eyes. Are you sure? Just now, when she tried to withdraw her energy, that Shungai forcibly absorbed some of it. Zhen Zongming, hearing his doubt, replied irritably, don't you trust my medical skills? You can question my character, but not my medical ability. After saying that, Zhen Zongming pushed up his glasses and continued, have you considered another possibility? Seeing Hua Xiaochen's confused expression, he slowly said, when she stopped transferring energy, there was still a lot inside her. Hua Xiaochen pursed his lips, then turned to Hu Mian and changed the subject. Is her low blood sugar serious? Zhen Zongming nodded, then shook his head. Hua Xiaochen frowned and impatiently asked, what does your head shaking and nodding mean? Zhen Zongming raised his chin and shot him a glance. Why are you so anxious? Yelling at your uncle like that is really rude. Uncle, how is Mian's health now? Ren Zongming raised his eyebrows slightly and casually said, before the end of the world, her physical condition wouldn't have been good. Hao Xiaochen frowned slightly. And now she has awakened a healing ability which has been helping her improve her health. But it takes time, and it can't be rushed. As long as she doesn't go hungry often, there won't be big problems. Hao Xiaochen breathed a sigh of relief. Then he left the room and briefly told his grandfather about Mian's situation. Hao Qingshan stood in the corridor, feeling a little more relaxed after hearing that Mian was safe. Thinking of something, he looked around and his gaze settled on the tea room nearby. Xiao Chun, come with me. I have something to ask you, he said, then walked toward the tea room. Hao Qingshan sat at the tea table, his wise eyes fixed directly on Hao Xiaochen. Tell me, what is going on with Mian? Hao Xiaochen was silent for a moment before slowly speaking.
Mian
Is very likely my sister. Hao Qingshan looked calm, as if he wasn't surprised by this conclusion. After a moment of silence, he took a leather wallet from his space inside a simple gold ring and handed it over. Hao Xiaochen hesitated slightly before accepting it. He opened the wallet and immediately saw an old photo embedded inside. The woman in the photo had slightly curly long hair, a delicate oval face, and charming almond-shaped eyes with a gentle curve. Her smile was wide and carefree, making her look bold and lively. She looked very similar to Mian. Hao Xiaochen pursed his lips, a hint of surprise in his eyes, but he hesitated to speak. Hao Qingshan saw his expression and casually said, Xiaochen, you've seen a photo of your grandmother before, right? Before Hao Xiaochen could respond, he continued, when your grandmother passed away, your eldest uncle and your father were afraid I would be too upset if I saw her photo, so they took all the pictures of her away early on. He chuckled softly and added, actually, I kept some other photos. Those two brats really think I'm soft, can't stand old things. Hao Xiaochen had seen the photos before, but he was too young at the time. Now, he could hardly remember what his grandmother looked like, only a vague face remaining in his memory. When she first met Humian, he thought she looked familiar, but he didn't pay much attention to it. Later, he noticed a small red mole on Humian's right earlobe, and suddenly he understood. When he was 5 years old, his sister was born, and she also had a red mole on her earlobe. Their father once joked that their grandmother also had a red mole on her earlobe, so Hu Xiaochen remembered this very clearly. Hu Qingshan stood up, put away his wallet, and said seriously, "Xiaochen, later let Zhongming do a paternity test. Also, don't tell your mom about this for now." Hu Xiaochen's eyes flickered slightly and he nodded. "Okay, I understand." Hu Qingshan waved his hand. "You go out first. When the results come back, remember to tell me." Hu Xiaochen nodded and turned to leave the tea room. Hu Qingshan stayed where he was, slowly opened his wallet, and gently touched the photo with his fingers, his gaze gradually becoming blurry. "Mingqiu, today I saw that child. She looks just like you. At first, I thought you had come back. But when I looked closer, I realized it wasn't you. You two are still easy to tell apart. Besides looking like you, her personality is completely different from yours." As he spoke, he smiled again. "If you were still here, you would definitely like her." The next morning, sunlight gently spilled through the thin gauze curtains onto the large bed. Huamian frowned slightly, raised her hand to her forehead, trying to block the blinding light. She half opened her eyes, looking confused. Then she propped herself up with her hands, her beautiful peach blossom eyes scanning around. Seeing the unfamiliar decorations in front of her, a sense of unease rose in her heart. Thinking about what happened last night, Huamian quickly looked down at her right wrist. The purple bruise on her fair skin looked very conspicuous. This obvious injury reminded her that last night's events were real, not just her imagination. She had gone with Hu Xiaochen to treat a man, and during the treatment, that man kept absorbing her special energy. She was shocked and angry at the time, instinctively ready to slap him, but he caught her hand. When the man woke up, instead of thanking her, he wanted to crush her hand. If Hu Qingshan hadn't begged him, her hand might have been broken. Thinking of this, a dark cloud crossed Humian's eyes, and she felt a bit angry. It seemed she remembered something. She lifted the quilt, put on her shoes, and quickly walked to the door to open it. Huamian looked at the slightly familiar corridor in front of her and immediately realized she was still in the big villa from last night. A wave of nervousness came over her. She looked around. The corridor was quiet and empty, but she still felt tense. Just as she was about to walk toward the living room, footsteps approached from behind, getting closer. Huamian instinctively turned her head to look. She saw a young man in his 20s or 30s, wearing a white coat and glasses with gold rims. He looked polite and gentle as he walked toward her. When he saw her, he seemed happy and smiled kindly. "Good morning, Xiaomian. My name is Ren Zhongming. I am Mr. Shin's primary doctor. By the way, are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere?" Huamian stared at him blankly, feeling uneasy about his familiarity. She forced a stiff smile and said casually, "I'm not uncomfortable. I'm fine now." After saying that, she paused, looking hesitant, but then she quickly became firm. "Dr. Ren, I want to go back to Captain's villa. Can you help me contact him?" Ren Zhongming paused, and his smile stiffened. He explained, "Xiao Chun and the others went on a mission early this morning. They're not at the base right now." He looked at his wristband and said with concern, "Xiao Mian, it's already after 8. I'll ask Aunt Li to prepare some food for you. Let's talk after breakfast." Huamian shook her head and refused. "I want to go back to the villa. Can you arrange for someone to take me there?" The stiff smile on Ren Zhongming's face disappeared instantly. He looked serious and said, "Xiao Mian, Mr. Shin wants to see you." Huamian's delicate fingers instinctively clenched her clothes, feeling resistant. The experience last night still haunted her. She was unsure if the man wanted to settle scores. Her slap hadn't even hit his face, yet he wanted to hurt her hand. Her face showed panic and resistance. She instinctively brushed her hair away from her ears, trying to hide her nervousness and unease. Her lips trembled as she was about to refuse, but Ren Zhongming interrupted her. Xiao Mian, don't worry. Mr. Shin just wants to talk to you about your follow-up treatment. As long as you regularly see him for treatment, and as long as your requests aren't too unreasonable, he can satisfy you in the future. Hua Mian was unmoved. Her clear, peach blossom eyes looked at him and she refused, saying, I want to go back to the small team villa. I don't want to make this deal with him. After speaking, she didn't wait for Ren Zhongming to reply. She walked straight toward the living room. Hua Mian vaguely remembered the way back. It wasn't impossible to return, but it would take more time. As soon as she stepped into the living room, she saw the man who had almost harmed her last night. He was sitting properly at a large table, fiddling with a metal piece. There were some metal materials piled on the table. Hua Mian's body suddenly stiffened. Her steps paused, and her heart started pounding faster. She nervously tilted her head, then quickly headed toward the door, like a dog being chased from behind. Shen Hanjun caught a glimpse of her rushing toward the door and frowned. His cold, indifferent eyes fixed on her back. He spoke slowly and calmly. Treat me, and the reward is up to you, including storage space. Hua Mian heard this and stopped in her tracks, turning to look at him. The man had a stern face, with eyes that showed no warmth. His attitude was somewhat aloof, as if certain she wouldn't refuse. This look was really unpleasant. Hua Mian bit her lip. She really wanted the space, but the risk of treating him was too high. If one day her abilities were drained, she wouldn't even have a place to cry. Right now, saving her life was the priority. The space could wait until she earned enough contribution points to exchange for it. She made up her mind and turned toward the door. Shen Hanjing's face darkened terribly. His voice was cold and piercing. All the space in the base is created and allocated by me. Think carefully before deciding whether to leave this door. Hua Mian suddenly stopped, turning her head in shock, her peach blossom eyes filled with disbelief and anger. This man was actually threatening her. But she really needed the space. The man had directly threatened her life. So angry. Hua Mian clenched her teeth, thought for a moment, then stepped forward. She said seriously, Mr. Shen, my healing ability cannot cure you. Perhaps other healers in the base can. I won't delay your treatment anymore. She told the truth. She had given him many special abilities, but he kept absorbing every bit like a sponge. Last night, she realized that this man held a high position at the base. Hao Qingshan, the leader of the base, was very polite and respectful to him. As the main character, Hao Xiaochen couldn't even compare to him. Arguing with him would be pointless. She didn't know where this man had come from. She had never heard Zheng Wanyu mention such a character in the novel. Shen Hanjun looked at her calmly and asked softly, Are you finished? Hua Mian nodded, silently hoping he would let her go. Unexpectedly, the man suddenly turned to Ren Zhongming and said expressionlessly, Tell Hao Qingshan that the people he sent have gone on strike. The batch of space bracelets cannot be delivered. He needs to find another way. When Ren Zhongming heard this, his face quickly showed worry. Mr. Shen, please don't decide so quickly. Many people are waiting for those space bracelets. Hua Mian's eyes widened in shock at his words. She forced down her anger and asked softly, How long do you plan to make me treat you? There should be a deadline, right? Her voice was soft and weak, making her seem like she was pouting rather than angry. Shen Hanjung remained expressionless. Every 2 days for treatment. The duration is uncertain. I will have old Hao pay you. Hua Mian bit her lip and slowly said, I can't confirm the exact treatment time. I need to check with the team leader. I'll wait until Shen Hanjun coldly interrupted her. Hao Qingshan has to listen to me. Do you think Hao Xiaochen can be my boss? His voice was commanding and carried a silent pressure. Hua Mian's breath caught, and she admitted defeat. I understand. I'll come back in 2 days to treat you again. After saying that, she turned to leave, feeling frustrated, but an invisible force stopped her. Hua Mian looked back angrily. I already agreed to your request. What else do you want? Shen Hanjung said matter-of-factly, as my exclusive therapist, you need to always monitor my health and provide treatment promptly. From now on, you will live here. Hua Mian was about to argue, but suddenly noticed the man's face turn cold. His calm eyes looked directly at her with a look of no doubt, as if disobedience would bring unbearable consequences. It made her feel strangely scared. She instinctively took a few steps back, and the words she was about to say caught in her throat.
Ren Xiongming walked over to her side, smiling kindly.
Xiaomian, you haven't had breakfast yet. I asked Aunt Li to make something tasty. Please have some. When Mian heard this and nodded, stepping down the stairs. She glanced at Aunt Li, who had already placed food on the table. She casually said, I'll go wash up first. After saying that, she headed toward her room. Ren Zhongming approached Shen Hanzheng and tried to persuade him. Mr. Shen, rest for a while. Spending so much energy all the time isn't good for your health. Shen Hanzheng looked at him with a calm expression. Do you think I am weak? Ren Zhongming was speechless and silently cursed himself. He had to be very careful around him, afraid of upsetting him, as if he were dealing with an important ancestor. He was almost feeling internal pain from holding it in. Even Xiao Mian, who is gentle by nature, got so angry she lost her temper because of him. He comforted himself in his mind. He's a patient. He shouldn't argue with a patient, and being angry damages health. He might live fewer years, so it's not worth it. Thinking this way, he felt much more at ease. When Mian entered her room and carefully looked around her future little home. The room was empty, with only a small wardrobe in the corner holding a few sets of clothes. There was no dressing table at all, which seemed very shabby. She went to the bathroom, where brand-new toiletries were placed. It was obvious that her accommodation was arranged in a hurry. 10 minutes later, when Mian sat at the dining table, Aunt Li brought a bowl of seafood congee and placed it in front of her. She said, "Thank you," to her, and then used a spoon to scoop up the congee, eating small bites. The seafood congee made by Aunt Li was not fishy at all and tasted delicious. She unconsciously drank a bowl and ate 2 crab yolk buns and a custard bun. She wondered if it was just her feeling, but she seemed to be getting hungrier and hungrier. After eating, when Mian rubbed her stomach and caught a glimpse of her employer fiddling with some metal materials. Her eyes twinkled with a playful look. She thought for a moment, then stood up and walked over, sitting on the sofa not far from the man. When Mian's gaze unconsciously fell on his clearly defined hands. He was holding a strange piece of metal in his left hand, while his right hand kept picking up metal pieces from the table, adding materials and twisting different metals into various shapes. The metals seemed to respond to his words, forming unique shapes, then melting into each other and quickly solidifying again. The metal wires appeared faintly, and Hun Mian watched in a daze. Was he making a space? She wanted to ask him, but felt he might not answer, so she lost interest and got up to go to her room. Shen Hanzheng looked up and glanced at her back as she left. Seeing her go to her room, he didn't mind and continued to play with the materials in his hands. Bored, Hun Mian toured the first floor of the villa. She found only 2 bedrooms. The rest of the rooms had been turned into other uses. This meant only Shen's family, and she lived on the first floor. Hun Mian frowned, her delicate face showing obvious irritation. She walked to the living room, but didn't see Shen's family members. She guessed they might have gone out. She caught a glimpse of the stairs and thought for a moment before heading toward them, planning to explore the second floor. Just as she stepped onto 2 stairs, Aunt Li's voice suddenly came from the dining area. The second floor is Mr. Shen's workspace. He doesn't like to be disturbed when working. Hun Mian stopped abruptly, then turned and went down the stairs toward Aunt Li. Seeing her approach, Aunt Li looked calm and continued cleaning. Hun Mian stood beside Aunt Li, subtly asking about the base. Aunt Li, who looked to be in her 50s and somewhat cold, spoke little. She gave only brief answers to Hun Mian's questions, keeping many things to herself. From Aunt Li, Hun Mian learned that Ren Zhongming did not live in the villa, and that Aunt Li lived in a small house behind the villa. Suddenly, she regretted her quick agreement earlier. If she had hesitated a bit longer, maybe the outcome would have been different. Feeling frustrated, she thought about this. Aunt Li seemed to notice her unhappiness and said gently, "You can take a walk in the yard." Hun Mian heard this, and a glimmer of light flashed in her peach blossom eyes. Her lips curved into a slight smile. Li Annie, I need to go back to the small team's villa to pick up some things. I'll be back soon. Please tell Mr. Shen I'm leaving first. Li Annie looked at her calmly, moved her lips, but said nothing. Seeing that the other person didn't refuse, Hua Mian turned and walked out of the villa. The warm sunshine fell on her, and her previously upset mood gradually calmed down. Last night was dark, and she couldn't see the surroundings clearly. She looked up and saw a large lawn, with many green plants around the wall. The scenery was beautiful, but she wasn't in the mood to enjoy it now. Hua Mian quickly reached the gate and saw that the guards on duty had been replaced by 2 others. She offered a polite smile and said gently, "Hello, I want to go out for a while. Please open the gate." The 2 guards looked at each other. One replied, "Sorry, Miss Hua, without Mr. Shen's orders, we can't let you go out." Hua Mian was stunned. Her lips moved, and she said, "I'll just go out for a little while. Otherwise, if you send someone to follow me, I promise I won't run away." The guards remained firm, insisting, "Miss Hua, we are just following orders from above. Please don't make things difficult for us." Hua Mian's face turned red with shame and anger. She stood there, glaring at the guards. Finally, she gave up and looked disappointed as she returned to the villa. She saw Li Annie busy in the kitchen, a complex look flashing in her eyes. Li Annie probably knew the man's orders long ago, but didn't remind her. The cold owner combined with the unkind housekeeper made her feel very oppressed. Her beautiful eyes dimmed slightly. Hua Mian sat sideways on the dark gray sofa, her mind racing with various thoughts. She thought that after joining Mr. Hu's team, she would go on adventures with them and gather supplies. Who would have thought that as soon as she entered the base, she was locked in the villa to be treated for her illness? On the highway heading to City C, Wang Rui drove a 7-seater SUV at high speed, crushing zombies, blocking the road. The Swift Shadow Squad received an urgent mission early in the morning to go to the secret base in City C to collect a batch of weapons. Bai Ningrong sat in the middle seat, staring curiously at Mr. Hua's hair, her almond-shaped eyes full of surprise. In just one night apart, his hair became even shorter and all curled up, as if it had been burned by fire. Fortunately, his face is handsome enough. Otherwise, with this hairstyle, it would be hard to look at. Bai Ning couldn't help but ask curiously, "Xiaocheng, what's going on with your hair?" Everyone else turned their attention to him, their faces full of curiosity, eager to know the secret. Hua Xiaocheng slowly replied, "I accidentally messed it up during a sparring match." In the back row, Xie Licheng's eyes sparkled like a puppy's, and he couldn't help but ask, "Captain, is there a new lightning-type ability user at the base?" Hua Xiaocheng pressed his lips together, noticing his teammates staring at him with curiosity. Thinking about what happened last night, his handsome face darkened instantly, filled with resentment toward Shen Hanzheng. Hua Xiaocheng sighed and said helplessly, "No, I was sparring with Mr. Shen." As soon as he finished speaking, Chao Kong in the front seat spat out the water he had just taken, splashing onto the dashboard. Cough, cough. Chao Kong was choked and coughing hard. Wang Rui in the driver's seat threw him a towel and urged, "Hurry up and wipe it off." Hearing Hua Xiaocheng's words, everyone else stopped their curious gazes. The captain is really brave, facing the interstellar warrior Shen Hanzheng. Isn't that asking for trouble? It's like a toddler stumbling to walk, confronting a giant. Even if the giant is sick, it doesn't mean he's weak. Only Bai Ning still looked at him with doubt. Who is Mr. Shen? Hua Xiaocheng kept a handsome but stern face, silent and not answering. It was uncomfortable to mention another man in front of the girl he loved, especially when that man was stronger than him. Su Kaiyong saw his expression turn bad in the rearview mirror and quickly stepped in to help. Mr. Shen is a space ability user. The space bracelets we use are all made by him. Bai Ning nodded, then reached out and touched Hua Xiaocheng's hair. It felt hard and a bit rough. "So, your hair is powered by your own ability." Although she asked casually, her smile suggested she had already guessed the answer. Bai Ningrong noticed his unhappiness, stopped smiling, and changed the subject, asking, "Xiao Mian, will you join us on the next mission?" She arrived early at the team's villa, and learned that Humian went to treat someone last night and hadn't returned the whole evening. Wang Rui took her and Professor Yang to register their identities at the base gate. Professor Yang was taken away by someone, while she followed the team to Sea City to carry out the mission. When she sat in the back seat, with a hint of worry in his eyes, and asked, Xiaocheng, did Xiao Mian go to treat Mr. Shun last night? Hua Xiaocheng heard this, and his expression darkened slightly as he turned to look at Wenqi. Don't worry, Xiao Mian is fine. No need to worry. The Shin family still pointed at Hua Mian for treatment, so they wouldn't do anything to her. As long as she doesn't offend him, that man wouldn't bother with her. Blue Star is still too backward. Seeing Wenqi frown, Hua Xiaocheng, who grew up with him, understood his thoughts well. But some things are better left to happen naturally. The paternity test done last night by Ren Zhongming had already come back. Hua Mian is indeed his sister. Thinking of this, Hua Xiaocheng felt very happy. Bai Ningrong saw him smile sometimes and then fall into deep thought, and couldn't help but ask, Xiaocheng, what are you thinking about? Hua Xiaocheng suddenly snapped out of his thoughts. He turned his head and looked into Bai Ningrong's caring eyes. He gave a gentle smile and said, Thinking of you. Bai Ningrong's face immediately turned red. She glared at him and awkwardly looked out the car window. At noon, Hua Mian arrived on time at the restaurant, chewing on a piece of meat happily. Aunt Li was usually cold, but her cooking was excellent, better than Mother Zhang's. The vegetables on the table were fresh, and the meat was tender and fragrant. Ren Zhongming didn't know where he went. He was nowhere to be seen at mealtime. Hua Mian took a few bites of meat and secretly glanced at the man across from her. He chewed with a blank expression. No matter what dish he ate, his face remained calm. Hard to tell if he was satisfied or not. Watching him eat, Hua Mian felt she should eat at least half a bowl less. It was too distracting to enjoy her meal. She lowered her eyes and continued to enjoy her food. Her cheeks slightly puffed up, and her cheeks moved as if she were a small hamster. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed that the man seemed to particularly like a certain dish. That dish was placed in front of him, and he had already eaten it all. Hua Mian licked her lips, hesitated for a moment, then reached out with her chopsticks. But in the next instant, her chopsticks met resistance and couldn't move forward. Hua Mian paused, surprised. Was this man so stingy? He wouldn't even let her eat the food. She looked up at him angrily. You're not qualified, Shen Hanjing interrupted her coldly. His indifferent eyes stared straight at her, as if warning her of the truth. Hua Mian felt a block in her heart. Eating dinner had turned into a show of arrogance. She was so angry she wanted to throw her rice at his head. Of course, she only thought about it. She didn't have the courage. Grinding her teeth, Hua Mian withdrew her chopsticks and picked up her food again. The more she ate, the more frustrated she felt, and her mood naturally sank. Shen Hanjing glanced at the woman across from him. Seeing her eyes slightly red, as if he had bullied her, his face darkened. He softly opened his lips and explained, Your strength is too weak. This is alien beast meat. Eating it can cause a berserk state. Hua Mian looked up instinctively at him, a hint of suspicion on her face. Could eating one piece of meat really cause a power surge? When did Blue Star have such creatures? Seeing her disbelief, Shen Hanjing's tone grew colder. If you don't eat the meat, you'll cry. Are you a 3-year-old? His words were full of sarcasm. Hua Mian felt a lump in her throat. Anger flickered in her eyes, and her hand unconsciously clenched her chopsticks. She grit her teeth and finally managed to say, I didn't cry. Seeing her angry expression, Shen Hanjing suddenly thought she looked just like a cat puffing up its fur. After lunch, Hua Mian went for a walk in the backyard. She noticed a large patch of yellow roses growing under the wall. The flowers were in full bloom, with layers of golden petals stretching proudly outward. She stepped forward, about to reach out and touch the flowers, when suddenly a slightly proud female voice came from behind her. Who are you? Why are you here? A girl in a bright red, puffy dress with a princess hairstyle and wearing at least 10-centimeter red patent leather high heels approached her with a stern look. Hua Mian saw her proud expression and replied calmly, I'm here to treat people. Her voice was steady and respectful. Huasi looked at the woman in dull gray sportswear, who had a delicate face and fair skin. Even without makeup, she looked more beautiful and charming than Huasiu after an hour of careful makeup. Huasiu's face darkened. When she heard the reply, she immediately gave a sneering look. "Are you a healing ability user?" Huamian nodded. Not wanting to argue, she stepped past her. Huasiu saw this and quickly stepped forward, blocking her way. Huamian felt annoyed. She looked up at her and asked, "Do you need something?" Huasiu was about 1.75 meters tall with a broad frame. Wearing 10-centimeter heels, she was about 20 centimeters taller than Huamian, looking very imposing. She looked down at Huamian with disdain and said proudly, "I warn you, stay away from Brother Shen. Someone like you, who's short, he wouldn't look at." Huamian immediately understood why she was angry. She was afraid she might steal her man. But hearing her call her short made Huamian very angry. Since she put on high heels, she was indeed taller than Huamian. Thinking of that stern face, she felt furious. Since arriving at the central base, she had been mistreated everywhere, all because of Shun. She looked at her with a small flame of anger in her eyes and said fiercely, "I'm not sick. Only someone crazy would want that man, right?" Huasiu was stunned for a moment after hearing this, then angrily asked, "What do you mean?" Huamian didn't bother to respond. She avoided her and headed toward the house. Huasiu felt insulted by her ignoring her and immediately grabbed her arm, then forcefully pulled her back. Unprepared, Huamian was suddenly yanked hard and staggered backward, almost falling. Just as she was about to hit the ground, an invisible barrier suddenly supported her, preventing her from falling. At the back door, footsteps sounded with a tap-tap noise. Huasiu turned her head and saw the visitor. Her fierce expression immediately softened, and she smiled sweetly. She jogged over and stopped about 2 meters away. "Brother Shen, how are you feeling? I heard you were sick yesterday, but my grandpa was too strict, so I couldn't come see you right away. You won't be mad at me, will you?" Huamian supported herself on an invisible barrier and stood up, glaring fiercely at the two people. "A face like a turkey with a coffin, just keep it that way, so it doesn't scare others." She looked away, avoided the two, and walked into the house as if she saw nothing. Seeing her act sensibly, Siyu felt even more disdainful, but kept a naive smile on her face. "Brother Shen, today I got a zombie crystal core and I brought it to give to you." After speaking, she took out a transparent crystal core from her space bracelet. She wanted to hand it to him, but hesitated, standing still and looking at him with hope. Shan Hanjing's eyes were cold, and his thin lips spoke icy words. "Get lost." "I don't want to repeat this for the third time." Siyu trembled slightly, looking at the deadly anger in Shan Hanjing's eyes. She felt that if she didn't listen, he might really hurt her. Thinking of something, a flash of fear crossed her eyes. She then ran past him toward the front yard. Shan Hanjing walked expressionlessly to the security booth in the front yard, his gaze icy as he looked at the two guards. "Haha, it's indeed someone trained by Huqingshan." As soon as he finished speaking, the two guards felt a huge pressure on their shoulders. Their legs involuntarily bent, cold sweat appeared on their foreheads, and they were pushed to the ground. "Go tell Huqingshan that his plans are too clever. Be careful not to lose everything by trying to steal a chicken and end up with nothing. Next time someone appears in front of me, let him come personally to collect the body." Siyu's face was grim as she entered the Hor family villa. She caught a glimpse of her mother, Su Main, tending to plants in the sunroom. She paused for a moment before walking over. As she stepped into the sunroom, she saw the scene inside and immediately frowned. "Mom, why are you planting vegetables again? The flower house is turned into a vegetable garden. I won't have flowers to enjoy anymore," she complained. Su Main was tending to vegetable seeds. Hearing her complaint, she turned to look at her. "Xiao Yu, if you like, I can leave a few pots just for you. I promise they'll bloom every day." After speaking, she walked to the rose plant, activated her special ability, and a faint green light appeared in her palm. The light wrapped around the rose branch. The branch quickly grew new shoots, and a bud formed at the tip. Finally, a bright red rose bloomed. Su Main carefully held the potted plant and brought it to her. Xiaoyu, do you like it? Huasiu looked at the lonely flower, pouting slightly, with no sign of happiness on her face. Seeing this, Su Main put down the pot, took her hand, and spoke anxiously. Xiaoyu, did someone bully you? Tell Mom, and I'll ask your brother to deal with it. Huasiu's eyes flickered slightly, and she said subconsciously, It's nothing serious. My brother is busy. Don't bother him over small things. Su Main frowned and disagreed. As your brother, he should help you with even small problems. Did he give you a cold look again? A dark shadow crossed Huasiu's eyes, and she said quietly, No. My brother treats me well. He's on a mission today, so he's not at the base. Su Main nodded. When Dad comes home tonight, I'll talk to him and ask him to stand up for you. Huasiu shook her head, looking sad. Mom, no one bullied me. It's just that Brother Shin doesn't want me to see him anymore. Su Main gently patted her head and said sincerely, Mr. Shin isn't a good match for you. Weren't you quite fond of Wenqi before? You two grew up together and your families are close. I think you should be with him. Huasiu's eyes flickered when she heard this. She used to like Wenqi a lot, but he always appeared gentle and kind to everyone. What she wanted was special treatment. Shun Hanjung was so powerful that even her grandfather had to step back a little. He also looked more attractive to her, and her grandfather seemed to support him. Just now in the living room, her grandfather even asked about him. If there's someone better, why settle for second best? Thinking about the woman she saw at the villa, Huasiu's eyes sparkled. Maybe she could be a breakthrough. She smiled sweetly and said, Mom, I heard that there's a healing ability user living with Brother Shin. Can you ask Dad to find out about her background? Please. She tugged at Su Main's arm, acting cute. Su Main was so clingy that she couldn't get rid of her. She reached out and gently brushed her finger against her nose. Okay, I'll tell your dad tonight. Huamian had slept a whole afternoon for beauty rest. When she woke up, it was getting dark outside. She walked to the window, pulled back the curtain and looked out. The wall lamp in the small courtyard was already on. Gurgle, gurgle. Huamian's stomach made a protest sound. Her hunger grew stronger, and she rubbed her belly with her hand. Knock, knock, knock. The door was gently knocked. Huamian raised her eyebrows slightly, walked over, and opened the door. She saw Aunt Lee standing outside. Miss Hua, dinner is ready. Please come to the dining room. Huamian pursed her lips, showing a little resistance. She wasn't sure if that woman had left. If she went over without thinking, she might annoy her. Thinking this, Huamian quickly told Aunt Lee she wasn't feeling well and asked her to bring the food to her room. Aunt Lee nodded with a calm expression and turned to leave. After a moment, footsteps sounded, da-da-da-da, and Huamian slightly opened the door. In the next second, a man with the surname Shen appeared in front of her. Huamian's heart tightened, and she secretly guessed his purpose. Could it be that the woman reported her? So this guy came to trouble her? But it had already been a whole afternoon. Waiting until after the autumn harvest to settle scores seemed too late. Shun Hanjung walked up to Huamian, his cold eyes scanning her from head to toe. Huamian felt a shiver all over her body under his gaze. Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes looked at him cautiously. Shun Hanjung was 1.96 meters tall, with a straight posture. Huamian, who was 1.65 meters, just reached his collarbone. She looked up at him, feeling a bit strained on her neck. Shun Hanjung looked down at her and said coldly and authoritatively, "Come to the dining room for dinner." Huamian instinctively responded within, "Oh," feeling strangely relieved. But then she felt a bit frustrated. Was she being too timid? After hearing her answer, Shun Hanjung looked at her again with a hint of disdain in his eyes, then turned and left. Huamian, seeing this, pouted and followed him angrily. Finally, she couldn't help but flip him the. Unexpectedly, that man seemed to have eyes on his back and suddenly turned around. Huamian was startled and quickly raised one hand, brushing aside her messy hair behind her ear. Then she showed a confused expression to the other person. Shun Hanjung's face was dark, and his tone was cold. He asked, "You don't want your hand anymore?" Huamian hurriedly hid both hands behind her back and forced a stiff smile. "Mr. Shun, don't joke. Let's go eat now." The other person looked at her deeply, said, "No, next time," and then walked toward the dining room. Hwamian sat at the table, chewing on an unknown piece of meat. The outside was crispy and fragrant, while the inside was tender and juicy. The more she chewed, the more delicious it became. Her delicate face was full of enjoyment. Hui Qingshan just entered the villa and saw Hwamian and Shen Hanjing sitting at the same table eating. A flash of surprise appeared in his eyes, but he quickly hid it and then walked over. When Hwamian saw him, she immediately stood up to greet him. "Director Hua, hello." Hui Qingshan looked at her steadily for a moment, a quick flash of complexity in his eyes, then showed a warm smile. "Xiao Mian, from now on, just call me Grandpa like Xiao Chen." No need to be so formal. Hwamian thought about her and Hua Xiaochen being in the same team. Calling him that did feel a bit distant. She changed her words. "Grandpa Hua." Hui Qingshan's face stiffened a little, but he quickly relaxed and said seriously, "Xiao Mian, we both have the surname Hua. I find that way of calling me a bit awkward. Just call me Grandpa from now on." Hwamian thought for a moment. It was a little strange, but since the old man had already suggested it, she didn't want to hurt his feelings. She replied, "Okay, Grandpa." As soon as she spoke, a strange feeling flashed in her heart, but since she had already called him that, she didn't dwell on it. Hui Qingshan smiled happily and pointed at a chair. "Sit down and eat. No need to stand there foolishly." He then sat beside Hwamian and turned to instruct, "Shaoli, bring me a bowl and chopsticks." After that, he looked at Hwamian again with a loving gaze. "Xiao Mian, are you used to living here? If not, I can arrange another place for you." Hwamian looked at Hui Qingshan and saw that he was calm, as if just making polite small talk. She wisely replied, "It's pretty good here." Sure enough, Hui Qingshan nodded and looked relieved. "That's good." Hwamian's smile remained unchanged, but she secretly complained inside. Does old master Hui not know that the person named Shen is hard to deal with? Hui Qingshan shifted his gaze to Shen Hanjing with a hint of suspicion and an apologetic tone. "Little Shen, I heard that Xiaoyu accidentally bumped into you today. She's young and naive. I apologize to you on her behalf." Hwamian was slightly stunned upon hearing this. So, that woman actually made Shen angry? She looked up at the man opposite her. He was calmly eating, with slight movements of his cheeks, but his face was expressionless. It seemed he noticed her gaze and looked directly at her. Hwamian met his eyes, instinctively lowered her gaze, and focused on the delicious food on the table. Shen Hanjing looked away with a blank expression and turned his head to Hui Qingshan. "I don't like clever people," he said with a warning in his eyes. Hui Qingshan's face suddenly stiffened. His hand holding the chopsticks paused slightly, then he said, "I understand. She won't come here again." Seeing old master would get the upper hand, Hwamian felt a strange sense of relief. Who does Shen think he is? He doesn't care about anyone's face. Hui Qingshan caught sight of Hwamian picking at some greens with her chopsticks. He frowned and said, "Xiao Mian, eat more meat. You're too thin. You need to supplement more." He learned from Zhongming last night that Hwamian's health was very poor when she was young, which caused her low blood sugar. Fortunately, she awakened a healing ability, which could help improve her health. That was of luck amid misfortune. Hwamian was momentarily stunned by his words, then smiled slightly. "Okay, I will eat more." After the meal, Hui Qingshan looked at Hwamian gently and said, "Xiao Mian, it's getting late. Go back to your room and rest." Hwamian saw that they seemed to have something to discuss, and she felt she might be in the way here. She nodded and replied, then stood up and headed to her room. Only Hui Qingshan and Shen Hanjing remained in the living room. The next morning, just as Hwamian swallowed the last bite of porridge, Zhongming and a guard suddenly came in from outside. He casually sat down beside Hwamian and said warmly, "Xiao Mian, you must have been bored staying here yesterday. Do you want to go to the hospital with me today? I'll introduce you to other healing ability users." Hwamian instinctively looked up at the man across the dining table. He was still calmly eating and didn't react to Ren Zhongming's words. She thought for a few seconds and then replied, "Okay." The man still showed no response. Hearing her answer, Ren Zhongming smiled slightly. He stood up, pulled over a guard standing nearby, and said, "Xiao Mian, this is the guard assigned to you by the base leader. His name is Li Yu," Hun Mian blurted out instinctively. "Carp?" Li Yu shyly smiled and explained when he saw her surprised expression. "Miss Hua, it's you as in abundance every year." Hun Mian stood up and gave him a friendly smile. "Li Yu, just call me Xiao Mian. I'll trouble you from now on." This was her bodyguard, so she needed to build a good relationship. Li Yu nodded and smiled at her. He had heard from other comrades that the guards of healing ability users didn't have an easy life, with many chores. He was initially worried, but after seeing Hun Mian, he thought she probably wasn't the type to cause trouble. Still, a small worry lingered in his mind. There were 15 guards around the base leader. He was only 21 this year and had recently been assigned to the leader, so he was still inexperienced and mainly ran errands. Following Hun Mian, a healing ability user, might be a good opportunity. Hun Mian kept a serious face as she followed Ren Zhongming, while Li Yu followed behind her. The hospital was crowded with patients. The atmosphere was heavy and oppressive, with everyone looking numb, serious, and sad. Ren Zhongming led her into a private ward. On the bed lay a girl with a delicate face. She looked pale, her cheeks sunken, and her body unnaturally thin. He explained, "Her name is Kai Shuya. Like you, she's a healing ability user. A few days ago, she overused her power to save someone, which caused her ability core to rupture. Her body functions are also gradually declining. Now, she can only survive by receiving nutrient injections." Hun Mian looked at her with sympathy, her face full of regret. It was so tragic. She realized she needed to learn a lesson. She couldn't overuse her abilities recklessly in the future. Seeing her frightened expression, Ren Zhongming's eyes flashed with satisfaction. Since he found out that Hun Mian was his cousin's child, he couldn't help but want to show her the care of an elder. He listened to Xiao Chen talk about Hun Mian saving Wen Qi and thought she was too emotional. That was not good, so he decided to change her. Now that his goal was achieved, he slowly spoke, "Xiao Mian, let's go. I will introduce you to the other 2 healing ability users." Hun Mian nodded and followed him out of the hospital room, with Li Yu walking behind them. They arrived at a meeting room where 2 young girls were sitting. Each girl had a guard standing behind her. Seeing Ren Zhongming, they immediately stood up and greeted him. "Dr. Ren, good morning." Ren Zhongming nodded and said, "This is Hun Mian. Like you, she has awakened a healing ability." He then pointed to the girl with deer-like eyes. "Xiao Mian, this is Zhou Yike, and next to her is Luing." Hun Mian looked at Luing. She was wearing a white dress, with a gentle smile on her face. Her sleepy eyes looked dreamy and mysterious, giving her a delicate and fragile look. The girls exchanged a few words. Hun Mian found Zhou Yike to be a cute girl, her personality matching her name. Luing was gentle and kind, a very good-natured girl. Suddenly, a nurse knocked on the door, sounding anxious. "Dr. Ren, the captain of the 8th Army's 2nd Battalion was injured by a zombie and has a serious wound. The other doctors can't handle it, so we ask you to perform surgery." Hearing this, Ren Zhongming quickly said, "Take me there." As he spoke, he headed toward the door, and their figures quickly disappeared from the meeting room. Li Yu looked a bit worried and said, "Xiao Mian, I want to go see him." Hun Mian was momentarily stunned. After regaining her composure, she was about to say goodbye to Zhou Yike and Luing. Luing rolled her eyes at her. "Everyone's gone. What are you pretending for? It's boring. Xiao Yan, let's go." Without waiting for Hun Mian to react, Luing turned and left. Zhou Yike saw Hun Mian looking stunned and chuckled softly, but quickly held back her laughter. "Big sister Hun Mian, don't take it to heart. Luing is just like that. She means no harm. Don't argue with her. I haven't even said much, and you've already said all the nice words." Suddenly, Li Yu spoke up. "You're 2 years older than Xiao Mian." As a former guard of the base leader, he knew quite a lot. He had also handled the data on healing ability users. When Zhou Yike heard this, her face immediately stiffened, and she spoke awkwardly. "Why yes, that's right. Sister Hun Mian, I have something to do, I'll go now." After saying this, she didn't greet her guards and walked straight out of the meeting room without looking back. Hun Mian looked at the empty meeting room, and then turned her gaze to Li Yu. "Let's go." We should check on Dr. Ren. Hua Mian and Liu left the meeting room and arrived outside the emergency room. They immediately saw a few soldiers pacing at the door, their eyes frequently looking inside. Liu, noticing someone he knew, stepped forward quickly. Wei Yueha, how is Captain Bai doing? Wei Yueha heard his name and instinctively turned around, looking surprised. Liu? What are you doing here? Liu didn't answer and asked seriously. What's going on? Captain Bai is a fire-type mutant with strong power. How did he get so badly hurt? Hearing this, Wei Yueha's eyes started to turn red, and his face was full of sadness. We encountered a second-stage zombie during a mission. We lost a few brothers before working together to kill it. Captain Bai was also badly injured and is in critical condition. Hua Mian's eyes twitched, and she couldn't help but clutch her clothes tightly. In such a short time, a second-stage zombie appeared. It's clear that humans will face even greater challenges to survive. Liu patted Wei Yueha's shoulder to comfort him. Don't worry, Captain Bai will be fine. Before the apocalypse, Liu was a soldier under Bai Yunxiao. After the world changed, he didn't awaken any special powers. The base leader's bodyguard was short of personnel, so Captain Bai recommended him to the higher-ups, and he was assigned to the base leader's side. At this moment, Ren Zhongming looked at the bleeding spleen with a furrowed brow. Bai Yunxiao's internal bleeding was severe, and his spleen was shattered. Surgery was necessary to remove it. However, he was bleeding heavily, and the hospital's blood bank was empty. If he couldn't stop the bleeding quickly, he might die. The situation was urgent. Only healing powers could help him stop the bleeding fast. Thinking of this, Ren Zhongming looked up quickly, about to order someone to call Hua Mian. His eyes caught her standing just outside the emergency room. He was pleased and quickly asked his assistant to take over his work, then jogged to the door. As soon as the emergency room door opened, several soldiers rushed in. He quickly said, Xiao Mian, the patient inside, needs your help to stop the bleeding. The others immediately made way for her. Hao Mian instinctively replied, Okay. After saying that, she lifted her leg and followed Ren Zhongming into the emergency room under the watchful eyes of the soldiers. As soon as she stepped inside, a strong smell of blood hit her face. Hao Mian walked to the side of the operating table, looked down, and saw the patient's internal organs. Her pupils suddenly dilated, and her face turned pale. Ren Zhongming's voice sounded beside her. Xiao Mian, send your power here. He held a scalpel and pointed to a spot. Hao Mian suppressed her discomfort and activated her special ability. She placed her hand above the wound, and a gentle white light covered the bleeding area. The broken spleen also began to heal slowly. In less than a minute, Ren Zhongming's voice came from nearby. Xiao Mian, it's okay now. You can go out and rest. I will finish cleaning up and sew the wound. Hao Mian heard this, withdrew her power, and stepped out of the emergency room. Outside, Wei Yueha saw her come out and asked anxiously, How is our squad leader? Hao Mian's face was pale. She softly said, He is out of danger. Dr. Ren is stitching his wound. The soldiers sighed in relief. Liu saw Hao Mian's poor complexion and thought she had used too much of her power. He quickly said, Xiao Mian, sit on the chair for a while. Hao Mian nodded and slowly walked to the chair against the wall to sit down. Liu kindly handed her a bottle of water. Xiao Mian, have some water. Hao Mian waved her hand to refuse. 10 minutes later, Ren Zhongming came out of the emergency room looking tired. A few soldiers hurried over to ask about the patient's condition. Ren Zhongming simply said, It's fine now, then walked over to Hao Mian. He looked relieved and said, Xiao Mian, this time it was thanks to you. Otherwise, Bai Yunxiao wouldn't have made it. Ren Zhongming didn't expect Hao Mian's healing ability to be much stronger than others. He admired her greatly and wished he could exchange his water-based powers with her. Strangely enough, her healing ability only awakened in women, but no one knows why. Hua Mian waved his hand and humbly said, Dr. Ren, your contributions are also very important. Let's not praise each other. Ren Zhongming paused for a moment, then smiled and said, Yes, you're right. He adjusted his glasses and continued, I have to see patients later. Do you want to stay at the hospital or go back to the villa? Hua Mian frowned slightly. Right now, She didn't want to stay at the hospital or go back to the villa. I want to go somewhere else to look around. Renzoming thought for a moment and said, there's a shopping street near the hospital. The shops there have already opened. Let Liu take you. Huamion's eyes lit up. Great. Then Liu and I will go first, Renzoming reminded her. Don't play outside for too long. Remember to come back to the villa for lunch. Huamion nodded happily. Got it. As soon as she finished speaking, she and Liu headed out of the hospital. While walking, she asked, Liu, I want to buy some things, but I don't have any contribution points. Do you know how to earn them? She had heard Chao Kong mention before that the old currency was invalid and contribution points were needed to exchange for supplies. Since she entered the base, she hadn't had a chance to register her identity and was instead taken to see someone named Shen for treatment. She knew nothing about how the base operated. Liu paused, as if remembering something, then quickly took a card from his small bag and handed it to Huamion. This is the identity card the base leader arranged for you yesterday. It has contribution points stored on it, and you can use it directly to pay. Huamion took the card, looked it over, and saw that it was printed with Central Survivor Base. The name on it was Huamion. Liu thought for a moment and then explained more about the base. After the apocalypse, all shop operations are controlled by the base. Payments are made with this identity card. Survivors can follow the arrangements of the employment department, work on base construction, go out with special ability teams to gather supplies, take on rescue missions, or go out to eliminate zombies. These tasks can earn contribution points. The central base has already taken shape, but is still expanding. Soon, the entire city will be part of the base's territory. Huamion nodded slightly and asked, Can I treat people privately in exchange for contribution points? Liu hesitated when he heard her question, looking conflicted. Technically, it's possible, but healing abilities are usually managed by the base to treat injured people. After that, they don't have extra energy to treat others. Huamion's eyes flickered slightly, and she nodded. Her ability should be a bit stronger than others. Otherwise, Mr. Shen wouldn't have kept her to treat him. The two of them arrived at the hospital parking lot. After Huamion fastened her seatbelt, Liu drove away from the hospital. 5 minutes later, Huamion and Liu walked along the busy shopping street. People hurried past, many with bloodstains on their clothes from fighting zombies. Clearly, these people had just returned from outside, handed over their supplies, and exchanged or converted them into contribution points. Only a few well-dressed people leisurely strolled and shopped. In early May, the warm sunshine was shining on them, and the temperature was rising. Huamion wore a long hoodie and felt a bit hot. She needed to exchange some summer clothes. Thinking this, she looked at nearby shops with her peach blossom eyes and then entered a women's clothing store. Inside, a friendly salesgirl greeted her warmly. Hello, miss. All the clothes in our store are new styles collected yesterday by the ability users from outside. We have casual and trendy options. What style do you like? Huamion looked at the colorful clothes and saw they were all summer new arrivals. She calmly said, simple is fine. The salesgirl nodded. Okay, please wait a moment. After that, she walked past some shelves, carrying a few simple outfits and dresses to Huamion. With your figure and looks, it would be a shame not to wear a dress. The weather is getting warmer. Why don't you try on a dress first? Huamion thought for a moment, then reached out and took the black fitted dress from the salesgirl. This dress only comes in one size, and I think it fits your figure perfectly. It will look great on you. Huamion stood in front of the fitting mirror, holding the dress to compare her size. Just as she was about to speak, a female voice suddenly came from behind. I'll take the dress she's holding. Pack it for me. Huamion turned to look and saw it was the woman she met yesterday in the backyard of the villa. Huasiu wore a white, fluffy dress and high-heeled shoes, walking confidently toward Huamion with a click-clack sound. The waiter looked at Huasiu with a polite smile. This dress comes in other sizes. I can bring you a different one. Huasiu refused directly. I don't want another size. I only want the one she's holding. The waiter froze in place, looking uncomfortable. Huamion heard this and immediately understood that the other person was targeting her. Thinking of something, her eyes sparkled, and she walked over with a small dress in hand. Huamion looked her up and down, then at the dress, and finally fixed her gaze on her again, with a clear meaning in her eyes. She asked with some doubt, "Are you sure?" Seeing her actions, Hwasiyu felt instantly insulted. She was about to say, "It's none of your business," but Hwamion spoke first. "With your build, aren't you afraid you'll tear the dress?" Her words hit like a heavy hammer, making Hwasiyu lose her composure and anger flare up instantly. Hwasiyu hated being called bulky more than anything. Among women, she was quite large, which made her feel insecure about her figure. Hwamion's words touched her sore spot. In the next moment, Hwasiyu formed a water arrow in her hand and shot it fiercely at Hwamion. Liu quickly pushed Hwamion aside to avoid the water arrow. The arrow shot straight back, piercing into clothes on a rack and pinning into the wall. Seeing this, Liu immediately stepped forward, shielding Hwamion behind him. "Miss Hwasiyu, Hwamion is a healing ability user brought here by the base leader to treat Mr. Shin. I will report your behavior to the base leader." Hwasiyu sneered, "Are you threatening me?" After saying that, she showed a contemptuous smile. The base isn't only home to her healing ability. "I want to hurt her." Her eyes flashed with a sinister look as she quickly formed another water arrow and aimed it at Hwamion's face. Hwamion pushed Liu away, bent down to dodge the water arrow, and casually grabbed a nearby clothes steamer, swinging it forcefully at Hwasiyu. The steam from the steamer burned her face, causing her to scream painfully. She covered her face with one hand, glaring fiercely at Hwamion, then prepared to form another water arrow in her hand. Seeing the situation escalate, Liu quickly stepped forward, kicked Hwasiyu to the ground, and then subdued her. "Liu, let me go. I want her to die." Hwamion's delicate face was tense, with anger in her eyes. She walked up to him and raised her hand forcefully. A slap sounded, and Hwamion rubbed her tender hand, feeling the sting from the slap.
Ah.
"How dare you hit me? I will kill you." Hwasiyu's face twisted with rage as she tried to rush over and fight Hwamion, but Liu held her back, glaring fiercely and threatening her with harsh words. Smack. Hwamion slapped her 2 more times, her tone cold. "You're the one I'm hitting." Liu held Hwasiyu's arms behind her back, looking at Hwamion with some surprise. Hwamion looked gentle and soft, but when she fought, she was ruthless. He had thought she would just hide and cry if trouble came. He had judged her wrongly. At this moment, a patrol team suddenly entered the shop, standing beside the shop assistant. Hwasiyu saw the patrol team and arrogantly ordered, "Let Liu go now." The patrol members hesitated. One was a guard for the base leader, and the other was the daughter of the base leader. They were caught in a dilemma. Just as they were about to persuade Liu to release her, Liu spoke first. "This matter should be handled by the base leader. Please send someone to inform the base leader. We will wait at the station." The patrol nodded and sent someone to notify Hu Qingshan. After speaking, Liu turned his head to the shop assistant diagonally opposite and said firmly, "The damage to the shop will be charged to Miss Hwasiyu." Hwasiyu breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. When she heard Liu wanted to find her grandfather, her face stiffened, but then she remembered her grandfather had been showing her some concern lately, and her tense heart eased. She arrogantly said, "Liu, let me go." "I will go with you." Liu looked at her, seeming to judge whether her words were true. Seeing he didn't loosen his grip, she threatened directly, "Let me go now, or I'll have my grandfather deal with you." Seeing her still so arrogant, Liu decided to release her and took her to the station. In the base leader's office, Hu Qingshan was holding a meeting with some old friends. A guard stepped forward and whispered a few words into his ear. Hu Qingshan frowned and looked at everyone. He ordered, "Everyone must follow the plan. Ensure the survivors' basic needs are met, and weapons should be gathered quickly." After speaking, he turned and left the office. 10 minutes later, Hu Qingshan arrived at the commercial street checkpoint. His sharp eyes swept over the crowd and saw Hwamion with a tense face and a blank expression. The two faces in his mind, and in reality, began to overlap. His thoughts drifted back as if he were reliving the past. Hwasiyu saw Hu Qingshan, broke free from Liu's hold, ran up, and clung to his arm, tearfully complaining. "Grandpa, please help me. Hwamion wants to ruin my face." Look at how she hurt me. Please have someone arrest her. Hu Qingshan heard her and snapped out of his thoughts, his eyes sharp as he looked at Li Yu. What's going on? Li Yu quickly explained everything that happened in the shop. Hu Qingshan listened, his expression slightly surprised. He turned his gaze to Huamian, who looked calm and composed, her face showing clearly that she believed she was in the right. Seeing Huamian so confident, a faint smile appeared in Hu Qingshan's eyes. She was his granddaughter, naturally strong-willed. He had thought Huamian was a pushover before, but she turned out to be quite surprising. Huasiu saw that Hu Qingshan didn't seem angry at Huamian and felt a bit disappointed. She couldn't help but stir trouble again. Grandpa, Huamian knows I'm from the Hu family, yet she beat me like this. She clearly doesn't respect our family. You should send her to the construction corps. She then showed her swollen face to Hu Qingshan, trying to make him see her injuries clearly and punish Huamian severely. Hu Qingshan's face darkened instantly when he heard this. He suddenly shook off Huasiu's hand that was holding his arm. His cold gaze fixed on her, his face grim. The construction corps was responsible for building the base's walls. Due to the heavy workload, most of the work was done by men. After the apocalypse, prisons were abolished. If someone caused trouble in the base, they were directly sent to help build the walls. Her suggestion for punishment was quite harsh. Huasiu saw Hu Qingshan staring at her with a cold expression, thinking she had hit a nerve and hurt his pride, which made him angry. She secretly felt happy inside, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Huasiu originally planned to provoke Huamian with words, hoping to make her angry and maybe even attack her. Then she could pretend to be the victim and run to Shenhanjing to cry. But she didn't expect that she would instead anger Huamian, who would attack first. Fortunately, the situation still followed her plan, and her injuries wouldn't be in vain. Hu Qingshan's involvement would only make things worse and make her look more like a victim. Hu Qingshan looked at Huasiu with cold eyes. He never liked this adopted granddaughter. Huasiu has always been clever and sneaky, but also foolish and mean. When she was young, she fought for attention with Xiao Chun, using many bad tricks. She forced Xiao Chun, who was lively and cheerful, to become more dull. Moreover, her second daughter only listened to her wife, so Huasiu was spoiled and unruly. Hu Qingshan's face was full of anger. He shouted loudly, "Huasiu, your parents spoil you so much that you forget your place?" He pointed at 2 guards and ordered, "Take her back home, and tell her second uncle to keep her in check. Don't let her go out without permission." He had once hoped she could win Shan Hanjing's heart. Now he realized his foolishness. He must have been kicked by a donkey to think that way. Shan Hanjing, the mighty war god of the empire, was very proud. He had seen many beautiful women, but he wouldn't look at someone from Blue Star. He was both foolish and mean. Who would like that? As soon as Hu Qingshan finished speaking, the 2 guards came to Huasiu. One said, "Miss Hu, please come with us." Huasiu was shocked that Hu Qingshan was angry at her. She froze in fear. Only when the guards came to remind her did she snap out of it, her face turning pale instantly. This was the first time Hu Qingshan mentioned her identity. To her, the word identity was like a thorn stuck in her throat. Touch it, and it hurt. Her eyes were full of fear and panic. She wobbled as she left with the 2 guards. Huamian saw this and remained calm, as if everything was expected. Hu Qingshan stepped in front of her, speaking kindly. "Xiao Mian, are you hurt?" Huamian shook her head and said calmly, "Grandpa Hua, I'm fine." Upon hearing this title, Hu Qingshan's eyebrows slightly furrowed, and he cursed Hu Zhongsu silently in his mind. He thought, he can't even teach a child properly, spoiling her until she acts out. Now, this little girl blames me for everything. Although he felt annoyed inside, he kept a warm smile on his face. "Little Mian, I apologize on behalf of Huasiu. Please don't blame her for her mistakes. I would be so wrong. I still like hearing you call me Grandpa. If it weren't for concerns about the second wife and the short time he had spent with little Mian, he would have already acknowledged his granddaughter. He was just trying to build a better relationship with her, so she wouldn't resist them so much later. Otherwise, he would have already recognized her as his granddaughter. When Hu Qingshan spoke frankly, little Mion's face suddenly looked uncomfortable.
She did feel a bit angry at times.
Now that she thought about it, Hu Qingshan hadn't done anything wrong, and her reaction seemed a little petty. Thinking this, she quickly smiled and said, "Grandpa, I'm not angry." Hu Qingshan smiled happily. Good, good, good. Little Mion is so understanding. Remembering there were still many things to do, he suggested, "Little Mion, do you want to go to the office with Grandpa? We'll have lunch there and not go back to Xiaoshen's place." Little Mion's eyes lit up immediately and she nodded. Okay. She really didn't want to stay under the same roof as that man. It felt too suffocating. The car moved smoothly along the street, with Hu Mion and Hu Qingshan sitting in the back seat. Suddenly, Hu Qingshan spoke. "Little Mion, Hu Siyu was adopted from an orphanage by our family. After my granddaughter Yu was lost, Xiao Chen's mother developed post-traumatic stress disorder. Xiao Chen's father took her to adopt Yu from the orphanage to help her recover. Her condition gradually improved after that." Hearing this, little Mion paused slightly, pursed her lips, unsure of what to say. Seeing her silence, Hu Qingshan continued, "Little Mion, please don't distance yourself from Grandpa because of Hu Siyu. If something makes you unhappy, tell Grandpa. I will help you solve it." A strange feeling flickered in little Mion's heart, but she didn't show it. She casually replied, "Grandpa, I won't distance myself from you because of her." Hu Qingshan nodded happily and laughed heartily. "I knew it, little Mion. You're such a good girl." Hearing this, little Mion forced a stiff smile. At noon, Ren Zhongming entered Shen Hanjing's villa and immediately saw him sitting alone in the living room, fiddling with a metal piece. He looked around with a hint of confusion in his eyes. "Mr. Shen, has Xiao Mian not come back?" Hearing this, Shen Hanjing paused his work briefly, then continued as if nothing happened. Seeing his indifferent attitude, Ren Zhongming walked over to the dining room. "Aunt Li, has Xiao Mian returned yet?" Aunt Li shook her head. "Miss Hu left with you this morning and hasn't come back since." Ren Zhongming frowned slightly and muttered, "I told Xiao Mian to come home for lunch." She agreed, but it's already this late, and she still hasn't returned. Maybe she's eating out. Shen Hanzhen glanced at his wristband. It was 12:30. His brow unconsciously furrowed, then relaxed quickly. He put down his materials and slowly got up to go to the dining room, beginning to eat leisurely. Seeing this, Ren Zhongming thought that with Liu watching over Hu Mian, nothing serious should happen. He pulled out a chair and sat down, then side-eyed and ordered, "Aunt Li, prepare a set of bowls and chopsticks for me." Afterward, he shook his arm and said, "I did several surgeries this morning. I'm exhausted." Luckily, Xiao Mian helped out, or there could have been serious trouble today. Noticing Shen Hanjing calmly eating across from him, he turned to Aunt Li and added, "Aunt Li, remember to prepare some dishes for Xiao Mian. She might come back soon." Aunt Li nodded. "Okay, I understand." On the highway from City C to Kyoto, a military off-road vehicle was speeding along. Inside, the members of the Swift Shadow team looked tired and disheveled. This time, they went to a secret base to gather weapons and encountered a second-level zombie. Because their strength was 2 levels lower and they were in a weapons warehouse, many powerful firearms couldn't be used. The team was chased and forced to flee in a panic. At a critical moment, Hua Xiaochen released an off-road vehicle from his space, and everyone hurried inside, catching their breath. Faced with the crazy attack of the second-level zombie, Hua Xiaochen quickly decided to take action. He used several zombie crystal cores to absorb energy, successfully breaking through to level 1. With the team's years of teamwork, they narrowly managed to defeat the second-level zombie and collected all the weapons. Everyone has many wounds, but luckily they are all mutants immune to the zombie virus, so they don't need to worry about turning into zombies. Otherwise, the whole team would have been wiped out. Although they completed the mission, the team's mood was heavy. Wen Qi had a scar across his face. His usually gentle and refined face looked especially fierce now. He sat silently, staring blankly out the car window. Hua Xiaochen saw this from the rearview mirror and felt uncomfortable. He thought that scar on Wen Qi's face was probably caused to protect him. After his abilities improved, Wen Qi's strength and speed increased. To deliver a fatal, Wang Rui volunteered to be bait, drawing the zombies' attention. Hu Xiaochen and others took the chance to attack from behind the zombies. At that moment, the zombies suddenly turned around. Wen Qi stepped in front of him to block, giving Hu Xiaochen the chance to stab the zombie's head with a long knife. Seeing Wen Qi like this, Hu Xiaochen's eyes showed a hint of helplessness. The poor pride of a young man was at play. Hu Mian spent the whole afternoon at the base office building. In the evening, she followed Hu Qingshan back to Shun Hanjing's villa. They walked in happily, chatting and laughing. Hu Qingshan's voice was full of undisguised happiness. "Xiao Mian, come work with me at the office tomorrow. With your skills, you'd make a great secretary." Hu Qingshan was very pleased. In the afternoon, he saw Hu Mian sitting bored on the sofa, so he asked her to help organize some documents. Unexpectedly, Hu Mian neatly categorized all kinds of materials. Before the apocalypse, this wouldn't have been a big deal, but after, there was a serious shortage of manpower and many tasks couldn't be done. He had been worried about organizing data. Now, he had found a capable helper, someone he trusted, and they could also build a closer relationship. What a good deal. Hu Mian instinctively replied, "Sure. I'll get up early tomorrow. Remember to send someone to pick me up." Hu Qingshan's face was full of a smile. Just as he was about to nod, he suddenly found himself unable to do so. He looked in surprise toward Shun Hanjing in the living room with a puzzled expression. Shun Hanjing sat expressionlessly on the sofa, his eyes like two sharp blades, staring straight at him. Hu Qingshan's body suddenly stiffened, as if he suddenly remembered something. He quickly turned to look at Hu Mian and said anxiously, "Xiao Mian, I almost forgot. You have to treat Xiao Shen tomorrow, so you don't need to go now. Rest at home. I have other things to handle, so I need to leave first." After speaking, he waved to Hu Mian, turned around quickly, and hurried out of the villa. He couldn't stay. He was worried Shen Hanjing might blame Lan Xing. Who knew if the alien Shen Hanjing had advanced weapons? If he angered him, Lan Xing could be in big trouble. Moreover, the people of Lan Xing were counting on him to help. Right now, Hu Mian was Shen Hanjing's lifesaver, as she was the one treating his mental strength. He definitely wouldn't hurt her. Hu Mian, prompted by Hu Qingshan, also remembered the treatment. She looked a bit embarrassed, but it only lasted a moment before disappearing. Hu Mian stepped forward to Shen Hanjing, speaking cautiously. "Mr. Shen, can we schedule the treatment for tonight? I have something to do during the day." Shen Hanjing looked expressionless and coldly interrupted her. Hu Mian clenched her teeth, her eyes showing a hint of restraint. His way of doing things was too authoritarian. Feeling frustrated, she crossed past him and headed toward her room. 30 minutes later, Hu Mian came out of the bathroom, holding a towel to dry her hair. She then searched through her belongings but couldn't find a hairdryer. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Hu Mian quickly walked over and opened it. A gentle voice said, "Miss Hu, dinner is ready. Please come to the dining room." Hu Mian nodded. "Yes, I'll be right there." After saying that, she put the towel back in her room, slipped on her slippers, and headed to the living room. Shun Hanjing sat expressionlessly at the dining table, holding a tall glass of water and taking a sip gracefully and calmly. Hearing the sound of footsteps, he turned his head and looked for a few seconds before casually looking away. Hu Mian entered the dining room. The aroma of food was tempting, and her eyes scanned the delicious dishes on the table. Squirrel mandarin fish, San Xian, 3 fresh vegetables, braised lion's head, and several unknown dishes, all making her hungry. She quickly sat down, picked up her chopsticks, and reached for the nearest squirrel mandarin fish. In the next moment, her chopsticks encountered resistance. She looked at the man in confusion. Shun Hanjing's indifferent gaze swept over her water-drenched hair. His thin lips slightly parted and said, "Your appearance is messy. Dry your hair before eating." Hu Mian clenched her teeth and said with a hint of complaint, "There is no hairdryer in my room." If she hadn't moved here to live, she wouldn't need to lower her standard of living. Shun Hanjing frowned slightly, casually waved his hand, and a hairdryer immediately floated in front of her. Hu Mian was momentarily stunned. Her eyes fell on the black hairdryer. She blinked instinctively, then reached out to take it. She stood up quickly, walked to the living room, plugged it in, and started drying her hair. Shan Hanjing turned his head to look and saw that she still had a purple bruise on her wrist. A faint dark light flickered in his eyes. After drying her hair, Hua Mian sat down at the dining table. Seeing that the man hadn't started eating, she pursed her lips and was about to speak. Suddenly, the man interrupted her. "Are you not treating the bruise on your wrist? Do you want me to feel guilty?" His tone was sarcastic. Hua Mian was stunned for a moment. She glanced at the purple bruise on her wrist and stiffly forced a cute smile. "Mr. Shun, you misunderstood. I want to keep my abilities to help you heal." She was deliberately doing this, afraid that she might upset him again. When that happened, she would show him the scar, hoping he would let her go. Shun Hanjing snorted softly, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his lips, with a look on his face that said, "Do you think I'm an idiot?" Seeing this, Hua Mian slowly activated her abilities, swirling around her wrist. Soon, the fierce purple mark gradually disappeared, and her skin returned to normal white. Shun Hanjin calmly withdrew his gaze, picked up his chopsticks, and started eating quietly. Hua Mian glanced at the man opposite her. Seeing that he didn't say anything further, she picked up her chopsticks and took a piece of fish into her mouth. The squirrel mandarin fish had a crispy skin, tender and smooth fish meat, and a sweet and sour sauce that made her mouth water. It seemed that Aunt Lee's cooking had improved a lot. Today at noon, she had lunch in the office building, a standard fast food box meal. The taste was nowhere near as good. For a moment, the sound of porcelain plates and bamboo chopsticks clinking filled the dining room. Before nightfall, the Shadow team finally arrived at the central base. The first thing everyone did when they returned to the villa was to take a hot shower and wash away the dirt and bad smell on their bodies. Hao Xiaochen just finished drying Bai Ningrong's hair when Zhang Ma suddenly entered the villa, looking worried. "Xiao Chun, the master wants to see you. He asks you to come home now." Seeing Zhang Ma's worried face, Hao Xiaochen thought for a moment and asked, "What happened today?" Zhang Ma's face looked stiff as she slowly said, "This morning, Xiao Yu's face was swollen, and the old master sent someone to bring her back to the old house. He also said that the master should take good care of Xiao Yu and not let her go out recently." Hao Xiaochen's eyes showed a hint of dislike. He seemed to think of something, and his expression softened. He said in a deep voice, "Got it. I'll go back soon." Zhang Ma nodded. "Okay, I will tell the master." Hao Xiaochen responded with an and then turned to Wen Qi, speaking calmly. "Wen Qi, it's getting late today. We'll go find Xiao Mian tomorrow and ask her to help treat your face." Wen Qi sat on the sofa, looked up at him, and said calmly, "Okay." Bai Ningrong tugged at Hao Xiaochen's sleeve, and he looked at her. "Xiao Chun, I want to go home. When I came back last time, I just happened to meet my brother going on a mission. He should be back now." Hao Xiaochen thought for 2 seconds and nodded. "All right, let's go. I'll take you back." Bai Ningrong nodded, and the two of them headed toward the door. Hao Zhongshu sat at his desk in the study, focused on reviewing business operation documents. The door suddenly creaked open. He paused his work and looked up instinctively. Seeing Hao Xiaochen come in from outside, Hao Zhongshu put down his pen, stood up, and sat down by the coffee table. "Xiao Chun, sit down. I have something to discuss with you." Hao Xiaochen sat calmly opposite him. Hao Zhongshu poured 2 cups of tea, handed one to his son, and took a sip himself. After a moment of thought, he spoke. "Today, Xiao Yu came back with a swollen face. She said it was your teammate, Hao Mian, who did it. And your grandfather, out of consideration for your reputation, chose to let her suffer." Seeing that Hao Xiaochen showed no reaction, he continued, "Xiao Yu's been crying all day, which has made your mother quite upset. Tomorrow, you should remove Hao Mian from the team. Don't let an outsider cause the family to be unhappy." Hao Xiaochen heard this and sneered. "You're wrong. If we're talking about relationships, then it's actually Hua Siyu who is the real outsider." Hua Zhongshu frowned slightly. "I know you don't like Xiao Yu, but you can't just—" "Dad, have you ever met Hua Mian?" Hao Xiaochen suddenly interrupted him. Hua Zhongshu was caught off guard and couldn't pretend to be serious anymore. He simply said, "Why would I meet her? Recently, the major shopping malls at the base have started operating. Your eldest uncle is far away at the western base. I've been busy all over the place. I don't have time to care about unrelated people. After saying that, he looked at Hao Xiaochen with some annoyance. Why are you bringing this up? Hao Xiaochen didn't say more. He took a document from his space and handed it to him. Hua Zhongshu suspiciously reached out to take it. When he saw the words, paternity test, his heart suddenly sped up. He had seen this document many times before, but each time the result was disappointing. Hua Zhongshu looked up at Hao Xiaochen, noticing his confident expression. A strange feeling arose in his mind. He looked away and focused on the document again. His hands trembled as he flipped to the last page, staring intently at the words. The genetic similarity index is 99.999%. Supporting that Hua Zhongshu is the biological father of Hua Mian. There were also 4 large red characters stamped and signed, confirmed as biological. His heart pounded faster, and his fingers, gripping the report, turned white. He stared fixedly at Hao Xiaochen, a hint of eagerness on his face. Xiaochen, is this real? His voice was urgent, as if he desperately needed an answer. Hao Xiaochen nodded calmly. Yes, Grandpa knows about this too. Hua Zhongshu suddenly stood up and then burst out laughing.
Ha ha ha.
Your grandpa was right. I really am a fool. As he spoke, a thin mist seemed to cover his eyes. Suddenly remembering something, he muttered in frustration, Xiaochen, why didn't you tell me about this earlier? Today, a new batch of supplies arrived. I want to keep some for her. Take me to see her quickly. He quickly stood up, urging Hao Xiaochen to leave together. Seeing his emotional state, Hao Xiaochen spoke softly. What are your plans for Huasiu? Hua Zhongshu suddenly froze, and the excitement on his face gradually calmed down. He was silent for a moment and then said, Your mom's mental state isn't very stable. I'll see what she says first and then decide. Su Mein was cutting watermelon in the living room. She caught sight of Huasiu walking over, looking distracted. She put down the knife and stepped forward. Xiuyu, where are your dad and brother? Why haven't they come over? I've already cut the watermelon, but she didn't get any response from Huasiu. Su Mein held her hand and spoke with a hint of impatience. Xiuyu, is it because your brother disagrees? Fine, I'll ask him what he really thinks. How can he protect outsiders and not help his own sister? After saying that, she let go of Huasiu's hand and was about to ask Hua Xiaochen. Huasiu, hearing this, snapped out of her daze and quickly grabbed her arm, looking a little panicked. Mom, my brother has already agreed. Please don't bring it up again. Don't argue with me or him. I hope our family can live happily together. She then smiled and swung Su Mein's arm, acting cute. Mom, just promise me, okay? Don't ask about this anymore. Su Mein shook her head with a smile. You really are a little troublemaker. Fine, I promise you. Huasiu suddenly asked, Mom, am I your favorite daughter? Su Mein paused for a moment, then reached out to gently tousle her hair. Xiuyu, you will always be my favorite daughter. Huasiu's expression stiffened slightly, then she showed a pure, innocent smile. I knew it. I've always been your favorite. The next morning, Hua Mian swallowed her egg pancake and casually picked up the corn juice on the table, taking a sip. She looked at the man across from her with beautiful, charming eyes, hesitant to speak. He was wiping his mouth with a napkin and seemed to notice her gaze. He looked over. What's the matter, Mr. Shen? Can we start the treatment now? Shen Hanjing heard this, saw her hopeful eyes, and thought for a moment before replying. Come with me. After saying that, he stood up and headed toward the room. Hua Mian followed him silently, feeling a bit overwhelmed. She couldn't help but think to herself that the treatment was taking so long and was so particular. The door opened, and Hua Mian stepped into the room behind him. This was her second time in this room, but she still felt a heavy pressure. A man is wearing a black long-sleeve shirt with the hem tucked into black casual pants. His broad shoulders and narrow waist create a strong inverted triangle shape, full of power yet elegant. However, in Hua Mian's eyes, his outfit looks stiff and dull. Lost in thought, the man is already lying on the large black bed, eyes closed and expression calm. Hua Mian moves a chair from the corner and sits down. She hesitates for a moment and reminds him, later, Don't control my abilities. At least leave me some. The man appears to be asleep and doesn't respond at all. Hwamion feels annoyed and glares at him. She slowly reaches out and moves closer to his head, then focuses on activating her ability. White light begins to seep from her palm, quickly absorbed by the man. After nearly a minute of using her ability, Hwamion feels that about 2/3 of her power remains. She tries to stop, and her ability becomes more controlled. Feeling more confident, she continues, holding on for almost 2 more minutes until only 1/5 of her power is left. She hurriedly stops, no longer sending energy. Seeing that the man still looks lifeless, she pouts and turns to leave the room. The door closes with a click. Shun Hanjing slowly opens his narrow, phoenix-shaped eyes, then turns on his side, propping his head with his hand, staring thoughtfully at the door, lost in his own thoughts. Hwamion walks to the living room when suddenly she hears a car outside. Curious, she walks to the door and opens the villa's main door. She immediately sees Xiaochen and a middle-aged man who looks similar to him getting out of the car. Hwamion looks at them, guessing that the middle-aged man might be her father. Her face quickly turns a bit grim. Just yesterday, she slapped Hwasiyu several times. Could it be that the older one has come to teach her a lesson? Thinking this, she is about to turn away. Xiaochen notices her and calls out, "Xiaomian, wait." Hwamion immediately feels uneasy. She forces a smile and asks, "Captain, is there something you need?" The two walk over to her. Hua Zhongxu stares at her with a dazed look. Seeing Hwamion's face, a memory of his mother chasing him with a feather duster flashes through his mind. Hua Xiaochen gently explains, "This is my dad. He came to apologize to you about what happened with Xiaoyu yesterday." Hwamion is slightly stunned, a hint of surprise flickering in her eyes. It turns out she wasn't here to scold herself. She felt relieved, and her smile became more genuine. She politely said, "The past is over. You don't need to act like that. They are who they are, and Hwasiyu is Hwasiyu." She wouldn't randomly take out her anger on others. Moreover, she didn't suffer any loss yesterday. If Hwasiyu comes to cause trouble again, she will definitely be more fierce than before because she remembers grudges. Hua Zhongxiu showed a kind smile. "Xiaomian, I'm sorry about what happened yesterday. I promise to watch over Siyu in the future, so she won't bother you again." After learning what happened last night, he was disappointed with Hwasiyu's bad behavior and kept her at home. Xiaomian nodded. Her attitude was not very warm but not too cold either. Hua Zhongxiu softly asked, "Xiaomian, are you used to living here? If not, you can move back to Xiao Chen's place. They have a bigger team, and it's livelier." Seeing Hua Zhongxiu's enthusiastic face, Xiaomian felt a bit confused. Thinking of something, her eyes blinked lightly, and she asked, following his words, "Can I really live there?" Hua Zhongxiu and his son looked a little uncomfortable when they heard this. Xiaomian's eyes flickered slightly. She smiled and added, "Just kidding. This place is fine. Besides facing a cold person all day, the food and living conditions are pretty good. Last night, after old Master He went back, he probably thought it was not appropriate to leave her alone to face Mr. Shin, so he ordered Liu to bring some clothes, furniture, and other daily necessities. When these items were placed in the room, the whole house looked very luxurious. Yesterday, she deliberately slapped Hwasiyu to test the attitude of the Hor family, and it was not surprising that it turned out this way. Whether because of Mr. Shen or some other reason, she could feel that the Hor family didn't seem to hold any ill will toward her. Seeing her forced smile, Hua Zhongxiu felt a little sad. He looked up at the room and a determined look flashed in his eyes. "Is Mr. Shen at home?" Xiaomian nodded. "He's in his room," Hua Zhongxiu said seriously. "I need to see him." Xiaomian quickly moved aside to let them in, then saw her father stride toward the room. Noticing Hua Xiaochen standing still, she hurriedly called out, "Captain, have some tea first." After speaking, she went to the coffee table, poured a cup of tea, and handed it to him. "Captain, how is your team doing? Is everyone okay?" Hua Xiaochen sat down smoothly, took a sip of tea, and looked calm and relaxed. "Our mission went well, but Wen Qi was a little hurt. Xiaomian, when are you free to treat him?" Is his injury serious? I just finished treating Mr. Shen. It will take about 2 hours for his energy to fully recover. Hua Xiaochen spoke gently. He's okay. He was accidentally scratched on the face by a zombie. I was worried Mother Wen might worry, so I thought you could treat him. Suddenly, there were 2 loud noises from the direction of the room. Hua Xiaochen quickly stood up and walked over. Seeing this, Xiao Mian immediately followed him. They reached the corridor and saw Hua Zhongshu grimacing, one hand on his buttocks, the other supporting himself on the ground, slowly getting up. When he saw Hua Xiaochen and Xiao Mian, he gave an awkward smile and explained, "The floor was too slippery. I lost my balance and fell." Hua Xiaochen looked at his hiding expression and turned to Xiao Mian with a hint of helplessness. "Xiao Mian, we're leaving first. Wen Qi and I will come back at noon." Xiao Mian nodded. Okay. She watched their backs as they left, then turned to look at the tightly closed wooden door. Her body trembled unconsciously, and she quickly went back to her room.
Better not to get involved.
It's safer to stay away. The corridor suddenly became quiet. At noon, Xiao Mian was eating in the dining room. She heard noises at the front door and instinctively looked over. She saw Hua Xiaochen and Wen Qi entering the villa one after the other. She put down her chopsticks and stood up to greet them. Shen Hanjing saw her cheerful expression and looked at the 3 of them with a cold gaze. Xiao Mian wore a gentle smile, her voice light and cheerful. "Have you eaten lunch?" After speaking, her eyes, like peach blossoms, fixed on Wen Qi's wound. It was clearly a scratch from a zombie's claw, with a narrow cut from the left jawline brushing past the right eye corner and extending to the right temple. It was a dangerous situation. If it had been a little more to the side, Wen Qi's right eye might have been lost. Seeing Xiao Mian still calm and not showing any disgust at a scar, Wen Qi's lips curled slightly and he spoke softly. "Xiao Mian, we've already eaten. You go ahead and eat now. There's no rush." Hua Xiaochen urged her. "Xiao Mian, go eat first. Wen Qi and I will have some tea in the living room." Hua Mian smiled and agreed, then sat back at the table and began eating much faster than before. Seeing this, Shen Hanjing narrowed his eyes and stared at the girl's pretty face. After a moment of silence, he suddenly said, "In a hurry to meet your sweetheart?" Hua Mian was drinking water when she heard that. She choked and accidentally sprayed water all over the man sitting across from her. The air froze instantly. The man's face darkened, his eyes sharp and cold like blades as he glared at her. Wen Qi and Hua Xiaochen noticed the commotion and came over. They saw Shen Hanjing's clothes soaked, water dripping from his firm jaw, and his handsome face looking as if he might explode any second. Hua Mian's legs went weak. She hid behind Hua Xiaochen, peeking out nervously, her face full of guilt and fear. She tried to explain, "It really wasn't my fault. You said something so unexpected while I was drinking. It startled me." Shen Hanjing's expression grew darker, his cold gaze fixed on her. Seeing this, Hua Mian panicked and suggested, "How about you spray me back? I promise I won't move." Hua Xiaochen quickly interrupted, "Mr. Shen, please go change your clothes first. We can talk later." Wen Qi stood quietly nearby, his long eyes resting on Hua Mian, a trace of sadness flickering within them. The living room wasn't far from the dining area, so he had heard everything Shen Hanjing said. Hua Mian's first reaction had been shock. Did that mean she had never even considered the possibility, or that she thought it was impossible? Shen Hanjing noticed the scarred man's disappointed expression, and a knowing look flashed in his eyes. He sneered inwardly. A pitiful admirer. For some reason, his mood suddenly improved just a little.